Chapter 141. Wolf is the protagonist of the Ashina chapter. Alex is the protagonist of the Black Light chapter. Both seem to have cold and taciturn personalities. Wolf is loyal and humble, while Igor has a natural domineering temperament, so they give different impressions. Alex's powerful character performance and cool abilities made him very popular in Miracle City in a very short time. That's why when Igor got into trouble, the adventurers were worried about what would happen next. Brother AI finally solved the pathogen and became stronger. The only sister he could trust was captured. What should we do? Mao Mingming was worried. Brother AI has no grudges against Elizabeth Green. Why does this woman have to go against Brother AI? Could it be that Dina has already met with misfortune? Wang Chuan Sanren analyzed. Elizabeth wants to absorb Brother AI or be absorbed by Brother AI. She said that the only purpose of her existence is to achieve the most perfect evolution. As for whether Dina is in danger, personally, I don't think we should worry too much for the time being. If Elizabeth wanted to kill Dina, she would have done it a long time ago without so much trouble. Makes sense. Then why did she capture Dina? I think she probably wanted to use Dina as a hostage to force Brother AI to see her. Brother AI has grown by leaps and bounds after 7 or 8 days of growth. Elizabeth may want to attack him. So it seems that Brother AI is in a bad situation. The narrative method of the Black Light chapter is flashback. Everyone knows that Brother AI will be fine in the end. But she felt uneasy when she thought her sister Dina was still in Elizabeth's hands. But at the same time, there is also a sense of anticipation, because if nothing unexpected happens, in the next 1 or 2 plot chapters, AI Gu will directly confront Elizabeth, the powerful virus mother. Last time he just woke up, his claws were not awakened. In just 8 days, AIG's overall strength has greatly increased. I believe he is already capable of fighting. Of course, Elizabeth Green should not be underestimated. This person is the original infected person. Even the virus in AIG's body is differentiated from her body. She has lived for so many years, and must be unfathomable. This battle will never be too easy, but it is very regrettable that although the adventurers really want to know the subsequent plot development, the current Black Light plot has been updated to the 6th act, and we can only wait until tomorrow to know what will happen next. The dungeon is closed. There are still 1 or 2 hours. But at this time, the adventurers are generally exhausted. Today's business can be declared closed in advance. But just when a group of adventurers were idle and started to discuss the content of the secret realm and the characters in the plot, someone suddenly ran in and shouted, attracting everyone's attention. The Lord is out. What? The old thief is out again. This guy has been staying at home more and more recently. It's not easy for us to stop him. Instantly, thousands of adventurers poured out of the secret hall. Everyone saw that there was another building facility near the secret hall, which made all the adventurers look happy. Isn't this a tavern? Well, the tavern is finally built. There will be another place to have fun in the future. The Lord just went in. Let's go in and find him. I have a lot of questions that I must ask. More than 1,000 adventurers were about to break in. As a result, they were blocked by an honest-looking dwarf at the entrance of the tavern. Blackstone Hammer King, Arnold, why are you blocking us? Angry Chicken said, get out of the way. We know the Lord is inside. Arnold quickly explained, dear adventurers, due to the limited reception capacity of the Territory Tavern, the Lord has stipulated that only 500 people can enter the tavern every day to ensure the experience of all the adults. If you want to enter the tavern, you must pay 5 contribution points to buy an admission ticket. What? The adventurers exploded when they heard this. Old Thief Chi, why are you so mean? I have never seen anyone pay to enter a tavern. Yes, we didn't consume anything, we just went in to stroll around, and it's too much to pay 5 contribution points. It's only valid for 1 day. Contribution points in Miracle City are already scarce. This requires contribution points, and that requires contribution points. Where can I get so many contribution points? It's really unbearable. The adventurers complained. But soon someone stood up to express support. This is normal. Don't you see how many people there are in Miracle City now? If this trend continues, it will soon reach 3,000. Only one adventurer's tavern can accommodate them? Isn't it just 5 contribution points? It's not a big deal. This tavern can provide recovery secret wine. If we can get 2 or 3 more points of energy every day, it will be very valuable to us first-level adventurers. Instantly, many people paid the entrance fee. Among them were members of the Huangquan mercenary group, such as Higanbana and Wangchuan Sanren, the Old Man music team such as Baihe Jusher and Sanju, and first-level rookie adventurers such as Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog. After a while, hundreds of people entered the tavern. As a second-level facility, the interior space of this adventurer tavern is larger than it looks from the outside. It can accommodate 300 to 500 people without much problem. Its layout is similar to that of a traditional tavern. The overall structure is a retro wooden structure. There is a large bar in the center of the tavern. Through the bar, people can see the wine barrels, winemaking facilities and display racks, but most of them are empty at present. The tavern is divided into a lobby area and a private room area. The long tables in the lobby are mixed with round tables. Adventurers can choose different seats according to the number of people. It is worth mentioning that there are several large display crystals in the lobby. In addition, each area is equipped with small crystals. These crystals can be connected to the secret hall, which is equivalent to live broadcast facilities. Adventurers can rest in the tavern and watch the ongoing adventures in the dungeon remotely. In addition, the tavern crystal has the function of playing videos. The Adventurers Union has the function of storing adventure information. This means that adventurers only need to pay a small amount of contribution points to review the day's adventure content in the tavern, to make up for the wonderful adventures missed during the day, or to review the adventure process for better research and learning. For adventurers, the tavern is not a necessary facility, but it is a very practical and useful place. Chi-Ji sat in front of the bar of the tavern, and several flower demons brewed a glass of wine and respectfully brought it to him. This wine glowed under the light, showing a blue and red amber color. Miracle City's Blue Fruit Secret Wine, Gray Top Grade, can restore 2 points of adventure energy, only available in Miracle City Tavern, can only be effective once a day. Introduction. Brewed with blue moon grass and red blood fruit as raw materials, it incorporates the specialty Mazi wine of Miracle City. Chi-Ji raised his glass and took a sip. A fresh aroma of wine lingered on his tongue. Although Chi-Ji was not a wine lover, he thought this wine was very good. The Adventurers Tavern not only provided leisure and entertainment for adventurers, but was also half of the production facilities of the territory. Its main products were adventurers' secret wines of various qualities. Secret wines were not commodities. They could not be circulated in the Lord's market. The secret wines in each dungeon would be different depending on the materials, but the basic functions were exactly the same, which was to replenish the energy of the adventurer's soul and restore some of the energy value. The raw materials for this cup of blue fruit secret wine of Miracle City were 1 portion of blue moon grass, 1 portion of red blood fruit, 1 portion of the essence of the first level material, an appropriate amount of specialty Mazi, and 1 point of mental power for brewing. Blue moon grass and red blood fruit. They are 2 common first level materials. They are planted and produced in the Red Claw village of the Dark Valley. However, the output is not much, and it is definitely not enough for Miracle City at present. Therefore, the secret wine in the Miracle City Tavern is limited, and it will not be open to adventurers until tomorrow at the earliest. As for the 1 point of mental power consumed by brewing, Chi-Ji certainly will not use his mental power to brew wine for adventurers. It is even more impossible for adventurers to use their precious adventurous energy to make wine. Miracle City is not only home to lords and adventurers, but also has a large number of indigenous people, and there are also many who have cultivation, and they may not all have the talent to awaken the adventurer's soul. These people do not have the adventurer's soul. They cannot condense their mental power into adventurer energy. But they can also be used to engage in various production in the territory. For example, brewing, refining medicine, refining equipment, etc., because after all, adventurer energy is essentially a kind of mental power, but it is a special mental power transformed by the adventurer's soul. This is why Chi-Ji wants to expand the population and absorb more indigenous people. They can not only provide regular labor and services, but also engage in production in various extraordinary fields. The more people there are in Miracle City, the higher the productivity of the territory will be. Not only will the overall strength increase, but the quality of life will also be more guaranteed. It is important to build a dungeon. It is also important to enjoy life. After all, if the dungeon service is good, not only can Chi-Ji, the Lord, enjoy it first, but it is also part of the competitiveness of the territory, which is in line with the goals and ideals of Boss Chi. Lord, I have a question. I also have a question to ask. Let me go first. I go first. Chi-Ji saw the calm face of the adventurer who rushed in rashly. He gestured to the Higanbana who rushed in front. Congratulations on clearing the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter. Do you have any questions you want to know? As long as you can say it at this stage, this lord will answer it. Just treat it as a special reward. Boss Chi will run out. One of the main reasons is that he wants the Sakura Dragon spirit. Miracle City needs the power of the Sakura Dragon, which can not only further ensure the safety of Miracle City, but also become an important force for the next stage of territory development. Of course, Boss Chi has to save face. He can't just ask for the spirit directly. This spirit is indeed very rare. Naturally, he has to lay the groundwork first, and then use the trickery that he has practiced for many years. Higanbana showed excitement and asked without hesitation, "Lord, your 10 Kingdoms Secret Realm Ashina chapter is so exciting, so I want to know when the second chapter of the 10 Kingdoms will be released?" Chi-Ji thought for a while, and said, "I can't give you an accurate answer to this question. It is expected to be completed and launched around the opening of the third main secret realm." The third main secret realm. The adventurers were moved when they heard the news. The first main secret realm of Miracle City is Doomsday Frenzy, and the second main secret realm is the exotic 10 Kingdoms. Has the Lord started planning the third main secret realm so soon? Sanju interrupted and asked, "Where will the second country of the 10 Kingdoms be held? Could it be the Midland Kingdom in the west?" Hearing this, Chi-Ji was stunned for a moment. These adventurers have a good memory. The Midland Kingdom is a small Easter egg buried on the armored warrior of Xianfeng Temple. Although I also like Berserk, a Western fantasy dark epic style story, but because the Sea of Inspiration has not awakened relevant materials yet, even if I want to do it, I can't do it. The second country is considering doing the Sui and Tang dynasties, or the Three Kingdoms. The former is more likely, because the Three Kingdoms wants to collect more materials and make it more perfect. As for the Sui and Tang chapters, just use Xianyuan sword materials. The worldview of Shanhaijing is mysterious enough. It is more in line with the style of creatures like Yinglong. Which one of Tao Thai, Xiongqi and the like is not more impressive than Yinglong? It can be explained that Yinglong could not survive in Shinzhou and fled to Japan. It just so happens that the Sui and Tang dynasties are similar to the era when Yinglong fled. And the architecture of Ashina, including Xianfeng Temple and Yuanji Palace, clearly has the shadow of the Tang dynasty. Chi-Ji can definitely make some small Easter eggs. Let the two chapters maintain sufficiently distinct and strong local characteristics and elements, while producing subtle linkages, proving that different countries in this world are related to each other, so as to make the worldview of the entire foreign 10 countries more vivid, real and three-dimensional. The dark demon world dominated by Shanhaijing elements, plus the ancient 10 artifacts, Yinhua mythology, combined with Sui and Tang history and famous figures, the whole story framework is grand enough. Of course, this remake will be very difficult. Chi-Ji feels that with the development of the territory, the time is ripe for the increase of mental power and resource income. He is confident that he can produce the delicate, realistic and immersive feeling of Ashina country. If the plan goes as planned, the second chapter will be in Shinzhou. What? Shinzhou? Higanbana showed ecstasy. What she is most interested in now is this land that looks much older and more mysterious than Japan. If she can set foot on this land for adventure, she will definitely witness more magnificent epics and stories. At this time, Baihajishur asked, "The Lord just mentioned the third main secret realm. Could it be that you have already started preparing for the production of the third secret realm? I wonder if you can reveal some relevant information." This is also one of the most concerned issues for adventurers. According to what Lord Chi said before, the theme of each main secret realm in Miracle City will be completely different. Judging from Doomsday Frenzy and exotic 10 Kingdoms, this is indeed the case. The third secret realm is likely to be an unheard-of worldview. Chi-Ji generously revealed, the third secret realm is temporarily codenamed Star Sea. This will be a secret realm completely different from 10 Kingdoms and Frenzy. As for the specific content, it is too early, and no more can be revealed for the time being. Star Sea? It is impossible to imagine the content of the secret realm from the secret realm code name. Even so, it is enough to make adventurers excited, because since the Lord has even thought of the secret realm code name, it is enough to show that he is ready, at least he has a certain idea. Looking forward to it. It feels like another unique secret realm. Lord Chi's plan has actually reached such a far place. The future third secret realm Star Sea can be seen from the temporary code name. This will be a science fiction secret realm. Because Chi-Ji currently has a lot of science fiction materials in his hands. From Titanfall, War Machine, to the Star Wars series and the Halo series, the scale of the materials contained in them is beyond imagination, in addition to special materials such as StarCraft and Dead Space. So it is more appropriate to launch a science fiction theme in the third secret realm. Chi-Ji is confident that he can create a super universe worldview with powerful and rich elements. Let these adventurers, who have never seen the world, take a good look at what is truly vast and huge. The concept of the universe. It must be beyond the imagination of all adventurers in this world. Then he answered a few more questions. All of them are what adventurers care about. Almost. Chi-Ji's early disclosure of the news of the third secret realm was actually part of the foreshadowing. If you want to build the third secret realm, you have to take over the second main city. And if you want to take over the second main city, don't you need a stronger force? Chi-Ji then said, Miracle City will be automatically upgraded, and the confrontation with Thunder City will be inevitable. This lord plans to contract more adventurers and recruit more territory monsters in the near future. Before he finished speaking, Dianhua immediately said, Lord, I want to apply for a contract with Miracle City to help defend Miracle City and expand the territory. As soon as this was said, Chi-Ji was also slightly stunned. According to the original plan, the spirit was to be recovered, and then the Cherry Dragon was summoned by building a third-level camp to make it the strongest combat force in the next stage. Unexpectedly, Higanbana directly applied for a contract with Miracle City. In this way, the third-level soul would definitely choose the Cherry Dragon. This would not only increase the third-level combat force of Miracle City, but the power of the Cherry Dragon appeared as a territory monster. Although it was more controllable, it was difficult to fully exert its value, and the contract with the adventurer would be completely different. This is also a good thing. At the same time, the third-level adventurer, Sanju, the former president of the Blackstone Town Adventurer Association, and the second-level peak adventurers such as Pancher and Tieshin, all expressed the idea of contracting Miracle City. In addition, more than a dozen Miracle City contract adventurers such as Blackstone Hammer King and Angry Chicken have reached the peak of the first level at this moment, and have successively submitted applications for breaking through the level and contracting the second-level spirit. At this speed, Chi-Ji estimated that within 3 days, the number of contracted adventurers in Miracle City would reach nearly 300, of which nearly 30 would be second-level adventurers, and there would be at least one third-level adventurer. Why only one third-level adventurer? Miracle City still has a few third-level bosses. They are also willing to apply to join Miracle City, but there are no extra third-level spirits, so they cannot be converted for the time being, and can only be postponed for a while. Chapter 142. Chi-Ji then held a breakthrough ceremony for Feng Zhongyan, Blackstone Hammer King, Angry Chicken, Pig King, Cat Meng Meng and others, and the territory added 12 second-level contract adventurers at once. The spirits contracted by these people are different. For example, Feng Zhongyan contracted the spirit of General Ashina. This is not a very strong second-level spirit, but it is a humanoid spirit. The disadvantage of the humanoid spirit is that the characteristics are not increased much, and the increase to other levels of soul forms is small. But the advantage is that it has many skills. Most of the skills learned by adventurers through skill stones can be displayed without obstacles through the humanoid spirit form. So in theory, the upper limit of the humanoid spirit is higher. The Blackstone Hammer King contracted the G3 spirit, the Angry Chicken contracted the T03 Tyrant, the Cat Meng Meng contracted the Hunter spirit, and the Pig King contracted the G2. The spirits in Miracle City are very rich, but not all spirits are suitable for life souls. Some are just used for transition. They will be contracted to break through the level first. After this batch of adventurers broke through, the number of second-level contract adventurers has reached 22. Chi-Ji recruited another batch of first-level contract adventurers, bringing the total number of contract adventurers to 200. In the next few days, first and second-level contract adventurers, the total number will definitely continue to grow. These adventurers will become the direct force of Miracle City. They have the various abilities of Miracle City, and are increasingly capable of causing trouble. As for the Red Spider Lily, since Miracle City does not have a third-level spirit altar, and the consumption of contracting a third-level spirit is huge, the contract ceremony cannot be completed immediately. As the leader of an adventure group, naturally, it will take some time to deal with team affairs. Higanbana already has a solution, so after she decided to join, she left Miracle City before the city closed, and went to the adventure group and Tianyun City to deal with the aftermath. Next, Chi-Ji went to the three tribes resident. Officially transform 8,000 aliens into subjects. Let them acquire the language skills of the human race, and use various services of the territory. These alien subjects will have the ability to use territory teleportation, and can move out of the tribe to the main city at any time, or fill the population of Green Swamp City and Dark City to enjoy territory services, improve the quality of life, and find development opportunities. And the city has enough population. Supporting facilities and services will be more complete. It is conducive to building an industrial chain and increasing the comprehensive foundation of the territory. Chi-Chi's series of construction, contract adventurers, and transformation of alien subjects all require mental energy consumption. When he finished his work and returned to the Lord's mansion, he had 7,057 points of mental power, 18,980 soul crystals, and 8,622 first-level material essences. Not bad. A third-level 5-star Sakura Dragon Spirit was exploded today. Other various outputs are also quite considerable. Even with such a huge expenditure, the net income of mental power still reaches nearly 15,000, which is enough to show the huge daily income of the territory. There is not much left at present, but it is enough. The secret realm will not only produce mental power, but also a large amount of soul crystals. As for the material income, although there are not many ways, because of the relationship that Green Swamp City was just conquered yesterday, nearly 10,000 material essences were obtained at one time by recycling various equipment and facilities. Miracle City's foreign trade is also developing. Chi-Ji not only often sells souls in the New Lord Market, but is also building offline trade with Tianyan City, using Miracle City's arms as the main specialty in exchange for soul crystals and materials. Although the current inventory is not high, the financial situation and resource reserves are very healthy. In the future, income will continue to increase, and the construction speed will continue to accelerate. These spiritual powers can create a first-level secondary secret realm, plus 2 black light chapters of the plot. When Chi-Ji was about to start work. Warning, the Sentry Tower detected the breath of darkness. Coming again? It's not surprising. Although Thunder City has not launched a large-scale attack in the past 7 or 8 days, it has successively sent out multiple scout teams and tentative attack troops, so he built sentry towers everywhere to deal with sneak attacks. Therefore, in the past few days, although there have been tentative harassments, but no damage to the territory. However, this time is different. The previous harassments were in the Dark Valley, but this time it appeared in the Green Swamp City. This city has been annexed by the territory for less than a day, and the construction of various facilities is not complete. And its location, the Green Water Swamp, is directly adjacent to the second-level area Thunder Swamp, and the threat will be greater. However, since the Green Swamp was originally a first-level area, it was integrated with the territory after being annexed by Chi-Ji. As long as Miracle City has not been upgraded, it will not be easy for them to conquer this place. Unless the Chaos Polar Night appears every 1 or 2 months. Once this special astronomical phenomenon occurs, the territorial laws of the Chaos world will be temporarily invalidated, and high-level units can enter and exit low-level areas freely for a short period of time, which usually does not last more than 1 day. Otherwise, as long as Chi-Ji is in charge for 1 day, it will still be a first-level territory. Thunder City cannot enter if it is higher than the first-level troops, so the threat is naturally limited. So there is nothing to worry about. Even though the scale of this time may be larger than the previous ones, Chi-Ji still has no intention of personally participating in the battle, but only issued a collective task to the adventurers. After the adventurers received the task, they were very excited. Their fighting spirit was high. There were contribution points to be earned if there were tasks. Contribution points in Miracle City were scarce, so the more the better. However, in just a few minutes, 200 adventurers got the task and went to Green Swamp City to fight. Chi-Ji did not pay attention to the details of the battle. As the territory became larger and larger, it was impossible to pay attention to every detail. The Lord only needed to control the overall situation and grasp the general direction. When the battle in Green Swamp City started, Chi-Ji had already devoted himself to making the secret realm. The first one to be made was the end of the arena secret realm that was to be run in Green Swamp City. This end of the arena was a secret realm created with the King of Fighters as the material. Considering that more elements and characters may be incorporated in the future, the name of the King of Fighters was not used directly. The end of the arena highlights the characteristics of the arena fighting. This secret realm is too simple to make. Chi-Ji only made a few fighting arenas of different styles, plus some cheerleaders, who were almost free of consumption, and several NPCs including referees. Finally, 100 characters were made in one go. Basically, they included the most classic and representative characters of the King of Fighters. In the future, a pool of 20 characters will be randomly selected in each issue, and adventurers will randomly draw 5 free characters from the free character pool, and the character pool and free characters will be changed every 3 days. As for the charging standard, the battle rhythm of the final arena is very fast. Although it is not as fast as an arcade game where a game can be completed in 60 seconds, an average of 5 to 8 minutes per game is more than enough. Therefore, Chi-Ji set it to consume a little mental power every 30 minutes. In less than half an hour, Chi-Ji finished this secondary secret realm, and then released 2 plot chapters of Black Light Coming, consuming a total of 3,000 spiritual power. Done. Wait until the city opens tomorrow. The new secret realm and updated content will appear in front of the adventurers. The Black Light Coming update was expected by the adventurers, and the end arena will undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise. Chi-Ji took a look at the remaining resources in his hand, and he decided to build another building, which is of great significance to the territory and to himself. Nothing else. It is the Dungeon Teleport Station. You are building the basic building Dungeon Teleport Station, which will consume 10,000 soul crystals. Do you want to continue? Build. Chi-Ji built the teleport station in the Lord's Mansion. This facility can connect the Chaos World and the Lord's World, allowing it to have the ability to teleport back to the Lord's land. It is a very important facility. As long as you can return to the Lord's World, Chi-Ji can easily buy various high-level blueprints and important materials that cannot be bought in the online market. He had wanted to build this building a long time ago. It was just that there were no extra resources before. Of course, even though the teleportation station was built now, there was no plan to use it immediately. Because the cost of activating the underground city teleportation station is very high, and there is a cooling period of up to 10 days each time the teleportation is activated, it is better to save soul crystals for a few more days to ensure purchasing power, so as not to waste a teleportation in vain. Outside Green Swamp City. The battle is over. Bah, you want to attack the territory with such a small force? The Black Stone Hammer King transformed into a demon like G3. He had switched the first level soul to a tank, so this G3 looked more muscular and more sturdy. He was full of disdain. He was stepping on the corpse of a lizardman leader. There were 300 or 400 similar corpses nearby. These lizardmen looked somewhat different from the common lizardmen. For example, the scales of this kind of lizardmen were smaller and blue or purple. If you look closely, you will find that each scale has natural lightning patterns. In terms of weapons, they mainly use long forks and spears. This is the Thunder Lizardmen, also known as the Thunder Lizardmen. As a branch variant of the Lizardmen, the Thunder Lizardmen are born with the ability to use lightning, so their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. However, judging from the situation on the scene, they were not only defeated, but also a miserable defeat without any suspense. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Among the nearly 200 adventurers on the scene, some transformed into G3 creatures, some transformed into red ghosts, some transformed into Ashina General, and some transformed into rocket launcher trackers. Second level units. More than a dozen. Their abilities are also different. For example, the G3 form of the Blackstone Hammer King has a very high regeneration ability. Even if half of its body is shattered, it will not die and will regenerate quickly. Another example is the Bazooka Tracker form of the Forgotten River Sanrin, which can continuously provide long-range rocket strikes and has almost unlimited ammunition. This combination and lineup. The combat power is imaginable. The troops sent by Thunder City to attack Green Swamp City are only 300 to 500 first-level units. Even if there are a few particularly capable ones, it is impossible to shake the powerful lineup of Miracle City. At this time, dozens or hundreds of leeches emerged from the soil. They quickly merged and turned into the appearance of the moon shining on the snow in the blink of an eye. All enemies have been annihilated, and Green Swamp City is temporarily safe. Mingwei Xiaoxue has released a large number of leech clones, which are distributed in the Green Swamp. Whether there are fish that slip through the net or enemy reinforcements, she will be aware of them at the first time. Yeah! We're done! I'm so happy! I got another contribution point. Luke, Arnold, let everyone come in and clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. The adventurers easily repelled the invading foreign enemies and received the mission rewards. They were all very happy, and went back to the main city to celebrate. The corpses of the dark species must be thrown into the crematorium for destruction. Hundreds of dwarves and dog-headed men entered the scene to clean up the battlefield and carry the corpses. The territory is now too strong. The dog-headed leader Luke was shocked and ecstatic and excited when facing the corpses of the Thunder Lizards. The territory obviously did not fight with all its strength in this battle, but it easily suppressed the invading troops of Thunder City. In the past 10 or 20 years, when has Thunder City ever suffered such a big loss? The local natives have suffered from Thunder City for a long time, for many years. There has long been a blood feud. The emergence of Miracle City made these natives proud. Not only did they feel a sense of revenge, but they also had a strong sense of security. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. All the dark corpses were destroyed. The natives who cleaned the battlefield also received 1 or 2 contribution points. Boss G was not generous, but he had clear rewards and punishments. As long as they worked, they would be paid, which made these people very excited. When Miracle City was shrouded in the joy of victory, Thunder City was shrouded in haze. This second-level dark underground city stands deep in the dark and gloomy Thunder Swamp. It is shrouded in haze all year round, with no sunlight, frequent thunderstorms, and very humid weather. It is not a habitable place for most races, but it is an ideal habitat for the lizard men. At this moment, there were thunder and lightning outside the Thunder City, and the Lord's Hall in the city was no less. Damn humans! So rampant. All the Thunder Lizardmen generals and high-ranking officials gnashed their teeth. They have learned the news that a human force has risen from the Dark Valley, not only seizing the Dark City, but now even the Green Swamp City has fallen. The rise is so fast. It is simply shocking. Green Swamp City and Dark City are both underground cities under Thunder City. If these 2 underground cities are seized by humans, the resources submitted regularly will be interrupted, and without 2 important tax sources, Thunder City's tax payment to higher-level underground cities will be affected. There is no doubt. This will put a lot of pressure on Thunder City. The Lord of Thunder City, Leia, has already reached the 3rd level cultivation. Over the years, he has been working hard to accumulate resources, hoping to build the underground city into a 3rd level underground city. As long as you reach the 3rd level, you will be qualified or have the opportunity to go to the middle of the Evernight Forest and meet the Evernight Dragon King, which will greatly improve the status of the Thunder Swamp and the Thunder Lizard Clan. The sudden appearance of Miracle City. The plan and ideal of meeting the Dragon King have been affected. How can the Dark Thunder Lizard Clan not be angry? From top to bottom, they can't wait to crush the damn human into ashes immediately. Lord, this human race is very powerful, and I'm afraid there is a huge backstage force supporting it. I think we should launch an all-out offensive immediately. Not appropriate. Dark Valley is still a first-level territory. My most elite and powerful generals and troops cannot exert their strength in a first-level territory. Launching a full-scale attack now will only benefit these humans. Several Lizardmen generals and high-level officials quarreled. At this time, Lord Leia suddenly stood up from the throne. He was particularly burly, almost twice as tall as other tribesmen, with purple scales all over his body, and each scale burst out with visible arcs, instantly creating a strong momentum and oppression. The other Thunder Lizard generals and high-level officials in the Thunder City Hall did not dare to look directly at him. Leia did not show too much anger, and his eyes were more full of sneers and disdain. It's not time to mobilize the territory army yet. He made this decision after weighing the pros and cons. According to reliable information, although this human territory was established not long ago, it already has more than 1 second-level combat power, and this must be the reason why they can sweep across the Dark City and the Green Swamp City. Now the human territory is a first-level territory. It stands to reason that second-level units appearing in it will be suppressed. There is only one possibility. These second-level units are all cultivated by this territory itself, and only native high-level units will not be suppressed by the territorial laws. This is very dangerous. If we fight now, the loss will be huge. Instead of going head-on without considering the consequences, it is better to wait patiently for a few days. According to the time when Dark City fell, the human territory will be automatically upgraded to the second-level territory in about 4 days. Leia Lord said coldly, "This arrogant human has made a fatal mistake. He should not be greedy and take over Green Swamp City, which has put him in a dead end." The Lizardmen high-ranking officials were stunned at first. They soon figured out the Lord's logic. Indeed, from a geographical point of view, Dark Valley and Thunder Swamp are not directly adjacent. If the human lord is not greedy and does not attack Green Swamp City, even if Dark Valley is automatically upgraded to a second-level area, because of the Green Water Swamp in the middle, Dark Valley and Thunder Swamp are 2 independent second-level territories. This means Thunder City can send second-level troops to attack Miracle City. But as a third-level Lord Leia, it is still inconvenient to take action. He has no way to exert his full strength in the Dark Valley environment. In this case, for the sake of safety, the strongest existence of Thunder City will definitely not end, so as not to capsize. Miracle City is not strong enough and can even use the Green Water Swamp to ambush Thunder City troops and drag the battle into the first level. However, the human lord made a huge strategic mistake: annexation of Green Water Swamp. It is equivalent to completely blocking his own way. At this moment, Green Water Swamp and Dark Valley have merged into one. In other words, just wait 4 or 5 days. The human territory is upgraded to a second-level territory. 2 second-level territories will merge directly into one, when they are directly adjacent to each other. At this time, the strength of the Thunder Lizard Lord will not be restricted in any way. He will personally destroy the human city with overwhelming third-level power. At that time, this threat can be eliminated at the lowest cost. Not only that, the Thunder Lizard Lord can also use the human territory to merge the Dark Valley controlled by the Dark Goblins and the Green Water Swamp controlled by the Dark Goblins into the Thunder Swamp, laying the foundation for his territorial foundation to become a third-level lord. Although these humans deserve to die. But they did help me. Leia decided not to continue to use troops against the Green Swamp City, but to prepare for war with all his strength, wait for a few days, and then kill the enemy in one battle. The next day, it was time to open the city. Adventurers flooded into the hall like a flood. Today, the number of adventurers in Miracle City has increased again, from the total of 2,400 yesterday to about 2,600. Not only that, the number of second-level and even third-level adventurers is also increasing. This will greatly increase the territory's income. When the adventurers were excited and couldn't wait to activate the secret crystal, they immediately made an extremely pleasant discovery. The Black Light chapter has been updated. Great. Lord, be awesome. Everyone, look, what the hell is this called the End Arena? Is there a new chapter? No, it's not a new chapter. It seems to be a new secret realm. What? A new secret realm? Impossible. The adventurers just heard the news. The first thought was that they couldn't believe it. Miracle City hasn't gotten the next main city yet. How could it create another secret realm? But when they activated the secret realm crystal and confirmed it repeatedly, they found that this End Arena was really a new secret realm. Mr. Baiha immediately judged. This is not the main secret realm built on the core of the main city. It should be a small secret realm built using the Green Swamp City and the secondary core. I see. Although it is a small secret realm, it is still a secret realm. I heard that it is very troublesome to build a secret realm with a secondary city, but I didn't expect that the Lord actually made it. Great. Let me see. What is the situation of this secret realm? In an instant, hundreds and thousands of adventurers began to study the new secret realm. Chapter 143. The main secret realm is equivalent to the core flagship. The secondary secret realm is equivalent to the peripheral product. Although the End of the World Arena is only a secondary secret realm, it is the first secondary secret realm in Miracle City after all, so it naturally aroused the curiosity and research of adventurers at the first time. It's interesting. From the introduction of the secret realm. This is a purely competitive secret realm. Purely competitive? What's the difference with a frenzy competition? The frenzy competition gameplay is gunfights, and the End of the World Arena is role-playing gameplay and arena fighting. Role-playing? Yes, adventurers will play fighters and martial artists from all over the world, different countries, different identities, and different origins in the secret world to fight. Wow! It seems interesting. Traditional fighting competition. It's nothing special. Many dungeons have tried to create this kind of secret realm. But the fighting secret realm created by Miracle City, even if it is a secondary secret realm, will never be so simple. In order to avoid being harassed by adventurers, Chi-Ji announced the basic information and character information of the End Arena through the Mercenary Union. Anyone who has opened the Adventurer Union can check it by themselves. Huh? So much information. Adventurer Nanshank opened the Miracle City Adventurer Union and found information about the End Secret Realm. Although it is only a secondary secret realm, it has very detailed information and introduction. Although it is a secondary secret realm. But there is also a world view and plot. The organizer of this End Arena is a force called Tianshu Group. Tianshu Group is a mysterious multinational technology giant that claims to be committed to the development of human potential and global energy innovation. Its headquarters is located in Tianshu City, a floating artificial island built in the center of the Pacific Ocean at a cost of hundreds of billions. Tianshu Group is world-renowned for its advanced quantum technology, bionic prosthesis, and energy technology. Recently, it sponsors a super-large global fighting competition every few years. This year's King of Fighters Championship is the latest competition, and the most grand competition in recent years. Its purpose is to select the strongest and best fighters. This group has mobilized its powerful money and intelligence capabilities to dig out 200 of the best fighters in the world, and let them compete on the rings around the world. The best group of fighters will be selected in the end. These fighters will enter the Tianshu Group headquarters to participate in the final test. The adventurers are generally interested in the mysterious, wealthy and powerful Tianshu Group, but are very interested in the 200 or so contestants in the final ring. These contestants are the targets played by the adventurers. Inhumane? It's worthy of being called Miracle City. 200 character materials were thrown here at once. What? 200 characters? That's too much. Is this really just a secondary secret realm? I don't think most popular competitive secret realms have this lineup. Don't be too happy yet, I'm afraid they are all reskinned characters. If that's the case, no matter how many there are, it's meaningless, they are essentially the same. At this time, someone found a bright spot. Mao Mingming, hey, look, among these 200 characters, there is actually one of them, our dear Brother Bao. What's going on? Brother Bao is also participating in the competition. The characters that appear in the end of the arena are basically from the King of Fighters. But there are also 1 or 2 special Easter eggs, such as the T-03 Tyrant Zombie. The adventurers were immediately excited, because they immediately realized that this secret realm also has the function of linking with the main secret realm. Some popular characters in the main secret realm, as long as all the conditions meet the requirements, have the opportunity to join the end of the arena. You are really worthy of being the old thief Chi. There are so many things to do in the secondary secret realm. With so much content, put it in any dungeon, even if it is a 2nd or 3rd level old dungeon, it is enough to become the top card. For a while, hundreds of adventurers entered the secret realm one after another. Black Kite is one of the adventurers, who is curious about the end of the arena. This is a 2nd level adventurer from Quangfeng Town. She came to Miracle City for the first time yesterday. She wanted to challenge the Frenzy or the 10 Kingdoms, but was attracted by this newly appeared secret realm. Frenzy and the 10 Kingdoms are both masterpieces. But there are too many adventurers who are challenging. Although this end of the world arena is a secondary secret realm, it is a newly launched secret realm after all. Everyone is at the same starting line, while masters such as Bai Hajusher are still working in the 10 Kingdoms. If you want to become famous and gain a foothold, maybe it's an opportunity. With this idea, He Yuan activated the secret realm. Several mode options appeared in front of him. Single-player mode, multiplayer mode, and King of Fighters contest. As the name suggests, single-player mode is a challenge for one person, multiplayer mode is a challenge for multiple people in a team, and the King of Fighters contest is related to the plot of the secret realm, and at least 3 people are required to play in a team. The most urgent thing is to understand the gameplay of the secret realm. He Yuan chose the single-player mode without hesitation. Please select a character. You currently have 0 fighters. This week's limited free fighters: Kusanagi Kyo, Qin Guohan, Robert, Shiranui Mai, Athena. Black Kite has already understood the mission mechanism of the final arena. Each issue will open a pool of 20 characters, and adventurers can randomly draw 5 of these 20 characters as limited time free. If you encounter a character that you particularly like and are particularly good at, adventurers can choose to spend contribution points to purchase permanent use rights of the character, or purchase character fragments by accumulating secret realm points. As long as there is enough time, you can also obtain the corresponding character. Black Kite has to admire the business acumen of the Lord of Miracle City. The contribution points of Miracle City are extremely scarce, and the elements that can arouse the desire of adventurers are everywhere. Don't you have to work crazy for the territory? What adventurers are most worried about is that although there are many characters in the final arena, most of them are meaningless skin-changing characters. It's not that everyone doubts the level and production ability of Miracle City. The problem is, this is just a secondary secret realm. This is usually not taken seriously in other dungeons. It is usually used to place outdated secret realms that are about to be eliminated, or to use scraps to make secret realms, so the quality is usually not very high. Black Kite swept through 5 characters in turn. Kyo Kusanagi. Martial arts style. Kusanagi Ryu ancient martial arts. This is a masculine man with short brown hair and a red headband, black trousers and red gloves. During the battle demonstration, red flames are wrapped around his body, and the flame special effects are bright and cool when the moves are released. Qin Guohan. Martial arts style. Iron Ball Rampage, Death Meteor Hammer. This is a burly and fat bald man with a hideous face, wearing a great prison uniform, heavy shackles on his hands, and a giant iron ball and chain as weapons, which gives people a feeling of oppression. Robert Garcia. Martial arts style. Flying Swallow Dragon God Foot, Extreme Karate. This is a man with long golden hair tied in a ponytail, quite aristocratic. His moves are elegant and swift, and his leg techniques look very gorgeous. Mai Shiranui. Martial arts style. Shiranui style ninjutsu, Dragon Flame Dance. This is a sexy red-dressed ninja with a hot body, and unusually hot and bold clothes. She seems to be good at using flames and fan ninja tools. Athena Asamiya. Martial arts style. Ancient fist of the flame country, psychokinesis. This is a cute girl with twin ponytails. When fighting, she is surrounded by a spiritual light ball. She seems to have both long-range containment and close-range combo strength. This is definitely not a skin change, although Black Kite has not officially experienced it yet. From the character image, background information, and battle demonstration, she can make such a judgment 100%. Other adventurers who enter the secret realm also express their feelings. This is too strong. These characters have distinct characteristics, and their strength distribution is very balanced. All of them are about level 2 and 1 star. Are you kidding me? It's just a secondary secret realm. Is it necessary to use so much material? If other dungeon lords saw this amount of material, they would vomit blood. Even I think it's too wasteful. So many characters are used to create a secret realm? What's even more excessive is an insignificant secondary secret realm. Don't doubt it. Even in the strongest and largest Tianyun city in Blackstone Town, the materials used in the end of the world arena will not be inferior to any main secret realm. Only Miracle City will make such a luxurious and even wasteful move. Old Thief Chi, let me know what it means to be willful when you have talent. With such a huge investment and such dedication, what's wrong with collecting a few contribution points from adventurers? This kind of conscientious dungeon, this kind of genius lore deserves to make a fortune. Hei Yuan chose Kusanagi Kyo. Anyway, each challenge lasts for 30 minutes, and as a second level adventurer, he has 10 points of energy, which is enough to experience all the free characters. Selection completed, matching opponents, random venue, 5 seconds later. Hei Yuan appeared in the form of Kusanagi Kyo. The surroundings were filled with shouts and pungent cigarette smells. This is a 30 square meter shabby open-air arena, surrounded by dirty and messy fortresses, and dense neon signs are lit. There is a large circle of stands around, with at least a few hundred people sitting in them. Everyone is waving the betting tickets in their hands, shouting at the top of their lungs, and their faces are red. Obviously, this is not the scene of the King of Fighters. When Chi-Ji was making the final arena, since the scene production did not cost much, in order to enhance the competitive experience, he prepared a large number of fighting scenes. This Hong Kong-style fortress venue is one of the special scenes for the single-player mode. But it is just an ordinary scene. There are more atmosphere groups to provide emotional value. There are many special scenes in the secret realm of the final arena that have venue interactions. For example, on the top of a building hundreds of meters high, you will fall to your death on the cliffs, or there are pillars and cars that can be blown up in some venues to increase the excitement, realism, and excitement. The opponent of the Black Kite is Nanshank. And the character chosen by Nanshank is Nikaido Benimaru. This person wears a red sleeveless off-shoulder jacket on the upper body, black tight trousers on the lower body, and his long golden hair is combed into an exaggerated lightning-shaped broom head. This style is very individual and very flamboyant. The moment the two came on stage, the atmosphere group on the scene immediately shouted loudly. Some of these NPC atmosphere groups supported Hei Yuan, and some supported Nan Shanka. The atmosphere was full, and people quickly entered the state. Hei Yuan felt the atmosphere on the scene, and the feeling of blood was gradually aroused. I can't believe that this is just a secondary secret realm. Nan Shanka. Indeed, this is obviously a secret realm worth a long-term challenge. Even if there are so many characters, they won't get tired of fighting for 3 to 5 years. Stop talking nonsense. Let's start. The two adventurers started the duel. There were many adventurers watching the secret realm crystal. Everyone has understood the competition rules of the end battle. Each battle lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes. Both sides get points through effective attacks. The points generated are different for different locations attacked. There are 3 conditions for winning. 1. The first to get 100 points wins. 2. When the time is up, the one with the highest score wins. 3. The one who completely knocks down the opponent wins directly regardless of the score. At this moment, Black Kite and Nanshank started fighting. Both of them were second-level adventurers with rich adventure experience. Although they were playing roles for the first time and were not very familiar with the moves, they were able to present a good fight. Nanshank shook his long golden hair. He took the initiative to attack. He first tried with a flurry of ordinary punches and kicks. Then, relying on the muscle memory of his body, he attacked with an II kick. This was one of the moves that Nikaido Benimaru had practiced for many years. It was a lightning-fast midsection kick, and the movement was as fast as an II slash, often used as a combo starter. Bang! Black Kite made a defensive move. The two warriors' true chi collided and cancelled each other out. Add 1. Get a point first. Take my Thunder Fist. Nanshank's morale was boosted, and he pursued the victory. The moment the fist was thrown, a visible lightning flashed. Add 1. Although Hei Yuan still used his true chi to protect her body to block the attack, she could clearly feel the numb electric shock. She realized that continuing passive defense was not good, so she jumped to avoid a lower kick and counterattacked with 100 Styles Demon Burning. In an instant, the flame spiral rose into the sky. Nanshank was shocked and quickly turned back to avoid it. Hei Yuan immediately launched a Dula 2 to pursue, and his right leg was wrapped in burning flames, sweeping Nanshank fiercely, kicking him over in an instant, causing considerable damage. At 7, the score was back. Nanshank realized that he was too eager to take advantage of others and fell into a passive position, so he quickly used his luck to defend himself to resist the next attack, and Hei Yuan would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. He opened the way with a series of light and heavy punches and kicks. Then he controlled Kusanagi Kyo's body to use 100 styles, Aburoguruma. This is a set of 3 consecutive fire punches. The fire fists were blasted out like flowing clouds in water, and the flames kept rolling forward like a chariot. It was not only powerful, but also had a cool effect. But Nanshank had entered a defensive posture. He was only scored 3 points by the opponent. It's my turn. After withstanding a wave of continuous attacks, Nanshank shouted and seized the short flaw to perform Red Pill Throw. The performance of this move is to quickly grab the opponent, attack with a whole body instantaneous discharge, and then take advantage of the opponent's paralysis after being hit, and smash him to the ground to cause huge damage. At 9, both sides were a little unfamiliar with this body and the abilities it possessed at the beginning, but after a few rounds of fighting, they found that they were quickly adapting to this body, so their movements became more and more fluent. You punch. I kick. Punches hit the flesh, legs and kicks are solid, both sides move neatly. And because the characters' performances are highly balanced, so it is full of tactics, and very enjoyable to watch. Not only that, one can shoot fire and the other can release lightning, making the battle more entertaining. No one can easily do anything to the other. The fierce fight lasted 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Hei Yuan scored 75. Nanshank scored 81. Nanshank temporarily took the lead. Hei Yuan realized that it might not be good to continue fighting like this, so she began to look for a way to break the situation, and she found that during the battle, the warrior's true chi was constantly circulating and condensing in the dantian. This is a process of accumulating power. At this moment, the dantian has condensed a powerful true chi energy. If the power can be released in one breath, perhaps the outcome of this battle can be changed. How to use it? Hei Yuan frantically communicated with Kusanagi Kyo's body, and finally a trick called Orochi Nagi came to his mind. The essence of this trick is to concentrate all the flame power at one point and release it, thus causing extremely terrifying destructive power. This is it. Decisively distanced himself, and without waiting for Nanshank to catch up, he shouted and released the power accumulated in his dantian, instantly forming a fierce flame around his body, and then all the flames flowed to the index finger of his right hand. Compress again. A large amount of flames condensed at one point. Nanshank felt the power of this move, and the next move was extraordinary, probably the opponent's ultimate move. There were 2 choices at this moment. The first was to block. Although it would cause damage, it should be able to be defended. The second was to fight back with the ultimate move and fight with the opponent. Thunder Fist. Nanshank shouted and swung his right fist violently, and the violent lightning burst out instantly, forming a huge thunder ball, making the whole venue pale. Almost at the same time, Black Kite Snake was released, and the flames condensed at one point turned into a wave of flames and exploded, instantly colliding with the lightning. This collision of lightning and fire was so fierce that the audience and the adventurers outside were stunned, finally, because Black Kite had been charged. So the power was even better. The flames passed through the lightning and bombarded Nanshank. Nanshank's body was instantly blown away by the huge force. His hair and clothes were burned black, and he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. This battle, the final winner, is the adventurer Hei Yuan. When looking at the burn marks covering half of the field, Hei Yuan looked at his hands and felt incredible. The excitement of this fight was far beyond her expectations and imagination. This was the most evenly matched, exciting and thrilling fighting secret realm she had ever experienced. This Kusanagi Kyo is so useful. Orochi Nagi is so cool. Must buy. Chapter 144. Chi-Ji always keeps a close eye on the secret realm of the territory, especially the performance and feedback of the latest secret realm end of the arena. This fighting secret realm built on the prototype of King of Fighters has been experienced by 400 or 500 adventurers. The current evaluation can be said to be rave reviews and almost zero negative reviews. Fast-paced battles. Fist-to-flesh fighting. One by one, vivid characters. Enough to generate strong passion in adventurers. Many adventurers have been addicted to it. This end of the arena is similar to the competitive mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm, but the latter's gunfight competition element is a unique feature of Miracle City, which naturally attracts a large number of adventurers to indulge in it. Even big adventurers like Baihajusher and Bianhua have the urge to enter the Frenzy Secret Realm from time to play a gunfight competition, and even spend nearly 1,000 contribution points to buy a bunch of weapons. The end of the arena tends to be a traditional fighting battle. This is obviously not irreplaceable, but as long as it is made well enough, fun and rich. This kind of bloody fighting with fists and flesh, melee combat has a wide audience and can definitely attract a large number of fans. Other dungeons. It is possible to find secrets of the same type. It is extremely difficult to find secrets of similar quality. First of all, the extreme stacking of nearly 200 characters is enough to make competitors far behind. Of course, the more characters, the better. The most important thing for competitive secrets is balance. If the balance is not enough, the fun of competition will be greatly reduced. The King of Fighters secret crystal materials obtained by Miracle City are mainly arcade games. Of course, there are a lot of related official comic novels and derivative peripherals, and the character materials extracted from different works are very different. Character materials are extracted from official novels and works derived from the world view. For example, protagonists like Kyo Kusanagi and Iwari Yagami are definitely stronger than most fighters. This version of the characters is suitable for making plot-oriented secret realms, but not for fighting competition secret realms. Even for characters in the main game, there are also different stages and states to choose from. For example, normal Yagami, runaway Yagami, etc. Each version and each form has formed an independent character material, so the volume of King of Fighters inspiration crystals is actually quite considerable. Chi-Ji chose the arcade version of the character material. Adventurers will be surprised to find that although the martial arts schools and fighting styles of 100 or 200 characters are completely different, they are at least completely balanced in terms of character performance. For example, heavy punches, light punches, and moves. These moves may be expressed in different ways. Some are smoother and easier to use, and some are more difficult to use, but at least the scores are basically similar, and there will never be a situation where the defense is not broken. In this way, richness and balance are taken into account. It is extremely difficult to achieve other dungeons. Currently, all the characters appearing in the final arena are level 2 and 1 star. This is also a very subtle level of strength. The strength of the fighting competition secret realm should not be too high or too low. If the character strength is too low, it will look meaningless. If the character strength is too high, there will be no exciting experience and sense of tactics, and the balance will be more difficult. The performance of the character with level 2 and 1 star strength. It will not make the battle too exaggerated and out of control, but also ensure a high degree of viewing and competitiveness. There is more room for tactical application, and at the same time, it allows adventurers to experience the exciting and refreshing feeling of punching. Without a doubt, the secret realm of the final arena. In the future, it will attract a large number of die-hard fans who love hot-blooded fighting. This secret realm does not require a detailed worldview, and it is also very simple and easy to update. Chi-Ji specially created a Tianshu group as the organizer of the final arena. In Chi-Ji's setting, this group is a super multinational group that is powerful enough to control the global situation. They are committed to gathering the power of ancient evil gods, creating the strongest humans, and developing the ultimate potential of organisms. This season is based on the prototype of the King of Fighters 97 version. The final boss is the Tianshu group trying to revive the evil god Orochi, and finally Orochi was defeated by the strongest fighting team composed of adventurers. The next season can be based on the prototype of the King of Fighters 98 version, and the final boss can be set as the Tianshu group successfully stealing the power of Orochi in the previous generation, using it to revive and transform local burns, and using adventurers for testing. So on and on. Each generation of boss is either an ancient evil god, or a super android, or a cyborg. This ensures that adventurers can enjoy fighting competitions while having a goal to pursue and challenge, allowing adventurers to work hard to gain points, and then cut leaks in the process. Chi-Ji observed the end arena for half an hour, And he found that this secret realm not only recovered a lot of contribution points for the territory, but also its mental output was close to the plot secret realm of deep role-playing. In terms of material production, the output of the end arena is mainly modern materials. Although the 200 or 300 data collected so far, 99% of them are similar to the Frenzy Secret Realm, which produces a large amount of basic materials, mainly high-end food and beverages, and the average output is more than the Frenzy Secret Realm level. In addition, a skill stone appeared, and no spirit was seen to explode. This shows that the output of this secret realm is mainly based on basic resources and skill stones. If you want to fight for spirits and equipment, the low explosion rate of the end battle may not be the best choice. Each secret realm has its own specialty. How to balance the relationship between secret realm development and resource output is an important task for a lord. Although the output of basic spirits in the end battle is low, it can also bring considerable income to the dungeon with a large amount of high-quality basic materials. Let alone, at least it can greatly improve the material enjoyment of the territory. As a lord, Chi-Ji's personal quality of life can be greatly improved. He then learned about the progress of the Frenzy Secret Realm and the 10 Kingdoms Secret Realm. 10 Kingdoms Secret Realm. Although it was impacted by the new Secret Realm, the end of the arena. But today, the number of adventurers exploring Ashina has increased instead of decreased. Famous adventurers such as Higanbana, Hakuhajushi, and Sanju are still immersed in the world of Ashina. Higanbana's next goal is to challenge all the most powerful enemies to complete the collection, while Hakuhajushi, Sanju and others are sprinting to pass the level. Frenzy Secret Realm. Because part of the popularity was absorbed by the newly released End Arena and the hotly discussed 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter, the popularity has declined very rarely, but it still accounts for slightly more than 50%, and it is still the most popular secret realm in Miracle City. After all, the threshold of frenzy is low, and the content is extremely rich. The competitive mode has a group of die-hard fans. The level mode is also a must experience for adventurers. As for the plot mode, the Biochemical Past and Black Light Advent chapters are both very powerful. Chi-Ji has updated the 7th and 8th chapters in the Black Light Advent chapter. If the first 6 chapters plus the prologue are all simple modes, then these 2 chapters are undoubtedly difficult modes. The plot of the 7th act is about attacking the virus Mother Nest to save his sister, and finally challenging the Supreme Hunter. The plot of the 8th act is that after a series of operations, Elizabeth Green, who was hiding behind the scenes, was finally forced out. A battle defeated the Mother Body, and completed the absorption. Brother A's strength will reach its peak after this, which is close to the strength of the 4th level. These 2 acts are extremely valuable chapters in the Black Light chapter. Although they are not as difficult as some of the extremely difficult battles in the Ashina chapter, they are also quite challenging. It is impossible for adventurers to pass the level as easily as the previous 6 or 7 chapters. It is normal to die 8 or 10 times in each act, which is enough to block adventurers for a while. Because the Black Light chapter is a paid secret realm, it is particularly suitable for cutting leaks. Of course, as a paid secret realm, so the experience cannot be too bad. The difficulty of passing these 2 acts is indeed very high, but there are also many very cool content and designs. Adventurers can completely leave the fight against the boss to the end, and I believe they will not complain even if they are stuck for 3 or 5 days. At this moment, Secret Hall. Black Kite experienced Kusanagi Kyo, Chen Guohan, Robert, Shiranui Mai, Athena, and experienced 7 duels in total, with 5 wins and 2 losses. The challenge has ended. This evaluation, below, your end of the arena points increased by 5. You got Lafite red wine, 1 box. Black Kite was still not satisfied when he saw the settlement information. Is there only a below evaluation? Black Kite realized that it was difficult to get a high evaluation in the end of the arena. After a round of challenges in the single-player mode, even if he won 7 or 8 games, he would probably only have a B-high evaluation. Evaluation is high or low. It does not entirely depend on the winning rate and the number of games. This is also linked to the excitement of the duel. Sometimes, whether you can find a good opponent who is evenly matched is also a secondary factor in improving the evaluation score. As for the prize, 6 bottles of high-end red wine. Black Kite has long heard that the basic materials produced by Miracle City are of extremely high value. In particular, some good things such as wine, tobacco, and cigars can be exchanged for contribution points. This red wine is a more popular top-quality wine than Mazi wine. It occasionally appears in the Frenzy Secret Realm, but the explosion rate is not high. I didn't expect it to explode in the end arena. This box of wine is as valuable as most first-level materials with grades. Whether it is taken to the adventurer town to sell, or kept for your own enjoyment, it is a good choice. After learning that each bottle of Lafite can be exchanged for 2 contribution points, He Yuan handed in the whole box without any hesitation. She is a second-level adventurer after all, and she has no shortage of soul sand to make a living. She doesn't need to enjoy it herself, so how can it be compared to the contribution points of Miracle City? 12 contribution points in hand. Great, an adventurer came to ask. Boss He Yuan, what do you think? Which of these 5 characters is the most fun? He Yuan, each of the 5 characters has its own characteristics. I personally like Kusanagi Kyo the most. I must save up contribution points to buy permanent use rights. Kyo Kusanagi's Orochi Nagi is really handsome, and the other ultimate move is also very domineering and powerful. I like Nikaido Benimaru's lightning fist. I don't care. Yagami is the coolest. I like my Shiranui. What man doesn't like my Shiranui? It would be great if their skills could be exposed. What's the point of getting skill stones? It's better to get spirits directly. At this moment, the first batch of adventurers who experienced the end of the world arena have gradually exited the secret realm. The adventurers were very sorry to find that the spirit explosion rate of the secret realm was very low. So far, no one has exploded the spirit. However, this is not surprising, as most competitive secret realms are like this. Although the spirit explosion rate of the end of the world arena is extremely low, once a spirit is exploded, it may be a named soul. After all, the 200 characters are all top fighters with names. He Yuan began to queue up for the next challenge. The crystals in the Miracle City Secret Realm Hall have exceeded 1,000, so the waiting time in line will not be very long. During this process, He Yuan communicated with Nan Shanka and other adventurers who like the end of the world arena. A second-level adventurer codenamed Crazy Eyes Fighting Maniac is an avid fan of the fighting secret realm. The launch of the end of the world arena is very suitable for the appetite. He said, the battle mode of this secret realm is ultimately for practice and entertainment. The really interesting and worthwhile challenge is the King of Fighters contest. He Yuan nodded. The King of Fighters contest is equivalent to fighting directly with the main body, and each of these fighters is a truly experienced master. With our current proficiency, it may be difficult to win. Yes, not only that, the King of Fighters contest must be a group of 3. This is more troublesome. But if you win 10 games in a row, you can enter Tianshu City to meet the final challenge. This may be a way to reveal the character's spirit. Everyone was moved. It is indeed very likely. If you can be the first to clear the King of Fighters contest, you can not only satisfy your personal desire for conquest, but also increase your reputation in Miracle City, and even among adventurers. You are also likely to unlock various achievements, limited edition badges, and even surprise rewards. Now most of the top bosses in Miracle City are in 10 Kingdoms and Crazy Tide. They have a good chance. This King of Fighters tournament is not so easy to get through, because you must win 10 games in a row to enter Tianshu City to meet the final challenge, not to mention what the final challenge is. Just winning 10 games in a row is extremely challenging. These 10 games will definitely become more difficult as time goes by. Any failed battle will have to start over. That is why it is particularly important to choose the participating characters and find partners. Only by finding reliable teammates and forming a reasonable character lineup can you have a greater chance of winning. Now is obviously not the time to challenge the King of Fighters tournament. You need to practice more to master the moves of the characters and the means of the vast number of potential opponents, and you also need to find reliable teammates to form a team. In addition, limited free characters cannot participate in the competition. After all, limited free characters are replaced every 3 days. Once the character is selected in the King of Fighters tournament, it cannot be replaced before the end of this round of competition. You must use your own characters to participate in the competition. Although the newly released End of the World Arena is quite popular at the moment, the attention to several old secret realms is still as high as ever. For example, Pig King, Cranky Chicken, Cat Meng Meng, Li Huiyulua, Nancy Leah, etc. are all gathered around the secret crystal of Blackstone Hammer King to watch him explore the plot of the 7th act of the Black Light chapter. Li Huiyulua said, today is already the 10th day of awakening. So it's very close to the 18th day. Nancy Leah's expression was solemn. The infection rate in this city has reached 30 to 40%. The spread of the virus is too fast. The order of the city is close to collapse. Mao Mingming said, Elizabeth must be actively spreading the virus behind the scenes, otherwise the Black Light virus cannot spread so fast. If she is not eliminated as soon as possible, this city will most likely be completely destroyed. Black light and Ashina are completely different styles of secret realms. The plot of the former is usually very straightforward and simple, and the plot of the seventh act is also the same. After his sister was captured, the Blackstone Hammer King obtained the help of Dr. Lalonde. He not only confirmed that Elizabeth was the mastermind behind everything, but also captured and absorbed a hunter leader, and found Elizabeth's nest from his memory. This nest is located in the center of Manhattan. Dina Moser is likely to be hidden in the nest. However, this place is Elizabeth's base camp, guarded by a large number of hunters and mutant monsters. No matter how strong Brother Ego is, it is very difficult to fight Elizabeth in this environment by himself. What's more, the other party is hostages, but fortunately, Dr. Lalonde provided help again. He specially copied a pathogen agent, which once restrained the black light virus in Brother Ego's body, so theoretically it should also be effective against Elizabeth. The usual pathogen injection is not enough. The Blackstone Hammer King learned through infiltration intelligence. Blackwatch sent a unit codenamed Stinger to clean up the most infected central area of Manhattan. They tried to completely destroy the mother nest at all costs, and cut off the source of virus transmission. The adventurers saw the value of using it. This Stinger team is not only well-equipped and well-trained. They also used a super tank called Hot Barium Tank. This tank can fire super-strong thermobaric bombs, which can destroy a building with one shot, enough to kill into the area where the mother nest is located. With Elizabeth's ability, she will definitely be able to intercept the intelligence of this operation, and then send hunters and infected people to ambush in advance, so as to block the Hot Barium Tank and the army at a safe distance. After obtaining relevant intelligence, Blackstone Hammer King took action immediately. This time, not only did he not cause trouble to Blackwatch, but he took the initiative to clean up the hunters and infected people close to Blackwatch, and absorbed and disguised himself as the driver of the Hot Barium Tank, and controlled this super killer without anyone noticing. Driving the Hot Barium Tank, Blackstone Hammer King rushed into the most seriously infected area. When the adventurers saw the appearance of this area, everyone's face showed shock and disbelief. This core-contaminated area has become a bright red world, and the streets are full of festering, hideous black light zombies. The high-rise buildings that represent human civilization are now unrecognizable. Inside and outside the surface of the high-rise building, it is full of dense blood vessels, like a large-scale fungal blanket covered with malignant tumors. Traces of civilization. It has been completely destroyed. Only giant nests of flesh and blood remain. The adventurer dared not imagine that the black light virus would spread so quickly. After all, it has only been 10 days since Brother AI woke up from the morgue. If it continues at this rate, it will only be a matter of time before the entire city falls. The zombie tide is coming. Authorized to use the thermobaric bomb mode. The Blackstone Hammer King received an order from the commander of the Stinger Special Forces. He saw hundreds of zombies appearing in front of him. Facing the dense crowd of zombies, he was not surprised, but excited. Watch me. The Hot Barium Tank fired a shell from its muzzle. This was not an ordinary shell, but a thermobaric shell. When the shell fell into the zombie group, the whole world fell into a brief silence, and then a huge flame was released, vaporizing the zombies in the center of the explosion on the spot. Not only that, the moment the fuel gas cloud was detonated, a large amount of thermite powder was released to react with the air, thus forming a secondary combustion effect, greatly expanding the range of high-temperature damage. This kind of fierce combustion and explosion will consume all the oxygen in an instant, thus forming a local vacuum and generating a violent shock wave. Its power is so strong that it can not only easily cause fatal injuries to the affected humans, but also cause huge damage to reinforced concrete buildings. One shot, few of the hundreds or thousands of zombies can still stand up. The power of this weapon can be imagined. It is simply the ultimate in violent aesthetics. Awesome. Too powerful. If this tank can explode, why worry about Miracle City not being able to sweep all directions? I really didn't expect that there would be such a terrible weapon in the world of Frenzy. The adventurers were all amazed. All were shocked by the power of the Hot Barium Tank, and the Blackstone Hammer King did not waste time. His target was other nests near the mother nest, so he immediately adjusted the turret to continue shooting. Boom, boom, boom. Every explosion of the Hot Barium Tank's thermobaric bomb will form a large area of vacuum and silence, and every shock wave generated is extremely destructive and visually impactful. 20 or 30-story buildings. One shot destroyed and burned directly. Such a terrible weapon, such exaggerated destructive power, undoubtedly once again broke the imagination of adventurers, and also realized the horror of the equipment in the technological world. The adventurers outside were shocked and shocked. What's more, the Black Stone Hammer King who personally controlled the hot barium tank, he felt that he had turned into a demon god who dominated destruction. All obstacles in front of him could be turned into ashes, and collapsed in an instant. This feeling was too exciting and too addictive. Just the scene. It's enough to earn back the ticket price. Chapter 145. At this moment, Chi-Ji is paying attention to the Black Light's secret realm. This Black Light is recognized by adventurers as a super cool secret realm. The protagonist Alex not only has super strong character performance and growth, but also has a more perverted ability to plunder part of anyone's memory and skills through forced absorption. Can't drive? Just grab a driver on the roadside and absorb him. Can't drive a helicopter? Just pull one down from the sky and absorb the driver. The same goes for driving a tank. The Black Stone Hammer King can skillfully drive a hot barium tank. It is precisely because he has absorbed the driving skills and related knowledge of the tank driver. Other chapters and other secret realms do not have so many vehicles available, let alone so many powerful weapons. Even if it is to freely drive tanks and helicopters, or to experience wanton destruction and killing, it is enough to attract a lot of people to willingly pay for the Black Light chapter. Chi-Ji glanced at the approximate income. The Black Light chapter has recovered hundreds of thousands of contribution points for Miracle City. This number is just the starting point. There are many new adventurers who are short of money. They are obviously envious of the experience of flying into the sky and into the ground in the Black Light chapter, but they really can't afford enough contribution points. In the future, with the development of the territory economy and the continuous surge in the number of adventurers, the value that can be created will be inestimable. Such a secret realm will run for 3 or 2 years. The contribution points that can be recovered are definitely in the hundreds of millions. And these hundreds of millions of contribution points correspond to countless spirits, resources, and the corresponding value created by adventurers who work like cows and horses and go through life and death. Boom, boom, a terrifying explosion. Mushroom clouds rose one after another. The power released by each attack made the adventurers' heart tremble. After a fierce bombardment and slaughter, the special thermobaric shells were quickly used up. Although the ammunition was exhausted, the goal had been achieved. The virus tissue nests and shrimp soldiers and crab generals near the core mother nest were all cleared, and the mother nest was also hit by a shot and a big hole was blown out. The opportunity has come. The Black Stone Hammer King left the tank and entered the mother nest. This mother nest was originally a building of about 40 or 50 floors. Now it is filled with dark red flesh and black organic tissue from inside to outside, and the surface is covered with creeping tentacles, cysts and pustules. It is constantly shrinking and expanding like a living organ, emitting sticky corrupt liquid. The pollution spreads with the mother nest as the center. The ground near the building has been corroded into purple and black, covered with fungal carpet-like substances, and dark red spore mist is floating in the air, accompanied by low heartbeats and sticky creeping sound effects in the background. Such a scene is extremely depressing and oppressive. Not only that, the huge tumors in the mother nest can hatch hunters and other biochemical monsters at any time, making it very dangerous to explore this area. Ordinary people cannot survive in such an environment for more than a minute. The Black Stone Hammer King is fearless, with the powerful ability of Brother AI. He kills hunters while going deep into the mother nest. All monsters killed by the Black Stone Hammer King are absorbed and replenished without exception to keep them in peak condition. This is a harsh environment where humans can hardly survive. This hideous, terrifying, and extremely dangerous monster. It is not a threat to Alex at all. He easily kills to the center of the mother nest. This place is like the inside of a giant uterus full of malignant tumors, with huge tumors and flesh tentacles everywhere, and a thin figure appeared in front of the adventurer. This person is none other than Elizabeth Green. The Black Stone Hammer King was overjoyed. He then asked, "Where is Dina?" Elizabeth replied indifferently, "She is with us now." During the conversation between the two, the flesh and blood tissues on all sides squirmed. Several huge tentacles were released. The Black Stone Hammer King directly turned on the claw mode, with a reaction speed dozens of times faster than ordinary people, and easily tore the tentacles one by one, and killed Elizabeth in an unstoppable manner. "You have become stronger." Elizabeth's eyes had a hint of fanaticism. "We will all become more perfect." Although she is the mother of the virus, and the Black Light virus is produced from her, she is still a half-human and half-virus existence in essence. Alex is different. This is a mutated new prototype. The one and only 100% virus man, the moment Elizabeth sensed its existence. She had the idea of absorbing it, or being absorbed by it. In Chi-Ji's setting, Elizabeth's humanity was extremely indifferent, and what she pursued was to evolve the most extreme prototype. And if she wanted to evolve the most extreme prototype, Elizabeth was destined to become its sacrifice and nourishment. It was just that she couldn't judge whether this prototype was a perfect virus symbiosis like Paria, or a pure virus man like the one in front of her, so she needed to keep testing to verify Alex's value. If Alex's potential was great enough, she would let it absorb her without hesitation. On the contrary, if her potential is not enough, she will absorb Alex to pave the way for being absorbed in the future. Elizabeth did not waste words, and used her consciousness to control the Mother Nest organization to attack Alex. All kinds of virus tentacles and ground spikes were released continuously. At the same time, the Mother Nest's flesh and blood squirmed wildly, constantly summoning hunters and various black light monsters. This place is Elizabeth's home court. Although the adventurer's combat power is extremely high now, it is almost impossible to defeat her in this environment. When the stalemate time exceeds 15 minutes, your potential is not enough. Elizabeth merged with the Mother Nest. Chi-Ji knew that the game was over when he saw this. When Elizabeth personally merged into the Mother Nest and joined the battle, the intensity of the attack on the adventurer increased by more than 10 times, and the various tentacles stabbed densely like rain, which was simply numbing. There was no chance of winning. This was a plot kill specially designed by Chi-Ji. The Blackstone Hammer King lasted less than 5 minutes before he was completely torn apart and swallowed. Challenge failed. The Blackstone Hammer King left the secret realm in disgrace. What's going on? This Mother Nest is so difficult to fight. Chi-Ji couldn't help but feel a little gloating when he saw this. Watching adventurers being abused in various ways is one of the greatest pleasures of daily life. If nothing unexpected happens, adventurers will inevitably suffer many times here. According to his settings, Alex's strength at this time is already very strong. But there is still a big gap compared to Elizabeth. Elizabeth is in the Mother Nest, and she has the home advantage bonus. It is almost an impossible task to defeat her at this time. As long as the adventurer cannot change his mindset in time, he will be 100% tortured. So how to deal with this situation? Of course there is a way. Before entering the Mother Nest, the adventurer will first obtain a pathogen that specifically restrains the black light virus. And this is the key to dealing with the inevitable death situation and promoting the plot progress. Next, as long as you die a few more times, you will find out. The Mother Nest in the 7th act is impossible to defeat. However, every time you encounter Elizabeth, the latter will not take action immediately, and will observe for about 15 minutes. This is the plot, or the time Chi-Ji leaves for the adventurer. If the adventurer cannot respond effectively within the limited time, Elizabeth will express disappointment and merge with the Mother Nest to launch a plot kill. It's obvious. The key to breaking this battle is not to fight with the monsters, but to get close to Elizabeth within the limited time and inject the pathogen into her body. Elizabeth will suffer because of her arrogance. Then, under the influence of the pathogen, her body will go out of control, and the Supreme Hunter will be separated, and then she will quickly flee the scene. The final boss in the Mother Nest is the Supreme Hunter. The Supreme Hunter is a part of Elizabeth. But this does not mean that this guy is easy to deal with. It has the strength of a 3rd level 4-star when it appears. This strength is definitely not inferior to Alex at this stage, and the Supreme Hunter can basically use the moves and skills that Alex can use, and even has thicker skin and flesh, and infinite strength. Another difficult boss battle, so if nothing unexpected happens, the adventurer will be stuck in the 7th and 8th scenes for several days. The adventurer wins sleep purchased the 7th scene of Black Light Advent, and you recovered 50 contribution points. Adventurer Grumpy Chicken purchased the 7th episode of Black Light Advent, and you recovered 50 contribution points. Adventurer Pig King purchased the 7th episode of Black Light Advent, and you recovered 50 contribution points. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King purchased the 7th episode of Black Light Advent, and you recovered 50 contribution points. Adventurers have been defeated and fought again and again. In order to obtain more contribution points, they have to hand in more supplies. As expected by Boss Chi, they enjoy it and can't stop. No one can refuse to drive a thermobaric tank. It feels so good to blow up an entire building with one shot and flatten a street with one shot. Brother AI is currently strong enough. Even if he loses to Elizabeth in the end, he can easily sweep dozens of hunters or mutant creatures. When the number of high-level monsters eliminated at one time is large enough, the explosion rate of spirits can be effectively increased. So even if the boss battle fails, there is also a 30% chance of dropping a first-level 5-star high-level Blacklight zombie. Although this first-level 5-star monster is less valuable than a tank or a witch, it can still be exchanged for 120 contribution points. There is also a 10% chance of dropping a second-level 1-star ordinary Blacklight Hunter Spirit, which can be directly exchanged for 400 contribution points. If you get one, it can cover the expenses of at least 4 challenges. Even if the spirit does not appear, the Air Force rate will not be higher than 20%. Usually at least some guns and weapons will be dropped. Adventurers have found that as long as they hand in all their output, even if they lose a little, it is within an acceptable range. The economic pressure is not as great as they imagined, and the emotional value obtained cannot be measured by material things. When adventurers are crazy about challenges, they never get tired of it. Various spirits, materials, and guns were constantly turned into the inventory. Chi-Ji was naturally happy to see this happen, and expressed his affirmation of the enthusiasm of the adventurers. Because Chi-Ji's territory would automatically upgrade in 4 days, Chi-Ji mainly accumulated blueprints and resources in the next period of time, and did not carry out large-scale construction and secret realm investment. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Miracle City was operating normally. The number of adventurers grew steadily. Today it officially broke through the 3,000 mark. Several major events happened in the territory during this process. For example, 6 people successively cleared the Ashina chapter of the 10 Kingdoms secret realm. In other words, including Higanbana, 7 people cleared the Ashina Kingdom. Recently, the number of adventurers challenging Ashina has increased significantly, and the output of spirits and resources has also increased sharply. 3 named spirits alone have been exploded. The Ashina Jinakairo's spirit exploded when Baihajushir cleared the level. This is the final form of the blackened Jinakairo holding the undead slash to open the door, so the spirit grade is as high as 3-star level 3. Such a high grade. It is also a named spirit. Its value can be imagined. Other secret realms have also achieved very good results. For example, after a tormenting battle, the adventurers of the Black Light chapter finally defeated the Supreme Hunter in the 7th act and rescued their sister Dina, and then entered the 8th act to fight a decisive battle with Elizabeth. The 8th act of the Black Light plot. It is the 11th day of Brother A's awakening. It is not difficult to see that the formal part of this secret realm has entered the late stage. Although Chi-Ji has not built a large-scale project recently, he has also carried out 1 or 2 important constructions, one of which is to purchase the 3rd-level Spirit Altar blueprint to upgrade the main city Spirit Altar to the 3rd level. This greatly increased the number of contractable adventurers. Miracle City officially has the ability to contract 3rd-level adventurers. After some operations, Higanbana handed over the 3rd-level Spirit Skeleton Ancient King to Tianyun City in exchange for the support of the Lord of Tianyun City, and changed the contract to Miracle City. She has now officially become the first 3rd-level contract adventurer. Recontract. Reorganize the soul. The 1st-level soul chooses Tank Zombie, the 2nd-level soul chooses Phantom Ninja Butterfly, and the 3rd-level soul chooses Sakura Dragon. Higanbana's cultivation progress originally reached 44% of the 3rd level. Recontracting the dungeon caused a lot of loss, so that it directly slipped to 5% of the 3rd level. Although the loss was not small, the 3rd level cultivation was not lost. The 2nd level spirit is a named soul, which adds an additional 5 points of energy. The 3rd level spirit is a rare soul, which adds an additional 7 points of energy. The current upper limit of Higanbana's energy value has reached an astonishing 37 points. Her daily energy value is difficult to use up. Even if she does not rely on territory facilities, she has strong mobility. These days, a deliberate saving, plus continuous caching. Miracle City's resource reserves have increased significantly. The current mental power reserve is 62,245. The soul crystal reserve is 36060, and the material essence, 1st level, reserve is 10420. In addition, the 1st level spirit reserve exceeds 8,000, the 2nd level spirit reserve has reached more than 400, and the 1st level spirit has reached more than 600 4-star and 5-star high-quality spirits. As for the inventory of various firearms, it has reached nearly 1,000. Whether it is ordinary supplies, basic resources, spirits, or equipment, they are all growing continuously. Although the territory will officially enter the 2nd level era after tomorrow, Chi-Ji and the territory have made sufficient preparations for response. With so many resources in hand, there is no need to worry about not being able to deal with the mere Thunder City. Of course, this is still not enough. It is necessary to save more soul crystals. Chi-Ji plans to go back to the Lord's world for a large purchase in the near future. Currently, there are less than 40,000 soul crystals, which seems to be a lot. If he really wants to purchase some rare territory materials, The natural materials and treasures will definitely not be enough. At this moment, it is the time to close the city. The city will be open in about 6 hours. And this will be the last day of the first-level era of Miracle City. Chi-Ji walked to the Lord's mansion and overlooked the entire Miracle City. From the official operation to now, in less than a month, Miracle City has become quite large and is becoming prosperous with the naked eye. This makes him feel very accomplished and satisfied. But at this time, Lord Nancy Leah came to Chi-Ji. This hidden hero of the territory has also reached the 2nd level. Although other adventurers were shocked by her breakthrough speed, they only thought that Nancy Leah was a rare genius adventurer, but they didn't know that she had been promoted to a territory hero by the Lord. Nancy Leah reported, "Leader Higanbana wants to see you." Chi-Ji nodded. Let her in. Although Higanbana is still the leader of the Huangquan Adventure Group, she has now completely settled in Miracle City. She wants to move the entire adventure group here, but this is obviously a big project that takes time. At the same time, the cooperation between Miracle City and Tianyun City is getting closer and closer. Higanbana just happened to be the middleman for the communication between the two territories. Higanbana came here at this moment to report relevant matters. Lord, there is good news. Lord Ran Tianyun accidentally got a first-level Linghai Pearl. What? Linghai Pearl. Chi-Ji was overjoyed to hear the news. This Linghai Pearl is a very precious treasure of the Lord. It is one of the natural treasures that can increase the number of activations of inspiration crystals. This is what Chi-Ji urgently needs now, because he is not short of mental power now, and there are still a lot of crystals in his soul that are useless. The only thing he lacks is the opportunity to activate the inspiration crystals. Although he still has one activation opportunity that he has not used. But this is reserved for the opening work of Star C's Secret Realm Titanfall, and cannot be used in advance. If he can get an extra activation opportunity, this has a very important strategic value for Chi-Ji. Chapter 146. This Linghai Pearl must be taken down. One more chance to activate inspiration. This will speed up the construction of the secret realm of the territory. Chi-Ji is going to meet with Lord Tianyun. As for the meeting place, it is still the old place, the Blackstone Town headquarters of the Huangquan Adventure Group. But Bianhua said, Lord Ran Tianyun also entrusted me to send a gift, saying that if our Miracle City accepts this gift, the exchanges between the two territories may not be so troublesome in the future. Really? What is it? She took out a blueprint. Construction blueprint. Gate of the territory. First level construction blueprint. Construction conditions. 1,000 soul crystals. 500 material essences. 200 mental power. It's the gate of the territory? That's it. Ran Tianyun wants to further establish diplomatic relations with Miracle City. This territory gate is a very special building. Each territory gate can establish a connection with an external territory, so as to better establish diplomatic and trade exchanges, and the upper limit of the number of construction is directly linked to the territory level. For example, although Chi-Ji territory is about to be upgraded, but nominally it is still a first-level territory. So at most only one territory gate can be built. Tianyun City is a 4th-level territory, so 4 territory gates can be built to establish close ties with the 4 territories. The purpose of Ran Tianyun giving this blueprint to Chi-Ji is to hope that Tianyun City and Miracle City can further cooperate. If Chi-Ji agrees, in the future, the two lords can visit each other. Both parties can also authorize a limited number of people as territory envoys to replace the lords to shuttle between the two territories to establish commodity trade or service trade cooperation. Miracle City can even use Tianyun City as a transit point. Establish secondary diplomacy and entrepot trade with the other 3 territories. The gate of the territory is a bridge for building cooperation between territories. Even the most powerful territory cannot independently produce all the required materials, drawings, or other resources. Whether it can find a good partner has great strategic value for the development of the territory. Tianyun territory is willing to take out a Lord's Gate to establish diplomatic relations with Miracle City, which was established not long ago and has a small economic scale at present. Even if it cuts off an ally territory, it must first occupy a pit in Miracle City. This is enough to show its importance and optimism for Miracle City. So as the helmsman of Miracle City, will Chi-Ji accept this goodwill? Although this matter is not trivial, he agreed to Ran Tianyun's formal request for diplomatic relations after just thinking for a moment. There are 3 reasons. First, Tianyun City is the largest and most powerful territory that can be contacted at present, and it is very stable in all aspects. Second, Tianyun City has been deeply cultivated for decades, with more than 1 million official citizens alone, and has established cooperative relations with the surrounding indigenous kingdoms. With it as the center, a potential market of tens of millions can be formed. Third, Qi Ji feels good about Ran Tianyun. Although he is an experienced lord, he is elegant and steady, and is a good partner. Qi Ji cannot find a more suitable strategic partner in a short time. Cooperation with Tianyun City is mutually beneficial. There is nothing wrong. Qi Ji then built the Lord's Gate in the territory. From the outside, it is an arched ancient stone gate, and each activation consumes soul crystals. The territory gate is not without restrictions. Its function will gradually become stronger with the level. The first level territory gate can only be opened for a short time for 1 hour every day, and only the circulation of first level goods of no more than 500 pieces is allowed. Items exceeding this number, or exceeding the level cannot be transported. And raising the level of the territory gate, or adding supporting facilities can improve the circulation capacity. The Lord can set tariffs and business taxes on goods entering the territory. The economic and trade diplomacy between territories is also a very particular and wise matter. 20 minutes later, Qi Ji held a banquet in the Lord's mansion. This is the first time that Miracle City has received guests. This person is Ran Tianyun, the Lord from Tianyun City. However, the Lord usually does not descend on other people's territories in person. What appeared here at this moment was just a projection of Ran Tianyun. Ran Tianyun noticed that although the Lord's mansion in Miracle City was very simple, the food and drinks that Qi Ji took out to entertain him were extraordinary. The Lord cannot eat or drink. As long as the mental power is not exhausted, they will not die of thirst or starvation. They can consume mental power to directly replenish the needs of the body. However, for a human being, eating to fill the stomach is secondary. Food and wine are a kind of enjoyment in themselves, and banquets are also an important social activity. At this moment, in the hall of the Lord's mansion in Miracle City, there are many flower fairies and dwarf maids busy. 2 flower fairy maids are grilling a piece of top-grade Wagyu beef. The marbled steak is in contact with the hot iron plate, making a constant sizzling sound, and the meaty aroma emanating from it has a faint milky taste. Nancy Leah holds a bottle of Lafite. Fill the glasses of the Lord and the distinguished guests. My territory is simple, and my hospitality capacity is limited. Lord Ran, please don't mind. Ha ha ha, Brother Qi, you are too polite. Ran Tianyun took a sip. First, he smelled the mellow aroma of aged fruit wine, and then he felt it was as delicate as velvet. The taste was slightly sour at first, but soon he could feel the distinct fragrance and sweetness, and finally the aftertaste was long and had a sense of oak and minerals. He was surprised. This is really good wine. Qi Ji, it's just the basic materials produced in the secret realm. If Lord Ran likes it, you might as well take some back. He had never drunk wines like Lafite or Conti in his previous life, and he didn't know how the secret realm's production compared to the top products in his previous life. However, based on common consumer goods such as beer and cola, it is not difficult to judge that all materials produced in the secret realm will not be inferior to the top quality of similar products in the previous life, and may even be better. Even if it is a bottle of ordinary beer, it will also taste better than all the top brands or fresh beers I have seen in my previous life. Miracle City currently has a very high output of such ordinary materials, especially after the opening of the End Arena Secret Realm, which produces a large number of high-end consumer goods such as top red wine, Wagyu, ham, cigars, black truffles, and king crabs. Qi Ji solves the serious shortage of contribution points in the hands of adventurers in order to release liquidity. He will also give a recycling quote for these high-quality consumer goods. At this rate, the warehouse will soon be full. These good things can indeed greatly improve the quality of life of Boss Qi, but Qi Ji is not a glutton and can't eat up all the materials in the warehouse, right? So he is also trying to find a sales channel to cash in these materials. He even wanted to open restaurants and supermarkets in places like Blackstone Town. Miracle City supplies these restaurants and supermarkets, earns money from adventurers, and thus increases territory income. However, although the population of Blackstone Town is okay, most of the adventurers are first-level newbies. Such a market has limited consumption potential in a short period of time. Today, he specially entertained Ran Tianyun in the hope of seeking cooperation from him. Ran Tianyun tasted white wine, red wine, beer, top-grade snowflake beef, Iberian ham and other drinks and food, as well as cigars, huazi, etc. For a while, it was like discovering a new world. He knew that Miracle City not only had good things like guns. Even such basic materials are very competitive good things, Don't underestimate ordinary materials without grades, and don't underestimate the pursuit of a good material life and enjoyment by humans and even all intelligent creatures. Whether it is the earth or the world, human nature is the same. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. Consumption can determine class. The quality of basic materials in Miracle City is the highest that Ran Tianyun has ever seen. He was sure that if a bottle of Miracle City red wine could find a suitable channel and be delivered to people in need, its value would never be lower than that of a good quality first-level spirit. Ran Tianyun was an experienced lord. He immediately realized the huge business opportunity. The biggest problem of Miracle City at present is that there is no channel and no market. Tianyun City has been operating for decades and has more than 1 million official citizens. If the affiliated citizens, nearby indigenous allies, and national forces are also counted, it is definitely a local market of more than 10 million people. This is just the local market. Tianyun City has connections that have been operating for many years. These are the foundations that Miracle City cannot replicate in a short period of time. The last time Chi and Ran Tianyun met, the two sides signed an order for 300 minutes and 16 seconds, or firearms of the same grade per week. The purchase price given by Tianyun City is as high as 50 soul crystals, or equivalent material essence per gun. This purchase price is very high. Chi took it to the Lord Market to sell it himself. An M16 may not be sold at this price, because 50 soul crystals can buy a medium quality white equipment. Why can Ran Tianyun offer such a high purchase price? It is because he has enough channels and markets to sell at a higher price, and maybe he can earn more than Chi, the supplier. Otherwise, why would Ran Tianyun be so anxious to establish a strategic partnership with Miracle City? Of course, Chi doesn't know how much Ran Tianyun has earned, and there is no need to know for the time being. It's his ability to earn more or less. What is more important for Miracle City now is stability and development. After 3 rounds of wine, the small talk and the foreshadowing are almost done. After a meal, the two sides have a closer relationship and can already call each other brothers. Ran Tianyun then took out a bead. This is the Linghai pearl I got today, and the moment I got it, I thought of Brother Chi at the first time. Please take a look. Linghai relic pearl, first level, gray rare material, consumes 5,000 points of mental power for refining and absorption, and can get an additional chance to activate the crystal, which can only take effect once. That's right. This is what Chi wants. The Spirit Seed pearls are divided into grades. Each grade of Spirit Pearl can only be used once. The higher the grade of the Spirit Pearl, the rarer it is, and the greater the consumption in absorbing and refining it. Chi, this item is indeed very useful to me. Lord Ran, please name a price. Ran Tianyun said directly, I spent 42,000 soul crystals to buy this pearl, and I won't take advantage of you, so I will sell it to you at the original price. Chi agreed with this price. The price of a first-level Linghai pearl is indeed around 40,000. If it is purchased in the Lord World Market, the price may be even higher. With the current strength of Miracle City, it is not impossible to get the full amount, but this will cause a considerable burden on the territory, and Ran Tianyun also intends to strengthen cooperation with Miracle City, so the two sides have discussed and formulated a cooperation plan. First, pay a down payment of 12,000 soul crystals. Tianyun City plans to increase the order of arms from Miracle City from 300 to 500 starting next week, and the order price is still 50 soul crystals. In addition, it plans to discuss the purchase of a batch of basic materials. As for the specific categories, quantity and price, we will discuss them in detail later. In this way, the weekly trade volume between Miracle City and Tianyun City will easily reach about 30,000 soul crystals, of which 20% of the weekly trade volume is used to pay the balance of the spirit beads until all are paid off. After reaching this agreement, Miracle City can easily obtain important treasures, and Tianyun City can ensure stable supply for at least 5 weeks in the future, which can lay a good foundation for early cooperation. I have to say, from this negotiation and transaction, Chi felt the maturity and sophistication of a senior lord. Ran Tianyun is really good at doing business, and he is also a lord with a lot of pattern and wisdom. There is a reason why he can run the territory stably for decades and build Tianyun City into the largest underground city in Blackstone Town step by step. Chi believes that he will not lose to any genius lord in the creation of secret realms, but he still needs to learn more from these veteran lords in terms of territory management and diplomatic mediation. The business is over. At this moment, there are still 3 hours before the city opens. Chi has to hurry up to integrate the secret realm and cannot continue to entertain guests. So he asked Nancy Leah and Arnold to take Ran Tianyun to various places in the territory, but Ran Tianyun said, "I have another request. Chi-Ji, please speak. I have heard for a long time that the secret realm of Miracle City is unique and even unparalleled in the world, so that all adventurers who have experienced it have praised it as if they were possessed. Brother, I have been in the business for decades and have never seen such a situation, so I am also very curious." Ran Tianyun paused and continued, "I wonder if you can be allowed to observe and learn a little? This is not a big deal. The content of the secret realm of Miracle City is not a secret. Every day, a large group of adventurers share their experiences and strategies on the Adventurer Forum. Although the Adventurer Forum cannot upload pictures, texts, or videos, so outsiders cannot see the specific situation of the Miracle City secret realm, they can get a general idea from the text description, and Ran Tianyun can also log into the Blackstone Town Adventurer Forum. This is why he is so curious, even though this matter has been verified by many parties and is highly credible. But Ran Tianyun still doesn't believe that someone can create such an exaggerated secret realm. So, he wants to see it with his own eyes. Is the Miracle City secret realm really that amazing? Such a small matter is not impossible. Lord Ran and his friends can come to guide at any time. Chi-Ji is very confident, so there is nothing to hide. This bunch of lords are so excited that they stay in Miracle City every day and watch the adventurers of Miracle City play games. Maybe it can also promote GDP. Each of them is a top tycoon, and they can be trained to be the big brother of the live broadcast industry. A little bit of money leaks out from the lord's fingernails. It's equivalent to an adventurer not eating or drinking for decades. In addition, Ran Tianyun is the most important strategic partner of Miracle City at present. Letting him see the secret realm of the territory with his own eyes can also increase his confidence, so that he will be more active in the next cooperation, and more proactive in making concessions or helping. For example, Chi-Ji's personal level is the 4th level. You can use up to 4 Lehigh relics. But his channels and connections are difficult to buy. If a lord like Ran Tianyun helps with all his strength, the probability of obtaining a 2nd level spirit bead and a 3rd level spirit bead will be greatly increased after Ran Tianyun leaves the lord's mansion. Use the Lehigh relics immediately. Mental power reduced by 5,000. You have refined and absorbed the pearl of the spirit sea, and the number of activations of the inspiration crystal has increased by 1. The current number of activations remaining, 2. Not bad. Chi-Ji was very satisfied. The number of activations has increased to 2 times. According to the information and preview given to the adventurer a few days ago, he plans to create the 3rd secret realm Star Sea and the 2nd country of the 10 kingdoms in the future. The opening and production of the Star Sea are not so fast. There is no shortage of starting with the 2nd part of the 10 kingdoms. According to the plan, the 2nd country of the 10 kingdoms will be set in the land of China, and the main style of the 10 kingdoms is an epic and dark historical fantasy, so it is more appropriate to choose the end of the Qin dynasty, the end of the Han dynasty, and the end of the Sui dynasty, which are the eras of heroes. This time Chi-Ji will make a story about the Sui and Tang dynasties in the style of Shanhaijing, with demons and chaos and heroes. Therefore, I chose to activate Xianyuan's sword. This series is one of the famous 3 domestic swords in the previous life. This is also a well-known and very classic game IP. There are very rich Yin Kingdom myths and Shanhaijing materials, which can not only be used to concentrate on making a Sui and Tang dynasty chapter, but also can be used in the 3 Kingdoms chapter or other national style or fairy tale secret realms in the future. Although the entire series of monster materials, character materials, and prop materials are huge, they can all be extracted. But the plot selection can only be intercepted for a section. In Chi-Ji's opinion, the best intentions and plots in this series are the 3rd generation The Other Side of the Clouds and Mountains, and the 3rd generation spin-off The Scar of the Sky. The comprehensive quality and plot are comparable to the eternal classics such as Xianjian 1. The most valuable thing is, the combination of the work and real history is very grand. This fantasy based on history greatly increases the background and heaviness. Chi-Ji is not satisfied with just replicating. He wants to create a chaotic world at the end of the Sui dynasty in the style of Shanhaijing based on it, Yunshan and Tiantian. Each has its own characteristics in terms of plot. The story of Tiantian takes place in the late Sui dynasty. The protagonist Chen Jingqiu is an orphan of the Qin kingdom. He is burdened with the mission of destroying the Sui dynasty and restoring the country. For this reason, he embarks on a journey to find ancient artifacts. On the way, he meets Xiaoxue, the reincarnation of Nuwa Stone, and Yura of the Tuoba tribe. Finally, He is involved in the world-destroying crisis of the Qigwangxing breaking through the 9-day barrier. In the end, in order to save the land of China, Qin Jingzhou has to make a choice between friendship, responsibility, and sacrifice. The ending is not only magnificent and grand, but also has a high intention. The tragic color is not inferior to Xianjian, so it is impressive. This story is not only full of dark fantasy in the style of Shanhai Jing, but also shows the customs of the land of Yin state. There are a large number of real historical figures such as Emperor Yang Guang of the Sui dynasty, Li Shimin, Li Jing, as well as legendary characters such as Qiu Ranke and Hong Fu Nu. Qi Ji can completely rely on history, using the plot of the Scar of the Sky as the blueprint and material, thus creating a more vivid, dark, and imaginative end of the Sui dynasty. In order to highlight the sense of the times of dynasty change, heroes and demons, it is definitely far better than the country of China in terms of pattern, scene and epic sense. As for clouds and mountains, its timeline is after the Scar of the Sky. It is more suitable as a supplement to the Sui and Tang chapters. This Beyond the Clouds and Mountains story is centered on a journey across the Eurasian continent, and wins in the epic sense of crossing civilizations. The protagonist Set is a knight of the Frankish kingdom, who is ordered to go to the east to find the unbeatable method of war. He set out from Venice, passed through Arabia and Persia, and finally arrived in the Tang dynasty, when the Anlushan rebellion broke out in the Tang dynasty. However, it is very regrettable in the original work. It was a bit unfinished in the later period due to various reasons. The Tang dynasty was laid out in the early and middle stages, but there was little content and plot in the later stages. Qi Ji will definitely complete this part when remaking it, so as to show a prosperous and chaotic Tang dynasty that conforms to the style of mythology and Shanhaijing. In short, the Sui and Tang dynasties of the 10 kingdoms. Qi Ji will focus on the Scar of the Sky. Later, the other side of the clouds and mountains will be created as a data chapter. Show adventurers a magnificent and chaotic Sui and Tang dynasties, and the Tang dynasty. The production of this Sui and Tang dynasties is inevitable, with a lot of details and original content. The production cost is bound to be several times that of the Ashina chapter, and the size, scale, and difficulty are 10 times that of Ashina. It is not realistic to produce it all at once. However, the content of the Miracle City Secret Realm is already enough. Qi Ji does not need to worry. As the saying goes, slow work makes fine work. He has enough patience to polish it well, and present the heritage and style of the land of China to adventurers in a more comprehensive way. Although it will take more than one day to complete all of them. But we can definitely release a prologue to test the waters and test everyone's reaction. Qi Ji glanced at the time. It will take about 3 hours to open the city. It is not a big problem to make a prologue. Because the prologue process is very short, it is mainly to present the settings and gimmicks, and work will start immediately after the decision is made. The next day, Miracle City is about to open. Ren Tianyun came to the secret hall. He is now a middle-aged man, with an ordinary appearance. This is obviously a disguise. Even if the red spider lily sees it, it can't recognize his identity, and he is curious and expectant at the moment, because he is about to see with his own eyes whether the secret of Miracle City is really as magical as the rumors. To be honest, as a lord, the greatest pride is the level of Secret Realm production. When seeing so many adventurers praising Miracle City on the forum, even if Ren Tianyun is broad-minded, he will inevitably feel unconvinced, and this is why he has to come and see it in person. Chapter 147. Ren Tianyun had just arrived at the hall. I saw waves of excited and enthusiastic shouts. Thousands of adventurers rushed in like wild dogs that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. Ren Tianyun had been a lord for decades, and had visited at least 80 territories, if not 100. He had never seen such a scene, nor had he seen such crazy adventurers. Is it that serious? It's not that there are not enough crystals. The adventurers in Miracle City are different from those in Tianyun City, and even other territories. The eyes of the adventurers here are all shining, and a kind of happiness and expectation from the heart is beyond words. No matter what the secret realm of this underground city is like, at least it can make adventurers feel happy from the heart. Every lord is a creator, and one of the greatest sources of happiness for creators is to see their works liked by others. Miracle City obviously did it, and did it better than anyone else. Just based on the fanatical love of the adventurers. Ren Tianyun has not seen the content of the secret realm of Miracle City with his own eyes. He also realized that his secret realm was definitely not as good as Miracle City, at least not as recognized by adventurers as Miracle City. He couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. At the same time, his curiosity became stronger. Is the secret realm of Miracle City poisonous? How can it make these difficult adventurers like this? I must see it with my own eyes today to find out. Even if I know there is a gap, I must know where the gap is. The adventurers entered the hall with red faces, rubbing their hands, full of expectations. Ha ha ha, I finally waited for this moment. All the happiness and expectations in my life now are given by Miracle City. If there is no Miracle City one day, I will simply have no desire to live. Don't say such unlucky words. Miracle City will surely be immortal for thousands of years. I killed the Supreme Hunter in the Mother Nest yesterday. It is said that the 8th act of Black Light will challenge Elizabeth. This time, she must not escape again. Seeking a team for the biochemical competition of the frenzy. Seeking a team for the 4th level of the frenzy. I am challenging the Ashina Kingdom. Today I will kill the Red Ghost. I have studied the strategies of the big guys 800 times. Everyone, please watch how I will defeat this tough enemy. Oh, just brag. If the Red Ghost was so easy to kill, I would not be stuck here for 2 days. As the adventurers talked and laughed. One by one, the secret crystals were activated and lit up. The mood and happy time of the adventurers were also lit up, as the secret crystals were lit up. At this time, a super high decibel scream came from the crowd. Ah! Why are you so surprised? Look, the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm has been updated. Feng Shengnian was surprised when he heard this. What's going on? Has there been a new change in Ashina? The white deer shouted. It's not Ashina that has been updated. It seems that the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm has added a new chapter? Blackstone Hammer King. What? Impossible. There are only 7 big guys who have cleared Ashina at present. How can it be updated so quickly? Really? It's true. When the adventurer opened the exotic 10 Kingdoms, I saw that another place on the 10 Kingdoms map was lit up. When this area appeared in front of the adventurer, everyone felt unbelievable, because compared to Ashina, which only had 1 city, there were at least dozens of cities seen from a bird's eye view. The scale of this map. It is even more exaggerated to describe it. It is no exaggeration to say that it is 100 times larger than Ashina. However, because the map of this country is so large, it is impossible to distinguish the details of each city from a high altitude, and the names of these places or cities can only be seen through markings. The adventurer glanced over. Daxing, Luoyang, Yangzhou, Qiantang, Donghai, Panlai. A sense of grandeur came over him. Every adventurer breathed quickly. The heartbeat also accelerated. I don't know which places are open for exploration. From the map, any place is much larger than Ashina. This area map gives people the feeling of ink painting, which is not only magnificent, but also full of romance and mystery. Even if you haven't entered it, you can feel the unique temperament of this land of the Middle Earth, Minghui Shaoxue. This chapter is called Sui and Tang chapter. Is the country to be explored this time called Sui and Tang? Baihajusher said excitedly, very amazing. This seems to be completely different from the size of Ashina country, and I don't know how the Lord will present it. Sanju, there is only 1 prologue at present, and the other content is expected to be released slowly. I feel that this secret realm will take a long time to make. Mao Mingming, the Lord is really awesome. Not only did he keep his promise, but he also fulfilled it at a speed that completely exceeded our most optimistic imagination. Another understanding of the basic information. Everyone discovered. The Sui and Tang chapters are different from other secret realms. This secret realm chapter has an entry threshold. The first is the cultivation threshold. Adventurers who want to enter the Sui and Tang adventures must reach the 2nd level cultivation at least, and secondly, the mainline exploration progress of Ashina country must reach at least 50%. Just based on these 2 points. Currently, 80% to 90% of adventurers in Miracle City are not qualified to enter. Whoa warrior, why must you be at level 2 to enter? I don't accept it. Baihajusher said, this is a good thing. It is likely that the level cap of this chapter is quite high, and the materials, and spoils produced are generally of high level, so it will restrict the entry of adventurers who are too low. Makes sense. That makes me look forward to it even more. Praise the great Lord Qi Ji. Is there any big guy who has come to the Sui and Tang dynasties to adventure? I want to know what the difference is between this place and Ashina. Although there is only a prologue part at present, and it is unknown how long it will take for the other content to be released. Since the project has been implemented, it is enough to satisfy and surprise those who are looking forward to it. And Higanbana is undoubtedly one of the most excited people. She immediately said, don't worry, I will enter the Sui and Tang dynasties and find out for everyone. Great. Go, go, go! The adventurers gathered around. Ren Tianyan was among the crowd. He was also curious about the secret realm that Xian had launched. At the same time, he was also a little puzzled and didn't quite understand why adventurers were so enthusiastic about an unverified secret realm of unknown quality. The other shore flower was unambiguous and dragged its feet. He activated the secret realm crystal immediately and opened the prologue of the Sui and Tang dynasties. First, his eyes went dark and he lost the sense of his body. His consciousness descended on a vast land full of murderous intent. Then he heard a deep and magnetic male voice. In the first year of the Sui dynasty, the remnants of the royal family of the Qin kingdom rebelled. Taisha Yangsu led troops to quell the rebellion under the order of Emperor Yang Jian of the Sui dynasty. Use explanation and cutscenes to interpret the plot? It's really very innovative. Ran Tianyan thought so. This short sentence contains a lot of information, which immediately aroused the speculation of many adventurers. Da Sui? Is this the name of the country? What is Tang and Sui and Tang? Are there two countries existing at the same time in this chapter? The first year of Da Sui? This Da Sui country has just been established? It is probably, so it is not stable. You can see that the remnants of Qin are trying to rebel and restore. Don't talk, watch carefully. Everyone stared at the secret crystal. This should be the battlefield where the Sui dynasty and Qin fought. I saw a strong wind and low clouds, which felt like dark clouds pressing down on the city and destroying it. Even through the crystal, I could feel the deep killing and depression. The camera was given to one side. This is a team of more than 100 riders. More than half of them were not wearing armor, and did not look like they were here to fight. Although the leader was over 60 years old, and had a head full of white hair, he did not look old at all. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, but they were sharp inside. Occasionally, a gleam of light flashed across them, as if a cold star broke through the clouds. He was wearing a red cord robe and a jade-embedded leather belt around his waist, giving people a sense of majesty. Mao Mingming immediately said, "Is this old man in red the Sui dynasty Taisha Yangsu mentioned just now?" Mingwei Xiaoxue. From his position, he should be the main general in this rebellion. He looks extraordinary. But he is not wearing any weapons at all, and his men and horses are only more than 100 people. Lonely swordsman. This number of people is far from enough to deal with the Ashina kingdom in the deep mountains of Japan, right? White Crane Hermit commented, "Don't underestimate him. This person is not wearing any weapons, and he appeared on the battlefield in this outfit, and he only brought a very limited number of men and horses, which means that he does not take the enemy seriously at all, and he must have something to rely on." Blackstone Hammer King. Are the Qin rebels weak? The adventurers just thought so. A dark red tide emerged from the hillside ahead. When the camera zoomed in quickly, the flag of the Qin kingdom was seen rolling in the wind. This was a large and well-equipped cavalry, with strict formations, neat armor, spears like a forest, and murderous aura. This number is too much. I think it is estimated that there are more than 8,000 if not 10,000. There are nearly 10,000 armored cavalry. I think the combat power of this unit is more than enough to capture Ashina Castle. Nonsense. According to the boss's estimate, the total number of the inner court attacking Ashina Castle is only a few thousand people, and the war volume of the two sides is not at the same level. Super shocking. I have never seen such a scene. The contrast between the two sides is too great. Is there still a need to fight? With so many cavalrymen running over, the old man named Yang Su probably won't even be able to find meat paste. When the adventurers were amazed. Kill, kill, kill! Restore the country! Restore the country! Restore the country! Amid the sound of a horn that pierced the clouds and split the rocks, the drums of war thundered, shaking the valley, and the cavalry of the state of Qin poured down from the hillside, attacking the troops of the Sui dynasty with overwhelming force. Thousands of horses galloped. The shouts of killing shook the sky. The armor formed a steel fortress. The spears formed a dense forest of death. The momentum, and the murderous aura all reached the extreme. This iron stream was as unstoppable as a flood that broke through the dam. The adventurers had never seen such an exaggerated war scene. There were so many powerful generals and passionate patriots among them. In contrast, the Battle of Ashina State felt like a fight between several villages. Is this the scene of a great country? Too shocking, too exciting. This is the heritage and domineering of the land of Shinzhou. The adventurers don't know what kind of story the Sui and Tang chapter will tell, but the super shocking war scene in front of them is enough to make them feel what an epic production is, and what the heritage of a great country is, if the Ashina chapter gives people a feeling of gloom and mystery. The Sui and Tang chapter currently gives people the biggest feeling of grandeur, although it is the same secret realm, Although both are national affairs, the feeling presented on different stages is completely different, indicating that the Lord is not complacent but constantly seeking breakthroughs. At this moment, don't say adventurers. When facing the grand scene of 10,000 cavalry charging, even Ran Tianyun was deeply shocked. The Qin rebels have nearly 10,000 cavalry alone, and the Great Sway's anti-rebellion troops have only 100 cavalry, among which there are many obvious non-combatants. When the camera is pulled to the bird's-eye view, the contrast is particularly strong. The rebels are like a boiling dark red ocean. The Imperial army was nothing in front of him. This was a completely incomparable, almost one-sided duel at this time. The camera switched. It was aimed at the Sui dynasty troops. When the Qin rebels came with thunderous momentum and murderous aura, many Sui dynasty officials were shocked, and even their horses were a little out of control. Only the two leading riders remained unmoved and as steady as Mount Tai. One of them. It was naturally the Chief General Yang Su who suppressed the rebellion. Facing the mighty torrent of steel, Yang Su gently stroked his beard. His eyes were cold and slightly mocking, and then he said to a thin man in black beside him, "Tuor, you have been learning from me for 10 years. Let's test the results with this battle today." "Yes." The young man in black turned over and dismounted. He was wearing a black cloak that covered most of his face. People couldn't see his appearance clearly, but they were attracted by the weapon in his hand. This is a golden ancient sword. One side is engraved with mountains, rivers, grass and trees. The other side is engraved with the sun, moon and stars. The young man walked directly to the front with a sword, facing the cavalry army with his tiny figure. His cloak was under the impact of murderous aura and strong wind, as if countless invisible hands were desperately tearing this thin body. This scene is presented from multiple perspectives. The visual impact and contrast formed are extremely strong. Bianhua was shocked and said, "Are you crazy? How can one person and one sword stop the torrent of nearly 10,000 cavalry?" This is not only the idea of Bianhua, but also the idea of Ran Tianyun and all the audience present. Although the visual impact of this picture is full of shocking, it looks like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or a gnat trying to shake a tree. The young man never changed his face. Slowly raised the golden ancient sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky shook, the wind and clouds changed suddenly, thousands of thunders burst out from the black clouds and poured into the ancient sword, and the invisible energy of the 8 directions of heaven and earth also gathered towards the ancient sword, and then a powerful pressure suddenly burst out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The young man kept his sword raised and motionless. When the Qin cavalry got closer and closer, the energy of the sword was condensed to the extreme, and he swung the sword at the army in front of him. The sword body burst out with dazzling golden flames. The sword energy broke through the air like a mad dragon, and the air was distorted, and the ground collapsed wherever it passed. Countless broken stones and broken blades were caught in the vortex-like energy. When the sword energy fell on the cavalry, the people and horses were all torn into pieces wherever they passed, and a huge sword mark directly split the cavalry formation in the middle. Not only that, the aftermath of terror is still spreading. This caused the ground to crack and explode. The horses screamed, the armor shattered, and the soldiers were blown into the air like dead leaves. A few seconds later, the sword energy gradually dissipated, and a bottomless gully appeared in the center of the battlefield. All the cavalry on this straight line were dead, and the other cavalry were all overturned by the terrifying energy, with heavy casualties, even if some soldiers survived. At this moment, they were completely scared. A ray of sunlight. It fell from the sky. Everyone looked up, and was shocked to find that the sword energy also split the heavy dark clouds in the middle. The black-clothed boy's sword not only destroyed the cavalry unit, but also tore the morale of the Qin kingdom, shattered their hope of restoring the country, and completely ended this war. At this time, the camera returned to the black-clothed boy. When the strong wind lifted the boy's hood. What is hard to accept, and even horrifying, is that this boy looks only 15 or 16 years old. On his handsome and strange white face, the most eye-catching thing is a pair of heterochromatic pupils, one of which is as red as fire, and the other is as blue as ice. The screen gradually falls into darkness. This means the opening plot is over. The adventurer is about to officially land in this chapter. The secret hall fell into a dead silence. Shocking, too shocking. It is simply a spiritual bombardment. No one dared to believe their eyes. The flower demon Iris trembled and said, "One man and one sword killed a cavalry of nearly 10,000 in a second." The dwarf Jinba was also deeply shocked. The sword in his hand is not simple. It can actually borrow the power of heaven and earth. Its rank is definitely very high. Nancy Leah. Even so, This boy's cultivation is unfathomable. His strength may have reached about the 4th level. And this sword can even kill a 5th level strongman. Nancy Leah said this. The eyes gradually became excited. Because this sword can even threaten the Eternal Night Dragon King. Too scary, this secret realm has just begun, and it has shown us such exaggerated power. Is this the essence of Shinjo? Well, I understand why Yinglong can't survive in Shinjo. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair has such strength. This world is too mysterious. There is no doubt, after Chi-Ji's careful remake. The plot cutscene at the beginning of the Sui and Tang dynasties is definitely a top-notch super visual feast. Such a domineering and explosive scene is presented in front of us, making adventurers excited and cheering, and they feel that Miracle City will usher in another masterpiece secret realm. Chapter 148. The grandeur and super expressiveness of the Sui and Tang dynasties. It gave a great shock and surprise to all the adventurers. And it directly caused a soul-crushing blow to Ran Tianyun, who was mixed in with the adventurers. Why? Ran Tianyun is new. He has no resistance to the secret realm of Miracle City. Can he bear to be used with such strong materials as soon as he arrives? In addition, Ran Tianyun is different from adventurers. As a lord, he knows the difficulty of creating a secret realm better than adventurers, so he knows how exaggerated and terrifying the gold content of this scene is better than anyone present. It feels like the worldview has been overturned. What the hell? Is this really a secret realm? Can a secret realm be made like this? The recognized First Lord of Blackstone doubted his life. At this moment, he felt like a rookie in front of Chi-Ji in Miracle City. I can't understand. This kid's inspiration. Materials are very special. There are many legendary zero consumption, or close to zero consumption materials. Only in this way can such an exaggerated scene be created. Incredible. Unbelievable. The opening of the Sui and Tang dynasties chapter was so amazing that he was impressed from the bottom of his heart. Ran Tianyun believed that with this extremely gorgeous gimmick, even if the content was made into a pile of feces, it would be a pile of feces inlaid with gems and gold, which would make people want to taste the saltiness, so it has the potential to become a big hit. What's more, with Chi-Ji's level, how could he make a pile of feces? Ran Tianyun had to admit that even if he was not an adventurer, even as a lord, he had been deeply attracted and had a strong curiosity about how this story would unfold. What is the origin of the young man with the strange eyes holding the golden ancient sword? What kind of existence is the golden ancient sword? And what level has it reached? Based on experience. Based on intuition. Ran Tianyun guessed that it was a 5th level equipment. And it was not an ordinary 5th level equipment. It would most likely be a 5th level rare equipment. This kind of high-level material is extremely rare and difficult to develop, but once it is successfully developed in the future, it will make a sensation in the world. Even Ran Tianyun will feel envious. If he has the opportunity to get it, he is willing to sell everything for it, without thinking too much. The story officially begins. 16 years later, Yongzhou Fumo Mountain. The secret crystal lights up. A new picture appears again. Everyone first hears the pleasant bird song. Then a beautiful scene with a strong ink painting style unfolds in front of them in a stunning way. This is a remote mountain forest. In the distance, clouds and mists are flowing over thousands of peaks. The mountains are like the dark blue on rice paper. In the near distance, pine forests are like waves and green grass is like a carpet. Unknown wild flowers are everywhere. A boy of 16 or 17 years old appeared in the picture. He touched his face and body and murmured to himself, "My name is Qin Jingqiu, the son of Qin Shubao, the last ruler of the Qin kingdom. I came to Fumo Mountain to meet him on the order of my master." "Is it you, Mr. Bianhua?" "It's me." Bianhua opened his eyes, and found that he had become this boy. Various memory information came one after another. Everyone's eyes lit up. This must be the protagonist of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Qin Jingqiu? The son of the last monarch of the Qin kingdom? Doesn't that mean he has a blood feud with the Sui dynasty? Just this identity makes people feel that there is a lot of story to tell. So the guy holding the golden ancient sword in the opening plot is our archenemy. 16 years have passed. This guy might be even stronger. Without waiting for the adventurer to discuss. Suddenly, a strong breath descended in front of him. This is an old man in his 70s, wearing a yellow-brown Taoist robe, carrying a sword, with white eyebrows and white beard, and a fairy-like appearance, but his brows are always tightly knitted as if he has a deep hatred, and his eyes are as sharp as knives, giving people a very strict feeling. Why so slow? Bianhua learned through memory. This old man is his master Qin Fu. He is so strict and harsh that Qin Jingqiu instinctively fears him, and lowers his head involuntarily when facing his scolding. And Chen Fu's tone became more and more severe and scolded. You are always so lazy and unwilling to work hard to practice Taoism. How can you kill your enemies and shoulder the responsibility of restoring Dachin? Bianhua didn't know how to answer. So he simply let himself go and completely followed his will and instinct. She subconsciously said what Qin Jingqiu had buried in his heart for many years, but didn't dare to say. But master, I never wanted to be an emperor, nor did I think about restoring the great Qin. After all, the Qin kingdom has been destroyed for many years, and I'm afraid the people have forgotten it. What's the point of us still insisting on restoring the country now? You bastard. Qin Fu was furious when he heard what Bianhua said. The breath he exuded instantly shook the forest, startled countless birds, and made Bianhua feel a huge pressure. It has been more than 20 years since your motherland was destroyed by the northern Tartars, and your biological father died heroically for the restoration of the country 16 years ago. In order to save you, countless loyal officials and righteous men sacrificed their lives. Everyone placed their hopes of restoring the country on you. With such irreconcilable national hatred and family feuds, how can you say such treasonous words? Frightened by the master's power, the flower of the other shore finally came to her senses. She subconsciously said something she shouldn't have said. She quickly apologized. I know I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Please calm down, master. Humph, I don't want to hear this kind of nonsense again. Chen Fu was obviously still angry. Today I want to test your practice results. If you can't get to the top of the mountain to see me within one stick of incense, you can't call me master anymore. Master. Chen Fu's whole body flashed with light. Instantly, he used the escape technique to leave this place. This conversation and exchange allowed the adventurer to learn a lot of information. Mao Mingmang couldn't help but say, why is this stinky old man so fierce? Everyone has the life they want to live. The master can't force his disciples to do things they don't want to do. Li Huayulua nodded. Yes, although Qin Jingqiu is the Prince of Qin, he doesn't look like he wants to restore the country at all. The adventurers didn't have a good first impression of Chen Fu. After searching the memory in his mind, Bianhua said, this matter can't be completely blamed on this old man. Feng Zhongyan, why do you say that? Bianhua said, Chen Fu was originally a loyal minister of Qin. When Qin was completely destroyed 16 years ago, all his relatives and close friends were slaughtered by the Sui dynasty. He tried his best to save only a grandson in his cradle. But at the last moment, in order to preserve the only royal bloodline of Qin, he swapped the grandson he saved with the protagonist, exchanging one life for another to save me. So he not only shouldered the mission of restoring the country issued by Qin Hozhu before his death, he also had a deep hatred with the Sui dynasty. Although he was very strict with Qin Jingqiu in the past 16 years, he spared no effort and spared no expense to cultivate him. He taught him all the Giga's swordsmanship and Taoism. It can be said that he was like a teacher and a father. Everyone was moved after hearing this. Ren Tianyun couldn't help but sigh. With this experience, Chen Fu's strictness is understandable. This person's loyalty to the royal family of Qin is indeed evident to the world, and he puts all the meaning and expectations of life on the protagonist. He also admired him. Qi Ji's secret realm is really not simple. It's only been 2 minutes since the beginning. He actually completed the character creation and created the contradictions and drama of the plot through this method. Even if we put aside the Lord's talent and the ability to tell stories from the creation itself, I am still far behind him. Bianhua didn't say much. I checked my body and equipment as soon as possible. She found that she was wearing a sword and an ancient copper pot. Demon refining pot, a secret realm prop. Introduction. This item is a national treasure of the Qin Kingdom. It contains a world in the pot that can contain all things in the world and can refine demons for its own use. It is one of the 10 ancient artifacts. What a treasure. Wow, you are worthy of being a prince. You have such a good thing at the beginning. Everyone was amazed. Nancy Leo was shocked. Is this a storage treasure with almost unlimited internal space and can hold living things? Just based on this ability, it is a rare treasure among all the races in the chaotic world. If this thing could be exploded, it is priceless. Higanbana was surprised. Although this body is only 16 or 17 years old, it already has the strength of a second-level 5-star. What? Second-level 5-star? If this strength is placed in Ashina country, it would be a top-notch powerhouse. Hehe, if it is in Ashina country, it must be a rare powerhouse, at least the level of the ghost form department and the phantom butterfly. Don't forget that this is the land of Shinjo. Yes. Shinjo is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I think this strength is at most a master, not a strong man. Qin Jingqiu not only has a high level of cultivation, but also practices Giga swordsmanship and Giga Taoism, and has more than a dozen strange arts and methods. But he is usually lazy, so most of them are not proficient. That's the situation. Wow, even though it's just the beginning, I'm looking forward to it. As an orphan of the Qin Kingdom, the protagonist of the Sui and Tang chapter is naturally full of plot tension and drama. Adventurers are looking forward to what kind of legendary story he will perform in this chapter. There is no time to lose. I have to reach the top of the mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, the mission may fail and the plot synchronization may be lost. During the climbing process of Higanbana, it was discovered that in the mountains and forests of this world, all kinds of mountain spirits and wild monsters can be seen everywhere. Once ordinary people stray into the forest, there is almost no chance of survival. In the mountains and forests of Fuma Mountain, two monsters are the most common. One of them is called Gan Lu Zi, which is a dried corpse with a shriveled body and a cruel temperament. It is transformed from a person who died for no reason and is one of the most common zombies. Another one is called Qin Nagui, which is a child with a dark blue body and wearing a green bellyband. It is transformed from a young child who died of illness. It not only absorbs people's essence, but also spreads diseases. The rank of both monsters is not high. Only level 1, 4, or 5 stars. Naturally, they can't threaten the adventurer Higanbana. The time traveler commented, "From these monsters, we can see that the times in China are not good now, so that even in the depths of the mountains, people who died suddenly and zombies and ghosts transformed from sick children can be seen everywhere." That's strange. The Sui dynasty was founded only 16 years ago, and it has absolutely powerful strength. It shouldn't be like this. There must be other reasons. While hunting small monsters, Higanbana suddenly had an idea to activate the demon refining pot. As a result, she was surprised to find that as long as the monster was beaten half to death, it could be directly put into the pot. After these mountain spirits and wild monsters were put into the pot, the adventurer could choose to refine them, so as to absorb the essence of the wild monsters to improve their cultivation, or to control these monsters through refining. What a good treasure. Although Higanbana was very curious about the specific use of the demon refining pot. However, time was running out at this time, so she still hurried to the top of the mountain as soon as possible. There is an ancient cave on the top of the mountain. Master Chen Fu is standing on the cliff in front of the cave. Looking out from here, the vast forest is green, and the distant mountains are looming. The scenery here is as magnificent as Ashina country, probably because there is enough water mist recently, and it has a unique charm of ink painting. Master, I'm here. Higanbana rushed to Chen Fu with a happy face. Chen Fu immediately said with a serious face, "Master, how many times have I said that people who do great things must not show their emotions? What is there to be happy about this little thing?" Higanbana lowered her head again, feeling somewhat depressed. Chen Fu felt sorry for her. "Don't blame Master for being too strict. It's just that after the battle 16 years ago, I really..." Higanbana knew. This incident was a lifelong psychological shadow for Chen Fu. She asked curiously, "What happened 16 years ago?" Chen Fu sighed and said, "Back then, Master assisted your father in painstaking preparations in Jiangnan for several years, gathering tens of thousands of troops and horses to revive the Great Qin. When the Northern Tartar king learned about it, he immediately sent troops south, and the leader was Yangsu, who destroyed our Great Qin in the past." The adventurer understood. It was the battle in the opening plot. Chen Fu continued, "On the day of the decisive battle, the late emperor knew that the opponent was Yangsu, so he naturally did not dare to be careless, and all the elite troops went out to attack. Unexpectedly, Yangsu was dressed lightly and brought less than 100 riders." Bianhua asked knowingly, "Less than 100 riders? How could Dad lose? That's why I later studied Giga Dao for more than 10 years, and strictly required you to practice it." Chen Fu remembered something. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The person who defeated the army that day was not the old man Yangsu, but his disciple Yang Tuo with Yin and Yang pupils. What's even more chilling is that this battle was a stepping stone specially prepared by Yang Su for his disciples, and its purpose was just to let Yang Tuo take this opportunity to become famous and inherit his mantle. 16 years have passed. The old thief Yang Su has passed away. This Yang Tuo is still in the world, and his degree of terror must be greater than before, and he will become the biggest obstacle to the revival of Dechen, and the biggest enemy of your life, Qin Jingqiu. When hearing this, the adventurers all felt a deep pressure. This man is so terrible, with my current strength, how could I possibly? Don't worry, I have figured out a way. According to the records in the ancient books, Shinjo has had 10 artifacts since ancient times, which are bell, sword, axe, pot, tower, zither, tripod, seal, mirror, and stone. The reason why Yang Tuo's strength is so terrible is that he has obtained the Xianyuan sword, which has the strongest attack power among the 10 artifacts. This sword can destroy everything with the power of heaven and earth. According to the records in the ancient books, as long as you collect the zither, tripod, seal, mirror, and stone, you can become the supreme being in the world and rule the world. The adventurers all had a strong curiosity. The 10 great artifacts? Baihajusher said, because according to the illustration of the demon refining pot on Shinjingcho, this item is one of the 10 great artifacts, and we have already seen its effects and functions. It is indeed a rare treasure in the world. Feng Zhongyan, the Xianyuan sword must be the golden ancient sword that defeated the Qin army in the opening plot. Nancy Leah couldn't believe it. There are actually 8 such treasures? For a moment, adventurers were all amazed. Is this the foundation of Shinjo? Bianhua, as long as you can collect 5 artifacts, you can immediately restore Dachin. Is it so magical? Qin Fu said, yes, the reason why I brought you to this Fuma mountain today is because the Kunlun ancient mirror, one of the 10 ancient artifacts, is in this cave. At this time, suddenly, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky and the earth. The sun was quickly devoured. The whole sky and the earth were blood red. All living things seemed to be soaked in blood. Higanbana was shocked. What happened? Adventurers have never seen such a strange and abnormal astronomical phenomenon. Qin Fu said, it's just a dog eating the sun, what's the fuss about? Near the solar eclipse, another strange phenomenon appeared. A red comet with a long tail. It seems to be tearing the sky in half. It makes people feel extremely ominous and uneasy. The red demon star appears in the world, which is a sign of chaos in the world and the demise of the Sui family. Qin Fu was not surprised but happy. This is a great ominous sign for the world, but it is a great auspicious sign for you. It seems that our Dachin is not far from restoring the country. Don't waste time. Go into the cave and get the mirror immediately. Yes. Higanbana followed the master into the cave. Sure enough, an ancient bronze mirror wrapped in ice was found. According to ancient records, the Kunlun ancient mirror is very cold, and you need to use the Yang Qi to dispel the cold before you can take it. Qin Fu cast a spell while speaking. He melted the ice with a ball of blazing fire. That's it, you keep the mirror, and I look at the ancient books and see what to do next. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could take the mirror, a terrifying pressure was released from the ancient mirror. Higanbana and Qin Fu were caught off guard, and were both pushed back dozens of meters by the terrifying aura. This aura was like a mountain torrent, covering the entire cave in an instant, making Higanbana feel like she was dragged into the seabed 1,000 meters deep, with an unimaginable sense of oppression squeezing her body from all directions. A hideous shadow appeared in the middle of the cave, and gradually condensed. All the pressure and creepy breath come from here. This thing was originally sealed in the ancient mirror, but now, because of the operation of the master and apprentice, or the superposition of the environment of the eclipse, it broke free from the restraints and ran out. Even if it is just a shadow. But the fierce power it exudes. It is not inferior to the weak Sakura dragon encountered by Ashina, not to mention that Higanbana faced such a monster in the cave. The adventurers watching outside the hall at this moment, they all felt a sense of horror. It seems that this master and apprentice have caused a big disaster. Master, what happened? This is the soul of the ancient monster Taotai. Qin Fu's face was full of horror and disbelief. Such a fierce thing. Why did it appear here? Why is there no record of it in the ancient books? In just a few seconds, from virtual to real, Taotai is about to show up. Higanbana exclaimed, this thing is materializing. Run away quickly, master is definitely not a match for this Taotai. Leave here quickly before it takes shape. I can't leave master behind. Let's deal with it together. Stupid. Qin Fu turned around and slapped Higanbana with his palm, and the latter was caught off guard, and was directly sent out of the cave in an instant, and the master's sigh came to his ears. Jingcho. Don't blame master. You don't know how terrible Taotai is. Higanbana lost consciousness. The adventurer also saw the secret crystal turn black. I don't know how long it took, but for the adventurer, it was just a short moment. When Higanbana regained consciousness, the sky and the earth had returned to clear skies, and the terrifying power of Taotai had disappeared. She quickly got up from the ground and walked towards the cave, but she saw a scene that shocked her. The cave was completely frozen. The bone-chilling ice was full of ice silk. Master! Higanbana was extremely anxious. Jingcho. Don't come over. Don't touch these ice silks. A very weak voice came from the ice. Chen Fu continued, Master's time is running out. Don't interrupt me. You have to listen carefully to Master's next. Every word. Higanbana was hesitant to speak when she saw this. The monster in the mirror is the ancient demon god Tao Tai. Even with Master's power, it is impossible to fight it. Master can only disperse all his cultivation and soul power to freeze the soul. But he can only barely suppress the actions of Tao Tai. I will be completely frozen in this cave with Tao Tai. Higanbana cried involuntarily, Master. She was playing Qin Jingqiu at the moment, so she could feel the outbreak of sadness, and for a moment she couldn't hold back her tears. It can be seen that for Qin Jingqiu, although the master is strict, he is the most important relative. He can choose not to restore the country or take revenge, but he does not want his master to get into trouble. Don't worry. The master is frozen here. He can probably live for another year, so to speak. Is there any way to save him? Upon hearing this, Higanbana immediately turned from sadness to joy. Chen Fu continued, if the master dies, Tao Tai will lose control, and will definitely come out to harm the world. So you have to leave this place as soon as possible. Go to Lei Xiaozi to find the master's senior brother Mr. Gong Shan. Among the contemporary cultivators of our Giga sect, only he has the hope of dealing with Tao Tai. Chen Fu's voice was getting weaker and weaker. It doesn't matter if you can't save the master in the end. The master's life is not important. What's important is that you practice diligently. Collect the 4 great artifacts of Qin Ding Yinshi. Remember, if you meet Yang Tua, don't fight him. This man is definitely not an ordinary person's opponent. You must escape in time. It's most important to save yourself. Jingqiu. You must restore Dachin. Chen Fu was completely silent after saying the last sentence. Master. 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 Dianhua called several times in a row, but there was no response. She could also clearly feel that the old man's breath had completely disappeared, and he was completely in a sealed state. With Qin Jingqiu's ability, it was impossible to save him. So far. Prologue. That's all. Higanbana received a reminder from the secret realm. Challenge over. This rating, C medium. You got the green torture ghost spirit. Chapter 149. Is this the end? It's too short. Dianhua felt a strong sense of loss for a moment. Although the prologue of the Sui and Tang dynasties is very short, the whole process is less than half an hour, but the content and information density are too great. There are gimmicks. There are character portrayals. Suspense, drama, scenes, and worldview descriptions are all there. This makes the onlookers deeply attracted, not to mention Dianhua, who plays the protagonist and can feel the emotions and memories. She really wants to know how the story will develop next. After losing his master, Qin Jingqiu will start his own adventure. Can he find Master Bagongqian? Can he finally defeat the enemy and complete the mission of restoring the country? The adventurer's journey will officially begin. The land of China is so vast and boundless. How many customs and people will they see in this process? I'm really excited. How can I not be looking forward to it? What a perfect prologue. With these thoughts in mind, Dianhua gradually separated her consciousness from Qin Jingqiu. However, what surprised her was that although the challenge was over, she did not immediately return to the secret hall. It didn't come out. Is there anything else? Dianhua felt that she was gradually sinking into the dark consciousness. Suddenly, a very simple and mysterious jade slip appeared. On this jade slip, the words 10 ancient artifacts were written in bold and vigorous characters. Then, the jade slip began to slowly open. A burst of simple and majestic music sounded. One by one, artifacts with pictures and texts appeared in front of Dianhua. Of course, it also appeared in the secret crystal, and thus appeared in the eyes of all adventurers. Each artifact has an ancient mural-like illustration, plus a 4-character introduction, and a detailed introduction. Every picture and every word conveys the ancient charm. Pangda axe, shuttles through the void. Demon refining pot, refines everything. Haotian tower, absorbs stars and changes the moon. Dongwang bell, the gate to heaven. Kunlun mirror, time travels back. Shenong ding, refines elixir. Niwa stone, resurrects and reborn. Kantong seal, the source of immortality. Fushi qin, controls the mind. Xian yuan sword, the strongest power. In the melodious and simple, epic soundtrack, everyone saw the 10 artifact illustrations as the ancient scroll was slowly opened, and everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Fuck. I didn't expect it. After the prologue. There is such a heavyweight Easter egg. This wave is so awesome. The Sui and Tang chapters are so grand. The time traveler murmured, bell, sword, axe, pot, tower, zither, tripod, seal, mirror, stone. Just correspond to the 10 great artifacts of Xinzhou since ancient times mentioned by Chen Fu. The moon shines on the snow. Is this the essence of Xinzhou? Each one looks so mysterious and powerful. The Black Stone Hammer King said excitedly, even if it is to find these 10 great artifacts, this secret realm is worth brushing 10 or 20 times. The 10 artifacts appeared. The adventurers were all excited. Sometimes, in order to attract adventurers to challenge the secret realm they created, the most common way for the Lord is to put one or more super attractive monsters or treasures in the secret realm. The world is bustling for profit. Even if the secret realm itself is mediocre and unsatisfactory, as long as there are enough high-quality monster spirits, natural treasures, and powerful equipment, it is enough to attract adventurers. The 10 Kingdoms Sui and Tang chapter directly expose the information of the 10 great artifacts at the beginning. These artifacts not only fully demonstrate the cultural heritage of Yin State Xinzhou since ancient times, but also can become a huge signboard and publicity gimmick. The content of the secret realm is relatively complex, and adventurers have different hobbies. People who have not experienced it may not be able to empathize. But various treasures and artifacts are easy to understand and remember. The 10 great artifacts exposed in the Sui and Tang chapter will soon spread from Blackstone Town, and then spread to all adventurer towns within a radius of hundreds or thousands of miles, becoming the topic of conversation for tens of millions of adventurers to brag in the tavern. There is no doubt. This will attract many treasure-hunting adventurers. Let them travel hundreds of miles to Blackstone Town, and then come into contact with Miracle City. Perfect. Too perfect. I have never seen such a magnificent secret work. This is the evaluation given by Ran Tianyun after he finally calmed down. He really couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. If he said that Miracle City was so popular before that it even poached one of his 4 leaders, he was still a little dissatisfied. Now this dissatisfaction has disappeared, let's put it this way. Before coming to Miracle City, Ran Tianyun only felt that the gap between him and Qi Ji might be very large, and most the gap between a dwarf and a big tree, but after coming to Miracle City, he felt like a mayfly looking at the sky. Trees are tall and short, but after all, they are still the same kind. You may feel unconvinced. But when the mayfly faces the vast sky, can he still feel jealous? Ran Tianyun has never seen a lord who can create such a magnificent world view in such a short space. Less than half an hour process. From the national feud between the Sui dynasty and the Qin kingdom, the protagonist, the master, the demon-eyed boy, each character is full of drama and topicality. From all kinds of strange monsters in the mountains and forests, to the terrifying ancient demon god Tao Tai, and the display of the 10 great artifacts, the grandeur and mystery of its world view is beyond imagination. In addition, there are too many details worth studying, each one is enough for adventurers to study for a long time. He couldn't believe that so much content could be crammed into such a limited space. He couldn't believe that Qi Ji, who was only awakened a few times at such a young age, had such an exaggerated amount of material. Don't talk about adventurers. This worldview is too rich and interesting. Even I want to enter it and experience the history and culture of the land of China. Wait, are you kidding me? I'm not an adventurer. I'm at least a great lord of a 4th-level territory. I'm so attracted to a secret realm of the same industry. It seems the secret realm of Miracle City is poisonous. Ran Tianyun felt that he had been poisoned, although he complained in his heart. But he had realized it. Tianyun City has ushered in an unprecedented development opportunity, because Ran Tianyun took the lead in establishing a strategic partnership with Miracle City before other underground cities. As the saying goes, the closer you are to the water, the better the development of Miracle City will be in the future, which will also drive the economy and trade of Tianyun City. Besides this, as the Huaquan Adventure Group mentioned, Miracle City will definitely drive Blackstone Town to a big fire. Blackstone Town has huge room for development in the future. Millions of adventurers will come specifically for Miracle City, and Miracle City cannot take in so many adventurers. When the water is full, it will overflow. This overwhelming traffic. It depends on who has the ability to handle it. Tianyun City is the underground city second only to Miracle City. It is not difficult to foresee that there will be a wave of continuous traffic explosion. Qi Ji may become one of the greatest and most legendary lords in history. This network must be grasped well. What Qi Ji wants most now. Or what is the most lacking in Miracle City? What is most lacking is of course the market, because the construction and operation time of Miracle City is too short, only about a month at most, and it is still nominally a first-level territory. Tianyun City should open its market to Miracle City to obtain in-depth economic and trade cooperation. As for what Chi-Ji wants most, without a doubt, it is a lord treasure such as the Lehigh Relic Pearl. This is indeed a bit difficult, but Ran Tianyun's ability is not impossible, he decided. The priority of other things in Tianyun City can be postponed. The establishment of a cooperative relationship with Miracle City should be elevated to the highest level of strategic tasks. Now Tianyun City can still rely on the size of the 4th-level territory to provide some timely help. According to the speed of Miracle City's rise, it will not take 3 or 2 years for Tianyun City to rely on the support of Miracle City to seek higher development. The red spider lily has come out. I am communicating with a group of adventurers. The first country of the 10 kingdoms, Ashina, is already a very exciting epic secret realm. Higanbana said, Lord Chi actually only needs to change the soup but not the medicine, and copy a few similar ones, and there will be a lot of people who will buy it, but I didn't expect him to break through again and really create a different feeling. It's really awesome. Although the content presented at present is very limited. But I have already felt that the Sui and Tang chapters are not only about local customs and people, but the tone of the whole story gives people a different feeling. This will be an adventure experience worth looking forward to. There is nothing much to say, the Sui and Tang chapters are magnificent, and my great Shinjo is magnificent. Adventurers fully believe that Sui and Tang will be a masterpiece completely different from Ashina. Because the identities and personalities of the characters are different, the stage they are in is also different. Even under the same worldview, the feelings they bring to people are completely different. Of course, some people express doubts. Do you think there are really 10 of the 10 great artifacts? Lord Chi probably only made 1 or 2, and the others are probably just gimmicks. I don't believe he has so many good things. Cat Mingming, haha, you're new here, you really don't know the old thief Chi. Nancy Leah, that's right, since the Lord has proposed the 10 ancient artifacts, then these 10 artifacts must exist in this world. As for whether you can get them, it depends on your ability and luck. White Crane Layman said, I don't think there is anything to doubt about this, because if nothing unexpected happens, finding several great artifacts will be one of the most important adventure lines in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Time Traveler, I'm more curious about what the Tang and Sui and Tang dynasties represents. Ran Tianyun, is it possible that there is another Tang country? It's possible. When the adventurers discussed the plot, Ran Tianyun couldn't help but join in. In the process, he quickly found a kind of happiness that the Lord didn't have. At this time, in the Lord's mansion, Chi-Ji paid close attention to the feedback and reactions of the adventurers. Generally speaking, the production of the prologue of the Sui and Tang dynasties is very easy. After all, there is only a 3 or 2 minute cutscene, plus a Fuma Mountain scene. This is just the beginning. He knows that the next step will be a challenge. After all, the original game is just a 2D game, and the pictures that can be displayed are limited. It is not like Sekiro, which can be copied on a large scale. Chi-Ji wants to restore the important cities of Daxing City and Yangzhou City in the Sui dynasty as much as possible. He has a lot of materials in his hands, so he wants to derive more historical branches about the Sui and Tang dynasties based on the plot of Tian's Haiyan, so that heroes and heroes from all walks of life have more opportunities to perform. In this process, there are a lot of contents that need to be polished and recreated. It is inevitable to invest a lot of resources and energy to achieve the desired effect. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry anyway. This secret realm can be done slowly. As for how to evaluate the content of the Sui and Tang dynasties, you can tell from the reactions of the adventurers. The biggest feeling this secret realm gives people is grandeur. And the word grande is also one of the most frequently used words when adventurers evaluate the Sui and Tang dynasties. Indeed, the vastness of China. How can this small Japan compare? The story of Ashina revolves around a wounded cherry dragon from beginning to end. The plot of the Sui and Tang dynasties spans 2 large dynasties in the Central Plains, and even the rise and fall of civilization. The protagonist's adventure is related to the life and death of tens of millions of people, and will also deal with various mythical beasts and monsters in the classic of mountains and seas, ancient artifacts and immortals. The various large scenes and patterns are indeed not comparable to the former. The overall power system of Sui and Tang is also one of the pinnacles of the 10 kingdoms. Once the Taotai in the light prologue is fully revived, its status and strength will definitely be above the Sakura dragon. Of course, small has its advantages. Big is not necessarily an advantage. The Ashina chapter has many advantages that other secret realms cannot match. For example, one of its greatest pleasures is sword fighting. This kind of dancing on the edge of the blade and death, the excitement of life and death in a flash, can only be fully reflected with the right strength, ability, enemy, and combat mechanism. This is something that biochemical, black light, and sway and tang chapters cannot do. The higher the character performance, the better. Sometimes limiting the strength of the characters and enemies will be very suitable for some adventurers who pursue the limit. In addition, Chi-Ji produced the sway and tang chapters. The budget plan is at least 5 times that of Ashina. This seems a lot, but it is still far from being able to restore the entire Shinjo world. He must make some trade-offs between details to ensure that the best steel is used on the blade. The specific approach is to concentrate resources on polishing some important cities and scenes. Most other cities are just background boards and blank spaces for a short time. Adventurers will know that these places exist, and will also come into contact with related stories and people, but it is almost impossible to reach them. In contrast, Ashina is small and exquisite. Everything you hear and see can be reached. The plot rhythm is very tight. There is no difference between the two styles. It all depends on the personal taste and habits of the adventurer. Considering that there will not be frequent deaths in the Sui and Tang dynasties, Chi-Ji plans to adopt a time-based charging model in the formal plot part of the Sui and Tang dynasties. This is also a test and foreshadowing for the production of online game like Secret Realms in the future. Inside the Secret Hall, the adventures of the adventurers are still going on. After Ran Tianyun was greatly impressed by the Sui and Tang chapter, he developed a strong curiosity about all the secrets of Miracle City. He then wandered in front of the crystals of each secret realm to watch its contents. During this process, of course, he couldn't help but pay attention to the kingdom of Ashina. It is indeed a content under the same secret world view. The adventure experience of the kingdom of Ashina is very exciting, especially the design of the battle with the strong enemy, from the artistic level to the combat mechanism, all of which are amazing. The protagonist is not very strong, but it feels inexplicably refreshing to use. The sound of iron forging, the subdivision and disassembly of the moves are very exciting. In fact, Ran Tianyun has seen a lot of content about the kingdom of Ashina in the Blackstone Town Adventurer Forum. Even if he didn't enter the dungeon to see the live content in person, he had already understood the main plot and style. But before that, everything was conceptualized. Ran Tianyun couldn't imagine a secret realm beyond cognition. Now that he has actually visited Miracle City and watched the adventurers fight and adventure, he knows that the country of Ashina is far more exciting than he imagined. From the perspective of a lord, Ran Tianyun believes that no matter whether it is the Ashina chapter, the Black Light chapter, or the Biochemical chapter, the most incredible thing for him is not entirely the plot or content itself, but a kind of ingenious and natural temperament. Why does this feeling arise? Because the lords of this world, no matter how talented or how rich in inspiration, the inspiration materials they obtain are scattered and disordered, and what they can put together depends entirely on luck. Even if there are good ideas, it is impossible to achieve 100% effect. Chi-Ji is different. Every secret realm he made has its own prototype and worldview. These inspiration crystals are originally classic games. All the gameplay and worldviews are ready-made. Naturally, there is no situation of stacking bricks by luck. This is why the various elements in his secret realm are so harmonious and natural. The old president is going to swipe out a headless or seven-faced spirit. What? Headless and seven-faced? Instantly, many adventurers gathered around. Ran Tianyun also became somewhat interested. After all, he heard about it from the adventurers. This headless and seven-faced monster is not only the most mysterious and terrifying monster in Ashina country, but also has incredibly powerful characteristics. It is a very rare third-level undead monster. Chapter 150. As of now, 10 people have cleared Ashina. 3 people have achieved Dragon's Homecoming. The others are all returning to normal people with a lower difficulty. In the next 2 days, it is expected that more than 20 senior or big adventurers will impact the finale. Although the ratio is still very low compared to the total number of adventurers, the number is increasing over time, and the intelligence of various monsters in every corner has been developed very thoroughly, including the headless that makes adventurers feel terrified. Come on, old president. Whether you can join Miracle City today depends on this wave of actions. Ran Tianyun knows Sanju. This person is the former president of the Adventurers Association of Blackstone Town. Like Baihe Jushir, he is the most respected old adventurer in Blackstone Town. After some understanding, he found out that Sanju had applied to join Miracle City a few days ago, But he had not found a suitable third-level spirit, so there was this carefully prepared hunting operation. There are not a few third-level strong men in Ashina country. However, the probability of dropping a spirit from killing a third-level boss alone is not high, especially when it is not the first kill, so Sanju thought of brushing the top wild monsters, that is, the mysterious headless and seven-faced warriors. They are third-level. There are also more of them. The adventurer found a total of 5 headless and 2 seven-faced. Each successful kill of this third-level monster can greatly improve the adventure score, thereby improving the quality of loot drops. If you kill several of them in a row in an adventure, it is expected that the explosion rate will be superimposed and there will be a greater chance of dropping spirits. Wool Warrior, exciting! But this challenge is not small. Dai Tui nodded. Yes, although the old president has activated the ghost Buddhas in various places, it is very difficult to brush all the known headless and seven-faced in the limited 3 hours. This is undoubtedly an extreme challenge. I admire those who dare to find Wushu and Qinian. I encountered this thing once, and even though I was mentally prepared, I was almost scared. Anyway, I will never dare to get close to its haunts again. Me too, this monster is too hellish, it's simply mental torture. Sanju has made all preparations. When he saw so many adventurers coming to watch his challenge, this old adventurer was also very enthusiastic to share strategies and experiences. Everyone, I have been preparing for this operation for a day or two. If this method can really produce a third-level soul, this set of strategies can provide a reference for everyone. First of all, it is the preliminary preparation. It is not advisable to swipe such a powerful Ashina ghost too early. I suggest that it is best to advance the main storyline to the collapsed canyon or the aquatic village, so that there will be enough strength and props, ninja tools, and it will be more convenient to activate the teleportation points near the known headless and seven-faced warriors. The second is proficiency training. Anyone will panic and feel fear when encountering the headless and seven-faced warriors for the first time. This is normal. Even if it is my first time to encounter them, it is difficult to stay calm, so a lot of practice is needed. I used up 20 lives yesterday to better understand their moves and adapt to the combat atmosphere. Everyone was in awe. Success is indeed not accidental. This old adventurer is already experienced. After 20 life and death battles, he must have a very good understanding of the moves of these Ashina ghosts. No wonder he is so confident at this moment. Sanju continued, as for the preparation of supplies, first of all, enough god snow is a must. As we all know, Ashina Ghost is almost immune to ordinary attacks. Even if there is a way to cause physical damage, the threat it poses is very small. Only by finding god snow and adding it to weapons can it effectively restrain it. Regarding the places where you can get god snow, someone has uploaded a strategy post to the forum. Ashina Ghost Monsters. The most troublesome method is fear-based mental attacks. My suggestion is to prepare more fear-repelling powder. If you have the conditions, you can get the Phoenix Purple Umbrella like me. This item has the effect of resisting or weakening mental attacks. Everyone took notes. It is not difficult to see that the old president has made very serious and comprehensive preparations for this challenge. After Sanju finished explaining, he officially started the action. At this moment, he was a little nervous and excited, because whether he could succeed depended on the next operation and luck. This kind of elite monster is the same as the strong enemy in the plot. They won't refresh, so if you kill one, there will be one less. Restarting the secret realm will cost a lot of time. It will take nearly 2 days to run around and light up all the ghosts and Buddhas in various places. No mistakes. Must pass it in one go. Ran Tianyan learned from the adventurers watching. No head and 7 faces are 2 special ghosts that adventurers found when exploring Ashina. They are not only powerful but also contain a history of ancient wars in Ashina. No head is formed by the residual souls of hundreds of dead warriors. And 7 faces is formed by the resentment of hundreds of warriors. They are all the incarnations of warriors who resisted the ancient Origin Palace Yugami clan. It is said that hundreds of years ago, Ashina Castle was occupied by the Yugami clan who served the Sakura Dragon. At that time, the Ashina people had gathered together to start a war to protect the country. This war is a long time ago. But various traces and residual influences can still be seen everywhere. The ancient Ashina warriors went forward one after another to drive the Yugami clan back to the Palace of Origin. This was a tragic and epic battle that cost the people of Ashina a huge price. Most of the headless and 7-faced warriors came from this. Today they still wander in the dark and gloomy place. Every time they appear, they are accompanied by a terrifying low-frequency hum, the screams of resentful spirits, and the purple resentment. Ren Tianyun was once again amazed at the production level of the Ashina chapter. Various main and dark lines are intertwined, making a small country in Japan so vivid and full of details, and it is also quite epic. When Sanju officially challenged the first headless, the oppressive feeling of the monsters, the atmosphere of the scene, and the arrangement and design of the battle all benefited Ren Tianyun a lot. At the same time, he also had a lot of inspiration and ideas to improve the secret realm of Tianyun City. Sanju had practiced with Wusho more than 10 or 20 times in advance. This time, the knife was blessed with the flying snow of the gods, and each knife could cause effective damage. Although it was indeed capable of killing Wusho, it was not easy to defeat this existence. Wusho not only teleported constantly, appeared and disappeared, and released mental attacks, but also had the power of the third level. There was a big gap in the strength of the two sides. Therefore, it was necessary to ensure that every knife fight was a perfect counterattack. Otherwise, he would be injured by Wusho, resulting in the failure of the battle. The problem was, Wusho's knife skills were strange and unpredictable. Sometimes it was as fast as thunder, sometimes it changed like water, and it also came with mental shock. Even top adventurers find it difficult to stay rational in front of him, let alone accurately deflect every fatal knife and respond to strange abilities such as teleportation at any time. Although he had practiced many times in advance. Although he had a thorough understanding of Wusho's abilities and moves. But Sanju still was not 100% sure of winning, and each time he only had a 60% to 70% chance of winning, and this was already the limit. Precisely because it was impossible to have the certainty of winning, the battle process was full of suspense. Not only did Sanju find it challenging, but the adventurers watching also found it very exciting. Dang dang, dang dang dang. Sanju waved the long sword burning with the flames of the flying snow of the gods, and fought with Wusho's wild sword wrapped in purple vitality in the dark and lightless pool of water. Every rhythmic collision of the blades was as rhythmic as playing music. Such a terrifying atmosphere. A tense and exciting environment. He actually fought with a sense of elegance. Ren Tianyun nodded. The combat feel and mechanism of the Ashina chapter are as exciting as the rumors. Finally, Sanju caught the flaw. In a flash, he pierced the body of the headless with a knife. The latter immediately let out a shrill cry, and then his body expanded and exploded, releasing a large amount of purple energy, and disappeared on the spot. The first one is done, from rushing to fighting. It took a total of about 32 minutes. This is higher than expected, and it is necessary to speed up the efficiency. Sanju was teleported to the underground of Ashina through the Ghost Buddha, and began to challenge the Seven Faces. This seven-faced warrior belongs to the same type of monster as the headless, and is also a headless ghost without a head. Many distorted faces appear on its armor. Every time it appears, it is accompanied by shrill crying, and the degree of horror is even worse. Although it is called a warrior, it is a magic monster. The seven-faced monster's attack method is to create a large number of vengeful spirit light balls. These light balls are not only terrifyingly lethal, but also can release powerful mental attacks. In addition, they have the ability to teleport over long distances, which makes it difficult to deal with. Sanju has the blessing of the Phoenix Purple Umbrella. He predicted the location of the seven-faced warrior again and again. Although the fight was very thrilling, he finally succeeded in killing it. Good. Wonderful. Well done. Win 2 games in a row. This is a third-level monster. No big guy is sure to win. Everyone cheered. Even Ren Tianyun couldn't help but cheer, and Sanju's confidence increased after 2 consecutive upgrades. The next one was the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Every battle was very exciting. It can be called a textbook hunting. Of course, every time was like a dance of blades, and the process was full of thrills and suspense. In the end, although only 4 headless monsters and 1 seven-faced monster were killed, and although 2 were missed and not 1, it was also very successful. The challenge is over. This evaluation, double armor, you have obtained the headless spirit. The spirit has come out. This method is really effective. Using this method, we can get a high probability of getting a 3rd level spirit, and it will not be difficult to advance to the 3rd level in the future. The adventurers are all very happy. The 3rd level spirit is very valuable. There are many 2nd level adventurers who have the opportunity to advance to the 3rd level, but because they can't get the right 3rd level spirit, they can only stay at the 2nd level for a long time. Sanju's challenge this time. The greatest significance is that it demonstrates a method to get a high-quality 3rd level soul with a high probability. This is of great significance to the adventurers of Miracle City, and even to all adventurers. Congratulations on joining Miracle City. Baihajusher congratulated Sanju. This old friend will become an adventurer of Miracle City like himself. Miracle City will add another third-level general, which will greatly increase the strength of the territory. This Sanju immediately showed joy when checking the information of the Headless Spirit. He showed the information of the Headless Spirit to other adventurers at the first time. Headless Spirit, a third-level 1-star rare spirit. Rare spirit? The value of the Headless Spirit is really high. It is estimated that it is not lower than the regular spirit of the third level, 4 or 5 stars. Although Rantianyan was shocked, he was not too surprised. Why? He himself is a lord dominated by undead monsters. More than half of the secret realms are filled with undead monsters. One of the strongest monsters, the Skeleton Ancient King, is a powerful undead of the third level and 5 stars. When he saw the abilities of the Headless and 7 Faces, Rantianyan made a judgment at the first time. Although they are both only level 3 and 1 star, their value is not lower than that of the Skeleton King. Why? Because the quality of a monster spirit is not entirely determined by the level of cultivation and strength, but also by the characteristics of the monster. The Headless cannot beat the Skeleton King. After all, the gap in rank is there. But adventurers above level 3, when in a non-level 3 transformation state, use the Headless Spirit as their life soul, and the role and value they play will far exceed that of the Skeleton King, regular, rare, and rare. It is a quality level outside of the level. Among them, the rare spirit is like the Sakura Dragon. Although the rare spirit cannot reach the level of the Sakura Dragon, it can kill the regular spirit in most cases, so the value of the Headless Spirit is not inferior to the level 3 and 5-star Skeleton King. Such spirits, they can be easily exploded. Miracle City is really generous. These Headless and 7-faced ones are enough to attract a lot of adventurers to challenge. There is no doubt that whether in terms of inspiration talent, material reserves, secret realm production, resource output, or spirit quality, this Miracle City far exceeds Tianyun City, and the gap is not a little bit. Rantianyan learned. In addition to the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world, Miracle City also has a main secret realm Doomsday Frenzy, and a secondary secret realm End of the World Arena. Although this End of the World Arena has only been in operation for a few days, it has attracted a lot of popularity, and challenge groups are emerging to challenge the King of Fighters Championship. The rich material of the characters in this secret realm. Let Rantianyan simply can't believe that this is a secondary secret realm. Iwari Yagami, Gyo Kusanagi, Mai Shiranui, etc. Each character has a distinct image, each with its own fighting style, and it is fun to play, bringing a lot of happiness to adventurers. As for the Doomsday Frenzy, this first secret realm of Miracle City is still the most popular one with the most content and variety. It is also a secret realm with the characteristics of Miracle City. Its modern urban style on Earth is full of freshness for people in this world. Rantianyan was about to continue to learn. Suddenly cheers broke out near a secret crystal in front. Fuck. Come on, Brother Hammer. Maybe we can win this time. At this moment, nearly 100 adventurers surrounded this crystal. Rantianyan was a little curious, so he went forward to check. It was the Blackstone Hammer King of the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team, and he was now challenging the 8th act of the Black Light chapter of the Frenzy. That's right, it's still the 8th act. Chi-Ji released the 7th act and 8th act of the Black Light chapter for 4 days. So far, no adventurer has been able to get through the 8th act, which shows how difficult these two plots are. The plot of the 7th act is to attack the Mother Nest to save his sister. After the adventurer saw Elizabeth in the Mother Nest, he injected the pathogen of the anti-black light into Elizabeth's body by sneak attack, and finally forced Elizabeth to split herself and merge the anti-black light virus to create the Supreme Hunter. The Supreme Hunter is equivalent to the blackened version of Alex. It is huge, burly and ferocious, and looks like it has no IQ. In fact, its intelligence is only higher than that of humans. Most of the skills that Alex can use, and the Supreme Hunter also has abnormally thick skin and flesh, which makes it very difficult. The adventurer fought for 2 days. Only then did he barely defeat the Supreme Hunter. The plot of the 8th act follows the 7th act, because Elizabeth used the consciousness of the Mother Nest to control the entire Manhattan Island. Now all the infected people, the black light monsters, are spreading the virus, and the situation is on the verge of complete collapse. If Elizabeth Green is not eliminated, not only will Manhattan fall completely, but the entire New York will be devoured by the blacklight virus and blacklight monsters in a short period of time. In such a serious situation, Captain Cross of Blackwatch appeared. He found Alex, and revealed 2 pieces of news to him. The first piece of news is that Blackwatch has developed an antiviral agent called blood poison, which can kill the blacklight virus and weaken the blacklight creatures after being atomized and released into the air. After Elizabeth understood the power of blood poison, she took tens of thousands of infected people and blacklight monsters to hide in the underground of Manhattan. Blackwatch has acquired several huge air pumps. They are going to pump the blood poison underground to force Elizabeth out. This may be the only chance to hunt her down. The second news is that the radicals in the military have prepared a nuclear bomb with a yield of 150,000. If the plan to hunt Elizabeth fails, they will definitely use this horrible bomb to directly flatten the entire Manhattan. If the military really does this, whether Alex, Elizabeth, or the entire Manhattan population will die, the entire New York will be destroyed. The reason why Captain Cross privately revealed these two pieces of information. It is precisely because this person still has a conscience that he cannot accept the plan to nuke the entire Manhattan. Cross knows that Blackwatch's blood poison can definitely force Elizabeth out, but he also knows that Blackwatch's ability cannot kill Elizabeth at all. The only one in the entire city who has the hope of defeating Elizabeth is Alex. That's why he took the risk to meet Alex. I hope Alex can help. Although Captain Cross had a grudge against Alex, as it was this guy who had injected Alex with the anti-blacklight pathogen, he felt that this was indeed a necessary cooperation. On the one hand, Alex could not withstand the nuclear bomb at present, not to mention that there were people in the city that he had to protect. On the other hand, Alex had also intended to deal with Elizabeth, who is the source of all the chaos and threats at present, and staying for one more day could cause a huge threat. Therefore, an operation against the Blacklight Mother Elizabeth was launched. It was another three-way fight between the Blackwatch force, the Blacklight virus Mother Elizabeth, and the super prototype Alex. In this battle, the elite Blackwatch troops sent out a large number of tanks and helicopters to protect the ground troops, so that they could install the blood poison underground gas pump device at the designated location. The infected army led by Elizabeth would definitely not let the Blackwatch plan succeed, so they sent a large number of infected people, Blacklight hunters, and other monsters to interfere. The two sides broke out in an extremely fierce battle in the city. Gunfire and bullets, artillery shells and missiles flew everywhere. The smell of blood and flesh and gunpowder intertwined. Alex secretly took action to eliminate many Blacklight monsters, allowing the Blackwatch troops to withstand the pressure and successfully start the blood poison gas pump, thereby injecting the blood poison gas into the ground. Just as Captain Cross expected, Elizabeth couldn't stand the erosion of the blood poison, and she was forced to turn into a huge tentacle and drill out. In the process, all the infected people hiding underground and the Blacklight monsters came out in droves. This was obviously a big scene that Chi-Chi had strengthened. When thousands of Blacklight zombies and Blacklight monsters came out of the caves, they covered several streets in almost the blink of an eye. Although the Blackwatch troops were well prepared, they couldn't resist such a fierce attack. The intensity of the war increased several times in a short time. The scale of this scene also opened the eyes of the adventurers. Several blocks were full of pictures of the Blackwatch troops fighting with the infected. The infected continued to emerge from the ground, and the Blackwatch reinforcements were also arriving in batches. Adventurers are in such an environment. They can kill Blacklight zombies and Blacklight monsters at will, and they can also attack the Blackwatch troops, destroy tanks and planes one by one, and rush around and be invincible. It's very exciting. That's why. It's obvious that these two chapters are difficult. The fee for the 8th act is as high as 100 contribution points. Each challenge costs about the same as handing in a first-level 4-star or 5-star spirit, but adventurers, like the Blackstone Hammer King, still enjoy this crazy challenge and can't stop at all. The pleasure of rushing and slaughtering wildly in the midst of thousands of troops and the hail of bullets by one's own strength is indescribable. Alex, played by the adventurer, is a lone hero. All infected people and Blackwatch will attack him, and he can attack them all without any psychological burden. Kill, kill, kill. So cool. Does anything else matter? Chapter 151. 15 minutes ago. Times Square in Manhattan. The former prosperity is gone. This place has become a disaster area where Blacklight creatures are rampant. With the secret help of adventurers, the Blackwatch force successfully operated the air pump device, and was frantically pumping blood poison gas into the ground, and finally succeeded in forcing the dormant Elizabeth out. Boom! A loud bang. The virus mother turned into a giant tentacle 20 to 30 meters long, appearing in the center of Times Square. At the same time, using the underground mother nest connected to it, it summoned more than a dozen smaller tentacles in the nearby blocks. All tentacles are extremely aggressive and extensible, and can quickly retract and split into multiple branches to pierce, entangle or slap targets. Some tentacles will suddenly emerge from nearby buildings that have been eroded by the mother nest. Very dangerous. Hard to defend. Whether it is a helicopter fighter or a tank, it will be destroyed instantly as long as it approaches. Thousands of black light zombies and black light hunters rushed out from the cracks in the ground torn by tentacles, turning this area into a paradise for black light creatures to wreak havoc. The scene was shocking. It has only been more than 10 days since the outbreak of the black light virus. It is really hard for people to imagine how big the mother nest will become if it continues to develop. I am afraid that the whole city will be filled with fungal blankets and tentacles. The Black Watch troops deployed on all sides immediately called for various weapons and support. The two sides launched a fierce decisive battle in the center of this prosperous city. The good show has begun again. Let me kill one first. The Blackstone Hammer King jumped up from a building nearly 100 stories high, soaring dozens of meters, like a big bird. When he came to the sky above a main street, he immediately launched a bullet dive, set off a series of sonic booms in the air, and rushed down at a violent speed. He was covered in black armor. His hands also turned into hammer fists. The Blackstone Hammer King released extreme energy and blasted the street. The glass on both sides of the building shattered layer by layer, and the concrete ground centered on him collapsed in an instant, and the nearly 100-meter-long vehicles were shattered. As for the creatures, whether it was the infected or the soldiers, all were shattered or blown away by the violent force. The flesh and blood body could not withstand such an impact at close range. The adventurers were excited. This move is so cool and cool. The Blackstone Hammer King instantly switched his arm to a blade form, cut off the oncoming shells with one knife, and then slashed a black light hunter, and the invulnerable flesh was easily torn apart. He knew that as long as he showed up, he would be attacked by the black light monsters and the Black Watch troops. At first, the Blackstone Hammer King could only kill randomly, but in the end, he was killed by Elizabeth. Now the Blackstone Hammer King has realized that the Black Watch can be used, because although the two sides are in a hostile relationship, they have the same goal of dealing with the Mother Elizabeth. Only by reducing the casualties of the Black Watch. Only by fighting with Elizabeth can more external forces be used. Perhaps this is the correct way to play. Although the Blackstone Hammer King likes this level very much, he has failed in more than 10 attempts and has invested thousands of contribution points. If he continues to play like this, he will soon go bankrupt. He must find a way to pass the level as soon as possible. When he swooped down with super cool bullets to kill a group of infected people, he ignored the shooting of the Black Watch and left the place quickly. First run vertically, then fly over the eaves and walls, and then jump and land in the center of the intersection in front. The Blackstone Hammer King immediately became a conspicuous target. Black light monsters from multiple directions surrounded him, like piranhas smelling blood. They received orders from their mother to deal with Alex first. Front, back, left, and right. Densely packed. There are so many. But I like it. Most of these black light creatures are just infected people with low intelligence close to zero. But there are also many super infected people, black light hunters, and other dangerous targets. Once besieged, they are still quite threatening. The Blackstone Hammer King raised his hands, and violent biological energy surged in his hands and flowed to his fingertips, fiercely piercing the ground under his feet. Tombtip kill. The large-scale ground crack centered on him spread rapidly like a giant python, and then a series of sharp black blades suddenly released stabs, like towering tombstones, densely packed and quickly covering the ground. All of them exuded a cold light, like the judgment blade of the underworld. The power was so strong that it could easily tear the hunter's body apart. The number of them covered the entire intersection. This move not only covers a large area, but also has a terrifying killing effect. It is like a meat grinder that shatters hundreds of black light creatures. The killing efficiency is frightening, and the performance is even more jaw-dropping. Too bloody, too brutal, the Blackstone Hammer King was very excited. He continued to absorb monsters to replenish energy while madly releasing various skills. Under his wanton slaughter, the black light creatures soon suffered heavy losses. The Blackstone Hammer King minimized the losses of the Black Watch. At this time, the troops approached Times Square from all directions, and various heavy weapons launched attacks on Elizabeth. The two sides launched the most intense and tragic decisive battle at this location. Of course, the Blackstone Hammer King would not just watch. He kept plundering helicopters and tanks, personally driving helicopters to release missiles, or driving tanks to shoot with artillery, and constantly bombarding the mother tentacles transformed by Elizabeth with long-range attacks. Although the tanks and helicopters were soon blown up. But there were many vehicles and heavy weapons of the nearby Black Watch ready to use. Elizabeth was consumed by the continuous fierce attacks, and the frequency of splitting black light creatures and summoning tentacles was significantly reduced, and the Black Watch troops also suffered heavy losses in the process. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits, the Blackstone Hammer King realized that the opportunity had come. He immediately went down to the giant tentacle himself, and Elizabeth immediately controlled the nearby black light creatures to attack it, and the Blackstone Hammer King opened his big without saying a word. Thousands of tentacles. And everything. The Blackstone Hammer King completely released the energy accumulated to the critical value in his body, and his body exploded with thousands of tiny virus tentacles in an instant, which deeply penetrated into hundreds of nearby black light creatures and special warfare soldiers. The next moment, one body after another, ruthlessly torn apart and absorbed by the virus. Countless flesh and blood flowed back into the body like rivers flowing into the sea. After absorbing so much flesh and blood, the Blackstone Hammer King felt that his physical strength and energy had reached their peak. He immediately transformed into armor and a sharp blade to fight against the giant tentacles in front of him. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The mother tentacles were bombarded hundreds of times, and with the crazy attacks of the Blackstone Hammer King, she was becoming weaker and weaker, and both the Blackstone Hammer King and the adventurers outside were becoming more and more excited. There's hope. Hold on. I feel like we can win this time. Come on, Hammer. It's all up to you. When the mother's tentacles recovered slower and slower, the Blackstone Hammer King sensed Elizabeth's position and suddenly increased the frequency of his attacks, tearing the flesh and blood madly, then grabbed Elizabeth's neck and pulled her out of the tentacles. Finally pulled you out? The Blackstone Hammer King was ecstatic. Elizabeth was extremely weak, but she was not completely powerless to resist. But she did not continue to fight, but just said expressionlessly, "You passed." The Blackstone Hammer King tore her body into pieces, and then activated the absorption function, completely devouring the mother of black light, and a large number of memory fragments emerged in his mind in an instant. So that's it. The Blackstone Hammer King, by piecing together memory fragments from different sources, has now understood the truth of Hope Town and the entire process of the black light virus from the experimental stage to its birth. This black light virus can be traced back to more than 20 years ago. At that time, Black Watch discovered a mysterious virus from Africa. This virus seems to have infinite potential, which can give the human body extraordinary power and even immortality. They named this virus Red Light Virus and established the Hope Town Research Project. Stars and Stripes deceived. A large number of families of fallen soldiers were summoned from all over the country. These people moved to Hope Town to live, and then began to inject the virus into the residents. As expected, the game soon went wrong, so Black Watch directly blocked Hope Town and let them fend for themselves or even kill each other. 1 year later, all the residents of the town died. Only one person survived. This person was Elizabeth Green, who was pregnant at the time and the only one who had adapted to the virus. After Elizabeth was brought back to the Black Watch headquarters, she soon gave birth to a child. This child was born with the ability to perfectly adapt to the virus, so she was secretly taken away by the top leaders for research. From then on, Elizabeth was imprisoned and studied as a prototype. In order to conceal the truth and better study the black light virus, Black Watch specially established the Gentech Research Company, and Alex was once a researcher at Gentech. Today, General Randall, the highest commander of Black Watch. He was the commander who was fully responsible for the Hope Town project at the time. He relied on this project to make merit, and was promoted from a major to a general, and then took charge of the entire Black Watch force. After the Blackstone Hammer King successfully absorbed Elizabeth, he not only obtained the last piece of the puzzle about the Hope Town incident and the truth of the virus, but also gained great enhancement in the process. Elizabeth is the mother of black light. She has bred hundreds of virus variants with unlimited potential in her body. Now all of them have been absorbed by the new super prototype played by the Blackstone Hammer King. The Blackstone Hammer King said excitedly, "I feel that my current strength is infinitely close to the 4th level." Hearing this, every adventurer was shocked. 4th level? So exaggerated. So far, we should not have officially dealt with 4th level existences, right? Of course. Whether it is Ashina's Sakura Dragon or Sword Saint, they are only 3 level 5-star. As for the demon-eyed boy at the beginning of the Sui and Tang dynasties and the prologue, I don't know if the monster Tao Tai is at the 4th level. But even if it is, I haven't had direct contact or fight with it. Alex, played by the adventurer, has grown into a quasi-4th level existence in just over 10 days. Such terrifying strength and exaggerated growth potential How can people not feel shocked and moved, smoothly past the 8th act? The Black Light chapter has 10 plot levels without counting the prologue. The 9th and 10th acts have been released long ago, and adventurers can directly reach the finale. The Blackstone Hammer King was surprised to find that he was the only one who had passed the 8th act so far, which meant that he could hope to achieve the first pass of the Black Light coming chapter. When he realized this, he suddenly became extremely excited. He couldn't wait to enter the 9th act. This act is not very difficult. It is mainly to unravel the truth about Brother AI. After absorbing the Mother Elizabeth, the Blackstone Hammer King lost the effect of blood poison and other inhibitors developed for the Black Light virus, so he pretended to be captured and taken to Gentech Research Company. He used this method to find the research director McMullen. From the conversation with McMullen and his memory, the adventurers got a shocking truth. It turned out that the outbreak of the Black Light virus in Manhattan was caused by Alex at the beginning, and the real Alex had died long ago. It turned out that 35-year-old Alex Moser was also a top scientist. After joining the Black Light organization, he was entrusted with an important task by the director McMullen. He has been responsible for the core research of the Black Light virus and independently developed a new virus codenamed DX1118C. This is a variant of the Black Light virus family that has never appeared before. The Black Light organization's top leaders immediately wanted to obtain the virus sample and planned to deal with all the insiders, which made Alex alert and worried about being silenced, so he decided to save himself. He then sent the Black Light organization's information to his sister, who was a reporter, hoping that Dina could expose the Black Light organization's research, thereby causing a sensation in public opinion to protect his life. This was obviously not enough. Alex was preparing to escape New York with the DX1118C virus sample, but was caught by the Black Light organization agents, who had ambushed in advance at the station. When he realized that he had no way out, he smashed the virus sample directly. The station was crowded at the time. It caused the first infection and outbreak of the Black Light virus. In other words, the culprits who caused Manhattan to become the hell on Earth today are Elizabeth and Alex is even the original initiator. Of course, the real Alex was shot dead by the agent at the station. He came into direct contact with the virus when he died, which caused a large amount of the virus to enter his body, eventually causing a series of changes. The current AI goo is just a humanoid virus that has inherited Alex's appearance and part of his personality after the Black Light virus entered his body and completely occupied and replaced this body. It's not a fusion. It's not an evolution. It's a complete replacement. This reversal and the truth shocked the adventurers. The angry chicken said, "It turns out that the character we played was not Alex from the beginning to the end, but the prototype of the virus, AI goo. The Pig King. This Alex is not a hero, but an extremely selfish and reckless person. He actively spread the virus and wanted to drag the entire city to be buried with him. Yes. He took the initiative to send the Black Light organization information to his sister, putting her in danger. It was not for justice, but to use his sister's identity as a reporter to expose Black Light so that he could be safer. This move will inevitably put Dina in an extremely dangerous situation. This Alex is a complete scumbag." On the contrary, Brother AI knew that he was no match for Elizabeth, but he still bravely entered the mother nest and risked his life just to save his sister. Brother AI is a real man. The Blackstone Hammer King also revealed Brother AI's thoughts at the moment to the adventurers. "I can feel Brother AI's emotions and thoughts at the moment. I can never forgive Alex for what he did. Although I have learned my true identity, I still have to do my best to protect Dina, Dr. Lalland, and all the friends and partners I care about. This city should not be destroyed by the virus. After the Mother Elizabeth is eliminated, the infected will lose the control of the mother nest consciousness, and the spread of the Black Light virus can be completely suppressed." When hearing this, all the adventurers were in awe. Ming Weishaoxue, a virus that was born only a dozen days ago, actually has such a positive outlook. Mao Mingming, as expected of Brother AI, he is really open and above board. Although I know that Brother AI is not a human, I think Brother AI's charm has increased. Come on, Brother AI. You can do it with your ability. Although it is a group of virus aggregates, Brother AI is more humane than Alex. So far, the 9th act ends. The Blackstone Hammer King enters the final act. This is the 15th day of the virus outbreak. But the adventurers found that the situation in Manhattan did not worsen, and the number of infected people on the streets decreased rapidly, a good sign after Elizabeth died. The Black Light virus stopped spreading. Everything is moving in a good direction. There is a great hope that the city can be saved. Just when the Blackstone Hammer King and the adventurers thought so, they received bad news from Captain Cross. Although Elizabeth was successfully eliminated in the last battle, General Randall, the Supreme Commander of Blackwatch, was still worried about the situation in Manhattan, especially because of the terrible prototype of Ego. In order to solve the problem once and for all, General Randall decided to implement the original plan. At this moment, the aircraft carrier has arrived near the coast and is about to drop a nuclear bomb on Manhattan, destroying the entire Manhattan and most of New York, so as to completely eliminate the hidden dangers brought by the Blacklight virus and the prototype. The countdown to destruction has begun. This adventure is about to come to an end. Chapter 152. This secret realm is so wonderful. Hundreds of onlookers gathered near the secret realm crystal of the Blackstone Hammer King. Among them was Tianyan City Lord Ran Tianyan. The Frenzy Black Light chapter is a paid secret realm content. Only 1/10 of the adventurers in Miracle City have experienced it, so it is relatively less popular and famous than the Biochemical chapter or the Ashina chapter. But he started watching from the 8th act. He still felt very involved and attracted. The Frenzy Secret Realm has a unique but self-consistent style of painting, which is an eye-opening worldview. The protagonist's ability is so strong. It's simply creepy. Especially the means of swallowing and absorbing others instantly. And from the switching of claws, knives, hammers, whips, armor, super muscles and other abilities, to the skill system that matches various forms, it is simply born for the pursuit of extreme coolness. Not to mention the terrifying tricks such as bullet dives, tomb spikes, and thousands of tentacles, which can be called a visual feast. How can the adventurer not have fun? This secret realm not only fully reflects the aesthetics of violence, but also has a very interesting plot design. The truth and shocking reversal in the 9th act made the adventurer realize that the real Alex had already died. The role he played. It was not a human from the beginning. It was just a virus prototype that was just born and replaced Alex. Ran Tianyan couldn't help but exclaim, "How did Chi do it? He can create such a curious and imaginative world, plot and characters. How can a virus that was born for more than 10 days behave so much like a human? Brother AI is more humane than the real Alex." This is really thought-provoking. This secret realm with explosive fun as its core has a layer of depth. The lonely swordsman wondered, what exactly is a nuclear bomb? Why is even the powerful Brother AI so afraid of it? Mingwei Xiaoxue. This special weapon is also mentioned in the biochemical chapter. It is said to be a terrifying bomb that can instantly raze an entire city to the ground, or even turn a piece of land into wasteland forever. What? So powerful? Impossible. I think the hot barium tank that can blow up a building is already an extremely terrifying existence. If Miracle City really has a weapon that can destroy an entire city at once, I dare not think about what will happen if I provoke Qi Lao's forces in the future. The adventurer's discussion. Ran Tianyan was full of disbelief. How big is Manhattan? There is an intuitive feeling. The Manhattan map in the Black Light chapter is a strict reproduction of New York Manhattan in the real world, in which various landmarks such as Times Square, the Empire State Building, and Rockefeller Center are restored. After Chi further enriched the details. Almost one-to-one restoration of the real world. Manhattan, as one of the 5 major urban areas in New York, is undoubtedly one of the most densely populated and high-rise places in the world, with a total area of 60 to 70 square kilometers, about 6,000 high-rise buildings, and a total of tens of thousands of buildings. When such a dense and solid steel and concrete jumble appeared in front of him, Ran Tianyan couldn't imagine what kind of power could wipe them out at once. If there really is such a weapon, it must be at least level 6, or even level 7 or 8. How long has Chi debuted? He has such high-level and powerful materials. Once the future is successfully revealed, it will be a big deal. I didn't think much about it. I continued to read. The Blackstone Hammer King said, I feel the will of Brother AI. I must stop everything from happening. Whether it is for the millions of innocent people in New York or to protect Sister Dina, Dr. Lalonde, we can't sit back and watch the disaster happen. The adventurers nodded. Support? It must be. But how to start? Brother Hammer, maybe General Randall can be used as a breakthrough. This person is the highest commander of Black Watch and the actual executor of the nuclear peace plan. Good idea. If you can find Randall and absorb him, Brother Hammer can disguise himself as him and prevent the implementation of the plan. Everyone offered suggestions. Among them, General Randall is a good breakthrough. The Blackstone Hammer King then sought help from Captain Cross. Captain Cross also wanted to stop the nuclear explosion, so he provided an important clue and asked him to disguise himself as Colonel Lucius to get close to Randall. This Colonel Lucius is the commander-in-chief of Black Watch's operations in Manhattan. He is General Randall's confidant. If he can be absorbed and replaced, he will definitely be able to take the opportunity to come to Randall. This information is very useful. The Blackstone Hammer King could not help but respect Cross. Whether it is to defeat Elizabeth or to prevent the nuclear annihilation of Manhattan, it would be difficult to achieve without this person's help, and his behavior undoubtedly puts himself in danger. The Blackstone Hammer King asked, "Why do you want to help me? You should know that I am not Alex. I am not even a human being." Captain Cross said lightly, "Although you are not a human, I can see that you are more like a human than some guys. At least you still have humanity. And I am not helping you. I am just abiding by my oath and conscience." A middle-level officer of Blackwatch. He is the one who understands age the most among all people. This extraordinary and brave Captain Cross may become Age's first friend. There is no time. Act now. As for Captain Cross, he will take his brothers to the Mother Nest to continue fighting. Only by completely killing the out-of-control infected can the top leaders be convinced not to give up the city. The Blackstone Hammer King took note of this favor, and would definitely repay it if he had the chance in the future. Based on the clues provided by Captain Cross, he found Colonel Lucius without much effort. Infiltrate, kill and absorb, all in one go. The adventurer absorbed and disguised himself as the officer without anyone noticing, found the emergency evacuation order he had just received from his memory, and then boarded a Black Hawk helicopter to fly out of Manhattan Island. Not long after, the adventurer saw an aircraft carrier. Because it was an emergency mission, the aircraft carrier was not fully staffed, with only 2 frigates. Even so, when such a huge and domineering warship appeared in front of them, the adventurers were still amazed at the productivity and technological level of this world. The Blackstone Hammer King saw a white-haired, cold-eyed, one-armed officer on the deck of the Reagan aircraft carrier. Although it was the first time he met him, he knew that this person was General Randall, finally found, but the helicopter had not landed before approaching the deck. Several devices lit up red alarm lights and issued piercing alarms at the same time. Not good. There is a blacklight virus sensor. This virus sensor is not the first time it has appeared. It is an early warning device developed by Blackwatch specifically for blacklight creatures. When a person or monster carrying the blacklight virus approaches a certain distance, the alarm will be triggered. Prototype Alex Moser. Randall's face changed. Shoot down this plane. Several rockets immediately hit the Black Hawk helicopter and caused an explosion. However, how could this threaten the Blackstone Hammer King at this moment? Since he has been exposed, there is no need to hide it. He simply changed back to Brother Eye and jumped. He landed directly on the deck of the aircraft carrier in a bullet dive. Boom! The instant impact force. The deck had a large area of cracks. A bunch of Blackwatch soldiers were blown away. He made a brilliant appearance with a single knee touchdown, like a superhero. So handsome. Brother Hammer is awesome. Kill Randall. The adventurers outside all started to cheer. Randall's eyes were gloomy. Are you here to kill me? No, I have no interest in your life, but I want to stop you from destroying the city. It's too late. The nuclear bomb command has been activated. Even I can't stop it. Raising Manhattan is the only way to cut off the spread of the virus. No one can stop this from happening. While speaking, there were hundreds of soldiers swarming towards the deck from all directions. 10 of them were super soldiers standing in front of General Randall. These super soldiers are the achievements of the Black Light Organization, super soldiers created with the Black Light virus serum. They are the top soldiers carefully selected by the Blackwatch force. After being injected with the super virus serum, each of them has a height of more than 2.2 meters, and their physical strength is comparable to that of a second-level 2 or 3-star creature. One-on-one duels are enough to easily tear apart the Black Light Hunter. Now in this environment, it is indeed a big trouble for 10 of them to come together. At this time, the alarm sounded, and all troops responded. Several fighters took off, and the phalanx closed defense system of the aircraft carrier was activated. Although the aircraft carrier lacked a plan for the extreme situation of the enemy directly boarding the deck to fight, the aircraft carrier was equipped with M2 heavy machine guns, 38 Malawang Quachas automatic grenade launchers, 11 30 close defense guns, and hundreds of combatants, which were enough to form a powerful close combat firepower. Multiple fighters took off at the same time. 2 frigates also responded. Their 30mm machine guns and Mk-44 chain guns can provide medium and short-range fire suppression, and they can also quickly deliver Marines to the aircraft carrier deck through SH-60 Seahawk helicopters. It can be said that a comprehensive blockade of the sea, land and air against the Blackstone Hammer King is being opened. Once this scene and formation is formed, even with the current strength of the Blackstone Hammer King, it is extremely dangerous. A war broke out. This battle does not exist in prototype. In the original work, Brother A arrived at the Reagan and immediately killed Randall, then triggered a boss battle, and finally drove the helicopter to transport the nuclear bomb away. GG felt that it was not reasonable. The aircraft carrier's resistance should not be so weak. Therefore, this exciting battle was specially added. The Blackstone Hammer King immediately realized that he had to fight quickly, and immediately burst out his ultimate move, thousands of tentacles, to attract all the nearby soldiers in one breath, replenishing the body's reserve blood packs and avoiding being concentrated. Tomb Spike Kill. Another big move was launched. Countless black spikes rose from the ground like sharp blades. This further caused large-scale casualties, and at the same time severely damaged the deck, making most carrier-based aircraft unusable. He turned on the blade mode and started to hack and slash wildly, fighting with 10 super soldiers. If it was before Elizabeth was absorbed, this battle might be very difficult, but now it was completely one-sided. Kill all the super soldiers. Absorb them all without wasting them. They are more replenishing than ordinary black light hunters. Let the Blackstone Hammer King quickly replenish the consumption to fight and support the war, so that he can continue to rampage on the aircraft carrier and kill all directions, lifting up one carrier-based aircraft after another as artillery shells. Boom boom boom. These carrier-based aircraft worth hundreds of millions. They were attacked by the Blackstone Hammer King as projectiles. Several close-in defense guns and firepower points that could pose a threat were destroyed one after another. Then fireballs exploded on the 2 frigates, or smashed the fighter planes in the air. A large number of ammunition exploded. Flames continued to rise into the air. Thick smoke soon covered the sky. The adventurer killed everyone with the most advanced weapon system in the 21st century. The Black Watch troops had no power to resist, and General Randall took advantage of the chaos to try to board the helicopter and escape. Where to escape? The Blackstone Hammer King used a whip fist to pierce his body from a distance. No nonsense, just absorb it directly. All kinds of memories emerge in an instant, and a large number of detailed pictures of Hope Town are exposed, allowing the adventurers to see a lot of bloody and dirty deeds over the years. This Randall is really guilty. I'm afraid it's not enough to die 10 times. It's really a bargain for him. At the same time, the Blackstone Hammer King's heart sank. Randall did not lie. The nuclear bomb has indeed been activated. Once this program is started, unless the top level orders it to stop, even Randall has no right to stop it. About 15 minutes later, a nuclear explosion will occur in downtown Manhattan. Everything will be reduced to ashes and cease to exist. Although time is running out, there is still hope of stopping it. If the nuclear bomb is moved far enough, it is still possible to save the entire city. At this moment, another Black Hawk landed a troop. The leader was the familiar Captain Cross. The Blackstone Hammer King was stunned when he saw the other party. Why are you here? But you came just in time. I need your help. However, the words have not been finished. The Blackstone Hammer King's neck was locked by a big hand that was 100 times stronger than an iron clamp, and then a violent force was emitted, instantly throwing him half of the deck, and smashing several remaining A-18C Hornet carrier-based fighters into pieces. Not Captain Cross. This kind of terrifying power, not to mention that Captain Cross is just an ordinary person. Even a super soldier transformed by the black light virus serum cannot have it. The Blackstone Hammer King walked out of the fragments in flames. Who are you? Where is Cross? The idiot Cross has merged with me. Thanks to his memory, I was able to find this place. The fake Cross roared and suddenly launched thousands of tentacles, tearing and absorbing all the surviving soldiers nearby on the spot. Then his body expanded several times, and turned into a nearly 3-meter-tall humanoid monster. It's the Supreme Hunter. The adventurers on the scene recognized him immediately. This was the terrifying existence created by Elizabeth using the anti-blacklight pathogen and part of her body when she first entered the mother nest to challenge Elizabeth. He basically knows all the skills that Brother AI knows, and his strength is very strong. In his hands, the adventurer suffered a lot. The Blackstone Hammer King felt unbelievable. He had clearly killed this guy. It turned out that the Supreme Hunter had a very strong vitality. Even if there was only a piece of body fragment left, he could complete resurrection and rebirth. It was unrealistic to kill him completely under that environment. Part of the Supreme Hunter's body fragments were directly integrated into the mother nest. When the Blackstone Hammer King became stronger by absorbing Elizabeth, the Supreme Hunter also took the opportunity to absorb the entire mother nest and resurrected. At this moment, both sides were quasi-4th level strength. The Supreme Hunter absorbed Captain Cross. He received the news that Manhattan was about to be razed. He realized that even he could not withstand an attack of this scale. Only by absorbing the strongest prototype in front of him, as soon as possible, he would be sure to survive a nuclear explosion. You killed Captain Cross. I felt a hint of anger from Brother AI's emotions. The Blackstone Hammer King did not hesitate to activate the giant blade form to attack, and the Supreme Hunter also turned his arm into a giant blade to fight back. The moment the two giant blades collided in the air, a huge force, like a tidal wave hit. The decks under the feet of both sides shattered again. So strong. After only one move with the Supreme Hunter, the Blackstone Hammer King could feel the horror of the opponent. His physical strength was even 3 points stronger than his super prototype. The most important thing was that in the battle just now, the Blackstone Hammer King consumed too much. Although he absorbed some super soldiers and ordinary soldiers to replenish his physical strength, these supplements were far less than the expenditure during the battle, so he was in a relatively tired and weak state at the moment. The Supreme Hunter roared hysterically, "As long as we absorb you, we will become the strongest creatures, and no one can stop us. Blacklight is the ultimate goal of all creatures' evolution, and humans are just our nutrients." The Supreme Hunter has a deep connection with age. It is probably equivalent to his dark side. The Supreme Hunter obviously has no sense of identity and sympathy for humans. He regards himself as the most perfect creature on this planet. As long as he survives, he will spread the Blacklight virus and let it engulf the entire world. The two sides launched a fierce contest. From claws, knives, hammers, to various skill collisions. The Blackstone Hammer King was obviously at a disadvantage, and was eventually completely suppressed and attacked crazily, thus losing control of his body. "Oh no!" the adventurers exclaimed in horror. The Blackstone Hammer King and the secret crystal was cut into pieces by the Supreme Hunter. The Supreme Hunter immediately released a large number of viral tentacles to capture these fragments, absorb them all into the body in one breath, completely merged with AI Gu, and obtain the potential of the super prototype. The adventurer lost this battle, but surprisingly, although the Blackstone Hammer King was defeated, he did not immediately exit the secret realm. There were still plot cut scenes and ending demonstrations later. The camera turned, looking down at New York from a bird's eye view. Everyone saw a blazing white light spot suddenly appearing in the center of Manhattan, swallowing all colors in an instant, and the light released was so strong that it was enough to burn the retinas of witnesses within dozens of miles. The secret crystal presented a visual feast of this disaster to the adventurer from multiple angles. When the blinding incandescent light exploded from the horizon, all the billboards in Times Square and nearby streets instantly melted into molten iron. The nearby residents and running soldiers suddenly stopped, and their shadows were branded on the charred walls by the strong light, peeling off like wax figures, and their flesh and bones quickly carbonized and then turned into ashes. When the fireball, which was as high as a kilometer, rose into the air, the shock wave it formed began to spread. Within a few kilometers, hundreds of reinforced concrete buildings were crushed like fragile wafers, and the buildings farther away collapsed like a house of cards. The terrifying power covered and swallowed the entire Manhattan and spread to other districts. Everything happened in an instant. At this time, the camera quickly pulled away again. Everyone only saw a spectacular mushroom cloud rising above this once prosperous city. Everything covered by it had been destroyed, becoming a complete death zone. The screen went black. It lit up again. It had been a while since the explosion. The once prosperous city has completely turned into a wasteland. Everyone saw a figure standing on the ruins of the city. This person was wearing black clothes, a hood, and a cold look. It was the image of Brother AI played by the adventurer. However, everyone knew that this was no longer the real Brother AI, but the blackened version of Brother AI transformed by the Supreme Hunter who devoured Brother AI. He really survived this terrible disaster. And this also means he will begin to take revenge on humans. The disaster caused by the black light virus has just begun. The challenge failed. You got the Hummer H1 military off-road vehicle. You unlocked the dark prototype achievement of the Black Light Advent chapter. The Blackstone Hammer King only exited the secret realm at this time. This challenge ended in failure, but it also had an ending. Although it was a bad ending, it was also an ending, so a related ending achievement was obtained. Although this challenge ended in failure, it was a full-scale display of a nuclear explosion. It allowed all adventurers to witness the horror of nuclear weapons with their own eyes. It was an absolute visual feast, and also a shocking catastrophe. Chapter 153. The Power of a Nuclear Bomb. So terrifying. The adventurers around this secret crystal. Everyone fell into a state of brain short-circuit and subverted worldview. They witnessed a nuclear explosion through the crystal in front of them. When facing this terrifying destructive force that did not belong to the human world and was enough to destroy everything, They produced an almost instinctive trembling, fear and shock from the depths of their souls. Those adventurers, who were still questioning the nuclear bomb just now, thinking that this was just a bluff, all were stunned. And the soul crit suffered by Ran Tianyun, the lord of Tianyun City, was even several times that of the adventurers. The power of this weapon is too exaggerated. Once this kind of forbidden power is developed, what kind of dungeon can withstand an attack? Anyway, if the nuclear bomb detonated in the center of Manhattan is dropped on Tianyun City, this dungeon that Ran Tianyun has worked hard to build for decades will be destroyed in an instant, and he won't even have the slightest room for resistance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. If Ran Tianyun had only admired Chi-Ji before, then from this moment on, he couldn't help but have more awe. At this time, the Black Stone Hammer King withdrew from the secret realm. The challenge ended in failure. For the onlookers. Still exciting, whether it was the killing on the aircraft carrier, the duel between good and evil with the Supreme Hunter, and the final nuclear peace scene, all exceeded the expectations and imagination of the adventurers. Excellent. Too wonderful. This nuclear bomb penetrated my soul, enough to shock me for 10,000 years. The old villain Chi's background is so terrifying. After the Supreme Hunter absorbed Aigu, he turned into Dark Aigu. Do you think there is a possibility? In the future, there will be an expansion pack or a parallel world with Dark Aigu as the opponent? Interesting. I think there should be. The blueprint of the Black Light chapter is prototype. Of course, the Supreme Hunter did not absorb Alex and turn him into Dark Alex. This is purely an original Easter egg added by Chi-Ji, and it is also his latest idea. In the future, it can be used to further expand the subsequent content of the Black Light chapter. For example, use different endings. Divide into 2 world lines. Create 2 parallel worlds. One uses the blackened Alex as the villain. In this way, the plot of Prototype 2 can be copied to a large extent, and a lot of production troubles and work can be avoided. Chi-Ji has always been dissatisfied with the forced blackening design of Brother AI in the original work, but if the current blackening design is adopted, it will be easier to be accepted in terms of emotion and rationality, and it will not waste the material of Prototype 2. The other world line can continue to play the real Brother AI and continue the adventure. Chi-Ji has enough materials in his hands, so he can use the foreshadowing of the original plot, such as Elizabeth's son, to create new original content. This challenge, although it ended in failure, but it still has great value. The Blackstone Hammer King not only played the Black Light bad ending, allowing the adventurers to see the shocking scene of Manhattan being razed by nuclear weapons and the birth of the blackened ego, but also accidentally revealed a piece of loot that he had been thinking about for a long time. Hummer H1, white-level medium-quality equipment, maximum speed of 150 km per hour, maximum mileage of 600 km, cultivation enhancement effect of 5%, durability 35 to 35. Additional skills, fuel replenishment, automatic repair. The Blackstone Hammer King released the Hummer H1 at the first time. When the adventurers saw this vehicle, they all felt bright. The Hummer H1 is tall and domineering, with a square box design, tough lines and sharp edges, and a strong military style. The front part is wide and heavy, with rectangular headlights on both sides, for all-terrain giant tires, and the side profile resembles a light tank or armored vehicle. The interior is also top-notch. It has a 16-inch screen, air conditioning, speakers, and even a refrigerator. There is no doubt that this is a work of art full of industrial beauty. Whether it is practical or collectible value, it is top-notch for adventurers. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Everyone praised it with hot eyes. High-level adventurers such as Higanbana were attracted by the domineering Hummer. When Higanbana saw the Hummer, she drooled and suddenly felt that her beloved motorcycle was not fragrant. Compared with the previously exposed M16 rifle or off-road motorcycle, the biggest difference between the Hummer H1 and the previously exposed M16 rifle or off-road motorcycle is that this is a second-level equipment. Whether it is taken to the adventurer world or placed in this chaotic continent, this vehicle has a wide range of usage scenarios. You know, this Hummer. It has a range of 600 kilometers. Starting from Blackstone Town, it is enough to travel back and forth between a dozen nearby adventurer towns within a day. It is very convenient for transporting people or goods. You can make a lot of money by taking it back for logistics, and in the Chaos Continent. It has great military value, as an extremely powerful all-terrain off-road vehicle. It can transport supplies or troops without a teleportation point. As the first adventurer to reveal the Hummer H1, the Blackstone Hammer King not only received a reward of 100 contribution points, but also unlocked the relevant badges, and will enjoy priority purchasing rights in the future. With this, he could earn a lot of money. This was enough to greatly increase his career limit as an adventurer. This was one of the charms of Miracle City. It always produced unexpected good things. As long as one item was produced, he could make a lot of money. If it was the first explosion, it would bring huge long-term benefits. During this period, he almost went bankrupt in order to play the Black Light chapter. Now he had a Hummer H1. He immediately felt that he had made a lot of money, and had won a lot. Hummer has two skills, namely fuel replenishment and automatic repair. The former consumes mental energy to replenish fuel, and the latter consumes extra durability to repair vehicle damage. Both are very practical and necessary skills. Awesome. Awesome. Finally my dream has come true. Blackstone Hammer King was so excited that he stroked the Hummer and couldn't let it go. I dreamed of owning such a car. Brother Hammer is awesome. Please take me for a ride. Ha ha ha, I must arrange it. This car has a lot of space. It's no problem to sit 6 people. I got the vehicle I have been dreaming of. But now is not the time to have fun. Angry Chicken said, Brother Hammer, you shouldn't waste time now. Someone will soon reach the final scene. Do you still want the first pass achievement of the Black Light chapter? That's right. It's come to this. I will never give up if I can't get the first pass of the Black Light chapter. Blackstone Hammer King once again entered the secret realm, spent 100 contribution points, and challenged the final chapter of the Black Light chapter. This time the goal is to get the true ending in one go, learn from the experience of failure. Before the virus sensor of the Reagan aircraft carrier sounded the alarm, he launched a surprise attack directly from high altitude with a bullet dive, killing Randall in 2 or 3 moves before he could react, and then started fighting with the super soldiers and enemies on the aircraft carrier, without waiting for the closed defense guns and other firepower points to start. The Blackstone Hammer King swung a series of Super Hornet fighters as darts, quickly destroying these firepower points that posed a considerable threat and caused huge consumption. In this way, the efficiency was greatly increased. The cost was reduced to the minimum. Whether the Blackstone Hammer King looked for Captain Cross or not, the captain would be absorbed by the Supreme Hunter. When the adventurer annihilated Randall and related troops, the latter would arrive at the aircraft carrier and start a final boss battle. If the last time the Blackstone Hammer King met the enemy with half blood, then this time he was almost full of blood, so he had a greater chance. Ran Tianyun suggested, from the last battle, the Supreme Hunter's physical strength is worse than Brother AI, but he looks a little clumsy, and his flexibility and reaction are relatively weaker than Brother AI. The Blackstone Hammer King's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Feng Zhongmian, it seems that you can't fight the Supreme Hunter head-on. I suggest not to use the high-attack blade form first. You might as well try to use the claws that have the weakest attack power, but the most flexibility and the fastest speed. The Blackstone Hammer King listened to the suggestions of Ran Tianyun and Feng Zhongmian. Once again, he fought a fierce battle with this powerful black light creature on the aircraft carrier deck. Ran Tianyun is a great lord after all. His judgment and suggestions are very accurate. After the Blackstone Hammer King changed his tactics, although he couldn't do much damage, he was always on the active output side. The Supreme Hunter's heavy and powerful attack was difficult to hit, so he quickly fell into a frenzy, and launched a big move like thousands of tentacles again and again. Although this move has a large range and power, the pre-swing and post-swing are very obvious. Instead, it gives the Blackstone Hammer King a chance to counterattack. Every time the Supreme Hunter releases thousands of tentacles, it is a good opportunity to switch to the sharp blade to deal damage. After a few rounds, the Supreme Hunter fell into a slump. The final duel in the Black Light chapter is somewhat difficult, but compared to the Ashina chapter, it does not require too much operational awareness. As long as you master the correct method, you can defeat the enemy, so there is not much difference between masters and novices. Thousands of tentacles bloomed again. This is the 7th time that the Supreme Hunter has launched a special move. The Blackstone Hammer King avoided most of the attacks and suffered very limited damage. On the contrary, the Supreme Hunter was constantly hit hard in the process, and releasing this special move itself would also cause a lot of consumption. The opportunity has come. This time, the Blackstone Hammer King activated a skill called Fatal Pain. His hands suddenly turned into countless tentacles formed by viral substances, which formed a huge flowing blood vine, directly bombarding the Supreme Hunter's body, and madly plundering and absorbing blood and flesh. The Supreme Hunter was extremely weak, no longer able to launch a counterattack in time. The Blackstone Hammer King realized that the opportunity had come, and suddenly jumped deep into the back of the Supreme Hunter, and then attacked his body and head crazily, making the latter completely lose the ability to resist. Now! The Blackstone Hammer King switched blades. A knife chopped the Supreme Hunter's face. He let out a dull roar, and the blade cut the Supreme Hunter's head, followed by the chest, torso, and abdomen, and finally split this powerful monster completely in half. At the same time, a large number of black tentacles formed by viral substances were released from the body of the Blackstone Hammer King, which drilled into the body of the Supreme Hunter like a vicious venomous snake to further decompose it, and finally absorbed it into the body. Success? Well done! The adventurers were all ecstatic. The Blackstone Hammer King successfully killed the Supreme Hunter and absorbed it. He felt that every inch of virus and flesh in his body was injected with unprecedented vitality, and his overall strength was undoubtedly stronger, officially reaching the level of the 4th level. When he felt the surging power in his body, he was extremely excited. However, it was still not the time to relax. The nuclear bomb had been activated and started the countdown. He decisively removed the nuclear bomb from the launch device and hung it on a helicopter. Time is running out. The Blackstone Hammer King raced against time to start the helicopter and headed towards the sea. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, as he continued to go deeper into the sea, Manhattan Island was getting farther and farther away. About 10 kilometers were driven. Blackstone Hammer King felt that it was almost done. At this distance, he only needed to drop the nuclear bomb into the sea and use the seawater to further cushion the explosion. Even if the explosion would cause damage to the Manhattan coast, the threat would be very limited. Release the mount. The nuclear bomb device fell straight into the sea. Brother Hammer. Go! Get out of here! Blackstone Hammer King naturally felt the huge threat. The shadow of death was overwhelming, which made him realize that even with his current ability, he would never be able to survive if he fell into the center of the nuclear explosion. He didn't dare to think too much. Pull the operating lever. The helicopter immediately turned around and evacuated. The onlookers' hearts were in their throats. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. The Blackstone Hammer King had just flown out more than 200 meters when a huge and blazing light burst out behind him, like a huge sun rising from the sea level, spreading in all directions at an astonishing speed. Not good. The Blackstone Hammer King had no time to escape, and this terrifying and blazing energy enveloped him. The tail of the helicopter was shattered first, and the cabin glass and instrument panel were all shattered. Then the entire aircraft was shattered in the violent energy. This violent energy destroyed everything. The terrifying high temperature and shock wave are unbearable for any carbon-based creature. Although it was not the first time to witness a nuclear explosion, the adventurers in the secret hall still widened their eyes, and once again felt the trembling and horror from the soul. It's over. He didn't run away. Brother Hammer is in danger. Did it end in failure? When the adventurers were thinking this, the screen suddenly fell into darkness, and then quickly returned to normal. At this moment, the aftermath of the explosion had subsided, and several unknown pieces of flesh and blood washed up on the edge of the coast of Manhattan Island. A few crows were attracted and pecked at it. Suddenly, the flesh and blood exploded and turned into blood vessel-like tissue, instantly entangled and absorbed several crows, and then a bloody figure slowly stood up from the shore. It's Brother AI. Fuck, he's not dead yet. Such a close body resists a nuclear explosion? He can still survive. This is too abnormal. The adventurers all shouted excitedly. This Alex is no longer controlled by the Blackstone Hammer King. After he came back to life, he made some remarks about his identity confusion and pretentiousness. I finally found all the truth, but I don't like this truth. I was born only because of Alex Moser's selfishness and mistakes. Millions of people in this city died because of me. I can't be called a human, but I'm beyond human. What am I? Brother I put his hands in his pockets and slowly disappeared into the night. The legendary story about Brother I is not over yet. He will continue to search, explore, and fight. Challenge successful. You have passed the Black Light Advent. You have obtained the Super Black Light Serum. The infinite mode of the Black Light Advent chapter has been opened. You have unlocked the Manhattan Savior achievement. You have obtained the Black Light Legendary Adventurer badge. The Blackstone Hammer King exited the secret realm and was ecstatic when he saw a series of messages. Not only him. All the onlookers adventurers. Everyone was delighted and excited, because after the Ashina chapter and the biochemical chapter, the adventurer has completely opened up a secret story chapter. This moment is worth being written into the history of Miracle City, and has great commemorative significance. Congratulations to Hammer. Congratulations to Hammer. You actually got the Black Light Chapter Legend Medal. Xiao Hei, congratulations, this is really awesome. Although Brother AI's story is not as tortuous as Uncle Wolf's, it is also very exciting. The scene of his body resisting the nuclear explosion will definitely become a classic scene in Miracle City. Yes. It makes my blood boil. The Blackstone Hammer King is very satisfied. At the same time, he feels grateful. He was originally an unknown little adventurer, a little person with no fame at all. Now he is not only quickly promoted to the second level in Miracle City, but also has the honor of becoming the first adventurer to pass the Black Light Chapter. This honor is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. The Blackstone Hammer King immediately checked the gains after passing the level. Hey, after the Black Light storyline is all completed, there seems to be an endless mode. Endless mode? What does it mean? The Blackstone Hammer King immediately learned about it. As the name suggests, the endless mode is a mode that can be challenged repeatedly. The timeline of this endless mode is exactly the starting point of the Black Light storyline, which is the 18th day. Every time Miracle City opens, the 18th day will be reset, and the entire New York map will be refreshed. Various monsters and various side quests will appear randomly. Each challenge ticket is 100 contribution points. This is not cheap, however. Although there is no formal plot, it has become a simpler brushing. The adventurers have great interest. Why? Because at the end of the plot, Brother AI has completely reached the 4th level of strength, but the adventurers have not had time to experience the power of the 4th level before the end. How can this not make people feel regretful? The endless mode is equivalent to a paid amusement park. Let the adventurers play the role of Brother AI in his peak state, with absolutely overwhelming strength, and do whatever he wants in this city, with freedom to do whatever he wants. This alone is enough to attract many adventurers to try. Chapter 154. This time I cleared the level. The gains don't stop there. The Blackstone Hammer King dropped a new loot. Super Black Light Serum, a white top-grade consumable, can greatly increase the strength of the body. The amplification effect is affected by race and qualifications. At the same time, it permanently increases the upper limit of the adventurer's energy by 1 point, which can only take effect once at most. Ran Tianyun, this is really a top-notch product. Feng Zhongmian commented, Super Black Light Serum should be a special potion for making super soldiers in the Black Light world. The adventurers were pleasantly surprised. Dai Tui excitedly said, Super soldiers are second-level strength. Not only do they have a healing speed close to that of Black Light creatures, they are also extremely powerful and strong. They can easily tear apart Black Light hunters in a one-on-one fight. Tai Xian, for us adventurers, the greatest value of this thing may not be to strengthen the physique, but to permanently increase the energy by 1 point, which is enough to create more output in the dungeon. But some adventurers are also worried. Cat Mingming said, Blackwatch's super soldiers are all big guys. If we are injected with this super Black Light Serum, won't we also become super muscle monsters? Cranky Chicken's eyes lit up. What's wrong with that? Liwa Yulua, no, I don't want to become an ugly muscle monster. There are only a few people like Cranky Chicken. Most female adventurers pay attention to their image and temperament. If they are turned into 2-meter-tall muscle monsters, it is better not to use this potion. Don't panic, Hammer Brother, I am willing to be a volunteer to test the effect of the serum for you. Brother Hammer is kind and righteous. Quick, quick, quick! The Blackstone Hammer King opened the syringe and injected a shot directly. What's the reaction? No feeling. Hey, I suddenly felt hot. After injecting himself with the Black Light Serum, the Blackstone Hammer King first felt a burst of heat all over his body. This feeling was similar to steaming, and there was no discomfort. 2 or 3 minutes later, everything returned to normal. You used the Super Black Light Serum. You obtained the second-level talent skill Black Light Enhancement. The appearance of the Blackstone Hammer King did not change significantly. Every cell and every inch of flesh and blood was full of strength. He felt that he could kill a cow with 1 punch. So that's it. After careful experience, the Blackstone Hammer King. He made a judgment. Don't worry, this potion should be improved by the power of law, so there will be no side effects, and the increase will be solidified in our skill column in the form of talent. What? Talent? This is a secret talent medicine. Fuck, that is definitely a rare good thing. What is talent? To put it bluntly, it is a kind of innate ability. There are 2 common talents, one is racial talent, and the other is aptitude talent. For example, the Thunder Lizardmen are born with the ability to release lightning, and the high-level dragons are born with strong elemental immunity. This is directly linked to the racial group, and is born with racial talent. As for aptitude talent, it is more specific. This is like the height and IQ of humans are high and low. Among the races of the Chaos Continent, individual aptitude may also be very different. They are both elves. Nancy Leah is compared with ordinary elves. She has more aptitude talents. The biggest difference between this talent and skills is that skills can be learned through acquired practice, while talents cannot be obtained through practice, so the latter is more rare and precious. Therefore, the value of talent secret medicine is much higher than the skill stone of the same level. Nancy Leah commented, "This super black light serum is of great value to traditional practitioners or adventurers of the main body school." Ran Tianyun also realized this, of course, although some secret realms can also produce similar items. This kind of talent secret medicine is generally rare or rare quality. Even if it can be produced, it is very rare and hard to come by. The super black light serum in Miracle City is just an ordinary consumable. What does this mean? It can be mass-produced. After the first explosion of the Black Stone Hammer King is unlocked, the probability of this item's black light secret realm producing black light serum will increase greatly. In addition, it will be unlocked in the secret realm store, thereby obtaining the ability to provide a stable supply. No matter how to attract adventurers, or win over the natives of all ethnic groups. This thing is a very useful bargaining chip. Ran Tianyun found that Miracle City is full of business opportunities. The secrets of this city are so wonderful, and the products are so rich that they are unprecedented. Today, the underground city is open for only about 2 hours. The adventurer's happy time is coming to an end. At this moment, most adventurers have exhausted their energy. I have stayed in Miracle City for so long? Ran Tianyun only realized at this moment that he had been in Miracle City for most of the day, and most of the time he was watching other people's adventurers challenge the secrets. He even had the illusion that his time was stolen. What's going on? Is the city about to close? Why does it feel like only a short while has passed? Ran Tianyun admitted that he was completely attracted by Miracle City. The vastness and mystery of the exotic 10 kingdoms gave him endless reverie. He was curious about the land where the Sui and Tang dynasties were located, and was also moved by the 10 great artifacts that had been passed down in Shinzhou since ancient times. The bloodiness and excitement of the Doomsday Frenzy were also impressive. The story of Ai Gu and Uncle Wolf was full of personality charm and legendary colors. The nuclear explosion scene in Manhattan is still indelible in my mind. Miracle City is not creating a secret realm. Miracle City is basically creating the world. Who can resist the temptation of exploring a new world and experiencing a new life? Ran Tianyun now understands why adventurers who have come to Miracle City are crazy and addicted like poison, and they will have withdrawal syndrome every time they leave the dungeon. Not to mention adventurers. Isn't it the same for him? A dignified lord? Ran Tianyun has been very diligent for decades, and he has to handle both foreign affairs and domestic affairs, but now, he doesn't want to go back at all. He just wants to stay here and watch people play games. What's the point of managing the dungeon? How can it be more interesting than drinking Coke in the dungeon and watching people play the secret realm? Can't you enjoy yourself after working hard for decades? What's the matter with just one day of depravity? Keep playing music and dancing, of course. This is not called depravity. This is called in-depth investigation at the front line. After all, only by knowing Miracle City well enough can we better cooperate with this partner in the future, Ran Tianyun convinced himself. Unexpectedly, he received an emergency from Tianyun City. He immediately felt strongly dissatisfied, but he couldn't ignore the situation in the dungeon, so he had to end the deployment of the clone and retract his consciousness into the main body. The next moment, the Lord's mansion was as magnificent as a palace. Lord Tianyun slowly opened his eyes. When he returned to his underground city, he looked at the secret realm that he was proud of. He suddenly felt a strong sense of emptiness. The secret realm of Tianyun City has a lot of room for improvement. Lord Qi is a rare super genius. His lord talent is unmatched. In addition to countless powerful materials, this young lord himself is also talented. There are many things to absorb and learn from his secret realm mechanism, design ideas, and unique innovations. Ran Tianyun does not think that Tianyun City will compete with Miracle City, because the two sides are not on the same track at all. On the contrary, because of the emergence of Miracle City, Tianyun City's competitiveness will be greatly increased. Not to mention that Miracle City will bring huge traffic. In the end, the excess traffic overflow will benefit Tianyun City. It doesn't matter if Miracle City eats up all the adventurer traffic in Blackstone Town. After all, a mature 4th-level territory has at least opened 4 adventurer towns, which means there are 4 stable traffic sources. Even if one is cut off, it will not stop. Tianyun City can learn from Miracle City to become more competitive. In addition, Miracle City has obtained various top-level products, which is enough to take Tianyun City's economy and trade to a higher level. Let Ignis come in to see me. Yes. After Ran Tianyun gave the order to his assistant, he activated the Lord panel again and opened the online Lord market of the territory. Old dungeons like Tianyun City have long stopped mixing in the novice market. Over the years, through various facilities and channels, 6 online markets have been opened. He quickly posted messages on the trading channel. It's urgent. I need to buy Adventurer Clone Technique Secret Crystal. Friends who have it can chat with me privately. The price will definitely satisfy you. This Adventurer Clone Technique is a 4th level Lord skill. After the Lord masters this skill through the skill Secret Crystal, he can create an Adventurer clone by consuming mental power. The level of this clone will be 1 level lower than the Lord's own level. The Adventurer's soul will be generated in its body and have the ability to enter the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, this skill is relatively useless. The output of 4th level secret crystals is very small. The Adventurer Clone Technique is a rare 4th level secret crystal. Because of this, both the difficulty of obtaining and the learning threshold are very high. In fact, the Lord has many clone skills. Creating an Adventurer clone is not very meaningful. The only value is to test the secret realm personally and experience it from the perspective of the customer, that is, the Adventurer, so as to better improve his own secret realm or learn the secret realm. However, Lords are generally busy people. How can I have so much time to test the secret realm in person? In fact, compared to personally experiencing it, it is better to conduct internal testing before the official opening, recruit a group of adventurers to conduct centralized testing and collect feedback, and only with more data samples can the secret realm be improved more objectively. That's why this clone skill is useless. Ran Tianyun never thought about learning it in the past. But now he feels that he needs it very much. Even if it is double or triple the price, as long as he can buy it, he must get it. Just when he sent a message in the trading market, an old man holding a long staff walked into the Lord's hall. Lord. The old man was not tall, wearing a gorgeous robe, with fox ears and 6 tails. Ignis, the leader of the 4 heroes of Tianyun territory. A 5th level warrior of the 6-tailed flame fox tribe. Ignis is not only the strongest hero of Tianyun City, but also a wise and meticulous person, loyal and reliable, so he is also the most trusted subordinate of Ran Tianyun, and is entrusted with the important task of managing the affairs of Tianyun City. Ignis reported, Report to the Lord, we have received protests from Fengyun City, Wanyue City, and Wanjian City. The 3 lords expressed strong dissatisfaction with our territory's replacement of partners, and demanded immediate communication. So this is it. Ran Tianyun was not surprised. Fengyun City, Wanyue City, and Wanjian City are the 3 major partners of Tianyun City. Tianyun City originally had 4 strategic partners, one of which had trade and tariff frictions with Tianyun City, and was replaced by Miracle City by Ran Tianyun, but this move caused dissatisfaction among the other 3 underground cities. A territory is equivalent to a kingdom. Each kingdom has a very complex internal and foreign affairs system. The longer this system runs, the stronger the inertia it forms, and the more deeply rooted the various interest relationships become. Tianyun City has had a relatively stable relationship with its partners over the past few decades. The 4 cooperative territories not only have close cooperation with Tianyun City, but they also use Tianyun City to develop secondary economic and trade relations with each other. Because of this, Tianyun City directly closed the door of this territory just because some tariff frictions were not negotiated, and almost hastily opened the door to a first-level territory. This really cannot be understood by the other 3 territories. For this reason, the 3 lords personally expressed their dissatisfaction. This situation that rose to the point where the lords directly expressed their protests was relatively rare. It was definitely a more serious diplomatic crisis in recent years, so Ignis felt very worried, so he went to discuss it with the Lord. Tianyun City and its partners have many strategic interests. We should probably appease them as soon as possible. Don't worry about it. Ran Tianyun showed his domineering side at this moment. He said lightly, Who the gate of Tianyun City's territory is open to is purely Tianyun City's internal affairs and rights. Other lords are not qualified to point fingers at me on such matters. Ignis looked worried, but Ran Tianyun interrupted. Ignis, how long have you followed me? Ignis was stunned and quickly replied, Report to the Lord, I have been following the Lord for 22 years. He immediately understood the implication. The monarch and his subjects have been together for more than 20 years. How could he not know Ran Tianyun's character? This lord usually behaves in a stable manner. Now he would rather offend the three lords and support a first-level territory. There must be a reason why he has to do this. Just wait and see. These three guys are blaming me now. It won't be long before they ask us for help. Ran Tianyun continued. Ignis, come with me to Miracle City tomorrow. I believe you will soon understand why this lord has such confidence. Hearing this, Ignis was stunned for a moment. The lord is so confident that he seems to have confidence. It just sounds like the lord's confidence comes from a small underground city, which makes Ignis a little incomprehensible. Is this Miracle City really so magical? Ran Tianyun didn't dwell on this matter. He is more concerned about when he can receive the skill's secret crystal. At this time, the chaos tide faded. When the secret realm business hours ended today, every citizen of Miracle City felt it clearly. The environment of the territory has undergone some subtle changes. Tip: the territory has been upgraded. The current territory level 2, Nancy Leah, Iris, Jeanba, Luke and other indigenous people can clearly feel that the concentration of various energies in the territory's heaven and earth environment is increasing rapidly. This is beneficial for traditional practitioners, because the more abundant the heaven and earth spiritual energy, the faster the practice speed. The adventurers of Miracle City all changed their faces, and their eyes showed both expectation and nervousness. Cat Mingming, hee, congratulations, my great Miracle City has finally officially broken through to the second-level territory. Lonely Swordsman, it should have been broken through long ago. Feng Zhongmian, this means that the territory will expand further, and it is not far from the opening of the third secret realm. Miracle City has always been a first-level territory before, and now it has officially become a second-level territory, so a series of changes have taken place in the heaven and earth environment, and this change has both positive aspects and threatening challenges. The spiritual energy of the second-level territory will be richer. This is conducive to the cultivation of higher-level materials in the spiritual fields, and is also more conducive to the cultivation of the indigenous people. In addition, only when the territory is upgraded to the second level can the second main city be officially opened, and the second adventurer town be opened. In other words, when the territory breaks through the level, it can not only produce higher-level resources, but also have the opportunity to recruit high-level indigenous people, and the number of adventurers will increase significantly, thereby greatly increasing income. The income will increase greatly in the future. As for the challenge, there is no need to say more about this aspect. At present, Chi-Ji's territory mainly includes two places, the Dark Valley and the Greenwater Swamp, and now all of them have broken through to become second-level areas. The Thunder Swamp will make it easier for Chi-Ji to deploy troops. Not only that, when the territory has been connected, the restrictions on both sides will disappear, which is equivalent to fighting at home. The Lord of Thunder City can directly use the third-level power in Miracle City, and the high-level units of Miracle City can also be used directly to attack Thunder City. The adventurers dare not be careless. This day has finally come. According to reliable intelligence, Thunder City has been preparing for a long time. They are waiting for the constraints of the territorial law to disappear, and then launch a full-scale attack on Miracle City. The flower of the other shore is not worried but happy. It's good to come. It's too good to come. I was worried that I didn't have the opportunity to test the power of the Cherry Dragon. Today, I will use these lizardmen to attack, and by the way, establish merits to expand the territory. Hearing this, other adventurers are also looking forward to it. The Cherry Dragon is a third-level rare spirit. When have the adventurers in Black Rock Town ever seen such a spirit? Before, Miracle City was not connected to Thunder Swamp, so Higanbana could not use the third-level power to enter Thunder Swamp. It is different now. The restrictions have been lifted. Everyone wants to see the actual combat effect of Sakura Dragon. At this time, Chi-Ji appeared and contracted a new batch of adventurers. The number of contracted adventurers in Miracle City has exceeded 300. There are two third-level adventurers, namely Higanbana, who contracted the rare spirit Sakura Dragon, and Sanju, who contracted the rare spirit Headless. These two will become the main combat force at this stage. There are 40 second-level adventurers, among which there are many types of contracted spirits, including various tyrants, trackers, G3, G4, or red ghosts, Ashina generals, Ashina 7 guns, black light hunters, etc. Various forms. Very rich. The overall strength is already very impressive. As for the troop reserves of the monster camp, they are also very rich. Although Chi-Ji did not summon the third-level troops, the number of second-level troops has exceeded 100, and there are even 40 flamethrowers and rocket launcher trackers alone, which are enough to form a strong suppression force. You know, This does not include the subordinates. The Flower Demon Tribe, Dwarf Tribe, and Dog-Headed people with a population of 8,000 to 9,000 can also gather a lot of combat power. If equipped with the guns and ammunition of Miracle City, even this force alone is enough to protect the territory at this stage. What is the strength of Thunder City? According to Chi-Ji's understanding, there is 1 3rd-level combat force, 82nd-level combat forces, and about 10 have reached the late 2nd level. Miracle City has long caught up with and surpassed Thunder City in military strength, so this is not a suspenseful battle at all. Chi-Ji does not even plan to use the summoned soldiers of the territory. Let the adventurers play freely. As long as Green Swamp City and Green Swamp are not lost. As long as the enemy does not reach Dark Valley. Chi-Ji will not lead his troops to fight in person, and let these adventurers toss and turn, just to test the results of their practice during this period. Long live the Lord. Please rest assured, Lord. We will never lose the face of Miracle City. Now let these dark country bumpkins see the power of Miracle City. The adventurers are ready to do something big. Chapter 155. When the Miracle City territory advances. Thunder City reacted immediately. After all, this dark race has been waiting for this moment for many days. The Dark Lord Leia once again laughed at the short-sightedness of the human lord. He can rise in such a short time, which shows that he is indeed capable, but he should never capture Green Swamp City and control the entire Green Swamp. This is definitely a stupid and bad move. For the sake of the immediate petty gains, put yourself in a dead end. 2 pieces of land of the same level will merge into a larger area when they are adjacent. Lord Laming will not be restricted by anything, and will not have any worries. With the strength of the 3rd level, he is confident that he can sweep everything and achieve success in one battle. This battle is very important. As long as he takes down this human territory, he can expand his territory. He can attack the Lord of the 3rd level dungeon in a short time, and thus get the opportunity to meet the Dragon King of Eternal Night. In this huge Eternal Night forest, he will be considered a figure in the future, not an insignificant little character. Report to the Lord, the soldiers of Thunder City are ready. The Chaos Tide has just receded. 2,000 fully armed and murderous elite Thunder Lizards have assembled. Although Thunder City has more than 8,000 Thunder Lizard warriors, most of them are small soldiers with cultivation before the middle stage of the 1st level, and the elites of the middle and late stages of the 1st level, or even the peak, account for only 1/3. These 2,000 Thunder Lizards. The weakest has the middle stage of the 1st level. In other words, the weakest is the 1st level 3-star combat power. There are also a large number of 1st level 4 stars and 1st level 5 stars. The 1st level 5-star strength is placed in some weaker areas, and is qualified to occupy a 1st level dungeon and become a lord. Even in the Dark City of the former Dark Valley, the 1st level 5-star combat power does not exceed 10. At this moment, Thunder City dispatched at least nearly 200 people. Although Lord Thunder brought only a quarter of the troops, the combat power of this army accounted for at least more than half of the total combat power. Plus Lord Thunder personally went out. It can definitely be regarded as an all-out battle. Kill, kill, kill! Kill all humans. The morale of the Dark Thunder Lizards was high. They all showed cruelty and greed. Because every time a human underground city was successfully destroyed, the underground city, where the dark species was located, would be blessed by the Supreme Chaos Will, which would enable them to gain stronger power and extra life. So whenever they met humans, they would never show mercy. Lord Thunder rode on a unicorn giant lizard and officially led the army to set off, first crossing the Thunder Swamp and then entering the Green Water Swamp. It took 4 or 5 hours, and there was no obstacle along the way, and they successfully arrived at the Green Swamp City. Green Swamp City has completed the construction of the city wall and some infrastructure. Even so, overall, this city is still very simple, lacking various powerful facilities, and cannot withstand a war. Adventurers such as Higanbana, Sanju, and Baihajushar are standing on the city wall. They are all in human form at this moment, but they have charged in the soldier's house in advance, so they can perform a non-consuming highest level transformation at any time. Higanbana sneered, "Haha, as expected, these green lizards are here. Feng Zhongyan, I didn't expect there to be so many. Blackstone Hammer King, this Thunder City Lord is really anxious, but it's good this way, so we don't have to go find him, and solve the problem at once today." When the adventurers were communicating, a lizard man with scars on his face and carrying 2 swords stepped forward. This broken city can't stop the brave and warlike Thunder City troops. I advise you not to make unnecessary resistance. Just go back where you came from. What? You dare to shout in front of us? Haha, if you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the Lord of Thunder City stepped forward personally. This stupid lord has a group of loyal adventurers. He said coldly, I am Leia, the Lord of Thunder City. I come here to challenge you personally today. The Lord of the human race should not hide behind. Do you have the courage to come out and fight me one-on-one? The adventurers all looked disdainful when they heard this. Mao Mingming, you want to challenge the Lord of Miracle City? Dream on. Baijiusher, if you want to challenge Miracle City, you have to get past us first. Let me meet you. While speaking, a figure jumped down from the city wall. It was a thin and elegant old man in his 60s. It was Sanju, one of the 2 third-level adventurers in Miracle City. A knife appeared in Sanju's hand. The knife looked very old and full of gaps, but it was entangled with purple resentment and looked gloomy. It was the headless resentful soul sword. Lord Laming couldn't see Sanju's specific strength, but judging from his age, he was a senior adventurer with good strength. A territory that was established not long ago actually had such an adventurer, which was enough to show that his background might not be simple. This person should be the strongest combat force in the human camp. The Thunder Lizard Clan. Brutal and warlike by nature. Lord Laming has a 3rd-level combat power, and he is fearless and does not want to waste time here. He wants to capture Green Swamp City first, but before the siege, if the strongest combat force on the opposite side can be crushed, this can quickly hit the morale of these adventurers. In the final analysis, adventurers are all fence-sitters. When the human race has the upper hand, these guys can rely on their immortality to revive repeatedly and consume continuously. One soldier can play the role of several soldiers, making it much more difficult to capture the human race city. But the other way around. Whenever the dungeon is threatened with destruction, these guys run faster than each other, and are not reliable at all. Therefore, if a strong battle can be used to deter, it may greatly reduce the resistance to the next attack, and shake the morale of the remaining adventurers, and they will collapse without attacking. Okay, since you want to die, this lord will fulfill your wish. The other adventurers were stunned. Does this guy really agree to a duel? He just wants to take this opportunity to hurt our morale. What a joke. He wants to hurt our morale. We are loyal and will live and die with Miracle City. Come on, old president. Just kill this lizard. The Thunder Lord Scales released a large number of arcs. Hundreds and thousands of lightning flashes instantly formed a purple and blue interwoven lightning spear, which was instantly thrown at Sanju. 3rd-level combat skill. Thunder Lizard Spear. This is a combat skill developed by the Thunder Lizard warriors based on the Thunder Lizard's lightning talent. It is not only fast in launch speed and high in accuracy, but also very powerful, wherever the lightning spear passes. Purple and blue lightning continues to bloom. This momentum alone is very amazing. Give it back to you. Sanju didn't intend to dodge at all, but jumped up and chopped the lightning spear with his long sword, directly reflecting the powerful lightning spear back. All the lizard men were stunned by this scene. Even Lord Thunder never expected something like this to happen. He immediately jumped up and got off his mount, and the unfortunate giant lizard was pierced by the lightning spear on the spot, and instantly exploded into charred pieces. Good. Old President is awesome. This Thunder Counter secret sword technique is too good. Although I have also practiced this skill, I can't resist the 3rd-level attack. After all, the stronger the lightning strike, the lower the probability of rebounding. This operation is too difficult. The adventurer cheered. The Thunder Lord wanted to kill the murderous aura of the adventurer. Unexpectedly, he was caught off guard and suffered a loss as soon as he started. The strength shown by this adventurer was definitely not at the 3rd level, but he bounced his attack. This situation has never been seen before. What kind of move is this? This is the swordsmanship of Miracle City. Miracle City has a deep foundation and many means. This secret sword of thunder is just right for you. Some strange swordsmanship that restrains thunder attacks? Lord Laming didn't expect that there would be such a strange move in Miracle City, but he didn't care much. But you dare to be so arrogant with a 2nd-level cultivation? While Lord Laming was speaking, his scales released lightning again, and a lightning spear condensed in each of his left and right hands. His whole body was bathed in the blooming lightning, like a terrible thunder and lightning demon. Why did Lord Laming think that Sanju only had a 2nd-level cultivation? In fact, it is not wrong to say so. Although Sanju is a 3rd-level adventurer. But the 3rd-level spirit has not been cultivated to 100%. Generally, if the spirit is not fully cultivated, and the power of the territory is not added, the power of the spirit cannot be used. Therefore, most 3rd-level adventurers can only exert the strength of the 2nd level, and most second-level adventurers can only exert the strength of the first level, and first-level adventurers usually have no combat effectiveness. This is the limitation of the adventurer system. However, before setting off, Sanju had already blessed the power of the territory in the third-level soldier's house. In this way, even if the headless spirit is not cultivated to 100%, it can temporarily exert the full strength of the headless. The reason why he does not use his full strength at this moment is just to paralyze the opponent. He did not transform. He just released a small part of the power of the headless. He used this headless power to condense a resentful soul sword as a weapon. The strength displayed by Sanju is probably between the early and middle stages of the second level, and his strength mainly comes from the enhancement brought by the first and second level souls. His first level soul is the first level 5-star witch zombie, and the second level soul is the second level 3-star Ashina master, Sase Shinsuke, which is a named spirit. For an experienced old adventurer like him, the combination of his souls must be the result of careful consideration. Why did Sanju use the witch as his first level soul? This soul can give itself and other souls the speed enhancement feature. Although Sanju's strongest third level soul, Wushu, has the ability to teleport, it is slow and clumsy when it does not activate the teleport ability, so they can complement each other well. As for why he contracted Sase Jinsuke as a second level soul, first of all, of course, it is because this is the only named soul that Sanju has defeated so far. Even if the quality is relatively ordinary among the second level named souls, it can also bring 3 points of mental power increase, which is much stronger than ordinary souls. The second is because as a master of the Ashina style, he has all the swordsmanship of the Ashina style. Adventurers usually have no characteristic bonuses when contracting human souls, but they can extract skills to the maximum extent. As long as the physical condition and conditions allow, even if Sanju does not transform, he can use all the swordsmanship of the Ashina style. Sanju has some training background. However, since he is not an adventurer of the original style, his training level is not enough. In this non-transformed state, he can only exert the strength of the early second stage at most. If he transforms into Sase Jinsuke, he can at least exert the strength equivalent to the middle and late second stage. Although his strength is not strong now, but it is enough to deal with the strong enemy in front of him. After all, Sanju is not only experienced, but also has the skills of a master of Ashina-style swordsmanship. In addition, he has also practiced several Miracle City swordsmanship that can restrain strong enemies. For example, the secret swordsmanship of the Ninja Wolf style and the secret swordsmanship of Thunder. Sanju once again used the secret sword of Thunder to deflect the attack of the Thunder Spear. At this time, the Thunder Lord was covered with lightning, and the speed of a third-level strongman burst out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of him, and instantly pulled out a sword, slashing at the adventurer with a crushing force. The Thunder attack didn't work, then just crush him with force. The Thunder Lord was proud of his third-level combat power. How could he take a mere second-level early stage seriously? But the scene that happened next shocked the Lord again. Dang! The raised sword collided with the sword wrapped in lightning. The Thunder Lord did not feel the crushing force, but only felt a huge recoil force coming, which caught him off guard and almost made him unable to hold the weapon firmly, and he staggered back 2 steps. Ninja Wolf style's reverse blade technique. It is also commonly known as the bounce knife. With the feel accumulated from playing the wolf for a long time, plus the skills and experience of the master of the Ashina style, Sanju successfully played a perfect bounce back, and bounced off the attack with a little effort. Good opportunity. The Thunder Lord underestimated the enemy. When he was caught off guard and bounced back, he revealed a flaw. Sanju swung the Wrathful Soul sword fiercely, and attacked quickly and fiercely, performing several kinds of Ashina-style sword techniques. Dang dang dang. The consecutive sword attacks were tricky, but were all blocked. The gap in the strength of the two sides' cultivation is indeed difficult to make up with technology alone. Baihajishir commented on this. Unfortunately, if it was a wolf, with its ninjutsu secret technique and weakness perception, it is very likely that the organization could capture the opportunity to kill in this situation. Higanbana nodded. Although we have learned a lot of Ashina sword techniques and methods, it is obviously not enough, and we have not mastered all the essence. It is common for the second level to fight the third level in Ashina. However, the key is to try and fail again and again, plus the various abilities and ninjutsu methods of the wolf. Now it is obviously not possible to have such conditions. Sanju still cannot defeat the opponent with his current strength. Enough. The Thunder Lord completely lost his patience. He had been through many battles, but he had never felt so aggrieved and disgusted as he did now. The opponent was obviously a guy who was much weaker than him, but he had managed to survive until now with his strange swordsmanship. The Dark Lord was completely enraged by the adventurer. He immediately used the violent secret technique, and countless lightning burst out crazily, which not only caused huge damage to the close target, but also increased its speed and strength by at least 50%. Die! The Thunder Lord attacked at an astonishing speed that was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. This attack was too fast. Sanju couldn't even see it clearly, so naturally he couldn't use the reverse blade technique, and he no longer hid his strength and completely released the power in his body, turning into a purple miasma and disappearing on the spot. Bang! The blade missed. A huge blade mark was created on the ground. Sanju appeared behind the Thunder Lord in headless form, and once again raised the sword wrapped in purple miasma, but this time both the attack speed and power were several times stronger. Dang! The Thunder Lord blocked the attack. But he felt a strange low hum in his mind. A certain cold and terrifying feeling surged in his heart, making him want to flee. This is a mental attack. Come on, old president. Kill him. Sanju made an II move in headless form. That's right, in this form, he can also use the Ashina II/. After all, the headless form can barely be considered a human form, and can use some of the moves of human warriors. Not good. Danger. This adventurer is a third level. The Thunder Lord never dreamed of it. A human territory that was just born not long ago would have a third level combat force. Otherwise, he would never attack easily, and he would never fight him alone, let alone be so reckless in the battle. However, it was too late to realize it now. Sanju went all out. His strength was actually not inferior to the Thunder Lord. However, being able to compete with him was one thing, and being able to kill him was another, so he had been hiding his strength and waiting for an opportunity, and now the opportunity had come. The Thunder Lord's offensive was weakened at this moment. He was also affected by the mental attack of the Headless. In addition, he underestimated the Miracle City, and was not sufficiently prepared for the strength of the adventurer, so Sanju seized this precious opportunity. With the headless body and the speed of the witch, he used a double cut of II, which was the best at Sase Jinsuk. The first knife was chopped. The Thunder Lord barely blocked it. The second knife followed closely, and was even faster than the previous one. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, a sturdy arm was thrown high and instantly landed 10 meters away. The Thunder Lord quickly retreated with his severed right arm. It was almost there. Everyone felt it was a pity. Although the Thunder Lord fell completely into Sanju's trap, this guy's reaction speed and adaptability were also very strong, so at the critical moment, he decisively gave up his arm to save his life. After losing his right arm, the Thunder Lord's strength was greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to fight Sanju again. After this battle, he also completely recognized the foundation of Miracle City. Weird swordsmanship, powerful spirits, and third-level combat power. The background and horror of this underground city are far beyond imagination. Retreat. Lord Thunder decisively chose to give up the attack. He was now very afraid of the unfathomable Miracle City, so he decided to keep his manpower and retreat first. The other Thunder Lizards were also scared. The strongest Lord was seriously injured. There was no need to fight this battle anymore. When the Thunder Lizards decisively chose to retreat, something even more terrifying and beyond imagination happened. Want to escape? How can it be so easy? A majestic voice of the other shore flower sounded in everyone's mind, and then a huge white dragon rose in the green swamp city, and at the moment when the dragon appeared in the city, the ground on all sides was shrouded in clouds and mist. Lord Thunder and the soldiers of Thunder City were horrified to find that they seemed to be trapped in a fantasy, and had no way to leave this place. Obviously, this is the method of Higanbana. To be more precise, it is the ability of the third-level rare spirit Sakura Dragon. This Sakura Dragon is not a physical creature, but a spiritual existence. It cannot be materialized in the real world. Every time it appears, a Sakura Dragon illusion will unfold. This illusion is like a powerful cage once it unfolds. All creatures within this range will be enveloped in it. Unless they can defeat the Sakura Dragon in the center of the illusion, or have a power at least 2 levels higher than the Sakura Dragon, it is impossible to escape before the Sakura Dragon is destroyed. This is the horror of the strongest spirit in Miracle City. In other words, from the moment the Thunder Lord led his troops to approach the Green Swamp City, they had no chance of escape. Sanju first fought with it, and severely injured it, which greatly reduced its combat effectiveness. Higanbana then released the power of the Cherry Dragon, and took the opportunity to trap all the enemies. This move was to ensure that they could be completely annihilated without leaving a single one. The game is over. Higanbana in the form of a cherry dragon is now in the center of Green Swamp City. Although she cannot move in her transformed form, she is surrounded by city walls and other adventurers to protect her. How can the lizardmen get close to her? Everyone, don't waste time, fight them quickly and get rid of them, so that we can go back and report to the Lord. As she spoke, she stretched out her dragon claws and pulled out a 7-branched sword from the cloud. That's what I meant. Ha ha, stinky lizards, open your eyes and take a good look. This is Miracle City. The other adventurers transformed one after another, from various Tyrant Tracker G creatures, to red ghosts, generals, 7 guns, black light hunters, and even super soldiers, and most of the first level combat power is also first level 4 or 5 stars. Even the accompanying mercenaries. Each of them was holding various types of firearms and grenade launchers. The foundation that Miracle City had accumulated over the past few days was fully demonstrated in this battle. Chapter 156. Chi-Ji has always been watching the battle behind the scenes. The power of the Sakura Dragon played a decisive role in this battle. Sanju fully demonstrated the swordsmanship and spiritual foundation of Miracle City. These two are the only 2/3 level combat forces in Miracle City at this stage, and they all played a vital role in this battle. At this moment, from the perspective of the Lord, the war is advancing rapidly. The Sakura Dragon, the incarnation of the red spider lily, is about 100 meters long. It grows out of a large sacred tree full of cherry blossoms. It holds a 7-branched jade sword and is surrounded by hurricanes and thunder. It is full of oppression and deterrence, reflecting the majesty and domineering of Miracle City. The ground with her, as the center, is covered by a sea of clouds for thousands of meters. The invisible barrier trapped all the elites of Thunder City, leaving them no chance to escape. Only by defeating the Sakura Dragon can they have a chance to evacuate. The Thunder Lord had no choice but to bite the bullet and order an attack on the city. Although the strongest fighter of Thunder City has been seriously injured and has lost his threat, Thunder City still has a very significant advantage in terms of military strength, and has as many as 80 or 90 second level units. On the other hand, the adventurers. There are 500 people at most. The second level combat force is just over 40. The adventurers seem to be at a disadvantage at first glance, but in fact, it is not the case. First of all, the adventurers have a defensive advantage. They have a fairly solid city wall to defend. The configuration of a barrier tower and several territory arrow towers is not strong, but it can play a big role in the current situation. Hundreds of assault rifles and grenade launchers are used for long-range attacks to suppress firepower. Ordinary Thunder Lizard soldiers are shot and harvested in large numbers. It is difficult to get close, and among the second-level adventurers, there are 10 rocket launcher trackers, relying on the city wall as a cover to look down from a high position, constantly firing rockets, each of which has the ability to kill second-level units, and theoretically has unlimited ammunition. Who can withstand this? Secondly, the high-end combat power advantage is significant. The Cherry Dragon incarnated by Higanbana is equivalent to the peak strength of the 3rd level. Although the performance is not as good as the Cherry Dragon illusion of Ashina Country, it can also summon thunder, storms, and trigger giant sword energy. This overwhelming force. It is enough to completely break the morale of the Thunder Lizard tribe. Finally, the adventurer has a killer. The soldier house in the territory provides a certain number of resurrection times for soldiers of all levels. Therefore, after some adventurers die in battle, they can be resurrected in the soldier house and then be put back on the battlefield. So the actual number of people who can be put in is more than the number of participants. No suspense. Miracle City has been developing low-key for many days. It is precisely to meet today's challenge. This group of adventurers is the foundation and essence that has been precipitated for more than 10 days. Chi-Ji commented while appreciating the battle situation. The Sakura Dragon is really useful. Not only does it have a super large range of output and super long range attack capabilities, this powerful control ability is indeed rare. It seems to be particularly suitable as a city guardian beast. The Sakura Dragon also has flaws. The biggest flaw is that it cannot move and can only stand still to output. This makes the Sakura Dragon unsuitable for mobile operations, but once the Sakura Dragon appears, it will form a Sakura Dragon illusion, which can restrict the enemy within a fixed range. Plus, it has super long-range attack capabilities, which is enough to make up for the lack of mobility. Whether it is a city defense battle, a positional battle, or an annihilation battle, the power of the Sakura Dragon is very useful. The battle lasted only about half an hour and ended. There was not much suspense. The Lord of Thunder City died in battle. 2,000 elite soldiers of Thunder City were wiped out. The adventurer lost only a quarter of the loss, and when resurrected through the soldier's house, there was basically no loss. Winning so easily. Chi-Ji knows both himself and his enemy. He really didn't take Thunder City seriously. But he didn't expect to win so easily. This is a second-level dark dungeon with a deep foundation. Miracle City never used the monster army or the native army from beginning to end. It only used 500 adventurers and the defense of Green Swamp City to complete the annihilation of 2,000 elite soldiers of Thunder City. Although there are still thousands of soldiers in Thunder City, the average combat power of the remaining soldiers is not strong. Miracle City is equivalent to destroying most of the elite forces of Thunder City in one battle. I have to say, it's really well done. Chi-Ji then sent Nancy Leah, Iris, Jinba, and Luke to teleport 1,000 people to Green Swamp City to clean up the battlefield. In addition, he sent the monster soldiers in the territory to teleport to Green Swamp City. He realized that it had been less than 5 hours since the chaos tide subsided, and the Thunder City side certainly hadn't reacted yet. He could take this opportunity to continue expanding the victory and achieve success in one battle. 10 minutes later, Nancy Leah and others teleported to Green Swamp City. When they saw the battlefield in Green Swamp City, they were stunned. The battle had just ended, and they could still smell the residual gunpowder. The gates and several city walls of Green Swamp City were severely damaged, indicating that the foreign enemy had tried to attack the city several times. But in the end, they were beaten back by powerful firepower and never broke through the city from beginning to end. Outside the city, corpses were everywhere. It was shocking, facing the corpses of lizardmen all over the ground. Iris, Jinba, Luke and other indigenous people felt more than just shock. Jinba stared at the corpse of the Thunder Lord with wide eyes, unable to speak for a long time, and finally just murmured, "It's Leia, the Dark Lord of Thunder City. He died just like that? Luke, is this true? I'm not dreaming. Elise, I feel like I'm dreaming too." The dark species have the ability to resurrect. If the bodies are not dealt with quickly, they may reappear in Thunder City. The Miracle City residents, who are responsible for the cleanup, are all dwarves, flower fairies, and dog-headed people. When faced with the corpses of the thunder lizards everywhere, especially the corpse of the Lord of Thunder City, they all have an almost absurd sense of unreality. Thunder City has been rampant for hundreds of miles for decades. Let all the local natives be shrouded in fear of being dominated. The Lord of Thunder City and the Dark Thunder Lizard clan have caused deep-rooted fear in the natives, and no tribe has ever had the courage to resist Thunder City. Now, this Dark Lord. Did he die so suddenly? Died in the attack he launched. This battle was a pure egg hitting a stone, and seeking death. Iris and others also knew. The Lord didn't even use his full strength. Even so, he still defeated this powerful enemy in a nearly crushing way and wiped it out completely. For a moment, they had a new understanding of the power and terror of Miracle City, and their awe of the Lord could not help but increase a little. Where is the adventurer? The Flower Fairy. The dwarves did not find the adventurer in Green Swamp City. Nancy Leah explained. The adventurer has taken advantage of the victory and counterattacked to Thunder City, while the dark species were not prepared. What? Directly counterattack Thunder City? Just experienced a high-intensity battle. Now he actually launched another offensive without stopping? This is completely crazy in the eyes of everyone. As an underground city that has been operating for decades, Thunder City has at least 4 barrier towers, including a second-level barrier tower. The overall defense is very solid and easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are still several Thunder Lizard generals in Thunder City, at least 5,000 Thunder Lizard combat forces. This configuration and this lineup are very difficult to fight. With the current strength of Miracle City, how can they take Thunder City in the remaining time today? This action gives people the feeling that it is too radical. Thunder City. The lizards know nothing about the front line. Thunder City's first General Quang Li is patrolling the city defense. In about 2 or 3 hours, the chaos tide will come back, and it is unknown whether the battle on the front line will go smoothly. At this time, the Lord should have taken Green Swamp City and is marching towards Dark Valley. The Dark Valley will definitely be taken within 3 days. Quang Li has absolute confidence in the strength of Lord Leia. Suddenly, with a snap, he stepped on a big leech. There are many leeches in the Thunder Swamp where Thunder City is located, but he has never seen such big leeches. When he looked around, he was surprised to find that there were many leeches on the ground, walls, and buildings. What's going on? Where do so many leeches come from? Quang Li found that most of the leeches came from the same direction. This direction is the most important second-level barrier tower in the defense system of Thunder City. Something is wrong. He immediately checked the barrier tower. The tower glowed softly, and there was no abnormality. Quangli also noticed that there seemed to be a few strange things on the barrier tower, which looked like small square boxes, flashing a faint red light, and showing a countdown. 10, 9, 8. Quangli could clearly feel that as the countdown went on, he felt a sense of crisis getting stronger and stronger. When he realized that the situation was not good, it was too late. 3, 2, 1, 0. Several C4s exploded at the same time. The explosion was so powerful that it not only instantly destroyed the second-level barrier tower, but also directly killed Quangli, who was trying to investigate. Boom, 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 at the same time. Explosions occurred in multiple directions in Thunder City, from the city gate to various barrier towers, and even the arrow towers were destroyed. In just a dozen or 20 seconds, the defense system of this city basically collapsed. When a large number of leeches merged outside the city. In the end, it turned into the appearance of Mingwei Xiaoxue. Bianhui exclaimed, "What a good spirit!" The second-level spirit of Mingwei Xiaoxue, the adventurer of Miracle City, is Leech Queen, Marcus. This spirit's frontal combat power is not particularly strong among the second-level spirits, and it has a fatal weakness of being afraid of light energy, but it has very powerful reconnaissance, infiltration, lurking, and camouflage capabilities. With this spirit, Mingwei Xiaoxue will become the strongest agent in Miracle City. She can mimic anyone's appearance through mimicry, or release hundreds of leeches for large-scale reconnaissance and perception, or split into leech clones to perform various actions. The most important thing is, the action is very covert. The leech state of the General Dungeon Reconnaissance Tower and Perception Tower cannot be recognized. After the adventurers marched to the vicinity of Thunder City, they did not take action immediately, but took out all the C4 bombs collected during the period of playing the Frenzy competitive mode. There are 16 in total. These C4 time bombs were handed over to Mingwei Xiaoxue, who used his infiltration ability to enter Thunder City, and then installed C4 on important facilities such as the City Gate, Barrier Tower, and Arrow Tower. The Thunder Lizard tribe never thought that Thunder City would be attacked, and had never seen the C4 bombs in Miracle City, so it was impossible for them to be prepared, and finally the adventurers easily succeeded. The battle has not yet begun. The 4 barrier towers were destroyed first. A big hole was also broken in the city gate. Mingwei Xiaoxue's blasting operation was very successful, which reduced the difficulty of this war by half. Kill! Sanju turned into a headless form, with purple miasma wrapped around his body, and took the lead in teleporting into the city, killing several guarding lizardmen one by one, and other adventurers followed and launched attacks. This battle. There are a large number of adventurers. There are also a large number of territory monster soldiers. There were more than 100 second-level combat forces alone. Although the number of troops was far less than that of the lizardmen in Thunder City, the result of rushing in rashly, when the lizardmen were completely unprepared, was imaginable because they had used blasting methods to disintegrate the city defense in advance. The offensive can be described as overwhelming. Dozens of flamethrower trackers were spraying fire to open the way, more than 20 rocket launcher trackers were bombarding, and 200 explosion-proof corpse mercenaries, holding guns, and grenade launchers provided fire cover and support. At this time, the Cherry Dragon descended again. Once again, the Cherry Dragon illusion was used to control the field. Storms, thunder, and super sword energy were continuously released. This battle took more than an hour, and ended with a great victory for the human race. However, after all, it was fought on the lizardmen's home ground, and the adventurers' resurrection times were quickly used up. After this battle, more than half of the troops were reduced, and the territory monster soldiers also suffered a loss of almost a quarter. The loss is not small, but it can be compared with the gains. This expenditure is nothing. We won. We really took it down. This operation is really awesome. Yeah, it only took us 1 day to capture a second-level dark species territory. This battle is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. The adventurers danced with excitement. They never thought that fighting in a dark dungeon would be so easy. They could only say that the power and weapons of Miracle City were too easy to use. Change to another second-level dungeon. Even if this dungeon has been in operation for 10 or 8 years and has a deep heritage, I'm afraid it won't be able to capture the city so easily. The second-level barrier of Thunder City alone is enough for the attacker to suffer a lot and bear a lot of losses. So Miracle City is awesome. And in the final analysis, it's still Lord Qi who is awesome. While the adventurers were dancing with joy, Qi Ji personally teleported to Thunder City. Lord, how are we doing? I hope we didn't disappoint you. Very good indeed. Qi Ji was not stingy, and issued a large amount of contribution points, which surprised the adventurers. There was no direct cost for Chi-Ji to issue contribution points. He could issue as many as he wanted. However, after so many days, the value of Miracle City's contribution points had been highly recognized by the majority of adventurers. For them, giving out contribution points was like giving out real money. They were so short of contribution points, nothing could make them more excited than this. Chi-Ji didn't waste time and reached out to touch the core of Thunder City, completing the last step of occupying the city. You are refining the Thunder City core divine stone. This refining will consume 5,000 mental power. Do you want to continue? However, although the consumption is large, Chi-Ji does not take it seriously. In order to avoid more trouble, he started to refine it as soon as possible. You have refined the core of Thunder City. You are building the core of the second-level main city. You have built the second-level main city Thunder City, Chaos Treasure Box, green, +1. So far, one step is enough. All done. Chi-Ji has successfully opened up another main city in addition to the core main city, the first-level main city. From now on, Thunder City will become the second-level main city of Chi-Ji territory, which will make Chi-Ji territory, which has just broken through to the second-level territory, a quasi-third-level territory. This victory and conquest is of great significance to Miracle City. In the future, the ruling scope and territory of Miracle City will expand several times, and both population and resources will usher in a blowout and explosion. However, it's still the same. Although he successfully built the second-level main city and became a quasi-third-level lord, Chi-Ji will not immediately activate Thunder City in the short term. That is, he will not take the initiative to upgrade the territory. Because Miracle City needs enough time to digest a series of achievements. It also needs enough time to build and develop. Although Chi-Ji does not take the initiative to activate Thunder City, he can use the core of Thunder City to create a secret realm, and this will be the third main secret realm of Miracle City. According to the plan, this time he will create a vast sci-fi world. Titanfall, StarCraft, Star Wars, Halo, Dead Space, etc. The series of materials that Chi-Ji currently has in his hands, as well as the sci-fi materials to be obtained in the future, will eventually shine in this sci-fi secret realm. Check the spoils first. This time, Thunder City was conquered. There are many resources and material income. It is estimated that the soul crystals directly looted alone will exceed 20,000. And recycling various facilities and excess materials can at least obtain 50,000 basic material essences. Chi-Ji plans to use this income to build the Dark City, so as to officially open the second dungeon main city, open the second adventurer town for the territory, and absorb more adventurer traffic. In addition, this battle obtained a green quality Chaos Treasure Box. Chi-Ji has never obtained such a high quality treasure box, and the green quality corresponds to the third level. No hesitation. He opened the treasure box directly. You open the Chaos Treasure Box, Soul Crystal plus 20,000, Skill Secret Crystal, Soul Blessing Technique, Drawing, Tower of Abundance plus 1. Not bad. 20,000 soul crystals are not a small number. However, Chi-Ji is obviously more interested in the Skill Secret Crystal and construction drawings. Skill Secret Crystal, Soul Blessing Technique, 3rd level Lord Skill, Learning Conditions, 5,000 mental power. This is a 3rd level Lord Secret skill that costs a lot to learn. The main effect is to consume a spirit and bless it to any target, allowing it to temporarily have the ability to use the power of the spirit. It's a bit like a mercenary. However, the spirit blessing is not limited to the target. Whether it is an adventurer or a citizen of the territory, even oneself can be blessed. One of the greatest significances of this skill to Chi-Ji is that it can enable him, the Lord, to have combat capabilities when necessary. After all, although Chi-Ji's rank is very high, he is not very good at combat. Although he rarely fights in person. But it's never a bad thing to have more self-protection capabilities. Tower of Plenty, 3rd level construction drawings, construction conditions, 15,000 soul crystals, 10,000 material essences, 5,000 mental power. This is a very practical 3rd level facility. Its main function is to allow adventurers to delay adventure settlement. For example, an adventurer completes an adventure and successfully obtains loot, but the loot is not what the adventurer needs or does not satisfy him. Then the adventurer can directly abandon the loot. The abandoned loot will automatically belong to the territory. But the adventurer can also obtain a mark of abundance. This mark can greatly increase the score of the next adventure settlement, thereby increasing the probability of obtaining higher quality loot. Of course, you can choose not to use it and continue to accumulate marks of abundance. The 3rd level Tower of Abundance can accumulate up to 3 marks of abundance. This facility is of great value to the territory and adventurers. For the territory, it can get a lot of resources for free, and for the adventurer, it can increase the probability of rare items. In general, there are pros and cons, and a certain gaming color. It is possible to abandon the loot 3 times in a row. In the end, there was no good stuff for the Lord to make a lot of money. It is also possible that with the help of the 3 marks of abundance, high-level items will explode at once, causing the Lord to lose money directly. Because it is all probabilistic. So there are all possibilities. Whether to make a profit or a loss depends entirely on luck and even ability. Chi-Ji does not mind the territory producing high-level spirits or spoils of war. He even dislikes the fact that the output of the 3rd-level souls in the territory is too low, so that only 2 3rd-level combat forces have been produced in such a long time. With the Tower of Abundance, the probability of producing 3rd-level souls in the future should increase greatly. So Chi-Ji will definitely build it without hesitation. So far, this round of expansion has ended here. Miracle City has successfully taken over Thunder City. The next thing to do is to build Dark City with all our strength, and at the same time build the secret realm of Thunder City, so that the territory will enter a new era. Chapter 157. Early in the morning. Tianyan City's affairs. After all the arrangements were made to the territory ministers and assistants, Ran Tianyan brought the chief hero Ignis through the territory gate and landed in Miracle City. The territory gate can only transport a limited amount of goods and personnel every day, especially for the 1st-level territory. Each transmission opportunity is very precious, but the 2 territories have not yet started formal exchanges, so there is no need to worry about insufficient quotas. Is this Miracle City? Ignis observed the underground city that has become famous recently. Although some infrastructure has not been fully built, as a newly rising underground city, this city is already quite large in scale and facilities, at least not inferior to the senior 2nd-level territory. Such rapid development is very rare. There is a reason why Lord Ran Tianyan attaches so much importance to this city. There were about 20 minutes before the city was opened, but the 2 outsiders found that Miracle City was very lively. The flower demons were singing and dancing, the dwarfs and kobolds were still drinking, and the adventurers had a carnival not long ago. Lord Ran. Welcome. A freckled dwarf girl came to greet them. The 2 territories needed to report in advance when they were traveling with each other, so Chi-Ji knew that Ran Tianyan and his men were coming, so he specially sent Nancy Leah to greet them. Overnight. Miracle City was different. Ran Tianyan was sure that he was not having an illusion. He could clearly feel the concentration of the essence of heaven and earth increasing, and the power level of this area had reached the 2nd level. Lord Chi-Ji had been promoted. The changes did not stop there. Ran Tianyan learned from Nancy Leah's introduction. Chi Jiling's 2nd main city, Dark City, will be open today, and Lord Chi has completed the preliminary construction of Dark City. The current Dark City has established a connection with an adventurer town called Qinshan City. With the current construction scale of Dark City, it can accommodate 1,000 adventurers from Qinshan City. At present, a 2nd-level secret hall has been built, which is also the 2nd secret hall of Chi Jiling. Congratulations. Ran Tianyan congratulated sincerely. Ran Tianyan has never heard of this adventurer town called Qinshan City, but it must be said that Qinshan City is very lucky to be able to intervene in a god-level dungeon like Chi Jiling. The adventurers here are blessed. This Qinshan City must be an adventurer town much larger than Blackstone Town. It is estimated that there are many adventurer forces and lord forces in it. They landed in Chi Jiling and appeared in Dark City. Although Dark City is one of the main cities of Chi-Ji, its importance and future development potential are still not as good as the core main city. Why do you say that? The most important factor is the secret realm. As the core main city of the territory, Miracle City can connect to all the secret realms in the entire territory. Whether it is the main secret realms, the secondary secret realms, or the special secret realms of other natures in the future. This is the advantage of being the core main city. There are only 2 secret realms that Dark City can open initially. One is the core main city secret realm, and the other is the secret realm that Dark City comes with, which means that you can only enter the Doomsday Frenzy and 4 and 10 kingdoms. The secondary secret realm end of the world arena of Green Swamp City and the secret realm of Thunder City, which will be open soon, cannot be directly entered from Dark City, and vice versa. You cannot directly enter the 10 kingdoms in Thunder City in the future. In the future, some secret realms can be opened up through some facilities. But no matter what, the status and convenience of ordinary main cities in the territory are still not as good as the core main cities, and this is also the key to ensure that the core main cities can always be prosperous. Qishan Town can enter Qiji territory through Dark City. But after all, it is not as profitable as Blackstone Town, which is directly connected to the core main city of Qiji territory. Although the scale of Blackstone Town is not very good now, it will not be difficult to surpass Qishan City in the future with the support of Miracle City. Ran Tianyun congratulated Qiji territory on his successful advancement, but he didn't think it was strange. After all, the second secret realm of Miracle City had been built long ago, so becoming a second-level territory was a matter of course. However, the next news. He never expected it. What? The troops of Miracle City have already captured the third main city of the territory? When Ran Tianyun learned that Qiji had conquered the second-level Dark Dungeon Thunder City, he and Ignis were shocked. How could the expansion be so fast? The second main city has just been put into use. Did they also take down the third main city? This means that even if Qiji does not start building Thunder City for the time being, the territory will automatically upgrade to the third level in a month at most. Isn't such rapid expansion a bit too fast? After all, even if it is automatically upgraded, Miracle City was created only more than 2 months ago, and it is unprecedented for a territory to be upgraded to the third level in less than 3 months. No wonder the adventurers celebrated. This is not only a major breakthrough for the territory, but also means that the third main secret realm will be developed soon, not to mention the adventurers, who can directly play the new secret realm. Even Ran Tianyun is looking forward to it, and he doesn't know what the third secret realm of Miracle City will be like. It was too late to take over Thunder City yesterday. So the third secret realm has not been developed today. It is expected that the third secret realm codenamed Star Sea will be open tomorrow. The adventurers all expressed their eagerness, but Ran Tianyun felt that it didn't matter if it was late. After all, slow work produces fine work and quality is the first priority. Besides, he has only been in Miracle City for 2 days, and has not understood the content of the secret realm yet. Nancy Leah said, "Does Lord Ren have an agenda? If so, please tell me in time so that I can report to the Lord in time. Since Brother Chi is busy making a new secret realm, I won't disturb him today." Ran Tianyun said, "I'm just strolling around. No need to deliberately entertain." Nancy Leah nodded. "In that case, Lord Ran, please do as you please. If you have any needs, you can always ask me or other territory managers." At this time, it was time to open the city. The adventurers of Blackstone Town swarmed into Miracle City. The total number of adventurers in Miracle City today reached 3,300. Wow, ha ha ha. Finally the city is open again. More and more people are coming, the crystals are starting to get a little crowded, this won't work. I heard that the Undercity is open today, why don't we spend some contribution points and teleport to the Undercity to play the secret realm? Good idea, although the Undercity is open, it's not well known yet, there must be a lot of free crystals there, we can play however we want without having to coordinate repeatedly for team formation. After a while, 300 or 400 Blackrock Town adventurers went to the Undercity. Most of these adventurers are fans of the Frenzy Secret Realm competitive mode, and they can also play the Frenzy Secret Realm in the Undercity, and the space is large without queuing and coordination, and they can team up with friends at any time, which will naturally be a better experience. Most of the other adventurers still walked into the secret hall of Miracle City. After all, for many adventurers, challenging the atmosphere of the secret realm is also very important. Sometimes having many people is not a bad thing, and is even part of the experience. After some disguise, the 2 visitors from Tianyun City followed the flow of adventurers into the hall, and saw that all the crystals in the secret hall were being activated one after another. Ran Tianyun asked, "What do you think of this place?" Ignis said, "The Lord is indeed a sharp-eyed, and I have never seen such a vibrant dungeon, and I have never seen a dungeon that develops so fast, and that Nancy Leah is not simple." Ran Tianyun was stunned for a moment. "Are you talking about the dwarf girl next to Lord Chi?" Ignis said, "This person is not a dwarf, it's just a disguise. His strength is not weak and his identity is definitely not simple. As the strongest person in Tianyun City, Ignis has the 5th level cultivation like Ran Tianyun, and it is the 5th level that he has cultivated seriously. This kind of strength has the probability of becoming a hegemon in most areas of the Chaos world." He felt that she was not weak. This Nancy Leah was probably at the 4th level. Miracle City had already built a hall of heroes, and this Nancy Leah was probably the hidden hero of Miracle City. There were many more secrets and heritage in Miracle City than one could imagine. "Ignis, what you see now is just the tip of the iceberg of this magical dungeon," Ran Tianyun said. "From now on, you will see the real specialness of Miracle City. You will soon know what a true god-level dungeon is, and what a truly legendary lord is." Ignis is already 200 years old and has traveled through dozens of dungeons. Tianyun City is the best he has ever seen, otherwise he would not have chosen to become the contract hero of Tianyun City. For more than 20 years, Ignis is loyal to Ran Tianyun and knows his master very well. Although he looks gentle and smooth, he is actually a proud and ambitious person. He has never given such a high evaluation to others, especially a dungeon that is far inferior to his own in terms of qualifications, strength, and level. While great, the Sui and Tang chapters have been updated. Ran Tianyun's eyes lit up, and he stopped talking. He let Ignis look around by himself, while he rushed to learn about the latest content of the 10 Kingdoms update. The update method of the Sui and Tang chapters. It is different from the Black Light chapter. Although the content is released gradually, the Sui and Tang chapters do not divide the content into chapters, but divide it by map area. The current updated content is mainline map, Yueha Village, Lei Xiaza. There are not many new contents, but it also makes the adventurers very excited. There are too few adventurers who can challenge the Sui and Tang dynasties at present. Ran Tianyun found the secret crystal operated by Dianhua. Many adventurers have gathered around here, and various urging voices are endless. Don't worry. Let's start. I experienced the prologue of Sui and Tang dynasties yesterday. Dianhua was deeply impressed by the plot. The general content of the prologue is, Qin Jingqiu, the last descendant of the Qin kingdom played by the adventurer, was taken to Fuma Mountain by his master Qin Fu to obtain Kunlun Mirror, one of the 10 artifacts. Qin Fu believes that as long as he collects Qin, tripod, seal, mirror, stone, he can own the world. Unexpectedly, when he took the mirror, he accidentally released the spirit of the ancient demon god Tao Tai. In order to save Qin Jingqiu and prevent Tao Tai from appearing in the world, Qin Fu had to use the freezing technique to freeze Tao Tai in the cave before he was fully formed. Before he lost consciousness, he told the adventurer that he could only live for a year in this state, and there was only hope of rescue if he found Mr. Gong Shan, one of the strongest people in the world. Finally, he told the adventurer that it didn't matter whether he could be rescued or not. The most important thing was to find the remaining 4 artifacts of Qin, tripod, seal, stone to restore Dachin. So far, the story begins. The adventurer embarked on an adventure. Hey, the way of consuming energy in this Sui and Tang chapter is quite different from other secret realms. Before entering the official chapter, the red spider Lily first understood the mechanism of the Sui and Tang chapter. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, not only will death end the challenge directly, but it will also consume energy according to the duration of the adventure. Every hour, 1 energy point will be consumed, and each round of exploration challenge is limited to about 3 hours. This consumption is nothing. After confirming the agreement and entering the secret realm, a mysterious giant scroll appeared in front of the red spider Lily. Open it. It is a painting. A detailed picture of mountains, rivers and states. Its style is very typical of the Yin Kingdom ink painting style. It also presents the mountains, rivers and cities of the land of Xinzhou. This giant ink painting of rivers and mountains is not only full of charm and details, but if you look closely, you will find that the changes in clouds, weather conditions, and the flow of rivers in various places are all clearly presented in front of you in a dynamic way. One place name after another. One city after another. As many as hundreds. All appeared in front of him. The current time is mid-August of the 10th year of the Sui dynasty. You have opened the Sui and Tang travel map. Please select the area you will travel. Tips. The main story and some branches are time limited and will only occur within a limited time. Please manage the travel time reasonably to avoid losing the synchronization of the plot. Higanbana learned about it. She explained, this is a unique mechanism of the Sui and Tang chapter. Every time the secret realm is updated, a part of the map area will be unlocked, allowing us adventurers to enter the area and explore freely until the main task is completed. Everyone immediately felt fresh. Sanju said, we have always wondered how the Lord would present such a vast land of China. This kind of map-based update is undoubtedly the best choice. Indeed, the Sui and Tang chapters are completely different from the Ashina chapters. Ashina is only that big in total. You can reach it even if you run a little further. And the worldview of the Sui and Tang chapters is too vast. It would take at least 10 days, or half a month to walk from the easternmost to the westernmost part of China. We adventurers can't spend so much time on the road. Ran Tianyun also nodded. It is not realistic to make the land of China in one go. Not to mention that it is impossible to run all of Miracle City at its current size. Even if all the core computing power of the secret realms of Tianyun City is added together, it is impossible to support it. How to balance the rhythm and resource utilization is very important. Brother Chi is really a genius. You actually thought of presenting it in this way. In fact, the mountain and river map in front of the adventurer is a more detailed and vivid game map. This large map marks out most of the famous mountains and rivers, and important urban areas in China, and the content is very rich. The map update mode of the Sui and Tang chapter is very simple, a bit similar to the Secret Realm update mode of the entire 4 and 10 kingdoms, except that the update frequency is faster, and adventurers can also actively trigger map updates through actions and exploration. Chi will update the content related to the main storyline one after another. In other words, although there are many locations in the early stage, non-mainline areas cannot be entered or explored. Adventurers can only open the next mainline area after completing the main line of the area, and non-mainline cities and areas have various trigger activation conditions. Some can be activated by opening branches. Some can be opened uniformly after completing all stories and entering free mode. In addition, some will be designed as event maps, which can only be entered for a limited time during certain events. In theory, as long as there is enough time, adventurers can activate quite a few explorable areas through exploration. And the design of the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm does not require all maps to be loaded at the same time. Areas that are not challenged by adventurers can be completely unloaded, which greatly reduces the computing power occupied by the Secret Realm. So Ran Tianyan would think. This is a very good design. Chi used this method to show the vastness of Xinzhou, ensure the rhythm and efficiency of the adventure, and not put too heavy a burden on the core of the dungeon's secret realm, and also reserved a lot of time for creation. The other side of the flower enlarged the map. Found his current location. My current location is in Fuma Mountain, and Lixie's where Master Bo is located is in the northeast of Fuma Mountain. What we have to do now is to go to Lixie's, but on the way to Lixie's, we will first pass through a place called Yuehe Village. You can't enter Lixie's directly, because the main plot has not been completed. The only places you can enter in the current map are Lixie's and Yuehe Village. Since the former cannot be entered for the time being, the plot must take place in Yuehe Village. Next, the adventurers were surprised to see. There was a little man walking in the mountain and river map. He first walked out of Fuma Mountain, and soon came to Yuehe Village. Then the picture changed, and the mountain and river scroll was put away. Higanbana officially entered the secret scene. When she became conscious and opened her eyes, she had appeared at the entrance of a small village as Jinjingqiu. How magical! Higanbana patted the dust and leaves on her body. I can feel that I have traveled for 3 days and 3 nights to get to this place from Fuma Mountain. Other adventurers. At this moment, they all nodded. This design of the Sui and Tang chapter omits the slow and unimportant parts, which not only ensures the rhythm and compactness of the story, but also does not destroy the sense of reality and strengthens the sense of expectation. Because only the maps related to the main story will be unlocked. Adventurers know that there must be important stories and characters in this small village in front of them, but what kind of story, and how it unfolds require adventurers to explore and discover it themselves. If you find a branch line while wandering in the main area, maybe you can also unlock additional exploration areas. This is undoubtedly very interesting. Chapter 158. The red spider lily stands at the entrance of the village. This place is on a higher ground. Let Yuehe Village appear in the crystal like a painting. The whole village is built against the river, and there are several tributaries forming a water network, forming various life scenes. At this moment, you can see from afar thatched adobe houses with pestles, beating and washing clothes rhythmically by the water, and several little boys are playing kuju on the shore, using old balls wrapped with rattan. The periphery is a thatched adobe house, and fishing nets can be seen drying nearby, and fishing gear woven with bamboo strips is hung on the wall. It is close to noon now, and the smoke from cooking rises. Combined with the distant mountains and the river, the primitive style of the classical Jiangnan water town of Yin State is presented like a painting with ink texture. Vivid, real, and fresh, the adventurer's eyes lit up before he even entered the village. This is the first time he has come into contact with the civilized world of this land. Each of the 10 foreign countries has its own local customs and practices. These exotic customs can not only produce a stronger sense of substitution, but also one of the biggest motivations to attract adventurers to explore. What can satisfy curiosity and desire for exploration better than to understand a world by pulling out the silk and cocoon? Even if there are no tasks and plots, most adventurers are willing to come to Yuehe Village for tourism. When Chi was making the Yuehe Village scene, he fully considered that this was not a simple ancient village, but a world with the style of Shanhei Jingjiguai, where demons and monsters were rampant everywhere. So on the basis of the classical water town of Yin State, and added a lot of cultural symbols that conform to the worldview. When Bianhua walked into the village, he found that every household had copper bells hanging on the eaves of the house to drive away evil spirits, and the door lintels were covered with twisted tadpole-shaped exorcism talismans. You could also see various traces of sacrifices and strange folk customs. For example, black pottery bowls filled with clear water are hung in front of the shops. It is said that this method can prevent wild ghosts and demons. Similar details can be seen everywhere, and are very sophisticated. The worldview is full of real texture and mysterious atmosphere. The architecture and clothing are in line with the characteristics of the Sui dynasty, and have a sense of the times. It is also close to the River God Festival. The whole village is shrouded in a strange atmosphere that seems lively, but is actually tense and panic-stricken. Mingwei Xiaoxue, is this the small village in Xinzhou? I feel that the customs are very different from those in Ashina. Time Traveler nodded. It is not difficult to see that the two are not only not in the same place, but also very different in age. Too vivid. Although Ashina is also full of details. But the atmosphere of life is still a little worse than here. What is the atmosphere of life? In fact, it is the traces of life that can be traced in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. The atmosphere of life in the original Ashina Sekiro is relatively thin. Although Chi-Ji added a large number of residential houses after the remake, after all, the history of wars for many years is short, so the texture of details is not so strong. Yuehe village is different. This is the first scene of the Sui and Tang dynasty. Every household is living a real life. Every corner is filled with traces of the villagers' generations of life. In fact, as long as adventurers are willing to learn, they can find more than a dozen local folk customs in this small village alone, and at least hundreds of small stories related to the worldview of Shanhaijing and the historical era can be excavated, and the historical trajectory can be traced back to 300 or 200 years ago. It is simply a treasure. A village is so delicate and full of texture. How rich are the contents of the major cities in this world? Although Higanbana was curious about everything here, the adventure time was precious, so she had to seize the time and advance the main plot as soon as possible, so she asked everyone she met. Hello, do you know how to get to Lixier's? I don't know. Hello, have you heard of Lixier's? Don't bother me, I'm preparing tributes for the River God Festival, and I don't have time to waste time here. Nothing was found. When there was no clue, a crisp and weak voice came. This little Taoist priest. Do you want to go to Lixier's? This is a girl who looks 15 or 16 years old, wearing a blue skirt, with skin like a freshly peeled egg, delicate and gentle appearance, very well-behaved temperament, and the most striking feature is a head of pure silver-white hair like snow. The adventurer's eyes lit up immediately. Mao Mingming, this look, this temperament, these characteristics. The hints are obvious. Nancy Leah. Yes, this girl's temperament and appearance. The style of painting is completely different from other villagers. Most likely she is an important plot character in Yuehe village. Exactly. Do you have clues about Lei Xiaoze? Lei Xiaoze can only be reached by water. You can ask the ferryman for help, but Yuehe village is holding a River God Festival, and the ferry will not be open in the next 2 days. No wonder you can't reach Lei Xiaoze directly from the travel map. It turns out that you can only go to Yuehe village to rent a boat, and go by water to get there. The white-haired woman continued, My family opened an inn in Yuehe village. The price is not expensive. You might as well stay for a day or two, and leave after the River God Festival is over. What is the River God Festival? I heard a lot of related topics along the way. It is probably one of the local customs of Yuehe village. Bianhua was keenly aware that this might be related to the plot. Although she was going to Lei Xiaoze to find Master Gong Shan, the master's magic power could last for about a year, so it was not a big deal to wait for a day or two. Okay, then I trouble you, young lady. What's your name? My name is Yu Xiaoxue. You can just call me Xiaoxue. The white-haired girl was very happy to have a guest for her family, and she immediately led the way. Higanbana couldn't help asking, Miss Xiaoxue, I'm a little curious, why is your hair white? Yu Xiaoxue was a little embarrassed. This is natural. My hair was this color when I was born. My biological parents thought it was a bad omen and threw me into the river. Only boss, he was willing to adopt me. Mao Mingming couldn't help complaining. No way, such a beautiful little girl was disliked by others just because of her different hair color, and even her biological parents abandoned her? Li Huilu, people in this world seem to be very conservative and can't accept features that are different from ordinary people. Time Traveler said, it's not strange. After all, this is a world where demons are rampant. Any strange phenomenon may hide unknown dangers. This prejudice and stereotype is just the instinct of ordinary people to seek benefits and avoid harm. Higanbana said, I don't think your hair is strange, but I think it's special and beautiful. Yu Xiaoxua has been full of inferiority complex about her hair since she was a child. She was very embarrassed when she heard such an evaluation for the first time. At this time, the two had already walked to the center of the village. There is an ancient ferry with a long history here. Probably because it is located on an important waterway, merchants and tourists pass by here every year. Therefore, although it is a small village, there are many grocery stores, herbal medicine stores, and inns. This place was once very lively and prosperous. But now it looks very depressed, and there are very few foreign guests. It seems that the year is not very good. Yu Xiaoxuan has not had any guests for several days, which is why she was so happy when the adventurer agreed to stay in the inn. The inn costs 200 coins. Meals at 50 coins. After searching the memory in her mind, Higanbana learned. The Great Sui dynasty uses the past Wuzhu coins as the unified currency. Every 1,000 coins are equal to 1 tael of silver, and I have more than 10 taels of silver, which is enough for my travel expenses. Other adventurers commented. Is the currency so strict? It's really interesting. 200 coins for a day is not expensive. Higanbana moved into the room. Yu Xiaoxua immediately brought the meal. The main dish is a bowl of steaming corn rice, and there is also a coarse pottery bowl filled with pickled bracken as a side dish, plus Yueha Village's special smoked fish pieces, and 3-color kudzu cakes made by Xiaoxua herself. Xiaoxua said, recently, due to the River God Festival, we can't buy fresh ingredients. I hope you can forgive me. Higanbana smiled and said, it's okay, it's very special, I like it. Adventurers want to eat a lot of delicious Miracle City, but these foods full of local dining characteristics can stimulate their curiosity and desire to taste. For example, this 3-color kudzu cake. This thing is made of wild kudzu root collected by Xiaoxua from the back mountain, mixed with local red yeast rice in Yueha village, and wormwood juice for coloring. This is a very common food in the local area, and one of the commonly used sacrificial foods. Detailed, too detailed, Ran Tianyan had to admire Qi Ji's meticulousness. Although the adventurer had only been in Yueha village for less than half an hour, the ubiquitous cultural symbols such as architecture, clothing, folk customs, and catering have made the small village look realistic and convincing. Yanhua learned. Xiaoxua has a younger brother named Xiaoshuo. This child is born with a disability and can only walk with crutches, but this disability can be cured before the age of 10, so the family works hard to make money to raise expensive treatment costs. From the conversation, the adventurer clearly felt. Xiaoxua felt guilty about her brother's disability. Because of all kinds of rumors in the village, she also believed that she was an unlucky person. Otherwise, why are other children healthy, but why is it that the kind-hearted boss's son is born with a disability in his old age? Yanhua definitely doesn't believe this. Just as she was about to speak to comfort him, a boy's cry suddenly came from downstairs. Xiaoxua fell down again. I'm going to see him. Tomorrow is the day of the River God Festival. Outsiders are not allowed to participate in the River God Festival. It's best for you not to go out. You can go to Lixie's in one more day. After saying that, he left in a hurry. What a pure and kind little girl. How could she be a person who was born to bring bad luck? Higanbana didn't think much about it. The adventure time was limited, and she couldn't wait in vain. Maybe there were some plots and stories in the village that could be explored, but she was more interested in promoting the main line. When she lay on the bed. Do you want to rest immediately? As expected, if you don't do additional exploration, the extra time can be skipped. When Higanbana chose to rest, she immediately felt the fatigue accumulated from 3 days and 3 nights of long journey, which made her eyes feel heavy, as if they were filled with lead, and she fell asleep in just a few seconds. The secret crystal went dark. It only took 2 seconds for it to light up again. It was the second day when Higanbana got up, and she was awakened by a burst of crying. Why is Xiaoxua crying again? Higanbana went downstairs curiously, and came to the lobby, only to see a 6 or 7-year-old boy with a cane, crying loudly, and boss he also looked sad. What happened? Wow! My sister is going to be eaten by the river god. I don't want my sister to be eaten by the river god. After some understanding, the adventurer was immediately angry. Higanbana, it turns out that the so-called river god festival is a bloody human sacrifice. The river god of Yueha village is a 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit. Every year, he must eat at least one 15 or 16-year-old girl, otherwise the mermaid spirit will stir up trouble and cause various disasters. In order to obtain the protection of the river god, the villagers can only decide the sacrifice by drawing lots. At the beginning, the river god festival was held only once a year. Recently, the appetite of the river god has become bigger and bigger, so that the interval between holding the river god festival has become shorter and shorter, making the villagers of Yueha village miserable, but they have no courage to resist the river god. The sacrifice drawn in this river god festival is the daughter of Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang is an old man who has only one daughter. How can he bear to give his daughter away? So he found Xiaoxue privately, and claimed that he was willing to treat Xiaoxue's leg disease for free. Xiaoxue immediately understood Dr. Wang's intention, so she ran to the village chief's house early in the morning and took the initiative to ask to be the sacrifice of this river god festival. How ridiculous. They actually sacrificed a living person. Miss Xiaoxue is too kind. She actually offered to be a sacrifice. Boss Higanbana, can you tolerate this? You must kill this troublemaker. Yes, Xiaoxue must be extraordinary. She must be a key plot character. If she dies, it is likely to cause the plot of the Sui and Tang dynasties to lose synchronization, so even if it is to promote the plot, we must take action. No need for others to say more. Higanbana will not sit idly by. She has a good impression of Xiaoxue. Whether she is a plot character or not, she must be rescued, of course. This is not the whole reason. Even if we put aside the motivation of upholding justice, Higanbana also has a very strong interest in the 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit. She just thinks this will be the first powerful enemy encountered in the Sui and Tang dynasties. A warmonger like her will not miss any valuable opponent. However, the subsequent investigation encountered many obstacles. Whether it is the innkeeper he or other people in the village, they are all very afraid of the river god. Not only do they refuse to reveal the place of sacrifice, but they also advise adventurers not to meddle in other people's business. This boss, he doesn't seem to be a good guy. He may think that using his adopted daughter Xishua's life in exchange for his son Xiaoshua's recovery is also a kind of comfort. These villagers are also extremely stupid. Yes, the monster's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and there are fewer and fewer people in the village. Sooner or later there will be no more girls to sacrifice. Will this monster let Yueha village go at that time? Some adventurers are very puzzled. This river god is such a cruel monster. Why don't the villagers flee the village? I think it's either impossible to escape or meaningless. There are monsters rampant in Yueha village. So are there no monsters in other villages? Don't forget that the world view of the 10 kingdoms is very dark and terrifying. Indeed. But the Sui dynasty is a powerful country. Why would they allow monsters everywhere to run rampant? I think there must be a big problem inside the Sui dynasty, and they can't care about these small mountain villages at the moment. As the adventurers were discussing, Yinhua has found clues. Although Boss He and the villagers were unwilling to reveal the sacrificial location, Yinhua still learned about the river god cave, where the ceremony was held from Xiaoxue and other clues. And not only that, she also found 2 routes. One of them is to take the main road through the wooden bridge, but this road has been guarded by the villagers. But killing all these villagers to enter the river god cave is not difficult, but it will cause a fierce backlash from Yueha village. The other way is to go to the river god cave through the Yueha cave. Although this route is closer, there are many monsters and ghosts, so it is more dangerous and more difficult. There is no hesitation. The choice of Higanbana is difficult. Directly rushed into the Moon River Cave. At this time, Lord's Mansion. Although Chi-Ji did not watch the adventures and explorations of the adventurers led by Higanbana in the Sui and Tang dynasties, he also understood the progress and feedback. Higanbana has entered the Moon River Cave. Officially entered the battle part. In this process, you will encounter many monsters and ghosts. For example, dry glutinous rice, torture ghosts, wrong souls, tree spirits, flying head barbarians, giant crocodile monsters, various zombies, etc. Although Qinjingqiu played by the adventurer has a second level 4 or 5-star cultivation strength, but because the adventurer's current proficiency in playing Qinjingqiu is not high enough, and he does not know the terrain and monster mechanism of the Moon River Cave well, it is inevitable that he will lose a few lives. In addition, if Yu Xiaoxue cannot pass through the Moon River Cave within 2 hours, she will die due to being sacrificed, which will cause the plot to lose synchronization and the challenge to fail, and she can only reset and start over. The battles in the Sui and Tang dynasties are not as hardcore as those in the Ashina chapter. But the monsters in the Sui and Tang dynasties are very rich, with various abilities emerging in an endless stream and very strange, and it is difficult to defend against them. This can open the eyes of adventurers, but it will also make them suffer a lot, and they will inevitably be abused repeatedly, and after opening the Moon River Cave, the boss battle will be triggered. That is, the river god enshrined in the Moon River Village, the Millennium Shark Spirit. This is a 3rd level 2-star strength boss battle. It is not easy for adventurers to defeat it, and according to the different performances of adventurers, the subsequent events will eventually have different consequences and impacts. Shiji retracted his gaze. He didn't waste too much time watching the battle process, because there is still a lot of work to do. Just making a Moon River village, Lei Xiaozi spent a lot of time. After defeating the 1,000-year-old mermaid and visiting Master Gong Shan, who was injured by Yuan Tuo, Yang Tuo, the adventurer will then trigger the main task of finding one of the artifacts, Shenong Ding, to refine healing medicine. For this purpose, the adventurer will come to Heishan Town to meet several key figures. They will also investigate the Sui army camp, and go to the Demon King's fort to fight Cheng Yao Jin and Qin Qiong, and then arrive at Donglai, Deering Country, Dragon Palace, Fairy Island, Changsha, Daxing, Lin Wu, Tianwai Village, Tontian Tower, etc. Shiji roughly estimated. At least 11 or 12 main areas will be done. This will be a fantasy adventure and journey full of yin-wu romance and imagination. Whether it is the dreamy underwater deep people country, the mysterious Dragon Palace, the sleeping god Pengu on the Fairy Island, or the prosperous Daxing City, the capital of the Sui dynasty, and the magical Babel Road in the final scene. There are too many shocking scenes. It can become a famous scene of Miracle City. But if you want to complete the remake, the workload is very huge. This is definitely not a one-day job, so you can only update it slowly. At this moment, compared to updating the content of the Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 Kingdoms, Qi has a more important task, which is to create the opening work of the 3rd Secret Realm. The 3rd Secret Realm is officially named the Sea of Stars. It can also be called the Sea of Stars, or simply the Sea of Stars. Qi has activated the Inspiration Crystal Titanfall according to the original plan. He is resetting this most classic mecha combat shooting game, with Titanfall 2 as the opening work of the Sea of Stars Secret Realm. There is no doubt. This is a top FPS game. It is also the best sci-fi mecha game that can be thought of at present. Its time and space mechanism and advanced design concept of 3-dimensional combat are unique. It is not just fun, its unique core experience and emotional narrative are the reasons why it has become a god in the hearts of hundreds of millions of players. This will be a worldview and cool experience that adventurers have never seen before. Most importantly, the remake process is quite simple. There is basically nothing to change. It is expected to be launched tomorrow, allowing adventurers to experience a corner of the sci-fi universe. Chapter 159. Qi worked hard. Titanfall Remake has been completed for more than half. At this speed, it can definitely be completed as planned. He was satisfied with the progress and efficiency of the remake. He took a short break and opened a bottle of Coke to celebrate. He also opened the Lord's perspective and inspected his territory. Qi's territory is already a 2nd-level territory, or a quasi-3rd level territory. Currently, it mainly owns 4 underground cities: Miracle City, Dark City, Green Swamp City, and Thunder City. In addition, there are 32 large and small strongholds. Excluding adventurers, the current total population has reached 15,000. Why has the population increased by several thousand? This is because after the capture of Thunder City, a large number of captured and enslaved flower fairies, dwarves, and dog-headed men were rescued. These people naturally joined Miracle City and became the people of the territory. The population of a territory is never too large, because there are many special buildings, hero luck, and lord skills that are related to the size of the territory. The size of the territory is mainly affected by the 3 factors of territory level, construction status, and population, so the more people in the territory, the stronger the foundation. The current territory is an irregular rectangle. There are 7 or 8 areas of varying sizes near the territory. There are 1st-level areas and 2nd-level areas, but there are no directly adjacent 3rd-level areas. The nearest 3rd-level area is hundreds of miles away. What does this mean? Miracle City has great expansion potential in the next stage, with at least 2 or 3 potential 2nd-level areas and 4 or 5 potential 1st-level areas to capture. Each area must have an underground city. Although it is highly likely that the Dark Lord will rule, the possibility of the emergence of human lords cannot be ruled out. When human lords meet Dark Lords, it is a life and death relationship, and when human lords meet human lords during expansion, war is also likely to break out. For Qi, if these potential conquerable areas can be annexed into the territory, their dungeons will also be used by Qi. Although the main secret realm cannot be built, the secondary secret realm can be deployed. In other words, with the current strength of Miracle City, the third level area cannot be taken for the time being, but it can easily take several first level and second level areas around. Of course. Although in theory, there is a possibility of creating several secondary secret realms in a short period of time, there are still certain concerns and difficulties in actual operation. One of the concerns is that GG territory has risen too fast, and it has only been a few days since it annexed the second level Thunder Swamp. If the next annexation war is launched immediately, other forces will definitely have a strong sense of crisis and unite, and it may also alarm the third level forces, or even higher level forces. After all, in the Evernight Forest, the first and second level forces are just small karami in the gaps between the various large forces. These small characters and small forces are born and die, and they actually do not affect the overall environment and ecology of the Evernight Forest. Level 3 and above are influential. They have the qualifications to meet the Evernight Dragon King, and some of them are even the direct subordinates of the Evernight Dragon King. Therefore, when dealing with these forces, Chi-Ji must be more cautious. After all, even if there is a territorial law to protect it, it is not so easy for high-level forces to invade downwards, but they must also consider that there will be a time when the territorial law such as Dark Knight is temporarily invalid. Therefore, in the case of just annexing Thunder City, Chi-Ji is not in a hurry to conquer the nearby first and second level dungeons immediately. Let's continue to develop for a while, in addition to the consideration of territorial security and stability. Chi-Ji is not in a hurry to occupy these dungeons immediately. Another reason is that there are not enough secret cores. Non-main city dungeons will not automatically form secret cores. Chi-Ji needs to find or acquire secondary secret cores by himself, so that he can deploy dungeons like Green Swamp City. This thing is very rare. You can't buy it immediately if you want to. So even if there are 10 or 8 cities, you can't create a secret realm. Awakening materials, activation materials, and secondary secret core materials are the strategic resources that Chi-Ji needs to collect and reserve the most at present. In summary, in a short period of time, don't rush to expand immediately. First manage and build the existing territory. Now the territory has more than 30 ordinary strongholds to be built, and there are 3 cities to be built, so the basic resource gap is still quite large. However, Green Swamp City and other territories, unless they happen to be located at a strategic point, it doesn't matter how fast the progress is, they can be built slowly. Miracle City and Dark City need to be built with all their strength to increase the capacity of the territory and create more income. Chi-Ji took a special look at the situation in Dark City. There are still quite a lot of people in the secret hall of Dark City. However, most of them are adventurers from Blackstone Town who came from Miracle City, and there are only dozens of adventurers from Qingshan City. In fact, there were only a few people who came in at the beginning, and the others were added one after another after these people called their friends. It can only be said that Miracle City is not well known in Qingshan City. Chi-Ji was not worried about this at all, because Miracle City could not worry about popularity. Qingshan City is an adventurer town several times larger than Blackstone Town. It has abundant adventurer resources. It will only take 2 days for Dark City to be overwhelmed. Fei Yu, 27 years old. Adventurer code, Six-Eyed Flying Fish. He is a second-level senior adventurer in Qingshan City, a well-known genius among the young generation in Qingshan City. As soon as the city opened, he entered Silver Glory City and prepared to continue his daily brushing. This kind of life has lasted for almost 6 months. Although Silver Glory City, as a 4th-level dungeon, can be ranked in the top 5 even in Qingshan City, it is really boring to repeat the secret realm like an assembly line day after day. He insisted so much just to brush a 3rd-level soul. After all, the 2nd-level soul fusion degree of Six-Eyed Flying Fish has reached 90%. He was not far from the peak of the 2nd level, and urgently needed to prepare for a breakthrough. Although the probability of getting a 3rd-level soul was low, it was not impossible. As long as he had enough patience, he would definitely get it. But he didn't expect it to be so difficult. It took nearly half a year. Now not only did he not get a 3rd-level spirit, his cultivation growth was almost stagnant. In the past few months, his soul cultivation rate was less than 1%, and he once had the idea of giving up. Because he could no longer feel the joy of adventure. If he continued like this, he might suffer from adventure impotence at a young age. Even if he got a 3rd-level spirit in the future, he might not be able to achieve his goal of breaking through to the 3rd level. At this time, he received a private message from his cousin on the forum. Ironmouth Cockroach, Flying Fish, don't waste your life in Silver City. I found a new dungeon called Dark City. It's super interesting and subverts your imagination. Come quickly. Iron-mouthed cockroach. If you come and find this dungeon unfun, I am willing to swallow 10 kilograms of feces on the spot to apologize. Iron-mouthed cockroach. Urgent. Is it really that fun? Six-eyed flying fish is really fed up with the secret realm of Inhui City. When he saw his cousin so sure, he couldn't help but become interested. So he returned to Chishan City and teleported into the Dark City. Although the Dark City has been built after some construction, the most basic infrastructure has been built, but compared with other old dungeons, the style and content are too simple and there is a big gap. Don't underestimate this dungeon. Iron-mouthed cockroach. I'm sure it will be popular in less than 2 days. The two met and entered the hall. Although this dungeon has just been opened, there are many people in the secret hall. Most of the secret crystals are used, and the pictures presented in the crystals aroused his curiosity. What is this thing? Iron-mouthed cockroach explained. This is an assault rifle, which should be some kind of mechanical weapon, and it is also a weapon unique to the secret realm of Miracle City. Six-eyed flying fish has never seen such a weapon. The modern urban background of the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm is a very fresh element for adventurers who have never seen it before. Any adventurer who has seen it will have a strong curiosity and desire to explore. There should be 2 secret realms in Miracle Territory. One is called Doomsday Frenzy, and the other is called Alien 10 Kingdoms. The content of both secret realms is rich beyond imagination, but as newcomers, most of us can't enter. Iron-mouthed cockroach paused and continued. What we can experience now is only the competitive mode and level mode of the Frenzy secret realm, and the Ashina chapter of the 10 Kingdoms. After a careful understanding, Six-eyed flying fish knew. Adventurers in the Undercity secret hall. 90% of them are from Miracle City, the core city of the territory. It is said that because Miracle City is too popular, adventurers can't grab crystals, so some people would rather spend contribution points and teleport to Undercity to challenge the secret. Most of these adventurers are fans of the multiplayer gameplay of the Frenzy secret. Either team up to compete, or team up to break through. Therefore, the content presented in the Hall Crystal is mostly the Doomsday Frenzy. This secret is really interesting. I will challenge this secret. A few minutes later, Qinshan Town adventurer Six-eyed Flying Fish, in the image of a sturdy black uncle, officially appeared on the rooftop of the biochemical Doomsday City. This is. Six-eyed Flying Fish is no different from most adventurers who enter the Miracle City secret for the first time, especially when seeing the modern town that is bizarre and full of exotic freshness to him. For a moment, there was a feeling of tears welling up in my eyes. A long-suppressed passion for adventure and desire for exploration burst out. Six-eyed Flying Fish has been worried recently that he would suffer from adventure impotence at a young age, but now he realizes that this possibility does not exist. When he encounters a truly interesting secret realm, he still has the ability to rekindle his passion. The nearly stagnant cultivation also loosened immediately. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Six-eyed Flying Fish picked up a pistol from the tool table, and according to the muscle memory of this body, he skillfully pulled the gun to load the bullet. A sense of security immediately enveloped his heart. This weapon is so fun. Six-eyed Flying Fish played with the exquisite weapon for a while, and then officially started the adventure. He was first startled by the zombie who smiled back in the corridor, but fortunately he reacted quickly and shot it in the head in time. Is it some kind of zombie? Cousin, you fired too early. This will attract all the nearby zombies. At this time, 4 or 5 bloody and hideous zombies rushed out from the corner of the corridor in front. Six-eyed Flying Fish cursed. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Although Six-eyed Flying Fish reacted quickly, shot accurately, and was very flexible, he also used up his ammunition in advance and suffered a little injury, making the next action more difficult. Because it was his first challenge, he was not experienced enough. In the end, he was pounced on and bitten to death by a group of zombies before he could get out of the building. Interesting. After Six-eyed Flying Fish exited the secret realm, he was very surprised. This secret realm is indeed very unique. Although the monsters are of very low rank, the number is exaggerated. I don't know how the Lord made them. After playing only once, Six-eyed Flying Fish was already immersed in it. With his skills and experience, when he adapted to the zombies' attack methods and understood the distribution and routes of fixed zombie groups, he successfully passed the novice level in the second try. Next, Six-eyed Flying Fish and Iron-mouthed Cockroach teamed up. The two began to challenge the first level of Doomsday Frenzy. This level is similar to the novice level, and the terrain and environment are similar, but various special infected people have been added. The two brothers suffered a lot and died several times, although they were tortured. But it was very cool. Getting more and more addicted. Especially the scene of shooting and blood flying everywhere is super exciting. It is difficult to find such a satisfying secret realm in other dungeons in Chishan City. Even if some mowing-style secret realms are very satisfying, they are definitely not as fresh as Doomsday Frenzy. This weapon called Firearms, and this zombie called Zombie are a perfect match, Six-Eyed Flying Fish decided. I will write a post on the Chishan City forum tonight to praise the Miracle Territory Dark City. Finally, under the guidance of the Miracle City adventurer Wool Warrior, the two bypassed the most dangerous tank zombies and the witch zombies and passed the first level smoothly. Ha ha ha. You can bypass it. The Lord's design is not rigorous. This secret realm is too interesting, and the difficulty does not seem to be too high. When the two said this, the Wool Warrior was annoyed and said, "We are just here. I advise you not to underestimate the old thief Chi. The second level is the real challenge. Six-Eyed Flying Fish, how about we team up to fight this second level together? Iron Mouth Cockroach, yes, there is strength in numbers. With Brother Yang's experience, we will definitely win." Wool Warrior also wanted to play the second level. He wanted to explode a tracker spirit, which is worth a lot of money. Only 3 people are not enough. We must form another one. Only in this way can we hope to defeat the tracker in the second level. At this moment, I didn't know where to recruit people. So I started the match. A few seconds later, Ignis joined the team. Six-Eyed Flying Fish, Iron Mouth Cockroach, and Wool Warrior were all stunned for a moment. None of them had seen this code name. Wool Warrior felt that it seemed familiar, but couldn't remember where he had heard it. Just thought it was also an adventurer from Chishan City, while Six-Eyed Flying Fish and Iron Mouth Cockroach thought it was an adventurer from Blackstone Town. In fact, none of the 3 knew. This person is neither from Chishan City nor Blackstone Town. Wool Warrior must have seen the name of Ignis. After all, he is the chief hero of Tianyun City. But he never thought that this top territory hero would come to Miracle City and team up with him to brush the secret realm. A few minutes later, the 4 entered the second level of the frenzy. Ignis, Six-Eyed Flying Fish, and Iron Mouth Cockroach unanimously elected Wool Warrior as the captain. Wool Warrior did not refuse. The biggest challenge of this second level is the tracker. We need to search for enough weapons first, especially an anti-tank rocket launcher. Only in this way can we hope to defeat it. As one of the earliest adventurers in Miracle City, Wool Warrior has long been familiar with the frenzy level. Although the other 3 are newcomers, they have quite high quality, so the process of searching for equipment is very smooth, and they killed a lot of zombies along the way, which made them all very excited. Finally, everything is ready. Challenge the tracker, Wool Warrior said. If the tracker who ran out of the carriage is a flamethrower, use Plan 1. If the tracker who ran out of the carriage is holding a rocket launcher, use Plan 2. Understood? No problem. When the 4 people set up their postures and took action, a burly tracker came out of the carriage. When the 4 challengers saw the weapon he was holding, they were stunned. Ignis, what's going on? It's obviously not a rocket launcher, and it's not the same as the flamethrower you described. The Wool Warrior looked grim. It's over, it's a Gatling tracker. The probability of this guy appearing is less than 5%. Are we lucky or unlucky? The next moment, the Gatling tracker took action. The 6-barreled revolver Gatling in its hand immediately released a blazing flame, with a violent firing rate of thousands of bullets per minute, covering the adventurers like a metal storm, and instantly beat them without any ability to fight back. Horrible. It was terrible. The challenge ended in failure. Although the challenge failed, the Six-Eyed Flying Fish and the Iron Mouth Cockroach were very excited. The Iron Mouth Cockroach made a great wish. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful second-level monster in Miracle Realm. I must explode this Gatling tracker spirit as my second-level soul. At the same time, the hall of the secret realm of Miracle City. Ignis withdrew from the secret realm crystal. He was also shocked by the powerful firepower of the Gatling tracker, and even more shocked by the quality of the monsters, and the secret realm of Miracle City. Follow the Lord of Tianyun to Miracle City. Ignis tried it as an adventurer. Although he has only experienced part of the content of the Doomsday Frenzy, there is no doubt that Miracle City's future achievements will far exceed Tianyun City with just a Doomsday Frenzy. Not only that, the output of the Miracle City secret realm is too rich. Whether it is ordinary items without grades, various firearms, or special skill equipment, they are all very competitive, and Chi-Ji has obviously adjusted the secret realm explosion rate to the highest, with a daily output of an astonishing number. What's more astonishing is that adventurers will voluntarily hand in their spoils, making Miracle City rapidly rich and powerful. No wonder the Lord values cooperation with Miracle City so much. Not to mention the Lord, even this old man feels a little bit obsessed with the Miracle City secret realm. However, Ignis restrained the urge to continue. He returned to Ran Tianyun. No hurry, no need to report in a hurry, the red spider lily will soon arrive at the River God Cave to challenge the 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit. Let's take a good look at how this battle will unfold. It turned out that it was when Ignis was experiencing the secret realm of Miracle City. Higanbana spent 3 lives to get through the intricate Moon River Cave, and the monsters encountered in the battles during this process made the onlookers very fresh. Various zombies, various resentful souls. There are also weird tree spirits, flying head barbarians, etc. Qin Jingcho's Giga Taoism and Giga's swordsmanship are also completely different from the Ashina swordsmanship. If the fighting style of Japan is still based on a rigid confrontation, the land of Yen Kingdom not only has exquisite and powerful swordsmanship, but also has a variety of strange and mysterious spells, and the two can often be used in combination. Of course. Although the monsters in the Moon River Cave are weird, but most of them are not very strong. It is estimated that they are just small monsters attracted by the 1,000-year-old shark spirit. The reason why Higanbana died 3 times in succession is mainly because she didn't understand the environment and the abilities of the monsters. After she adapted, she quickly killed these guys. At this moment, the River God Cave is not far ahead. The sound of sacrifice can be heard from the secret crystal. Qin Jingcho, played by Bianhua, is about to rush to the sacrifice site to save people. Come on, Bianhua. It depends on you whether Xiaoxue can be rescued. As expected, this battle is the first boss battle in the Sui and Tang dynasties, so everyone is looking forward to it. Chapter 160. The River God Cave is a river god temple built on the basis of a natural cave. A stone statue of the river god is carved out of the rock wall, and the area is filled with prayer flags of all sizes, and several large incense burners are displayed. There is a deep underground cave in front of the bronze altar with 3 sacrificial animals. A girl in blue clothes and snow-white hair is tied and kneeling in front of the cave entrance. She has drunk the soul-purifying soup and is in a daze. There are about 20 to 30 people at the scene. Except for the old village chief with white hair and a long stick, and 10 strong guards with red scarves on their heads, the rest are river god priests wearing sacrificial costumes. The time has come. The river god sacrifice begins. 12 priests ring the bell and blow the trumpet. An elderly chief priest recited a prayer loudly. Today is an auspicious day, and we are offering sacrifices to the river. The animals are laid out, and the cups are filled with wine. The Virgin is chaste, and we admire her. We offer our devout devotion and pray for her health. May the river god look down upon my feelings, accept my humble sincerity, and bless my hometown. May the river god protect my agriculture, and bring good weather, good harvests, and good health every year. May the river god protect my people, and bless them forever and for a long time. This ceremony is a sincere one. I hope you will enjoy it. The voice was shrill and sharp. The villagers bowed devoutly. A strong man was about to push Xiaoxue into the deep abyss of the cave. Let go of that girl. A young man fell from the sky and interrupted the sacrifice. The old village chief and others were startled, and then everyone was shocked and angry. What's going on? Who is it? How did he get in? The river god's sacrifice is the most sacred ceremony. How can we allow outsiders to break in and desecrate it? Quickly arrest this thief. 10 red turban guards immediately stepped forward with sticks. Although they were also villagers, they had practiced some martial arts moves, and each had a strength of about 3 stars at the first level. This strength was okay. But how could they stop Higanbana? If she wanted to kill them, she could knock them all down in a few encounters. The old and cold voice of the old village chief sounded again. The river god's sacrifice cannot be interrupted. Throw the sacrifice down immediately. It was too late for Higanbana to stop it. Amid the exclamations of the adventurers, Xiaoxue was pushed down into the bottomless cave. You idiots! Higanbana no longer cared about dealing with these ordinary villagers. She stepped on the rock wall with her right foot to gain leverage, flew over the villagers' heads like a big bird, and jumped into the cave with Xiaoxue. Not long after, Higanbana landed smoothly. This is a huge underground cave. The muffled sound of water hitting the rocks, and the sound of water dripping echoed continuously. An underground river meanders, and large natural stone pillars stand like an underground forest, forming a maze-like environment. Sharp stalactites grow near all the stone pillars, and on the top of the cave. Although it is an underground cave, it is not dark here, because the sun can shine in through the cracks in some places. Wake up! Higanbana helped Yu Xiaoxu up and woke her up. Ah, young guest, how come you are here? Is this? Yes, this is the so-called river god's nest, and I jumped down to save you. Yu Xiaoxu was a little bit unbelievable when she heard this. After all, she has always been regarded as a disaster star, and avoided by people for so many years since she was a child. Whenever something bad happened in the village, everyone always thought that they had caused it. Growing up in such an environment, it is inevitable to be timid and inferior, and to be submissive. She never dared to have expectations on anyone, let alone risking her life to save someone. For a moment, she was moved and guilty. I volunteered to participate in the River God Festival. Xiaoxua said quickly, it may be dangerous here. You should leave quickly before the Lord River God comes. Higanbana sneered. What a bullshit river god. It's just a demon. I have practiced Giga Taoism for many years. I came here today to deal with it. What? This little Taoist priest. He actually wants to challenge the Lord River God. Yu Xiaoxua grew up in Yuehe village. Like other villagers, she never thought of resisting the river god. It seemed that the river god's request for a virgin girl as a sacrifice was also a matter of course, and could not be questioned. However, before he could speak, a huge water ball hit Higanbana from a distance. The latter did not expect such a sudden attack at all. He felt that he was hit by a shell, and was instantly hit. Fly more than 10 meters away. Little Taoist priest. Yu Xiaoxu exclaimed. I have already said that we don't want boys, but girls. These villagers actually took the initiative. This is an old man with a fat body, ugly face, and bulging eyes who walked out slowly from the darkness. He was wearing gorgeous clothes, and holding a long staff. Although he was surrounded by a strange aura, his appearance was not much different from that of a normal person, which undoubtedly surprised the adventurers. What's going on? Is he the river god? Isn't it said that the river god is a demon? This guy can actually transform into a human form. The adventurers were stunned. The old river god raised the long staff in his hand, and waved it lightly. Several streams of water rushed out from behind him, like several tentacles that rolled up Yu Xiaoxua and set her in front of him. Without saying a word, he sucked out a stream of essence. The old river god was surprised to find that this girl seemed unusual. The essence in her body was very huge. But before the river god could feel the surprise, a strange feeling suddenly surged into his body. He just sucked a little. A terrible burning sensation broke out in his body, and the old river god's skin immediately showed serious burn marks, which made him involuntarily throw Yu Xiaoxua away, and at the same time let out an angry and shrill roar. Ah! What's going on? Why is it so hot? These damn villagers want to kill me. This is a trap. The river god rolled on the ground in pain. This force caused considerable damage to him, so that the river god could not maintain his human form. His body size quickly increased by dozens of times, and he turned into a strange fish with a fish head and a dragon body, a green body, scales on his back, and long whiskers and sharp teeth. What happened? The red spider Lily has recovered from the sneak attack. Other adventurers watching were also surprised by this scene. The time traveler said, this Yu Xiaoxua is really not simple. She should have some special ability, so that even the powerful 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit cannot absorb her. You are all going to die. The mermaid spirit was severely injured and very angry. It condensed a large water ball, and blasted it towards Xiaoxua like a cannonball. Leaf dance technique. The flower immediately performed the Ghost Valley Taoism, releasing a large piece of emerald green leaves out of thin air, which enveloped Xiaoxua's body like a whirlwind and quickly transferred her several meters away. Bang! The 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit's water cannon missed. It smashed a 2-meter-thick stalactite column in half. The flower made a hand gesture, mysterious with leaves the spirit, thousands of leaves condensed frost, green mane phantom blade, cut through the 8 wastelands. All the green leaves attacked the 1,000-year-old mermaid. The fragile leaves turned into sharp blades under the blessing of magic power, making the monster feel like being cut into pieces. This is Giga Dao magic. The mermaid was even more shocked and angry. First, it was the abnormal virgin girl who caught him off guard and injured him, and then it was a Taoist priest from Gigu. These daring villagers really wanted to get rid of him. A thing that hasn't even grown all its hair wants to kill me. Die! The roar of the 1,000-year-old mermaid was deafening, and the powerful magic power burst out and turned into cold air, instantly freezing the leaves around it, and then all shattered and turned into powder. The next moment, dozens and hundreds of water bombs. Like machine guns, They were fired at the same time. The red spider lily quickly used the stone pillars for cover. The mermaid opened its mouth and sprayed another water cannon to destroy the stone pillar. The red spider lily reacted quickly and hid in another stone pillar in time, continuing to avoid the dense water bullets like machine guns. I wonder how long you can hide. The deafening roar of the 1,000-year-old mermaid sounded again, and a huge wave was raised from the underground dark river, turning into a big hand and slapping the red spider lily. Several stone pillars were immediately broken. The surging water enveloped it. The red spider lily was washed to a rock wall by the rapids and was suppressed. The adventurers outside were all dumbfounded when they saw this. The battle in this Sui and Tang chapter was mainly based on magic, so the visual impact was still quite gorgeous. What a terrible power! The magic power of this mermaid is higher than that of Qinjingqiu. A mermaid monster entrenched in a small village has such strength. It is really hard for me to imagine how many dangers and mysteries there are in the land of Xinzhou. The flower of the other shore was injured by the raging waves. Not good. If we don't change the passive situation, we will definitely lose this battle. What to do? There are many spells in my mind. Although Qinjingqiu has practiced many spells, he is too young and has not practiced them well. He is not good at playing them well, and it is difficult to use them flexibly at critical moments. At this time, we must find another way. The 1,000-year-old mermaid was about to fire a water cannon to kill this ignorant little Taoist priest. But a simple bronze pot flew out of the little Taoist priest. What is it? The 1,000-year-old mermaid fired a water cannon at the bronze pot, but it did not cause any damage to the copper pot. The next moment, the lid of the copper pot opened, releasing a huge head with a green face and fangs and a single horn on its head. It's Bitumen, the monster that the big boss of the flower of the other shore used the demon refining pot to collect in Yue cave. The flower of the other shore used the demon refining pot at a critical moment, releasing a subdued and refined little demon from it. This flying head barbarian not only looks strange and bizarre, but also has strong aggressiveness. Its horn can penetrate armor, its teeth are sharp enough to bite steel, and it can spit out poisonous gas to attack. I suffered a great loss when I first encountered this thing. Of course, this flying head barbarian is not strong. It is about the strength of the first level 4 or 5 stars. At most, it can cause some interference to the mermaid spirit, but it is absolutely impossible to pose a threat to it. But at this critical moment, as long as it can cause some interference, it is enough. The 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit controls the water flow to turn into a sharp blade. It splits the flying head barbarian that harassed it into 2 halves in one encounter. The red spider lily released another spell, and several flying needles attacked, passing through the mermaid spirit and hitting the shadow behind it. Fixing magic needle. An invisible confinement enveloped the whole body. The 1,000-year-old mermaid was unable to move and was shocked and angry. He had practiced Taoism for nearly 1,000 years, but he was actually fixed by a little Taoist priest who had not even grown all his hair. This little Taoist priest was definitely not an ordinary descendant of Gigu. Bianhua knew that this spell would not last for a few seconds. She pinched the spell again and chanted the incantation, using a more powerful Gigu Taoist technique. Crazy trees and wild storms. The rock wall around the 1,000-year-old mermaid was broken, and countless trees grew out of it quickly and wildly, not only causing damage to its body, but dozens of giant trees formed a cage to further suppress it. After performing this technique, a sense of emptiness spread from Dan Tian to the whole body. I can't delay any longer. My magic power has been depleted by more than half. I must end this battle as soon as possible. Bianhua thought of this, and quickly drew out the sword behind him. All his strength was concentrated on one point, and he performed the horizontal sword fairy in the Gigu sword technique. A huge sword energy swept across the mermaid's body head-on. The blade slashed through the invulnerable scales. There was a sharp friction and cracking sound. The 1,000-year-old mermaid was cut with a huge wound and blood gushed out. Although this attack was enough to injure it severely, it was not enough to kill it completely. At this time, the mermaid had recovered its mobility. Stinky Taoist priest, damned descendant of Gigu, how dare you hurt me so badly? I will never give up. While the 1,000-year-old mermaid spoke, he used some kind of escape secret technique. His huge body of more than 10 meters long turned into clear water, escaped from the wooden cage that bound his body, and flowed into the underground river. Not good. The red spider lily wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The underground river burst into a crazy wave again, breaking down more than a dozen stone pillars in one breath, causing the cave to collapse rapidly. It will be very difficult to catch this guy after he enters the dark river. The cave is collapsing rapidly. It is not suitable to stay here for long. There is no choice. Higanbana can only choose to rescue the unconscious Xiaoxue and evacuate. There is no winner in this battle. But it also opened the eyes of the adventurers watching. Bai Hajusher commented, "This mermaid must have the strength of the 3rd level." Sanju also said, "Indeed, if it were not for the demon refining pot, one of the 10 great artifacts, this battle would probably be dangerous. What a pity! It was almost killed. The scales of this monster are too strong, otherwise it would be killed by this sword if it were an ordinary monster." About a quarter of an hour later, Higanbana and Xiaoxue came to a safe area. At this time, Xiaoxue had woken up again from her coma. The adventurers were surprised to find that the girl was not only fine, but also had some potential stimulated. She had the ability to use spells, and heal the injury of the red spider lily. Mingwei Xiaoxue, this Xiaoxue actually has magic power, and she looks strong, estimated to be at the 2nd level. Mao Mingming, but she has never practiced. Li Huiyulua, this poor girl is really not an ordinary person. This experience is a blessing in disguise for her. What should we do next? I don't know where the mermaid spirit is gone. We can't just leave it alone. Ran Tianyan reminded at this time, this 1,000-year-old mermaid spirit is cruel and will never give up. It has suffered such a big loss in your hands this time. I suggest you return to Ueha village as soon as possible. That's right. Thanks for the reminder. Higanbana took Xiaoxue back to the village as soon as possible. Not good. It's too late. Everyone saw from afar. A large number of buildings in Ueha village were destroyed. The village was already in a mess. After the 1,000-year-old mermaid escaped with injuries, it immediately retaliated against the village. Now, 100 or 200 villagers were slaughtered. Heads and broken limbs were everywhere, and the scene was very cruel and bloody. When the adventurers saw the scene, they were all horrified. No one expected that the mermaid would retaliate so quickly, and the means were so cruel. It's terrible. These mortals have no power to resist in the hands of such monsters. No wonder Ueha village worships the mermaid as the river god. It's so difficult to live in such a world. The adventurers realized the cruelty and horror of the Sui and Tang dynasties for the first time. For a moment, everyone understood the stupid sacrificial behavior of these villagers. After all, it is the lesser of two evils. Compared with the whole village being slaughtered, offering a virgin girl regularly is a relatively good result. This is also the way to ensure the continuation of the race to the greatest extent since ancient times. Uncle He, Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue. The end of Yu Xushua's family has become a ruin. Boss, he was brutally killed by being cut into pieces. As for Xiaoxue, only his head was left after being eaten by the mermaid. When seeing this cruel scene, adventurers feel cruel, let alone Yu Xiuxue. I killed everyone. I killed everyone. I shouldn't have been born in this world. Yu Xiaoxue was so sad that she burst into tears. She completely believed that she was a disaster and a scourge. Anyone who was related to her would become unfortunate, and anyone who was close to her would be infected with bad luck. You can't blame Xiuxue for this. It's all the monster's fault. What does it have to do with Xiuxue? She's also a victim. Why would such a beautiful and kind girl suffer such misfortune? This world is so unfair to her. When Xiuxue cried bitterly, the adventurers watching could feel the extreme sadness, and were moved by this tragedy. Besides being sad, Higanbana became furious. Although she didn't sympathize with these ignorant villagers, she felt a little guilty when she saw Yu Xiaoxue so sad and painful. If she had been a little more powerful just now, there wouldn't have been this tragedy. Get out! I know you're here! Higanbana shouted loudly at the ruins of Ueha village. At this time, a group of water gathered in front, and the huge body of the mermaid spirit appeared again. Probably because it had eaten a lot of people, the wounds on the mermaid spirit had recovered at this moment. Ha ha ha, you stinky Taoist priest from Gigu, I said I will never give up. The sharp teeth of the 1,000-year-old mermaid were covered with blood and flesh residue, and the corners of its mouth were still flowing with bright red blood, which made it look even more ferocious at the moment. And these villagers dared to plot against me. This is their fate. I will kill you all and tear you to pieces. None of you will survive today. The words were not finished. Several sharp thorns broke through the soil. The 1,000-year-old mermaid was focused on the red spider lily, and did not prepare or anticipate other attacks at all, and was caught off guard by several ground thorns in the abdomen. Her spirit's secret art. This is impossible. The adventurers were also very surprised, because the person who cast the spell was none other than Yu Xiaoxue, whose face was red with tears. She not only awakened the recovery spell, but also had offensive earth spells. These attacks were not enough to pose a fatal threat, but it was like a huge rock claw that caught the mermaid. Higanbana immediately used the Giga's swordsmanship sword fairy again, soaring into the air like a bullet, swinging a huge sword light, and slashing the 1,000-year-old mermaid head-on. Even if this guy has thick skin and flesh, this attack is enough to seriously injure it. The 1,000-year-old mermaid was shocked and angry. Impossible, your stinky Taoist's magic power obviously has been depleted by more than half. Why did it recover again in such a short time? This was completely beyond the mermaid's expectations. Stop talking nonsense and die. Higanbana used the wood magic again, crazy wood madness, and countless giant trees broke out of the ground and grew wildly, controlling the seriously injured 1,000-year-old mermaid on the spot, making it unable to move. A sword pierced in. It penetrated through the wound on the head. The 1,000-year-old mermaid's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He obviously didn't expect that his 1,000-year-old cultivation would be defeated by two humans whose hair hadn't even grown out yet. In order to avoid complications, Higanbana once again activated the demon refining pot to absorb the body of the shark spirit. This would not only ensure that this guy would not be resurrected, but also refine the monster into essence to enhance magic power. It's finally over. Higanbana looked at Ueha village, where corpses were everywhere. She frowned. It seemed that the plot was related to the adventurer's actions. If the 1,000-year-old shark spirit could be killed in the first fight, these villagers would most likely not have to die. Not long after, the surviving villagers, who had been hiding in all directions, appeared one after another. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they all burst into tears. Some of them lost their wives, some lost their children, and some lost their parents. Naturally, they were filled with grief and anger, and soon some people pointed the finger at Xiaoxue. You killed my wife and children. You were willing to be a sacrifice, but you didn't want to be eaten by the river god, which eventually made the river god angry and implicated everyone. Yes, yes. It's all her fault. She is indeed a disaster star. Such a disaster star must not stay in the village. Get out. Get out. Yu Xiaoxue had just lost He Laobua and Xiaoxue, and was now being ostracized by the villagers. She felt hopeless for a moment. Bana resisted the urge to draw her sword and kill the noisy villagers. She didn't waste words to explain, but took Yu Xiaoxue away from the village amid verbal criticism. Not long after, wooden bridge at the ferry crossing of Ueha village. Yu Xiaoxue knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Ueha village. I'm sorry to everyone, Xiaoxue, Mr. He, and Brother Chen. It's all my fault. No. You're not wrong. Don't blame yourself for everything. Higanbana said loudly. I'm wrong about this matter, and the villagers are also wrong. The only one who is not wrong from beginning to end is you. Yu Xiaoxue, but... Higanbana said, if I were more proficient in Giga Taoism, I wouldn't let this monster escape, and there wouldn't be any subsequent events, so I should apologize to you. Yu Xiaoxue said quickly, Brother Chen, don't say that. You risked your life to save me. I can't thank you enough. The adventurers felt a little distressed when they saw this. This Xiaoxue is so kind. How will she survive in this world in the future? Bianhua asked, what are your plans for the future? Yu Xiaoxue looked confused. I don't know either. Bianhua immediately said, then why don't you follow me? Your magic is very powerful. I need your help to rescue the master. Really? Can I really help? Of course I can. Your talent is definitely far superior to mine. When I rescue the master, I will ask him to accept you as his apprentice. Then you will have a place to stay, right? When she heard this, Yu Xiaoxue's eyes regained a little spirit. Xiaoxue. Uncle He. Mom and Dad. Goodbye. Finally, she decided to bid farewell to her hometown, join the adventurers team, become an adventurer's partner, and embark on the next journey together. Chapter 161. This experience. Let the adventurers have mixed feelings. The plot of the Sui and Tang dynasties is very emotional. It is easier to develop feelings for the characters in the story. For example, when seeing Shishua's tragic experience and being excluded, unable to cry. Almost all adventurers felt distressed, and some female adventurers even had red eyes, and they wanted to enter the secret realm immediately to comfort the poor girl. And Ran Tianyun, from the perspective of a lord. He also gave a very high evaluation. Good, very good, so vivid and lively. Let me deeply feel the difference between the 10 kingdoms and the frenzy, and also feel the difference between Ashina and Sui and Tang dynasties. Lords have their own style. Routine and homogeneity are inevitable. Qi Ji didn't see any fixed routines or bottlenecks at all. Mao Mingming scratched his head. Indeed, I have the same feeling, but I can't tell the specific difference. Is there any big guy who can analyze and explain it? Baihajusher. If you use one word to describe the characteristics of the frenzy, what would you think of first? Mao Mingming said without hesitation. Cool. Others nodded. Indeed, the biggest feature of the frenzy is cool. Whether it is the experience of mowing the grass in the normal level, or the joy of Brother AI going up and down and sweeping everything in the Black Light chapter, or the fast-paced battle in the competitive mode that a rookie can get started in 1 minute. The Lord has lowered the threshold to the lowest, and the sense of coolness to the extreme. Yes, the Lord has lowered the threshold as much as possible when making the Frenzy Secret Realm, and never deliberately explored the depth of the plot, design complex mechanisms, plots, or even characters. And the Ten Kingdoms Secret Realm is just the opposite. Baihajusher continued, starting from the Ashina chapter, the Ten Kingdoms creates a dark, weird, bizarre, complex and cruel worldview. The frenzy can create pleasure quickly. The short-term emotional pleasure of the Ten Kingdoms is definitely not as good as the frenzy, but it tells the story slowly, gradually shapes the world and characters, and thus produces a longer stamina, so it is two completely different development ideas. Everyone figured it out at once. If the Frenzy Secret Realm is Coke, then the Ten Kingdoms Secret Realm is more like aged wine. The former has a large audience and a low threshold, while the latter has a certain tasting threshold, but the aftertaste is long. It is true. Now there are still 80% of adventurers who can't beat the Red Ghost. Not to mention these elites or powerful enemies, any chicken or a miscellaneous soldier can take the life of an adventurer. This kind of high-difficulty secret realm can easily torture people to death. How can it be more satisfying to hold a machine gun and sweep and harvest the corpses? But there are still so many people who can't stop and never get tired of it. In addition to the perfect combat mechanism setting, the atmosphere, story, and characters of Ashina are also key attractions. The Sui and Tang chapters and the Ashina chapters belong to the same secret realm, with many similarities, but also obvious differences. Ashina feels more like a stage play, every boss battle is romanticized and artistic, and there is a sense of alienation and restraint between the characters and the story. Sui and Tang feel more like a real journey to another world. The emotional expression of the characters here is more intense, all the characters are more down-to-earth and have a sense of life, even a sense of mercenary, but they also more directly present the complexity of human nature. For example, for the villagers of Ueha village, adventurers give completely different evaluations. Some people think that these villagers are ignorant, selfish, extremely stupid, and ugly. But some people think that they are just ordinary people living in a dark and chaotic world. If they turn themselves into ordinary people, and throw them into such a world, they may not be more enlightened than them. But no matter what the evaluation is, what everyone recognizes is real. The plot of Ueha village may not be long in the Sui and Tang chapters, but the Lord fully portrays the land of Yin Kingdom, a village full of real texture in a very short process. There is no sense of disobedience. If there really is a world of 10 kingdoms with demons rampant and dark turbulence in the heavens and the worlds, then the Ashina kingdom has more or less traces of artistic adaptation, and the small village of Ueha village in the Great Sui kingdom, from the living conditions of the villagers, the mercenary faces, and the folk customs, let the adventurers believe that it is the most primitive appearance of the world. This kind of vivid texture. It is unique for the time being. The adventurer couldn't help but look forward to other areas of Sui and Tang. In fact, under Qi Ji's design, although Yu Xiaoxue will definitely join the team, there is a way to get a better ending, that is, Boss He, Xiaoxue, and the villagers don't have to die. Of course. The difficulty is not small. You need to try repeatedly. Add a little luck. It's already amazing that the first battle of Higanbana can be passed in one go. Naturally, it can't achieve the most perfect results, but it better presents the cruel worldview of the chaos of Sui and Tang, and demons rampant, making the character's personality more three-dimensional and real. When passing Ueha village, Lei Xiaza is unlocked. Higanbana continued the challenge and reached the place through the travel map. Wow! Is this Leixie's? The scenery is so beautiful. When the scene of Leixie's appeared in front of him, whether it was the Higanbana in the secret realm Yu Xiaoxue, or the adventurers watching outside, they were all intoxicated by the scenery in front of them. Leixie's is a magnificent lake. Higanbana arrived at a hidden island in the center. There was a large area of wetlands nearby. Now it has turned into a beautiful grassland, with colorful flowers among the green grass. Looking around. What a scene of flowers blooming, colorful butterflies fluttering, and egrets flying together. Farther away is the boundless and magnificent lake. The vast lake surface is broken into thousands of scales by the wind. The morning mist is like a roll of semi-transparent gauze, dyeing the sky and the earth and the distant mountains into light blue, like a fairyland on earth depicted in ink and color. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Just seeing this scenery is worth it. No wonder Master Gongshan wants to live in seclusion here. I am willing to live in such a place for the rest of my life. The adventurers outside are still amazed. What's more, being in the environment, the red spider lily has a strong sense of touch and excitement. When she first came to Miracle City, she vowed to explore Miracle City thoroughly. Even if Miracle City has nothing, just this kind of fairyland-like beauty can make adventurers feel physically and mentally happy and intoxicated, thus gaining accelerated growth in cultivation. At this moment, not only is the red spider lily relaxed and happy, Chen Jingqiu and Yu Xiaoxue also swept away the haze of the past few days. The red spider lily can feel Chen Jingqiu's joy and happiness from the bottom of his heart. This young man has no grand ambitions, nor does he like swordsmanship and magic. His biggest hobby is to travel around and write poems. But in his memory, as long as he showed a playful heart or was caught secretly writing poems, he would inevitably be severely punished by his master. Next, it is the plot of visiting Master Gongshan. Gongshan's family lived in seclusion in a hut in the center of the island. Qi Ji added some formation decryption and battle plots for the adventurer. This Liangyi 7-star formation and several monster materials were all appropriated and modified from other works of Xianyuan sword. Its mechanism is very interesting, clever and challenging, but not too difficult. Not only will it not destroy the experience. On the contrary, it adds a lot of fun. Qi Ji is also using the mysterious and magical formation to show the adventurer the unfathomable depth of the contemporary Ghost Valley No. 1. Master Gongshan's family has 3 people, namely Mr. Gongshan himself, Mrs. Gongshan, and the little granddaughter Gongshan Ming. However, the adventurer soon discovered. It seems that he came at a very bad time. This Master Gongshan, one of the strongest cultivators in the world. At this moment, he was lying in bed, looking like he was in a critical condition. The adventurers were very surprised. After some inquiries, they found out the reason. In recent years, the Sui dynasty has been levying heavy taxes and abusing the people's power, causing the people to live in poverty. Mr. Gongshan couldn't bear the suffering of the people, so he repeatedly rescued the people, causing great trouble for the court. The Sui emperor was furious. He sent the current Grand Master Yuan Tua to deal with Mr. Gongshan. The reason why this master became like this was because he was defeated by Yuan Tua and was injured by the golden ancient sword in his hand. The adventurers immediately realized the identity of this Grand Master Yuan. Feng Shengmian said, Master Gongshan was injured like this? The other party used an ancient golden sword? It seems that there is no suspense about this person's identity. Lonely Swordsman nodded. It is probably Yang Tua, the demon-eyed boy who destroyed the elite of Qin State with one sword. This master uncle is already one of the strongest in the world, right? Even Mr. Gongshan is not his opponent. The Great Sui has a top-level strongman like Yuan Tua. It seems that he is not so easy to mess with. It was 2 years ago that Mr. Gongshan was injured by Xianyuan's sword. The sword energy that entered his body has not been dissipated until today, and his cultivation has deteriorated day by day. At this moment, let alone dealing with ancient monsters like Tao Tai, I am afraid that he may not be able to win even if he encounters the mermaid spirit of Yuehe village, and in Mr. Gongshan's heyday. For monsters like mermaid spirits, he can beat 10 with one hand. And if you want to deal with Tao Tai, even in his heyday, you only have less than 50% chance, and even if you can win, you need to consume your soul. The cost is not small. You can imagine how powerful Tao Tai is, given Mr. Gongshan's current situation. Although I want to help, I am powerless at this moment. This makes Higanbana or Chen Jingqiu fall into anxiety and confusion. Ming Wei Xiaoxue commented, this is not good. There are only a handful of strong people in the world who can be compared with Mr. Gongshan. Now even Mr. Gongshan can't be counted on. Who else can we turn to for help? Cranky chicken. Why not let Yuan Tua deal with Tao Tai? The other adventurers laughed. Ha ha! This is really a hell joke. However, at this moment, Higanbana discovered through conversation. Although Master Gongshan is in a bad situation now, this matter is not without a chance, but Mr. Gongshan is evasive and doesn't want to say it. After the adventurers repeatedly asked, they finally got the answer from Mrs. Gongshan. If we can find the Shenong Ding, maybe we can cure Mr. Gongshan. Shenong Ding? One of the 10 great artifacts. And it's one of Qin, Ding, Yin, Mirror, and Stone. Great, now the Kunlun mirror is in Fuma Mountain, and we have got clues of a new artifact. As long as we find Yuhua Stone, Fushichin, and Kantongyin, we will have the rest of the artifacts. Higanbana learned through questioning. Shenong Ding flowed into Saibei many years ago. Thus, it became the treasure of the Tuoba clan. Recently, Master Yuan personally entered Mobei, and it is said that he wanted to seize the Shenong Ding. With the strength of the Tuoba tribe, it is most likely that they will not be able to keep this artifact, and this artifact may fall into the hands of Yuan Tuo. This is also the reason why Master Gongxan was reluctant to tell the adventurer. The adventurer was not afraid. Instead, he became more excited. They have long been curious about what Yuan Tuo is capable of, and seizing the tripod and saving the master are the main plots, and now it is just the right time to do these things at the same time, for a moment. Everyone is looking forward to it. So far, the plot of Lei Xiaozi has ended. Damn it, why is it gone? We are just going to Mobei to seize the Shenong tripod. Why hasn't Qi Laoja released the relevant main map yet? With just this little content, who can play? As the adventurers complained. Dianhua has now finished the challenge. This adventure has ended. This adventure rating, BA. Do you want to use the abundance mark? The current number of accumulated abundance marks is 3. Adventurer Bianhua spent most of the day in the Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 Kingdoms. During this process, she has accumulated 3 abundance marks, which means that there are 3 times when she has no harvest. The mark of plenty cannot be used across secret realms or chapters. The existing main storyline has been explored, so there is nothing to hesitate. Use. The mark of plenty takes effect. This adventure rating, AA. You have obtained the 1000-year shark spirit. A spirit is out, and it is a 3rd level spirit. The 1000-year shark spirit has the strength of a 3rd level 2-star, and is proficient in multiple water spells, with good power, and its body is also quite strong, so this is definitely a spirit of extremely high quality. Higanbana is satisfied with this output. However, she did not keep it for herself, but directly handed it over to the territory in exchange for 4,000 contribution points. Even in Tianyun City, the value of a 3rd level spirit is extremely high. Many 2nd level peak adventurers have been unable to break through their cultivation, and what they lack is a 3rd level spirit, so almost no adventurer will take the initiative to hand in this level of spirit. However, Higanbana does not care. She already has the Sakura Dragon, so she will definitely focus on cultivating her soul in the short term. She will not cultivate auxiliary spirits for the time being. It is useless to keep the 1000-year-old shark spirit, and the territory must be in great need of 3rd level spirits at present. In this case, contribute to the territory. She chose to hand it over directly. After all, this can be exchanged for a large amount of contribution points. For Higanbana, the contribution points of Miracle City are more practical. At this moment, the Lord's Mansion. The first 3rd level spirit that Chi-Ji recovered. He was very satisfied with this, and felt that the construction of the Tower of Plenty was indeed very meaningful and valuable, because this was the 3rd level spirit that exploded today. Although extracting a 3rd level spirit will cause considerable damage. But the spirits that have exploded so far are all 3rd level 1 or 2 stars. The production cost of one spirit of this grade is about 1,500 to 2,000 mental power. Producing a few every day is not a burden at all. You are summoning the Millennium Shark Spirit. This summoning requires mental power x 3500, soul crystal x 4500, and Millennium Shark Spirit x1. Do you want to continue? Summon! When Chi-Ji spent the relevant resources, a 1000-year-old shark spirit immediately appeared in a 3rd level monster camp. After this guy appeared in Miracle City, he was no different from in the secret realm. He had a fish head and a dragon body, covered with green scales, and was about 15 or 16 meters long. His appearance was still very domineering. It's a pity. It's not a named soul, so it has no wisdom. But with such a monster soldier, Miracle City's military strength has reached a new level. Because Chi-Ji practiced the Lord summoning technique, he could summon the monsters in the territory to his side at any time no matter how far away they were, so his personal strength and ability were greatly improved. Today's business hours are almost over. Today is the first time that the 2 cities in the territory are open at the same time. Although the number of adventurers in Qinshan City did not exceed 100 until the city was about to close, it will be full tomorrow if nothing unexpected happens. Even so, today's harvest is also great. Not only did I receive a 3rd level spirit. In addition, another adventurer exploded 2 new skill stones in the 10 Kingdom secret realm. One is the 2nd level skill stone Nest Crow technique from Ashina country. This is a very practical and handsome skill. It can transform into a mist crow to avoid an attack and maneuver quickly over a short distance. The other is the first level skill Stone Thunder Tough Fist Exploded from the End Arena. Although it is a relatively basic fist method, it has a good effect and does not consume much, so it is still practical. In terms of props and equipment, I even unlocked several new items. For example, M110 sniper rifle and wireless walkie-talkie are very practical first level equipment. As for the first and second level soul essences and basic materials, the amount is even more impressive. Chi-Ji took over Thunder City yesterday and obtained a large amount of soul crystals and material essences. Although it cost a lot to build Dark City, more than half of it was left in his hands without spending. At this moment, the soul crystals in his hands have reached a huge amount of 120,000. Chi-Ji waited. He felt that the current situation of the territory was stable. It was also time to activate the teleportation station to return to the Lord's world. On the one hand, Chi-Ji had saved enough savings, and he could return to the Lord's world for a large purchase. Although the offline market has many inconveniences, it is more likely to obtain urgently needed drawings and various strategic materials. On the other hand, Chi-Ji has been in the Chaos world for more than a month since he became the Dungeon Lord. It is time to go back and take a look. After all, before becoming the Lord, Chi-Ji has always lived in the Land of Order. His social circle is very small. Although I don't have parents in this world, I do have some social circles of relatives and friends. Chapter 162. During the development of the territory, there are 3 trading markets that cannot be avoided. The first is the territory market built based on the territory gate. The second is the territory online market built based on the trading hall. The third is the offline market built based on the dungeon teleport station and the territory post. Each of the 3 markets has its own advantages and disadvantages. Compared with the first 2, the offline market in the Lord's Land has the most complete items and is the easiest to buy precious strategic materials. The disadvantage is that the transaction efficiency is low and the price is relatively expensive. If the Lord wants to purchase resources in the Lord's world, he must build a dungeon teleport station and a territory post. The former can teleport the Lord to the Lord's city, but cannot carry any graded items other than soul crystals. The latter is equivalent to the supplement of the former. The role of the territory post is to send and receive graded materials. Whether you want to send territory materials to the Lord's world for offline sale, or purchase from the Lord's world and send them back to the territory for use, you must use it. Fortunately, whether it is a teleportation station or a post station, they are all basic buildings that can be built without drawings. The quality and quantity of materials that can be sent and received by the territory post station are all related to the level of the building. In addition, sending items will incur expensive shipping costs, and ordinary transmission requires queuing and does not have the function of timely delivery. Low efficiency. High cost. There is also a lot of buyer competition. This is why offline goods are more expensive. Chi-Ji knows that every trading channel has its advantages and disadvantages. Offline trading has many inconveniences, but it is a very important channel. He plans to take out 100,000 soul crystals from the reserve crystals as funds. And for this return, the post station has been upgraded to level 3 in advance. Chi-Ji first remade the remaining parts of Titanfall 2 to ensure that it can be launched on time tomorrow as planned. Very good. Finally completed. As the opening work of the Star Sea Secret Realm, this chapter will be directly named Titan Chapter. Chi-Ji loaded the Titan Chapter into the Star Sea Secret Realm, and adventurers will be able to experience the Secret Realm tomorrow morning. The sci-fi universe worldview is very advanced for this world. Their reaction is worth looking forward to. Adventurers are a group of people who are always full of curiosity. They especially like to explore some fresh secret realms. When a secret realm is different enough, even if the content is poor, it will attract many adventurers. This is why, whether it is a big guy or a rookie, when you first enter the Frenzy Secret Realm, you will immediately feel surprised or even amazed. Because no matter whether the gameplay of this secret realm is excellent, whether the content is rich, and whether the monsters are powerful enough, the 21st century modern urban scene alone is enough to make them have a strong curiosity and desire to explore. And adventurers like the exotic feeling and freshness. The third secret realm of the Star Sea will reach its peak. The worldview of the universe is too vast, and all kinds of cool sci-fi concepts, sci-fi weapons, and cosmic scenes are enough to make every adventurer drop their jaws and break the limits of their imagination. After finishing the secret realm, the city is closed now. First, 20 new adventurers were signed, and 7 first-level Miracle City contract adventurers were upgraded to the 2nd level. So far, all the work for today has been completed, and you can return to the Lord's land with confidence. Chi-Ji came to the teleport station in a low profile. This facility looks like a folded armillary sphere from the outside. It generates fixed consumption every time it is activated. As for the specific consumption, it is related to the level of the teleport station. The higher the level of the teleport station, the more consumption it generates. Of course, the higher the level, the stronger the performance. The Lord can use the teleport station to transport the people of the territory of non-human adventurers. Among them, the first level teleport station cannot bring followers, the second level can bring 10 followers each time, the third level can bring 100 followers each time, and the fourth level can bring 1,000 followers. Chi-Ji has no plans to build a force in the Land of Order for the time being. Naturally, there is no need to upgrade the teleport station to cause unnecessary consumption. Do you want to start the teleport station? This transmission will cause 1,000 points of mental power and 1,000 soul crystals to be consumed. Chi-Ji injected mental power and energy without hesitation, and the teleport station immediately started to operate as fast as the armillary sphere. It lasted for about 5 seconds, and his figure disappeared in a dazzling light. The next moment, a giant hall. There are hundreds of teleportation stations of different sizes. When one of them started to operate automatically, Chi-Ji's figure flashed out instantly. You have returned to Order City number 52. Chi-Ji was slightly excited. The Lord World, also known as the Land of Order, was created by the will of the highest order. There are a large number of cities distributed in it. These cities have no names, and are all divided by numerical codes. Order City number 52. There are about 2 million lords. But the actual permanent population is at least 20 million. The population size is not inferior to that of the first-tier cities in the previous life. Among the 20 million non-lord population, more than 80% are not human, but various races in the chaotic world. Why are there so many alien races in the Land of Order? These are actually alien people from various territories. High-level lords usually select some people to send to the City of Order to facilitate building power and running various businesses here. Over time, the City of Order has become a place where all races coexist. When Chi-Ji walked out, I saw the teleportation hall built in the sky. It was like a giant aircraft carrier or a busy airport. Countless exquisite airships shuttled between the teleportation station and the sky above the city. The number 52 Order City appeared in front of us, a prosperous city shrouded in glory and full of holiness. The scale of the Order City is quite large, comparable to a small or medium-sized province in the previous life. The whole city is divided into dozens of large and small urban areas, among which the human race lives in the number 1 urban area located in the center. The living areas of various vassal races are distributed around. Looking down from the sky, you will find that the architectural styles, and even the terrain of the living areas of different races are completely different. The whole city is like a super large platter. But it gives people a sense of order. Chi-Ji did not take the cheaper public airship, but came to the bus teleportation array station and used the teleportation array to directly enter the number 1 city area. The residential buildings in the human city are mostly spire tower buildings, with pure and clean white as the main color, decorated with silver or gold. Every street and every building seems to be carefully crafted, with a humanistic and artistic atmosphere. It is not difficult to see that Order City is rich in resources. However, this is also normal. After all, the Lord of this number 52 city alone has a long-term holding of more than 2 million, which means that there are more than 2 million territories behind this city. How can so many territories not be prosperous with the transportation of materials and population for many years? Chi-Ji is now near the Lord's College in District Number 1, but his destination is not the Lord's College, but an ordinary house near the college. Xiao-Ji? Why are you back? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with gray hair and a gentle manner opened the door. When he saw that the visitor was Chi-Ji, he couldn't help but show surprise and surprise. My territory construction has come to an end recently. I just need to come back to do something, so I came to see you on the way. Well, you built a teleportation station so quickly, you really didn't disappoint us. This person is Chi-Ji's uncle Chi Tianming. Chi-Ji is a time traveler, but not a traverser. So he also has family in this world. His father is also a lord. Because of the defeat, not only did the territory fall, but he also died at the hands of the Dark Race, and his mother died in the dark invasion of Order City caused by the Chaos Evil God many years ago. So Chi Tianming became the closest relative. Order City has a very complete socialized upbringing mechanism, so even without relatives, one can live and grow up smoothly. However, Qi Ji has also received a lot of care from Qi Tianming, so he still respects this elder, so he came to visit him first when he came back this time. Qi Tianming was also a lord. When he was young, he built a third-level territory that had been operating stably for more than 10 years, but like the fate of most lords, a defeat led to the loss of the territory, thus ending the lord's career sadly. But Qi Tianming was luckier than most defeated lords. At least his life was saved. After he retired, he got a job as a lord tutor in the Lord Academy with his original qualifications and experience, which is equivalent to a people's teacher in his previous life. Losing the territory is a huge blow to any lord, and a lifelong regret. Even if you survive, it is difficult to get over it. Qi Tianming now puts all his spiritual sustenance on teaching. He hopes that one day he can cultivate a truly great lord to realize his unfulfilled dream. Although Qi Ji is a nephew, he is also one of Qi Tianming's most promising students. It has been less than 2 months since he officially built the underground city and became a lord. The construction cost and use fee of the underground city transmission station are very expensive, which is enough to show that the development is very good. Qi Ji specially prepared a bunch of gifts when he came back this time. Although the underground city transmission station cannot transmit graded items, there is no limit on non-graded items such as Maozi and Huazi, and Miracle City has as many of these things as it wants, and the local area cannot digest them all. Okay, although these are ungraded items, their quality is also very high. Just based on the output of these basic materials, your territory has great potential, so you must seize it. Qi Tianming was smoking a cigarette, with a look of satisfaction on his face. He looked at the various materials piled up into a small mountain and smiled, and shook his head. Xiao Ji, I appreciate your kindness. These resources are not low in value. Your dungeon has just started. I can't accept such expensive gifts. Take them all back. Uncle Tianming, don't worry about it. My dungeon is already at the 2nd level. Can it still lack these things? What? 2nd level? Qi Tianming was shocked. He didn't even notice the hot ash falling on his hands. To become a 2nd level territory means that at least one Dark Lord has been defeated. Qi Ji has only been a lord for more than a month. Such an achievement is rare among other lords. How could he not be shocked and surprised? What he didn't know was, the environment of the Evernight Forest is dangerous. Almost every dark dungeon has a strongman who exceeds the regional level. Therefore, even if they are both 2nd level lords, the difficulty and significance of different regions are different. And Qi Ji is not only a 2nd level lord, but also a quasi-3rd level lord. As long as Qi Ji is willing, he can advance at any time, but there is no need to disclose these things for the time being. Good, very good, your future achievements will definitely surpass your father and me. Qi Tianming was visibly happy. My old Qi family may have a 4th level lord in the future. But you must not be careless. The chaotic world is full of dangers, and the dark species are even more cunning and cruel. You can't take it lightly at any time. The mentor has been a mentor for a long time. It is inevitable that he would be more nagging when talking. Another earnest education for Mitong. Qi Ji rarely came back, so naturally he would not show impatience. Xiao Ji, you can sign up for the Rising Star Lord competition in 2 months. If you can get a good ranking, not only will you get a very good reward, but it will also be much easier for you to seek investment or join the Lord organization in the future. Rising Star Lord competition? Qi Ji certainly knew about this competition. This is a competition held every 2 years. Only new lords within 3 years are eligible to participate. Each lord can only participate once. If you can get a good ranking in the lord competition, there will be a generous reward. There are actually quite a few activities like this in the Land of Order. The Rising Star Lord competition is one of the most valuable and influential, so the rewards will be very rich. The top few have a great chance to get materials for opening the Spirit Sea and additional awakening. It is indeed worth paying attention to. However, the competition will start in more than 2 months, so there is no need to be so anxious. Qi Ji had a meal, drank with Uncle Tianming, and then said goodbye and left. Although there are 3 or 2 good friends in the Order City, they are now all lords, and are not in the Land of Order most of the time. Business is important, no time wasted. He arrived at the Lord Market by bus. This is the largest Lord Market in the 52nd Order City. There are 500 or 600 shops set up by various high-level territories here, and those who have the ability to set up shops here are at least great lords above the 4th level. In addition to large shops, there are many mobile stalls outside the market. Most of these stalls come from territories below the 4th level. At this moment, the market is very crowded and lively, and there are many lords with foreign people shopping. Each shop displays a wide range of goods, all of which are good things transported to the land of order by the territories behind them, mainly various high-quality equipment, materials, consumables, and other stable supply goods. As for blueprints, skill stones, skill secret crystals, lord talent materials, and various rare treasures. These goods that cannot be produced stably rarely appear in shops. In the center of this trading market, there is a magnificent golden palace. This palace is the Lord Auction House, which is specially used to auction these relatively scarce items. After Chi-Ji walked into the hall, a large screen appeared in front of him. Various precious items were being auctioned at the auction house. Chi-Ji took a quick look. Construction token, Level 2 boundary tower, Level 2 construction order. Current bid 214,000 soul crystals, inspiration stone, headless dark knight, green medium grade, rare inspiration material. Current bid 504,500 soul crystals, spirit sea conch, white top grade, rare talent material. Current bid 302,000 soul crystals, construction blueprint, flying dragon lair, level 4 rare construction blueprint. Current bid 295,000 soul crystals. These competitive items that can be directly displayed on the hall screen are basically not less than 200,000 soul crystals, either extremely rare and precious, or a very high grade. For example, the construction order. This item can be understood as a permanent construction blueprint. As long as the Lord uses the construction token once, the corresponding blueprint will be permanently recorded in the core. In the future, it will be like the initial basic building, and it can be built directly without preparing blueprints. Because of this, it is very expensive. At least 10 times the value of the corresponding blueprint. A second-level barrier tower blueprint has a market value of only about 7,000 or 8,000, but now it is sold for more than 200,000 soul crystals in the Order City auction market, and the trend is still rising. The final transaction price can be hiked up to 30 or 40 times. This is because the barrier tower is a very important facility with a very large demand. The construction order of such facilities will be more precious, so the value can easily be hiked up to dozens of times the blueprint. However, the most exaggerated is the Stone of Inspiration. This is an extremely rare material that can increase inspiration materials. It is hard to find. Take the Stone of Inspiration, Headless Knight currently on auction as an example. After buying this item, it still needs to consume a lot of mental power to take effect. It can make the Lord have an extra third-level Headless Dark Knight monster material. This is very attractive to many high-level lords, and the inspiration materials are very rare, so it can be hiked up to such a high price. A mere third-level Headless Knight monster material can be hiked up to an exaggerated price of 500,000 soul crystals in the market. Chi-Ji now wants to take out the thousands of extra monster materials in his inspiration crystals and sell them one by one, but it's a pity. This thing can't be transferred. Materials like the inspiration stone are also very rare. Even in the Order City auction, it only appears a few times a month. It is a super material that ordinary lords dare not hope for. Chi-Ji is most interested in the spirit sea conch. This material can increase the number of awakenings. However, this second-level inspiration conch is too expensive. Chi-Ji only brought back 100,000 soul crystals in total, and this conch seems to be at least 300,000 soul crystals. After some research, it was found that there are also first-level conches. It is estimated that it will be sold for 140,000 or 150,000 soul crystals. It's so expensive. It seems that I brought too few soul crystals. Although Chi-Ji knew that the price of materials in the offline market was relatively high, he didn't expect it to be so expensive. But it doesn't matter. One of the main purposes of returning to the Land of Order this time is to understand the prices. In this way, not only will there be a greater motivation to make money in the future, but it will also be better to prepare for the next purchase. He first spent 50,000 soul crystals to buy some of the various levels of blueprints that were urgently needed for the recent construction of the territory. For example, 3 copies of the second-level secret store blueprint, 1 copy of the third-level secret store blueprint. The secret store can directly purchase the unlocked secret goods. There are currently 5 first-level stores in the territory, which can purchase 500 mental power per day. Every 1 point of mental power can be exchanged for a basic material, and every 20 points of mental power can be exchanged for an M16. What can this amount do? You can't buy second-level materials. It can be said that it is getting more and more useless. The purchase limit of the second-level secret store has increased to 500 mental power, And the third-level secret store can purchase 2,500 mental power materials every day, and there will be discounts on ordinary first-level items. Such a base number will be very considerable in a month. In addition, the advanced blueprints of the Adventurers Inn and the Adventurers Guild were purchased. These are very practical infrastructure. Another 50,000 soul crystals. Chiji picked 2 rare things. Construction order. Territory residence, first level construction order. Bidding price, 25,000 soul crystals. Secondary core, gray top grade. Bidding price, 23,500 soul crystals. The former is equivalent to a permanent residence blueprint. And in a residence blueprint, there are more than a dozen types of rooms. This residential house itself has no attributes. Each residence can only add 1 to 3 people to the territory according to the specifications, which is relatively useless for other dungeons. Instead of spending soul crystals and mental power to create residences, most lords will choose to mobilize the territory labor force to build directly. This also makes the construction order of the blueprint very cheap, but for Miracle, this thing is of great value. There is no doubt that all adventurers in Miracle City cannot resist owning a house of their own in Miracle City, because having a house can make them permanent, making the dungeon a real home. With this facility, Chiji can vigorously develop real estate in the territory. This is another nuclear-powered sickle that harvests adventurers for a long time and promotes the territory economy. As for the secondary secret realm core, Miracle had bought one from Ran Tianyun, using 1,000 ordinary zombie spirits equivalent to 15,000 soul crystals. Although there was some friendship price, but the offline market was 8,500 higher. It was enough to show how expensive the prices in the Land of Order were. This purchase ended here. This purchase left a lot of regrets, but it also made Chiji realize the importance of making money. Back to the territory. Just in time for the opening of the city. And this also means the third main secret realm Shanghai is about to open. Chiji naturally kept a close eye on this to keep abreast of the feedback from adventurers. Chapter 163. At this moment, Tianyun City finally received it. Ran Tianyun looked at a secret crystal in his hand. Skill Secret Crystal, Adventurer Clone Technique, 4th level Lord Skill. It takes 15,000 points of mental power to practice, in order to obtain this secret crystal as soon as possible. Ran Tianyun paid a premium of 50% to 60% higher than the market value, as a 4th level secret crystal. Not only is the price very expensive, the learning cost is also very high. Even for a 4th level lord like Ran Tianyun, 15,000 mental power is by no means a small number. After all, a lord like Chiji and a dungeon like Miracle City are not comparable. Under the same adventurer traffic, the mental power income that Miracle City can squeeze out every day is at least 10 times that of an ordinary dungeon, and sometimes it can even reach dozens of times. And this is why. The reason why Miracle City can still generate a large amount of net income every day despite its high explosion rate. With the resource output rate of the spirit of Miracle City, any other dungeon would have gone bankrupt many times, not to mention a surplus. It was painful. The cost was high. But it was worth it. Ran Tianyun did not hesitate. He decisively used the skill crystal. When Ran Tianyun mastered this skill crystal, he gained the ability to create an adventurer clone. This clone is equivalent to a special Tianyun City alien adventurer. Its image can change among several common races, but to avoid unnecessary attention, it is still set to the human race. Codename: Tianyun Ranger. After Ran Tianyun paid a considerable price, he finally had his own adventurer identity, which meant that he could personally experience the secret realm of Miracle City. Ignis hurried in to report. Lord Fengyun, Lord Huanyue, and Lord Wanjian are visiting our territory at the same time. Ran Tianyun frowned. This lord is not in the mood to receive them now, but it is not a solution for them to keep making noise like this. Ignis asked, Then what do you mean, Lord? Ran Tianyun said, The first-level territory gate of Miracle City allows a maximum of 5 people to enter every day. You and I will add the 3 of them. Let them go to Miracle City and have a look. Soon after, Miracle City territory gate. 5 figures walked out of it. The leader is naturally Ran Tianyun, and his chief hero Ignis. The other 3 are Ren Wanxiong, the lord of Fengyun City, Gao Yu, the lord of Huanyue City, and Li Jianhan, the lord of Wanjian City. Ren Wanxiong is nearly 50 years old. He is a burly man with a beard and a rough and generous appearance. Gao Yu is a cold and beautiful woman who looks less than 30 years old, 1.75 meters tall, and has a cold temperament. Li Jianhan looks to be in his 30s, wearing silver armor and white robe, showing his sharpness and heroic spirit. Ren Wanxiong has the longest experience. He is a 4th level territory lord who is more senior than Ran Tianyun. As for Gao Yu, although Li Jianhan is relatively young and inexperienced, he has already broken through the territory to the 4th level for several years. This is why several lords can establish diplomatic relations. Because the premise of equal cooperation is that the strength is close. Otherwise, it is difficult to continue cooperation if the size difference is too large. Ren Wanxiong, this is Miracle City? It doesn't feel special. Li Jianhan, although it has broken through to the 2nd level, the size difference with our territory is too big. Lord Gao Yu didn't say anything. From her cold expression, it was not hard to see that she was very dissatisfied with this territory. I couldn't understand. Ran Tianyun abandoned a partner of comparable size. He actually chose such a shabby little territory. Ignis said, Lords, it's too early to draw conclusions at this moment. Our lord has his reasons for doing this. Ran Tianyun said lightly, it's useless to say more. The city was opened a few minutes ago. Let's go to the secret hall to take a look. Speaking of this, why is the city already open? There is not even one adventurer coming in? Even in a bad dungeon, as long as it can run, there will always be some adventurers coming in and out. Several lords glanced at the people along the way. Miracle City is not deserted, and the population is still quite large. But they are all ordinary alien people like dwarves, midgets, and dog-headed people. As for adventurers, not even one. Can such a territory really be run? Thinking this way, the 3 lords walked to the secret hall. What they saw was a scene that shocked them. No wonder there were no adventurers outside. It turned out that everyone was crowded in the hall. Ren Wanxiong and others were stunned by the lively scene in front of them. After all, it was less than 5 minutes before the dungeon opened. In just 5 minutes, there was no adventurer outside. And the entire secret hall was overcrowded. Many adventurers could only wait in line. What does this mean? This city was full in less than 5 minutes after it opened. Because adventurers could no longer enter, there were no adventurers in the city, and other adventurers would rather wait in line to watch others fight in the secret realm than to walk outside and watch the show. I have been a lord for so many years. This is the first time I have seen such a scene. It seems that this secret realm is really good. Nancy Leah, the network manager of Miracle City, is already waiting at the door. Hello, Lord Ran. Hello, all lords. Nancy Leah came forward to greet. The Lord has informed you of your visit in advance and ordered me to entertain you well. Is there anything I can do for you? Ran Tianyun immediately said, I want a secret realm crystal to show the 3 lords the content of the Miracle City secret realm to promote further cooperation between our territories. Nancy Leah just found out. Lord Ran Tianyun used the adventurer clone technique. Could this guy have practiced this lord's skill specifically to play in the Miracle City secret realm? All the crystals in the secret hall are now in use. Lord Ran may need to wait a little while. No problem. You can take a look first. Lord Ran is an important partner of Miracle City. The other 3 lords are also potential partners, so they naturally have to manage their relationships. They want a secret crystal for a special experience or display, which is nothing. But the adventure has already begun. We can't let the adventurers interrupt their adventures, right? As the chief network manager of Miracle City, Nancy Leah must of course focus on the experience of adventurer customers. It won't be too late to wait for this batch of adventurers to come out of the secret crystal and coordinate a group of them for Ran Tianyun. And Ran Tianyun doesn't care about this. There are still a lot of crystals in the secret hall of Miracle City. Even if you don't get a special one, it won't take much time to wait in line normally. Ran Tianyun then said to the others, in that case, let's go to the hall first and watch other adventurers' adventures. Nancy Leah immediately said, you lords have come at the right time, because the 3rd main secret realm of the territory is officially open today, and many adventurers are now challenging the new secret realm. What? Lord Qi has developed the 3rd main secret realm so quickly. Ran Tianyun immediately became very interested. Then I have to take a good look. Several people formally walked into the hall. At this moment, the hall of the secret realm of Miracle City is very lively. Several people walked to one of the more lively secret realm crystals. This crystal is controlled by the adventurer Mingwei Xiaoxue. As the first contracted adventurer of Miracle City, she is also a popular adventurer in Miracle City. At this moment, there are many onlookers around her. About 5 or 6 minutes ago, Mingwei Xiaoxue and her sisters broke into the secret realm and occupied a crystal at the first time. Ha ha ha. I grabbed the community cow seed today. There are many crystals in the secret realm hall. Crystals in different positions. There are also differences. Some corner crystals are generally not easy to be watched, while some crystals near the main road or the entrance of the hall are very easy to be watched. The former is called the social fear position. The latter is called the social bull position. Most adventurers are social bulls. Not only do they not mind being watched, but they think that more people can provide emotional value and double happiness. Therefore, when the city opens to grab crystals, the social bull position is always the fastest to be grabbed. Sister Mingwei, you go first. Then I won't be polite. After Mingwei Xiaoxue activated the crystal, her eyes widened and her face was full of disbelief. In the secret crystal, there are 4 secret realm options. They are Doomsday Frenzy, Exotic 10 Kingdoms, Sea of Stars, and End of the World Arena. The End of the World Arena is a secondary secret realm, and its size and potential are definitely not comparable to the main secret realm. Wow! Everyone, look! The third main city secret realm, Sea of Stars. It's out! It's really out! This must be the Sea of Stars secret realm that has been circulating for many days. I didn't expect it to be made so quickly. Ha ha ha! Old Thief Chi is really fast. In a moment. Not only Mingwei Xiaoxue and others. The whole hall was filled with joy and ecstasy. Although the content of the secret realm was not known yet, how could the Miracle City's secret realm be bad? In a moment. Many adventurers chose to challenge. Mingwei Xiaoxue also resisted curiosity, and at the same time, in order to meet the calls of friends outside, he finally chose to enter the third secret realm Sea of Stars. After entering the secret realm, Mingwei Xiaoxue was surprised to find that she was in a vast, deep, vast and boundless void. This is the vast universe. Tens of thousands of galaxies, like scattered pearls, eventually formed an extremely magnificent and mysterious picture. Every galaxy is different. Some are spiral, some are elliptical, and some are blended together. The size, color and shape are also different, full of mystery. I received a basic introduction to the starry world. Mingwei Xiaoxue was shocked. She explained to the adventurers outside, each of these galaxies we see is so huge that it is hard to believe. The diameter of the small ones is thousands or tens of thousands of light years, and the large ones are hundreds of thousands or millions of light years. Mao Mingming, what is a light year? Mingwei Xiaoxue said, this seems to be a distance unit in the starry world. A light year means the distance that even light needs a year to travel. What? Is this true? The distance that light needs a year to travel? Aren't these galaxies unimaginably large? How big would this void be to accommodate countless galaxies? This is really beyond my cognition. Adventurers don't know how fast the speed of light is, but they can also realize how exaggerated the distance of a light year can be. This unit. This distance. It's not something that mortals can imagine. Mingwei Xiaoxue continued to introduce. Each of these galaxies has hundreds of billions of stars, and each star may have a land that is large enough to accommodate hundreds of millions of people. Various extreme environments. Various complex civilizations. All are constantly being performed in these distant worlds. This is a worldview that is so huge that it exceeds the limits of people's imagination and is extremely magnificent. Before Mingwei Xiaoxue explained, everyone thought the colorful galaxy was very beautiful, but after listening to her explanation, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. How far away is this distance? How big is this world? If such a world really exists, how many stories will happen and how magnificent will the epic be? The worldview of the Star Sea secret realm is too outrageous, which has a shock to everyone's 3 views and makes people feel awe involuntarily. At this time, Nancy Leah brought Ran Tianyun and others to the crystal. When they learned about the worldview and setting of the Star Sea, they were all dumbfounded. Is this a setting that a secret realm should have? Is this Lord's imagination so exaggerated? Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly adjusted his state. When he was pulled out of the shock and impact, a strong sense of expectation and pleasure surged in his heart. Currently, the Star Sea secret realm only has an exploration area called Titan Chapter, which should also be a deep role-playing secret realm. Let's take a look together. What is different about the world of Star Sea? Choose to enter. Instantly, the eyes went dark. Officially landed in the secret realm. Mingwei Xiaoxue entered a cut scene. A male voiceover sounded, in all the battles I have seen, the Iron Pilot is the top hunter. Flexible, fast, elegant, but destructive. This is an unknown planet. I saw the sky, and the earth were dim, and the artillery fire was continuous. A nimble warrior shuttled through the rain of bullets, and launched an attack, and killing at an almost elegant and efficient speed. This soldier's reaction was extremely fast, and his shooting skills were extremely accurate. No matter what kind of obstacles or enemies, he could not be stopped. Use a jetpack. And 3-dimensional devices. He can shuttle through extremely complex battlefield environments. He can also fly over the walls of 90 degrees, like parkour. This soldier is undoubtedly a top-level soldier who has been tempered through thousands of trials. He can always accurately judge the situation in the ever-changing battlefield, find a breakthrough, and always shoot and kill the enemy before he can react. According to the narration, adventurers know. This kind of soldier is called Iron Pilot. The biggest difference between Iron Pilot and all soldier machines on the battlefield is their relationship with Titans. When the narration is here, I saw it in the picture. Suddenly there was a sharp line breaking through the air. A figure landed from the sky on the battlefield full of bullets and rain. It was a huge monster made of metal. Every detail of its body was full of the ultimate beauty of industry and technology. It blocked the enemy shooting with its body, quickly put the Iron Pilot into the cockpit, and then used a giant gun with one hand and released a blue vortex shield with the other hand to resist the attack. A large number of bullets and gravel were absorbed by the vortex shield. The energy released with a wave of his hand. It actually destroyed half of the house. It swept all the way, invulnerable to swords and guns, invincible. Ordinary soldiers were almost vulnerable to this war machine, and could only be slaughtered unilaterally. The powerful attack and destructive power made people excited. When connected with the Titan, the Iron Pilot will only be defeated by the huge army or the enemy Iron Pilot. At this time, several new Titans appeared in the picture. The two sides met and clashed. When the most intense Iron Pilot battle is about to break out, the scene the adventurer saw suddenly switched to another place, where several large warships were floating in the air, releasing drones to bomb the ground, while the soldiers below fought desperately with their flesh and blood. Ever since I was old enough to understand, the border has been my only home. But the IMC has been seizing my resources, polluting and destroying our planet, and slaughtering everyone who wants to resist. Although I have won consecutive battles on series recently, I am still a long way from defeating the IMC. Now I am a rifleman in the resistance, fighting for the freedom of the border, and I am still a long way from becoming a pilot. But when I become a pilot, I hope I can live up to the title. The cutscene ends here. From this brief confession and introduction, the adventurer immediately understood the basic background of this world, the information of the forces, the identities of the characters, and most importantly, witnessed the combat performance of the Iron Pilot and the Titan mech. This is a story that takes place on a certain border planet in one of the thousands of galaxies. The adventurer felt that his eyes were opened, and he had a strong sense of expectation. This secret realm not only has a very grand and unique worldview, but also presents it in a way that is somewhat similar to the Ashina Kingdom in the 10 Kingdoms. The worldview of this exotic 10 Kingdoms is also quite rich, but the opening is chosen to be a small country in the remote mountains of Japan. Such a design can see the big picture from the small, the opening work of the Star Sea Secret Realm. At least in this respect, it is similar in nature. At the same time, Chi-Ji is also paying attention to the secret hall. The adventurer's adventure in the Star Sea officially begins. This Titan chapter of Star Sea is reproduced from Titanfall 2. Compared with other standalone masterpieces, Titanfall 2 is not large in size, and can be called short and powerful. Because the process of most masterpieces or classic RPG games is usually more than 20 to 30 hours. In comparison, the main process of Titanfall 2 is very short. In the past, ordinary players could clear the game in about 5 or 6 hours in simple mode, and it only took more than 2 hours for the masters to speed through. It's like a movie. After being remade into the secret realm of Miracle City. If the adventurer is powerful, it can be cleared in 2 days at most. Although the process is short, the story is absolutely wonderful, which is enough to leave a deep experience for adventurers. Chapter 164. Hear a voice. Rifleman Cooper, let's get started. Mingwei Xiaoxue opened her eyes, and found herself in an instrument similar to a hibernation capsule, facing a cabin corridor wide enough to drive a truck, with many armed soldiers walking back and forth. A white-haired veteran with a scar on his face sat on the railing and talked to herself. Related memories emerged. I am now Rifleman Jack Cooper of the 41st Rifle Battalion of the Rebel Army. This is the James McCarran spacecraft, and we are heading to the IMC territory of Typhon to fight. This is the legendary Iron Pilot Captain Lastimosa, who wants to train me to be a new Iron Pilot. Mingwei Xiaoxue is very familiar with the plot secrets of deep role-playing, so it only took 2 or 3 seconds to sort out various key basic information. So interesting. This world has a unique style. The Star Sea Secret Realm is indeed very distinctive. Although I can't see what's going on outside, I can feel that I am in a giant spaceship that is moving, and this ship is crossing the universe to the enemy's territory. It's incredible. Captain Lastimosa asked. What's wrong with you? Is there anything wrong? Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately got into the role and said, No, I'm ready and can start at any time. Very good. After some debugging, the simulation chamber started. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Mingwei Xiaoxue descended into a sunny open corridor, out of thin air. The sunlight passed through the branches of the trees above, leaving mottled shadows on the walls of the corridor, and the fragrance of flowers and the breeze gave people a very comfortable feeling. Amazing. Is this an illusion? It seems to be different from ordinary illusions. Captain Lastimosa was sitting on a horizontal beam, wearing a helmet on his head. Hey, what a cool helmet, and it looks familiar. It's the helmet worn by the Iron Pilot in the cutscene, and the two people's figures are basically the same. Is the super soldier who is so smooth and invincible in the cutscene, killing enemies like drinking water, Captain Lastimosa? It should be. When he heard everyone's guess, Mingwei Xiaoxue thought it was normal. According to Cooper's memory, this person is not an ordinary person, but a legendary Iron Pilot. Lastimosa said, I shouldn't train you, but I think you have potential. Besides, we are at war, who cares about class, right? After speaking, he stood up. Okay, go over here, speed up, and turn on the jumping device to assist. Yes. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately started moving and running. She was surprised to find that her running speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, and it was completely effortless. She seemed to have no weight. This was because the power-assisted equipment on her body was working. Every time she jumped, the jetpack would automatically boost, generating power to move forward quickly. Interesting. The technology in this world has traces of inheritance from the Frenzy world, but it is obviously far more advanced than the Frenzy world. Although Mingwei Xiaoxue had run a long way, the captain's voice was still echoing in her ears, and when she walked out of the corridor, the captain had already arrived at the end of the corridor in advance. So beautiful. Captain Lastimosa looked around the scenery. The scenery here is composed of endless grasslands and stone pestles. The next moment, Lastimosa turned into a blue light, flashing on a stone pestle dozens of meters away, and then flashing on another stone pestle, while his voice continued to come through the headphones. This is based on our hometown, Harmony, where we grew up and fought for it. For a world without metal and gunpowder, for our children to live in prosperity and peace. The captain kept flashing and moving away, and this scene made the adventurers stunned. Although they knew that this was a means similar to illusion, it was too cool. Ordinary illusions cannot achieve this level, but in the Titan world, it can be easily achieved through technical means. The moon shines on the snow and continues to move forward. The captain's voice keeps echoing in his ears. This process seemed like a casual chat, but it inadvertently introduced the worldview background, power structure and situation clearly. At this time, like Mingwei Xiaoxue, there were at least 300 to 500 adventurers who were training in the simulated space, and there were thousands of onlookers. Everyone was amazed by the worldview revealed in the Titan chapter. It's really unbelievable. Feng Zhongmian said, the IMC that the rebels are fighting against is actually just a private resource mining company. Blackstone Hammer King, it's really outrageous. A private company can actually control multiple planets and have a powerful army and titans. Do you think there will be a force that can control the entire galaxy in the Starsea world? Impossible. According to the information we have, the number of planets in most galaxies is in the hundreds of billions. Even if there is only one person per planet on average, that's a full 100 billion people. If there really is such a force, I can't imagine how huge it is. Mingwei Xiaoxue came to a hall. The captain sat in the middle of the hall and snapped his fingers, and more than a dozen weapon racks appeared out of thin air. Each weapon rack was hung with more than a dozen guns, each of which was different, and was displayed in front of all the adventurers. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, you must master every weapon, and these are the weapons I used on the battlefield. Pick up these weapons and go shooting. There are a variety of guns. All adventurers couldn't help drooling. Although the weapons used by border residents are not advanced in the Starsea world, they are undoubtedly more technical than the Secret Realm Frenzy. Mingwei Xiaoxue picked up a gun at random. This gun looks about the same size as the M4A1, but it is equipped with 150 rounds of bullets. It is not only equipped with an advanced and clear optical sight, but also has a built-in microcomputer that can adjust multiple shooting modes and ammunition display. There is an unlimited supply of ammunition and guns in the shooting session. Adventurers can use all kinds of weapons to release ammunition. This process is also very exciting. Some adventurers can't stop playing. The sound of shooting is heard in the secret hall, mixed with the exclamations of adventurers. Awesome. Too awesome. It's a paradise for gun control. I can play with guns here all day without doing anything. Mingwei Xiaoxu only experienced it for a moment. Although there are many types of guns in the Titan chapter, which makes people very addicted to playing, she is more curious about the next plot, so she immediately entered the next session. The next part of this training is the comprehensive trial. Captain Lastimosa asked the adventurer to pass through a complex area within 2 minutes. In order to pass through this area, the adventurer not only needs to skillfully use the jump assist device to fly over the eaves and walls, but also needs to quickly kill the simulated enemies created by the holographic projection with accurate shooting skills. There are 3 chances. It doesn't matter if the first 2 fail. If you fail 3 times in a row, you will be told that you don't have the qualifications to pilot. In this way, the plot synchronization will be lost, resulting in the failure of the challenge, and you have to start all over again. The trial begins. Mingwei Xiaoxu sprinted at full speed, and felt that the power assist device would automatically calibrate the action, thereby continuously providing auxiliary kinetic energy. Every time you jump, the jet backpack will boost, and the double jump in the air can cross an area of more than 10 meters at a time. Dada. During Mingwei Xiaoxu's passage through the trial area, enemies will appear behind each stone pestle and bunker. She needs to shoot quickly or use grenades to eliminate them. This process must be carried out at high speed. There is still some difficulty. But Cooper's body is well trained. Mingwei Xiaoxu quickly passed the test with muscle memory. He looked at the time. It took 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Captain Lastimosa commented, "Not bad, but still a little short of becoming a pilot. Remember to make full use of the terrain, and make the power assist device your instinct." Yes. Mingwei Xiaoxu was full of confidence. Without knowing the terrain conditions, the first time was only 10 seconds off. This test is not that difficult. This time, I will definitely pass it. This time, I will not rush forward, but use the jetpack power assistance to maximize the terrain and maneuver forward. The adventurers outside saw it. Mingwei Xiaoxu used power to assist every jump, running and rushing along the 90-degree wall. When entering a narrow corridor, she jumped back and forth without touching the ground. Wow! Sister Mingwei is so cool! Although it is an ordinary physique of a first-level, 1-star person. But with the equipment, you can also fly over the eaves and walls like a high-performance character. Interesting. Mingwei Xiaoxu moved forward quickly, shooting and killing enemies one after another, and finally completed the clearance in 1 minute and 35 seconds. Very good, you are really talented. I can't wait to tell Anderson that beast about this. Captain Lastimosa seemed to be particularly good at encouraging education, allowing the adventurer to receive positive feedback continuously, not only boosting his confidence, but also making him more fond of the commander. He continued, "You can continue to practice, and if you are ready, we will enter the next stage." Mingwei Xiaoxu had discovered. There are 2 huge screens in the hall. Look! What is that? It's the speed ranking. One of the screens shows the official ranking of the pilots, such as Captain Lastimosa, who ranked 3rd with 33.32 seconds, and the others are all characters in the secret realm. The other screen shows the ranking of the adventurers. First place, Baihajusher, 1 minute and 6 seconds. Second place, Sanju, 1 minute and 9 seconds. 36th place, Mingwei Xiaoxu, 1 minute and 35 seconds. What? I'm only 36th? Mingwei Xiaoxu was naturally unconvinced, and immediately challenged 2 more rounds, increasing the speed to 1 minute and 15 seconds, and advancing the ranking to around 20th. However, she is improving. Other adventurers are also improving. Baihajusher tried more than 10 times in a row, and pushed the speed to 0 minutes and 38 seconds. This has entered the official rankings, and ranked 10th, but he still seems to be dissatisfied. Interesting. You can parkour and play with guns. I can play here for a whole day. Ha ha ha, I'm in the top 15, who dares to fight me? TSK, what's so arrogant? I have figured out the grenade propulsion method. Let's see how I break the record this time. Chi-Ji didn't expect that just making a ranking list can permanently keep the records of adventurers, and let later adventurers see the ranking list. Never thought. This fully stimulated the adventurers' competitive spirit. At this time, many adventurers are not too excited about the plot later. They actually treated the trial link as a racing game, and had a lot of fun, making all kinds of tricks. Chi-Ji immediately realized that many adventurers like speed and competition. There is also a market for racing and speed racing secret realms, which can be considered in the secondary secret realms in the future. Mingwei Xiaoxu did not waste time. She found Captain Lastimosa. The practice is over? I'm ready for the next challenge. Very good, you will definitely like the second half of the training because you will be able to drive the Titan yourself. Mingwei Xiaoxue was overjoyed when she heard this. What? I can also drive a Titan? Isn't it only the Iron Pilot who can use the Titan? Of course, it's just a simulator. Lastimosa pressed several times on the controller in his hand while speaking. Before that, we need a larger space. The next second, the surrounding space turned into light and shattered. Then it immediately reorganized into a new space. This space was very open. The two stood on a circular platform, surrounded by endless grasslands. Not far away stood a Titan mecha. I solemnly introduce you to him. His name is BT. He is my good partner. This is not stolen from IMC, but a pioneer-class Titan developed by our resistance army. When facing this steel behemoth full of technology, power, and heavy industrial art in front of him, Mingwei Xiaoxue could clearly feel Cooper's excitement and desire. Not only Rifleman Cooper. When the adventurers faced such equipment, their eyes were shining, and various discussions suddenly sounded in front of the crystals in the secret hall. The equipment in the secret realm of the Star Sea is so amazing. What do you think the strength of this Titan can reach? I think it starts at least level 3 and 3 stars. The strength of the equipment alone can reach above level 3. If you add the bonus of cultivation, I feel that this will become a new genre. I have never seen such special equipment. Isn't it much cooler than flying a plane or a tank? The most important thing is that this Titan mecha is mass-produced equipment, so it is unlikely to be a rare and precious quality. Once the first one is successfully unlocked, the probability of future output should be quite high. We can even use this to build our own Iron Pilot army in Miracle City. Fuck, the Iron Pilot Corps of Miracle City? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I like this kind of equipment. This is the weapon and toy that men should use. The four lords were even more shocked at this moment. Especially Ren Wanxiong, Gao Yu, Li Jianhan, the three new lords. They had never seen such a unique secret realm, although the current display was very limited, just a cut scene and the training process of the pilot. But the display of guns, machine guns, Titan mechas, and various weapons and equipment has stunned these lords. When they realized that this Titan mecha was also equipment and might explode, they were all shocked, and they clearly realized what this meant. This kind of equipment is unprecedented. If it can really be mass-produced, the future potential of Miracle City will be immeasurable. This should be a kind of mechanical equipment, but it is a style that has never been seen before. The collection value alone is extremely high, not to mention it is extremely practical, without waiting for more thought. The plot continues to advance. Lastimosa pointed to the sky and said, "Your Titan is coming." A violent explosion broke through the air. I saw a huge Titan mech swooping down from hundreds of meters away, like a supersonic cannonball falling rapidly to the ground. This appearance was so domineering and cool. Is this the simulator mech that the adventurer wants to use? It's so cool. Is the second half of the trial going to be a battle with Captain Lastimosa? The adventurer was excited and looking forward to it. But something unexpected happened suddenly. The entire virtual space screen was stuck, and the Titan mech was stuck in midair at the moment of falling, making the originally clear environment become a distorted screen, and a piercing alarm sounded in my mind. Warning! System error. The energy of the simulation chamber is too low. The next moment, all the screens are turned off. Mingwei Xiaoxue returned to the simulation chamber. Captain Lastimosa's voice came from outside. We were attacked by IMC. All non-essential systems have been shut down. It seems that something big has happened. I will take you out first. The hatch opened. Captain Lastimosa was installing a battery on the Titan, and then sat directly in the cockpit of the Titan. During this process, he said to Mingwei Xiaoxue, "Be prepared for battle, Cooper. We are about to enter a new planet. If we are unlucky, we will die there." He spoke calmly. There was no tension or fear. For this veteran, it was obviously used to it. See you down there. Good luck. If you survive, you will become an excellent pilot. After that, the hatch closed. The Titan started quickly and left the scene. At this time, Captain Cole, Cooper's direct superior officer, ran up to him. He threw a gun to the adventurer roughly, and then shouted loudly, "Cooper, get out of this damn simulation cabin, and meet on the transport plane immediately." Yes. Sharp alarms sounded from all directions. The violent vibrations made people unstable. The spacecraft was obviously under continuous attack. Everyone ran madly towards the hangar. There were traces of sparks everywhere, and explosions came from unknown directions. For a moment, the tension increased. If you run slowly, you will die here. Ming Wei Xiaoxue hurriedly followed Captain Cole and ran wildly, and finally successfully entered the hangar and boarded a landing plane parked here. Take off. Take off immediately. The spaceship is going to explode. One after another, the landing transport planes took off from the spaceship. The adventurers saw the full picture of the Makaran spaceship in the process. So big. So shocking. Does this vehicle really exist? The Makaran spaceship is a super large spaceship comparable to a small city. Its size is large enough to easily fit 100,000 people, plus hundreds or thousands of vehicles. At this moment, in the dark space, the majestic giant vehicle is on the verge of destruction in silence. When the violent flames continue to bloom and quickly engulf the entire ship, but there is no sound and no movement can be heard. This scene is very shocking to the adventurer. With time, Ming Wei Xiaoxue is inside. The hundreds of soldiers of this landing transport plane all entered an elliptical landing cabin, and dozens of such transport planes went to a planet below. From Ming Wei Xiaoxue's current position, she could just see most of the planet. This is a blue planet wrapped in thick clouds. From here, you can clearly see the thickness and flow of the clouds. In some areas, the vast gray land and the mountains are exposed. Above this planet, there is a relatively smaller satellite. Although this satellite is smaller than the planet, it is also a huge monster. However, at this moment, the whole thing has collapsed, leaving only a small piece of reddish-brown debris and thousands of fragments. Too amazing. This is too spectacular. It was the first time for the adventurer to look down at the Earth from the height of outer space, and it was also the first time to see a bombed planet. What kind of power and war could produce such destructive power? The enemy's attack is still going on. Radio. The intelligence is wrong. Radio. We are under attack from Typhon's anti-orbital weapons. Radio. Release the landing capsule immediately. Release the landing capsule immediately. We must break through IMC's anti-orbital defense. Radio. We have been hit. We are falling. The coordinates are unknown. When all kinds of noisy radios rang wildly in my ears. It makes people feel chaotic, tense, and extremely exciting. With a loud bang, the transport plane the adventurer was riding was also hit, and a large amount of fire instantly flooded the cabin. At the last moment, it was opened and released, and the landing capsule fell straight down. Ming Wei Xiaoxue stayed in the narrow landing capsule like an iron coffin. She was instantly released in a vast space, falling towards the planet below at an astonishing speed, and the friction with the atmosphere soon turned into a meteor fireball, and there were countless such single-soldier landing capsules. At a glance, like a beautiful meteor shower, falling straight down from tens of thousands of feet high. What a thrilling and exciting experience. Those who are afraid of heights would faint in such a situation. What's more, during this process, the enemy's weapons were still attacking. Adventurers could clearly see one landing capsule after another being blown up, and a sense of powerlessness of leaving everything to fate, and luck arose spontaneously. There was no point in doing anything except praying. Is this the cruelty of the Star World War? Life is too fragile in such a war. Ming Wei Xiaoxue first fell into a thick cloud layer, and her vision quickly fell into darkness. She could see flashes of lightning constantly tearing the sky apart. A few seconds later, passed through this cloud. At this moment, it was in the center of the sea of clouds. The setting sun illuminated the magnificent sea of clouds in the distance. Dozens of surviving landing capsules were like dozens of flaming meteorites streaking through the sky. This scene was magnificent and so shocking, but the landing capsule was getting faster and faster, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. At this moment, it had completely turned into a big fireball, landing at such a speed. Even if the adventurer is made of iron, he will be dead. Fortunately, at this moment, the reverse thrust system of the landing capsule started to start, continuously spraying flames to slow down, which also made the surface cool down quickly. Warning! Prepare for landing. Ming Wei Xiaoxue was extremely nervous sitting in the cockpit. Such an exciting experience has never appeared even in the craziest dreams. Finally, when the landing capsule completely penetrated the clouds, the Earth was clearly visible at this time. Before the adventurer could observe, a violent collision sounded, and the landing capsule fell heavily on the Earth of this planet. Chapter 165. Magnificent, shocking, greatly beyond the limits of people's imagination, incredibly magnificent world view, incomparably explosive scenes. In addition, the shaping of details, texture, reality, and immersion are all top-notch. Adventurers have never imagined that such a vast world can be built outside the sky, nor have they imagined what it would feel like to fall from a height of tens of thousands of feet to the ground. This is too crazy, but such crazy content. Now it is perfectly presented in the secret realm. The realism and expressiveness of this picture make every spectator's blood boil, as if watching a top-notch blockbuster. Even the spectators are like this. What would it feel like to experience it in person? For a moment, all the adventurers in line were itching to do it. Of course, compared to them, more shocked were the 4 lords who came to watch. Compared with adventurers, lords are more professional. They know the operation principle and production difficulty of Secret Realms very well, so they can feel the gold content of this almost miraculous more deeply and clearly. Therefore, in addition to the shock of content, plot, design, and creativity, they are even more shocked by the production level of Miracle City. At the same time, a feeling of near despair rises spontaneously. These lords are the rulers of the 4th level territories. They can rise from thousands of lords to today. Which one is not a few brushes, and which one is not confident in the production level of their own secret realms? Now I have seen the secret realm of Miracle City. Look at the secret realm of my own territory. What is the difference between it and a pile of shit? Every day I think I am meticulously carving, but it is nothing more than who can carve shit a little better. But no matter how beautiful the carved shit is, it is still a pile of shit after all. Renwanxiong, Gaoyu, Li Jianhan. These 3 lords, who had just arrived, were stunned for more than 10 seconds. The first sentence Renwanxiong said was, "Is this really a secret realm?" Gaoyu, "Impossible. This is impossible." Li Jianhan couldn't help but say, "How can the Lord of Miracle City make the secret realm like this? This is simply a real different world." Ran Tianyun stayed in Miracle City for 2 days. He still had some resistance and psychological preparation. Although he still felt a tingling sensation in the face of the explosive effect of the Star Sea secret realm, he couldn't help but feel a little proud when he saw the reactions of these 3 old friends. He then pretended to be calm. Whether you are willing to believe it or not, the secret realm of Miracle City is like this. Not only the newly released Star Sea secret realm, the Frenzy secret realm, and the 10 Kingdoms secret realm are all top-level divine products. Even the secondary secret realm final arena. It is still out of reach for us. Ran Tianyun said, "To be frank, when we are still playing tricks, Miracle City has already built a 10,000-foot golden tower. This is the naked gap. No need to say more. These 3 must have understood why Tianyun City wants to establish diplomatic relations with Miracle City. Although the 3 lords still don't know enough about Miracle City, and don't know what the resources produced by Miracle City are, with such a high-quality secret realm, it will be 100% popular in the future, and it is just around the corner to become a 4th-level territory. It won't take a few years. Lord Qiji's achievements will even far exceed them. For such a territory, it will be too late to curry favor with him after he completely rises. Only at this time, when he still has value, is the best time for cooperation and investment." Before understanding the situation, the 3 lords all thought that Ran Tianyun was seriously ill. Now they had a strong sense of jealousy. What kind of shit luck did Ran Tianyun have to find such a top-notch underground city? In the future, as long as it is tied to the supply chain and influence of Miracle City, it will be difficult for Tianyun City not to be driven to rise. No more words. Now is not the time to discuss this. Everyone is curious about how the next plot of the Titan chapter will develop. At this time, in the crystals of the secret realms in the hall, more and more people have successfully landed on Typhon. Mingwei Xiaoxua briefly lost consciousness, and the way it was manifested was that the screen went black, which lasted for about 2 seconds before it regained consciousness and heard an electronic sound. Mark 8 landing capsule is checking the status of passengers. Mingwei Xiaoxua's vision went from blurry to clear, and she saw the scene outside through the porthole. The dark clouds were low, the fire was burning, and there were constant gunshots and explosions. Did I land successfully? There seems to be a fierce battle outside. I have to get out of this damn landing cabin. Although Mingwei Xiaoxua regained some consciousness, she almost completely lost her mobility due to a concussion caused by the violent impact. Medical procedure started. Passenger Rifleman Jack Cooper, number 20 to 131, please stabilize the condition and keep breathing. Giving 250 milligrams of trisodium pyrosulfate, temporary side effects, nausea, dizziness, impaired motor coordination. Mingwei Xiaoxua recovered quickly. At this time, the hatch was automatically ejected, and she immediately climbed out from inside. Da-da-da, boom boom boom. It was a mess outside. There were sounds of gunfire everywhere. The sky and clouds were all smoked red. Landing capsules like meteors. They dragged long tails all over the sky, which was very spectacular. They tore through the sky and clouds and kept falling nearby. One of the out-of-control landing capsules suddenly fell to the ground from the right side of the adventurer and slid to the left front. instantly plowing a deep ditch of dozens of meters on the ground, and crushing 3 or 4 rebel soldiers along the way. Boom! A high explosive grenade came and exploded not far away. Several shrapnel brushed the helmet, and the air wave overturned Mingwei Xiaoxue, which also made her completely wake up from her trance. Be careful. Get up. More IMC ghosts are coming. Is this the designated drop zone? No, it's far from the target. We've become targets now. Are there any of our pilots in this area? Request support immediately. We can't hold on any longer. The radio sounded. This area, I'm Bandicoot, from the 41st Rifle Battalion. We're from the USS McCarran. Need support. Over. The radio was constantly interweaving with the sounds of fighting and shouting. Mingwei Xiaoxue followed the team forward with a gun in her arms, during which bullets kept whizzing past, explosions kept appearing around her, and comrades kept falling to the ground after being shot. It was tragic and real. It was full of immersion. Mingwei Xiaoxue had completely entered the plot. She was shooting crazily with a rifle, fighting bravely, but there were too many enemies, and if this continued, the rebels would soon be wiped out. All the onlookers outside. They were all attracted and worried by this fierce battle. At this time, a familiar voice came from the radio. I am Captain Lastimosa. I have located your position, and am on my way. Hang on. When Mingwei Xiaoxue heard the veteran's steady voice, she immediately felt a strong sense of security. She felt that she was finally saved, but she was not happy for long. A Black Titan mecha landed from the sky in front of her, knocking several rebel soldiers to the ground in an instant, and then crushed a rebel soldier next to him with one foot, and then swung the machine gun to sweep. It's the IMC Titan, watching several teammates in front of her being blown into pieces. Mingwei Xiaoxue hurriedly fired frantically, but with a light weapon in her hand, she could not threaten such a war machine at all. The Titan rushed into the crowd and ran rampant. During this process, Mingwei Xiaoxue was affected and was blown away and fell into a pile of ruins on the spot, causing a concussion again, and she was almost unable to stand up again. Boom boom boom. The Black Titan mech found that Mingwei Xiaoxue was not dead yet, so he was about to go forward to finish him off. At the critical moment, a Vanguard Titan fell from the sky and crashed directly into the enemy Titan with the force of thunder. Bang! It was like two iron mountains colliding with each other. The enemy Titan immediately lost balance. The Vanguard Titan took the opportunity to grab it and flip it to the ground, extending two wing cannons from behind, aiming at the cockpit and firing continuously, successfully blowing up the cockpit and destroying the core. The enemy pilot was dead. The Titan also lost its ability to move immediately. Captain Lastimosa's voice sounded on the radio. Get an IMC Titan. At this time, the Vanguard Titan approached Mingwei Xiaoxue and knelt on one knee. Captain Lastimosa quickly jumped out of the cockpit and came to the front. Cooper, you are in a bad condition. Captain Lastimosa's tone was full of concern. He took out an injection and quickly injected it into Mingwei Xiaoxue. This will make you sleep for a while, but your injuries will be much better when you wake up. At this time, the Pioneer-class Titan BT reminded Lastimosa, the enemy Titan was found. It is the top hunter. Received. Cooper, don't get up, you stay here now. Lastimosa said, and returned to the Titan cockpit. BT, let's go. Titan BT immediately charged at the top hunter, a series of skilled dodges and defensive actions, and then successfully knocked it down, and killed another Titan neatly. Well done. Captain Lastimosa is so handsome. You are worthy of being the legendary pilot of the Resistance. Many adventurers in the hall saw the performance of Lastimosa and Titan BT, and all cheered for this gentle, reliable and powerful mentor. Although this secret character did not appear for a long time, from the smooth and unrestrained individual performance in the cut scenes, to the patient teaching in the training space, to the critical rescue at this moment, the man-machine integration of Titan operation technology, all make people feel strongly favored. The captain obviously regarded the rifleman as his successor. Therefore, even in such a dangerous battlefield, he did not hesitate to expose himself to provide emergency treatment for him, and from the appearance to now, less than a few minutes, he has killed 2 enemy Titans in succession. This strength is worthy of the legendary Iron Pilot, but just as Lastimosa was destroying the second enemy Titan, a burst of machine guns suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. The captain quickly ended the battle, turned around to respond with a protective shield, and quickly killed the opponent. Before approaching the Titan, the third top hunter appeared again. This is a Ronin-class Titan. This light Titan is very flexible, and is particularly good at guerrilla warfare and close combat. Not only that, the Titan also has some kind of stealth ability. When Lastimosa's attention was attracted by the previous top hunter, This Ronin-class Titan suddenly flashed behind Lastimosa, without giving the latter any time to react, and instantly pulled out the power battery of the Pioneer-class Titan, making the Titan lose its mobility. The two top predators attacked from the front and back. They knocked BT to the ground with a violent attack. Not good. Mingwei Xiaoxue was shocked. She wanted to do something but was powerless because the potion had taken effect at this time. She only felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and soon lost consciousness. A few seconds later, when Mingwei Xiaoxue opened her eyes again, the battlefield has become a Shura field. The last few rebel soldiers were killed. A burly man in a cloak was collecting soldiers' military badges as trophies. There were two Titan mechas on the scene. The hatch of one of them was open at this moment. This big man is one of the two top pilots who attacked the captain. Nancy Leah frowned, but his outfit doesn't look like a serious soldier. White Fawn, it seems that these top hunters are just a group of mercenaries hired by IMC. The captain has been killed? Cat Mingming cursed angrily. Damn it! These guys are too unethical. It's okay to bully the minority with the majority, but they actually attacked from behind. It's so shameless. Alas, there is no way. The battlefield must be fought at all costs. The rebels are in a state of collapse. Even a legendary pilot like Lastimosa cannot turn the tide by himself. What can we do? Is the rebels going to fail completely in this battle? Mingwei Xiaoxue was still unable to move. She heard the conversation between the two mercenary pilots, in which they talked about 18 hours left and keywords, such as the Holy Ark. Then she fainted again. Although for adventurers, every loss of consciousness is a moment, but for the secret realm, it can last a long time. When she opened her eyes again, it was already clear. Several strange beasts were gnawing at corpses on the battlefield. Some of them heard the noise made by Mingwei Xiaoxue and immediately pounced on her ferociously, trying to tear her into pieces. However, at this moment, several machine gun sounds rang out, and the beasts were immediately beaten into pieces. It's BT. The captain is still alive? Adventurers were all delighted to see this. Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly stood up from the ground and rushed towards the Titan. At this time, BT slowly stood up and knelt on one knee. The captain fell out of the cockpit and looked seriously injured and dying. He opened the helmet mask with difficulty and said to the Titan in front of him, BT, transfer the authorization. To the new pilot. Cough cough. Connect BT 7274. Captain Lastimosa said this, as if he had used up all his strength. Mingwei Xiaoxue hurriedly said, Are you okay? You must hold on. I will help you treat it now. Lastimosa grabbed her hand. Cooper. From now on. Use my Titan, the helmet, and the jumping device. But this time is not a practice. Finished. Completely lost consciousness. Captain! Wake up! This legendary pilot had no life signs. He was obviously seriously injured. He relied on adrenaline injection and willpower to hold on until now. The captain died. All adventurers felt sad. Although this character appeared for a short time, he was portrayed very vividly. He was not only strong, gentle and reliable. I didn't expect him to die on the battlefield. Too cruel. Even a legendary pilot, who had experienced hundreds of battles and escaped death countless times, would pay the price of his life because of a misjudgment of intelligence and a sneak attack from behind on the battlefield. Mingwei Xiaoxue fell into great sadness. She could feel that this rifleman named Cooper respected and worshipped Captain Lastimosa. The former regarded the latter as a master and even a spiritual leader, and the latter also regarded the former as a successor and cultivated him carefully. For a moment, various memories about the captain emerged. This kid is a good seedling. Leave him to me. After the Battle of Ceres, we recaptured a quarter of the border. The resistance is getting bigger and bigger. Every day, people like you join in to fight against the IMC. It doesn't matter. Failure and setbacks are inevitable. I believe you can do better. I shouldn't train you, but I think you have potential. Besides, we are at war. Who cares about class, right? This is our home. We fight for this. For a world without metal and gun smoke, so that our children can live and grow up in prosperity and peace. Mingwei Xiaoxue couldn't help crying. Nancy Leah, Iris and others were also very moved. Although this is just a secret character, everyone can feel at this moment that he is alive and real. Every adventurer will remember that there was a veteran from Harmony Star, Lastimosa. His name will be remembered by Miracle City. He is the mentor of adventurers in the Star Sea. Soon. Mingwei Xiaoxue followed Cooper's will. He built a simple tomb for his teacher with stones. I'm very sorry. I can't take you back to your hometown that you miss so much. I can only let you sleep on this strange planet. But I will inherit your will and become an excellent pilot to protect our hometown. After speaking, salute. Mingwei Xiaoxue put on Captain Lastimos's pilot helmet and power equipment. She can keep connected and communicate with BT through this helmet, and she has a strong fighting spirit in her heart. Next, it's to repair the Titan BT. The adventurer needs to find 3 power batteries to restore its mobility. Mingyu Xiaoxue used Captain Lastimos's equipment and BT's remote prompts to shuttle around the base in the valley, using the jumping device to climb walls, and use the stealth device to assassinate IMC soldiers one by one. In the process, not only did he successfully harvest 3 batteries, he also obtained a series of important intelligence. IMC seems to have discovered something called the Holy Arkansas. This mysterious item is suspected to be an energy core left by an ancient civilization, and even has the magical ability to manipulate time. And IMC wants to obtain this power, and even use it to build weapons to destroy the rebels' home planet Harmony. Captain Lastimosa and his best friend Major Andre, their mission this time is to investigate and understand the situation and truth of this matter. When the 3 batteries are loaded, full energy, system restarted successfully. The 50-ton steel giant stood up, holding the huge heavy machine gun and looking around, and then used the radar to scan the surrounding area to make sure there was no potential danger. A very gentle electronic voice without emotional fluctuation sounded in the helmet. Acting Iron Pilot Cooper, you need to re-establish a neural connection with me. If you are ready, please board the plane. After speaking, the Iron Pilot knelt on one knee. The cockpit door opened automatically. Mingwei Xiaoxue glanced at the grave mound not far away, and then glanced at the cockpit of the Titan mecha. She could feel Cooper's complicated inner activities at this moment. This rebel rifleman dreamed of becoming an Iron Pilot, but he never thought it would be this way. Taking a deep breath, Mingwei Xiaoxue sat in the cockpit. When the door closed, it was pitch black, and BT's gentle voice sounded again. Protocol 1, connect the pilot. Neural connection in progress, neural connection completed. Rifleman Jack Cooper, you are now confirmed to be BT 7274's acting pilot. Protocol 2, stick to the mission. We must stick to the mission, continue Special Operation 217, and meet with Major Anderson. Protocol 3, protect the pilot. I will try my best to protect the pilot's life. When BT completed the rewriting of the 3 underlying instruction codes, all systems were started in the process, and this domineering steel giant was officially resurrected. Chapter 166. Miracle City Secret Realm Hall. Currently, there are hundreds of people experiencing the Star Sea Secret Realm. The progress of the adventurers varies. Although Mingwei Xiaoxue's progress is relatively fast, when she completed the Titan restart, at least a dozen adventurers had already taken the lead in driving the mecha. So, for a while, various exclamations and sighs came one after another. Cool! It's so cool to drive a mecha. It's really the ultimate romance of pure men. Brothers, work together, this thing is so cool that it has no friends. We must make it into a specialty of Miracle City. How many types of mechas are there in Miracle City? If I can collect all types of mechas, I think my entire adventure career will have no regrets. Agree. I have never seen such cool and crazy equipment. The adventurer has begun to imagine the scene of driving the Miracle City mecha and going back to show off in the city. At that time, he will undoubtedly become the most handsome guy in the village, after completing the restart. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately heard BT's prompt. My radar detected that there are enemy troops gathering at 10 o'clock. She saw through the tactical screen of the mecha cockpit that more than 10 soldiers appeared on the hill opposite, and dense bullets hit the mecha like raindrops. Dang dang dang. It's amazing, these bullets are not even a tickle. I am just an ordinary person of the first level and 1 star, but now I feel so strong. Other adventurers nodded. Then this experience is really special. Mao Mingming said, we play Brother A in black light. Although we are not afraid of ordinary bullets, it will still hurt if we are shot. If we are fired at by a large number of guns at the same time, we will be in danger or even suppressed. It's different now. It doesn't hurt at all. No matter how the opponent hits, it can't be hit at all. Each Titan has a solid mecha shell and protection system. The threat caused by ordinary bullets fired by light rifles is almost negligible. You can run rampant in the rain of bullets without being suppressed. This feeling has never happened before. Let's start fighting back. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately released a vortex shield. A blue vortex shield blocked in front. This kind of shield can absorb kinetic energy and convert it into energy, and then turn it into a powerful electromagnetic catapult to bounce bullets and shells back. So, the adventurer outside saw it. Mingwei Xiaoxue raised his hand to control the mecha, and the blue vortex shield appeared in front of him. A large number of bullets and shells were absorbed on the shield. As the color of the shield gradually turned orange-red, it meant that the energy was gradually approaching the critical value. Aim, release, with a bang. The bullets and shells were reflected back. Nearly half of the soldiers on the opposite hill were killed in an instant. Mingwei Xiaoxue then raised the XO-16 assault rifle in his hand. The caliber of this gun is 28.6 millimeters. Generally, weapons with a caliber of more than 20 millimeters are called cannons, so the giant gun held by the adventurer at this moment is a heavy machine gun. Bang bang bang, the dull sound of shooting rang out. This super-large caliber tungsten core armor-piercing bullet can destroy most armored vehicles. Any carbon-based creature. The flesh is meaningless. The adventurers only saw the enemies standing in front of Mingwei Xiaoxue. One by one, they exploded on the spot and were smashed into pieces, turning into blood mist and blooming. It's awesome. Who can stop me? No matter how many come, I will kill them all. At this time, the enemy reinforcements arrived. They carried armor-piercing shells and launched several drones to try to interfere, but this still did not pose a threat to Mingwei Xiaoxue. The enemy has been marked. BT locked the drones in the air and the enemy infantry positions. The positions of all enemies. They are clearly framed on the tactical screen. The adventurer can kill them one by one. However, it is too troublesome. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately made a decision and opened the shoulder gun to launch a wave of cluster missiles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Multiple small missiles flew out with tail flames. They not only have high explosive damage, but also have tracking and locking functions. These missiles flew towards their locked targets, and in an instant, they blew up all the drones, destroyed all the enemy bases, and wiped out the new wave of enemies on the spot. Powerful, violent, efficient, Mingwei Xiaoxue shouted. The thrill of mecha battle is great. It is completely different from any combat experience we have had in the past. The adventurers watching all drooled. The mecha is really a perfect and efficient killing machine. Even Nancy Leah and Iris had a strong urge to try it. Nancy Leah thought, this mecha is so powerful. If we can equip Miracle City with 1,800 units, it will definitely play a major role in the attack on the Evernight Dragon King in the future. Iris thought, I am a flower demon born weak and cannot learn most martial arts and offensive spells, and most flower demons do not have the talent to awaken the adventurer's soul. But if you can drive this kind of mecha, even the weakest flower demon can become the most powerful warrior. Everyone fully felt it. The charm and power of mecha battles. If Miracle City can really mass-produce such equipment in the future, it will definitely become a benchmark for Miracle City. It will not only greatly enhance the strength of the territory, but also become a trump card product for export. For the Four Lords, there are huge opportunities in it. Whether it is competing for dealers or second-hand dealers, there are huge business opportunities. Of course, even for the 4th and 5th level territories, if this kind of mecha can be equipped, it can greatly enhance their strength, allowing them to have a stronger suppressive position in the confrontation with the dark species and indigenous forces. The prospects are broad. The potential is endless. Don't be careless. Feng Zhongmian ran over to report. You will soon meet an IMC Titan. Mingwei Xiaoxue was having a lot of fun, and when he heard this reminder, he was stunned. What? Feng Zhongmian said, there are no less than 10 adventurers fighting with it, and most of them have been defeated, so you have to be careful. This is just driving the mecha. We have to deal with the enemy's Titan so soon. Mingwei Xiaoxue was a little panicked. It was okay for her to bully light infantry, but she had no confidence in facing the IMC Titan. After all, the opponent was a serious pilot. At this time, BT issued a prompt. Enemy Titan is detected approaching. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately said, can we get rid of him? BT said, based on analysis, I don't recommend doing this. Once we are locked and restrained, we will face more enemy Titans, and the probability of survival is extremely low. Mingwei Xiaoxue, but I just became a deputy pilot, and I am not proficient in the operation at present. I am afraid. Trust me. BT's voice was calm. There was almost no emotion. Mingwei Xiaoxue felt a sense of relief when she heard this, and couldn't help but think of Captain Lastimosa. I'm not fighting alone. BT is not just a weapon or equipment. He has a soul. A loyal and reliable partner. Well, since we can't evacuate, let's fight our way out. At this time, there was a loud noise in the sky. The enemy Titan appeared. Mingwei Xiaoxue didn't say much. He picked up the machine gun and fired directly. But the enemy Titan deployed an energy shield as soon as it landed to block the attack. Titans can intercept each other's radio transmissions. At this moment, Mingwei Xiaoxue heard the report from the other pilot. The rebel Vanguard Titan was found, with the fuselage code BT-7274. Have you reported it? It seems that we must fight quickly. Otherwise, more and more enemies will appear. Mingwei Xiaoxue used up all the ammunition in the drum in one breath, and the opponent's shield had limited bearing capacity. In the end, some large-caliber armor-piercing shells penetrated the shield and hit the enemy Titan. The enemy Titan launched a counterattack. Several missiles were fired from the shoulder gun at high speed. Mingwei Xiaoxue was well prepared. She controlled the huge body of BT, made several tactical evasive moves, and a beautiful roll, so she was not directly hit by these missiles. The next moment, the legs were hydraulically pressurized quickly. The rocket thrusters were added. Let Mingwei Xiaoxue jump up quickly. The Titan rifle has been replaced with a new drum. She fired a wave of shots at the enemy Titan in midair, and the opponent was forced to retreat again and again before its shield could be restored. At this time, a voice was sent from the IMC Titan's radio. Well done, pilot. The pilot also immediately counterattacked with machine guns. Mingwei Xiaoxue ran quickly the moment he landed, blocked most of the attacks with the vortex shield, and then bounced all the bullets back. The shoulder gun was activated. Cluster missile bombing. The pilot also reacted quickly, moving quickly while firing to knock down some missiles, and then hid in a boulder shelter, thus avoiding the threat of the remaining missiles. Good opportunity. Although he failed to hit the enemy. But the missile raised a lot of smoke. It interfered with the opponent's pure visual observation. At this moment, after he hid in the large rock shelter, this would cause a blind spot in radar detection. Mingwei Xiaoxue decisively approached, rushed out quickly from the right side of the shelter, and violently attacked the opponent. When the two steel giants with an average mass of more than 50 tons collided, bang, the sound of metal collision shook the valley. Mingwei Xiaoxue's rocket-assisted collision caused the enemy Titan to lose balance on the spot, and then he chased after it, raised his huge metal fist, and punched the cockpit. Bang, another loud noise. This punch was not enough to destroy the cockpit of the mecha, but it also caused the cockpit to deform significantly. The adventurers could clearly feel that after being hit by this punch, the enemy mecha became obviously stiff, which meant that even if this punch did not kill the opponent's pilot, it made the opponent dizzy and his operating ability was greatly reduced. Go to hell. Mingwei Xiaoxue felt an opportunity. The machine gun in his hand continuously fired tungsten core armor-piercing bullets, all of which bombarded the deformed cockpit, and finally completely blew it up and killed the pilot inside. Don't be careless yet, the Titan's intelligence system is still threatening. Mingwei Xiaoxue put down her gun, grabbed the shaky Titan, threw it to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, and then took out the power battery from her waist, making this local Titan completely lose its ability to move. It's over. It only took a few rounds. The enemy Titan lost its combat power. This battle didn't last long. The close combat between the two mechas was full of mechanical violence aesthetics. The audience watching outside the secret crystal all felt their blood rushing, and shouted with excitement. Well done! Sister Mingwei is awesome. Sister Mingwei is really worthy of it. She actually killed a Titan in one breath. For a while, everyone cheered loudly and praised Mingwei Xiaoxue's operation, which was full of emotional value. Mingwei Xiaoxue was panting heavily. Although the mecha battle did not directly consume physical strength, it required making decisions in a flash. This process was very exciting and made people's heart beat faster. This kind of fighting passion. It is not inferior to real hand-to-hand combat. I defeated an IMC pilot. After Mingwei Xiaoxue recovered, she immediately fell into ecstasy. She did not expect it to be so smooth. After all, it was the first time facing the enemy Titan, and more than half of the adventurers could not defeat it. Of course. This pilot's level is very average. It cannot be compared with the top hunters. BT, well done, our combat efficiency score has improved. BT, pilot, I detected that more IMC recovery teams are coming. Our only chance of survival is to complete the rendezvous mission with Major Anderson, but before that, we have to rely on ourselves. Mingwei Xiaoxue was full of confidence. No problem, we will definitely complete the mission. A reliable partner. With this powerful war machine, she is now not afraid of any enemy or challenge. When Mingwei Xiaoxue was ready to explore further and kill everyone, she suddenly received a reminder from the secret realm. It turned out that this challenge had been full for 3 hours, so after this battle, the secret realm will automatically enter the settlement stage. What? It's been 3 hours so soon. I haven't had enough fun yet. I still want to continue exploring Typhon and kill through the IMC's nest. The adventure is over. This evaluation, BA. You have obtained the MK005 tactical helmet. Mingwei Xiaoxue exited the secret realm crystal. She was very reluctant to leave, but also very satisfied. This is an adventure with a superb experience. Whether it is the plot, characters, worldview, or combat mechanism, it is unique and has a strong style. The Lord really has no bottleneck. The third secret realm, the Star Sea, is completely different from the style of the Frenzy and the 10 Kingdoms. It's so wonderful. Mingwei Xiaoxue praised it. And then he thought of a piece of loot he had exploded. MK005 tactical helmet, white top grade equipment, local defense increased by 10 to 30, cultivation increased by 5%, with skills, information interconnection, perception enhancement, air purification. Sister Mingwei has shipped it. It's the Iron Pilot helmet. When Mingwei Xiaoxue took out the equipment, everyone saw the origin of the equipment at a glance. This helmet has a compact streamlined design that fits the head, and the facial breathing mask fits tightly with the goggles, and the goggles are distributed in an X-shaped pattern. When activated, it emits blue light, so it looks very cool. So cool! Look at its functions. The Iron Pilot helmet comes with 3 skills. Among them, air purification is easy to understand. This helmet has a breathing mask that can purify the air. This skill can be immune to or weaken the attacks and effects of poisonous fog. As for information interconnection, it is a very important and highly potential ability. From the skill introduction, the tactical helmet is a data terminal type of equipment. It can be connected to the territory data platform or other terminals. For example, the Adventurers Guild in the territory can read various information more conveniently and quickly. In addition, it can also realize instant communication, real-time information storage, target marking, sharing and transmission and other functions. The eyes of all adventurers are bright. Even Chi-Ji thinks this function has great potential. For example, the Adventurers Guild. It is the information service center for adventurers. As the level increases, the functions will become stronger and stronger. The third level Adventurers Guild has the ability to capture and store the information of each adventure in real time for a long time. As long as the adventurer activates the relevant function, he can retrieve the past adventure experience through the Union to review and share, and can also use some receiving terminals to watch the ongoing adventure live broadcast. In other dungeons, most adventurers can only watch with tavern crystals. In theory, if connected to the Adventurers Union, even if the adventurer of Miracle City is out on a mission and cannot return to the hall in time, he can watch the adventure live broadcast in the hall through the helmet connection. Just based on this function, this helmet has great potential. It will be a must-have tool for adventurers in the future. The last skill is Perception Enhancement, which is the scanning function of the tactical helmet, allowing the wearer to quickly identify the target in a complex environment. In addition, it has the ability to see through camouflage and fight illusions, which is also a very practical function. This is a good piece of equipment. White equipment corresponds to the second level. The MK005 tactical helmet is not of high grade, which is a good thing. The output of dungeon equipment is not the higher the level, the better. As the saying goes, high-end music is not popular with the masses, and high-end equipment is difficult to explode. Equipment above level 4 or 5 is awesome, but the problem is that it is difficult to guarantee the output, especially when the dungeon level is not high and the adventurers are basically level 1 or 2 rookies. Because the MK helmet is not of high grade. On the contrary, it increases the prospect of popularization. Make it more valuable. Mingwei Xiaoxue is the first adventurer to unlock the Iron Pilot tactical helmet. She won the medal of the equipment. Once the equipment is promoted in the future, she can also get rich benefits from it, so this adventure is very valuable to her. This adventure lasts a total of 3 hours. The charging method of the Titan chapter is the same as that of the Sui and Tang chapters. In the future, all relatively low difficulty secrets in Miracle City will adopt a combination of basic consumption and time consumption. In other words, each challenge is fixed at least 1 point of energy. In addition, 1 energy point will be consumed every hour. Only Sekiro, Magic Ring, various Soul Tours, or Secret Realms with a medium and fast pace and an average of no more than 1 hour per game will adopt a single basic consumption. This ensures that the adventurers are harvested in place, thereby increasing the daily soul crystal income. However, because of this, although there is no entry threshold for the Star Sea Secret Realm, the cost is too high for the first level newbies with only 5 basic energy points. The Frenzy Secret Realm of Miracle City is still the first choice for first level newbie adventurers. It has only been 3 hours since the city was opened. There are still 9 hours to explore the secret world. According to the current progress, several big adventurers will explore more than half of the Titan chapter in one day, and it will not be difficult to finish the main line tomorrow. A good story does not depend on the length of the process. Chi-Ji believes that after the adventure of the Titan chapter, adventurers will have a basic understanding of the world of the Star Sea's secret realm. Although in Chi-Ji's setting, IMC is just an inconspicuous private resource mining company in a certain galaxy, responsible for the resource operation of a tiny area on the long border of the galaxy. In the worldview of Shanghai, there will be at least several super-cosmic empires, like the Galactic Empire, as well as alien civilizations formed by various alien races, in addition to a large number of ancient civilizations, terrifying cosmic creatures, etc. But being small also has its advantages. It is precisely because of the very small IMC company that it can bring strong pressure to adventurers. They can more deeply realize how vast the potential exploration area of this world is. Chapter 167. Ran Tianyun, I will personally experience the secret realm. In fact, the adventurers who adventure in the secret realm crystal have already changed several times. He could have entered the secret realm a long time ago, but he was a little addicted to watching the adventure. Now that Mingwei Xiaoxue's adventure has ended, it is time to go in and experience it personally. Nancy Lee immediately said, I will prepare a special secret realm crystal for you. She attaches great importance to the relationship between the territory and Tianyun territory. After all, it is the only diplomatic partner and trade partner at present. Even if it is just from the perspective of entertaining guests, it is not excessive to show some small conveniences as a host. No need. Ran Tianyun has already lined up. He also changed his mind. I am not here as a lord, but just a contracted adventurer from Tianyun City, Tianyun Ranger. I will participate in the adventure equally with other adventurers. As Ran Tianyun. As the relationship between the two territories. If you want to apply for a VIP crystal without queuing, it is not difficult. There are 1,500 crystals in the secret hall. This will not affect other adventurers. However, Ran Tianyun thought about it carefully and felt that this would attract too much attention. Other adventurers might guess his identity soon, which would cause a lot of discussion. This is not good, with the fame and influence of Tianyun City in Blackstone Town. Once these adventurers know their true identity, they may find it difficult to regard themselves as equal companions, and it is also difficult to discuss the secret plot with everyone in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. In addition, just come once. But the question is it possible, if you go to Miracle City every other day? What will the people of Tianyun and adventurers think? Tianyun City is still the first dungeon in Blackstone Town, and Ran Tianyun is still the recognized First Lord of Blackstone Town. He should save some face for himself. Therefore, instead of causing unnecessary trouble and ruining the experience, it is better to appear here as an ordinary adventurer. Not only will it not create a burden on identity, but it can also make the atmosphere and experience more harmonious. The most important thing is, VIP crystals are unnecessary. The total number of adventurers in Miracle Territory is just over 4,000. There are 2 secret halls, of which the Miracle City Secret Hall is a 3rd-level hall, and the Dark City Secret Hall has been upgraded to a 2nd-level hall, with a total of 2,000 crystals. The ratio of people to crystals is just over 2 to 1. Although there are many adventurers, at least 80% of them are 1st-level adventurers, and the maximum daily basic adventure energy is only 5 points, so the crystal resources are completely sufficient. The way adventurers line up for crystals has also been optimized. Each adventurer does not line up in front of a single crystal. Instead, adventurers of 10 or 8 adjacent crystals line up together. Therefore, even if Mingwei Xiaoxue plays for 3 hours in one go, it is impossible for other adventurers to wait for 3 hours. According to statistics, the average queue time for adventurers throughout the day is only 20 minutes. This waiting time is nothing, and you can also watch others adventure, which is also one of the important fun. Now, it's finally about to start. I've been waiting for 3 days. When Ran Tianyun activated the secret crystal, he only felt a sense of anticipation and excitement from the heart, and a natural sense of pleasure from every cell in his body. This feeling is really wonderful. It has nothing to do with whether there is any harvest or not. It is just pure enjoyment. Ran Tianyun has been a lord for decades. Everything he has done has been considered for profit. He has not done a pure thing for many years, and only enjoyed happiness itself. So being an adventurer is so happy? No, only when you are an adventurer in Miracle City will you feel this way. Even if you put aside the harvest itself, even if you don't produce anything, this place is definitely worth coming to. The crystal is activated. Several options appear in front of you. Secret Realm 1, Doomsday Frenzy. Secret Realm 2, Exotic 10 Kingdoms. Secret Realm 3, Sea of Stars. Secondary Secret Realm, End of the World Arena. Every secret realm is worth experiencing and can be called a masterpiece. After a little hesitation, Ran Tianyun finally chose the Sea of Stars secret realm. After all, this is a new secret realm. At this moment, joining the challenge of this secret realm can explore the latest content of Miracle City with adventurers. As for the Frenzy and the 10 Kingdoms, because there is no need to pursue timeliness and progress, you might as well wait until you finish the Titan chapter and then calm down and savor it carefully. Start the secret realm. The adventure journey officially begins after the short cutscene ends. Ran Tianyun appears in the simulation training cabin of the USS McCarran. He can feel the slight roar of the spacecraft during operation. He can clearly see every detail of the simulation cabin, every button, everything, and the memory in his mind are telling him, this is the real world. I am no longer Lord Ran Tianyun, but the Rifleman Cooper of the Star Sea world. When Ran Tianyun started the iron piloting practice in the secret crystal, the other three lords had strange expressions, and even a little jealous. Don't they want to experience the battlefield of this alien world, and feel the novelty of driving a mecha? When did this old fox learn the adventurer's clone technique? Li Jianhan said sourly, why have I never heard of it before? Gao Yu. Humph, most likely he learned it specifically for Miracle City. A lord does not manage his own territory well, but runs to other people's territories to challenge the secret realm. He is not ashamed at his age. Li Jianhan. If the people and adventurers of Tianyun City knew about this, it would probably cause a lot of public opinion. I can't bring myself to do such a thing anyway. Lords and adventurers are relatively equal. Adventurers can come and go freely and vote with their feet. But when the territory has a certain scale, the lord has enough resources, wealth and population, and under this situation, there is no difference between him and the king. There are more than 1 million official people in Tianyun territory. Ran Tianyun can usually communicate with local kings and chiefs of large tribes on an equal footing. Now, not only is he fully devoted to the role-playing in the secret realm, he also occasionally communicates and discusses with the young adventurers watching nearby, which the three lords think is too condescending and embarrassing. But then again, Ren Wanqiong said at this time, the secret realm of Miracle City does have a lot to learn, and its output is also very valuable. It is not impossible to experience the secret realm with a learning and inspection mentality. That makes sense. We need to establish cooperation with Miracle City and understand the content of the secret realm of Miracle City. The three lords all had the idea of learning the adventurer's clone technique. The potential of Miracle City is immeasurable. If a long-term cooperative relationship can be established, it will have great strategic value to the territory. But the biggest problem and trouble now is that the territories of the three lords are not directly connected to Miracle City. They can only travel back and forth through Tianyun City as a transit point. The three territories must not only maintain good relations with the Lord of Miracle City, but also with Tianyun City in the future, which is equivalent to being held by Tianyun City. Ran Tianyun, this old fox, is so lucky. Humph, we have all seen the previous content of the Titan chapter, and it is better not to watch this guy's adventure. Let's go somewhere else. Agree. In fact, such exciting content may be watched more than once. The operation and performance of each adventurer will be different, and will not be repeated. Even if it is the same secret realm, the same adventure, different people challenge the process, and the program effects produced are different. The three lords no longer continue to watch the Star Sea secret realm, not because they have lost interest in the previous content of the Star Sea secret realm, but mainly because Miracle City still has two main secret realms. Since we are here, we must understand everything, so the three lords walked around the hall. As a result, he was hit by soul crits again and again. The Miracle City secret realm is much richer than expected. The other secret realm works are not inferior to the Titans at all, and the gameplay mechanism and worldview style are completely different. Monster. Miracle Lord is simply a monster. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that there would be such a monstrous genius. Biochemical, black light, Ashina, Sway and Tang. Even in the frenzy competition mode, the King of Fighters contest in the end arena is the best of the best, not only enough to make adventurers addicted, but also full of viewing. The gap between us and him is too big. I am completely convinced. When the three people sighed, they found that there were many people surrounding a secret crystal in front of them. When they learned that the content of this secret crystal was the Sway and Tang dynasties, they immediately became interested, because there were less than 100 adventurers in Miracle City who were capable of exploring the Sui and Tang dynasties. The controller of this secret crystal was the third-level adventurer Higanbana. Gao Yu, is it her? Li Jianhan, isn't this Higanbana, one of the 4 adventurer leaders of Tianyun City? Ren Wanxiong, I remember that although she was the weakest among the 4 leaders of Tianyun, she was also the youngest and most promising one. I didn't expect that she has become an adventurer in Miracle City now. If they knew this normally, the 3 of them would definitely be surprised. But now the Lord of Tianyun himself is obsessed with the secret of Miracle City. It's not surprising that one of the 4 leaders of Tianyun ran away. Higanbana didn't follow the trend to enter the new secret realm, because she found that the Sui and Tang dynasties of the 10 kingdoms had updated a mainline area that can be explored, which was the Black Mountain town in Saibei mentioned by Master Gong Shan, where there might be clues to the Shenong Ding. She immediately developed a strong interest. Enter as soon as possible. The Black Mountain town in the remake of Miracle City. It is a border city of the Great Sui dynasty full of details. This place is located on the border of the Great Sui dynasty, connected to the Turkic steppe in the north and the Yellow River tributary in the south. It is the throat of the Heshi corridor to the central plains. The city wall is about 3 feet high and 5 miles in circumference. There are 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north. The cross street is the main road in the city, divided into 2 cities in the east and west, and the north and south are residential areas. Here, Hu and Han live together. There are monks, Taoists, and rangers from the central plains. It is also full of frontier elements such as sandstorms, hujia sounds, caravan camel bells, and shaman sacrifices. The entire town has a small population, only about 4 or 5,000 in total, but it is full of life details, from the characteristics of food and beverage, religious customs, clothing and architecture, all of which are authentic and credible, with a deep heritage. This place fully satisfies adventurers, and their sense of freshness and exoticism when exploring alien cities. Too awesome. This place is a paradise for us, who like to study and travel. Yes, the Sui and Tang chapters are not like the Ashina, Black Light, and Titan chapters. These 3 chapters have time limits, and do not have much sense of life. The Sui and Tang chapters do not require us adventurers to do anything immediately. The local towns are full of life. You can travel slowly, and even live in them. What's the difference between this and time travel? Turkic roasted whole lamb with oat noodles, seasoned with wild garlic and sand onions, looks delicious. The signature dish of the Black Mountain Inn, the 8 Treasures mushroom soup, is also great. The Sogdian songs and dances are beautiful. I must come here to travel. This is a secret place where you can enjoy it slowly, but it's a pity that the entry threshold is too high. Black Mountain Town is not only a small frontier town full of Sui and Tang style, but also a demon-like and chaotic background. Chi-Ji also set up more than 10 branch quests, some famous and some hidden. Adventurers need to explore and discover deeply to trigger the quests. Not only can they get corresponding rich rewards, but they can also learn more about historical events and monsters. As for the main line, of course, it is to treat the seriously injured Master Gong Shan and find Shenong Ding, one of the 5 artifacts. I came here to investigate clues, because Shenong Ding is currently the treasure of the Tuoba clan. However, not long after the Red Spider Lily entered Heishan town, she encountered a Sui army that was trying to capture a boy on the pretext that the princess needed the boy's blood to nourish her beauty. At this time, a Hu girl named Tuoba Yur suddenly appeared and killed the Sui soldiers, but the Sui army captain transformed into a demon called Evil Corpse Skeleton and severely injured him. Higanbana immediately took action. She used Giga Taoism to unite with Yu Xiaoxue. The 2 of them took a lot of effort to defeat this little boss and save Yur. But Tuoba Yur not only did not appreciate it, but was extremely hostile to the adventurer because he was a Sui person and could use magic, Giga Taoism, and even drew his sword against him. Tuoba Yur is too much. Big brother Bianhua saved her. It's understandable, after all, the Sui soldiers were catching children everywhere, and they were transformed by demons. In this case, it's normal for this Hu girl to think the protagonist is a demon. Although she is a girl, she is resolute and brave. I think Yura has a lot of personality. This Yura is also very beautiful, just the opposite of Shishua's personality. I also like such a heroic girl. She must be a core plot character. One is as violent as fire, and the other is as gentle as water. It's interesting. I still like Xiuxue. Support Xiuxue. The adventurer commented. Another key figure appeared. It was Zhang Lai, Tuoba Yur's brother-in-law. This person is the current patriarch of the Tuoba tribe, which surprised the adventurer. The same is true for Bianhua. How can the patriarch of the Tuoba tribe have a Han surname? She learned about it. Zhang Lai is a mixed Huan, with half Han blood. Even so, it is not simple. This person can convince the Tuoba tribe, so his means must be extraordinary. After Zhang Lai cleared up the misunderstanding, he hosted a banquet for Higanbana to thank her for saving Yuer's life. During the conversation with Higanbana, she found that this person was knowledgeable and extraordinary, with the style of a wise ruler in prosperous times and a heroic ruler in troubled times. No wonder he became a tribal leader with a mixed blood body. Not only that, Zhang Lai seemed to judge that the Sui dynasty would decline. He faintly revealed his ambition to conquer the Central Plains. A tribal leader actually wants to challenge the Sui dynasty? It's normal. The Great Sui dynasty has been established for less than 20 years, but it looks like it is about to perish. Indeed, the villagers of Yuehe village sacrificed virgin girls to monsters, and no one cared. That princess, under the pretext of beauty care, let the soldiers arrest boys in broad daylight, and even monsters mixed in the army. How can this empire, which has been so corrupt, last? Not necessarily. Don't forget, the Great Sui dynasty also has Yuan Taisher, who can fight against the enemy alone. At this time, Higanbana got bad news. The Shenong Ding had been taken away by the court a few days ago. Is it too late? No, there is still a chance. The Shenong Ding is very heavy. The Sui army cannot transport it to the capital immediately. If they can catch up with the army transporting the Ding, they may be able to rob the Shenong Ding before Yuan Tua finds out. But if they want to execute this plan, they cannot do without Zhang Lai's support. How can they persuade Zhang Lai to help? At this time, Higanbana learned that Zhang Lai was investigating a suspicious demon army in the Sui army. This is an opportunity. Higanbana immediately volunteered to help investigate in exchange for the intelligent support of the Shenong Ding, and Zhang Lai readily agreed to this request. For now it's here. In the next adventure of Higanbana, she will sneak into the Sui army camp to investigate the demon troops hidden in it. This will obviously be a very dangerous task, but it has also fully aroused the expectations of other adventurers. The three lords watched near the secret crystal of the other shore flower for dozens of minutes. They have been attracted by the ancient style of Yin state and the dark and chaotic world with full texture. From ordinary people to noble leaders, they are real and vivid. Every character is very three-dimensional, closely connected with the world view and story background without any sense of disobedience. And this is only part of the world view of the 10 kingdoms in the foreign land. This makes them curious and even fascinated. If you can enter this foreign world and experience life in another world, it must be a very interesting thing, right? If you play a legendary figure in this process and leave various legendary deeds, it will be no different from the second life. The secret of Miracle City is unbearable. There is no ordinary product in these few hours. When the three lords looked around at the content of the secret of Miracle City, hundreds of adventurers, who actively explored the story of the Titan chapter of the Star Sea world, also made major breakthroughs one after another. After the adventurer restarted BT and defeated the first enemy Titan codenamed Beast, he defeated several ordinary IMC Titans one after another. These Titans were not very strong. Although they fought back and forth, they were eventually defeated by the adventurer. Just when the adventurers were full of confidence, they encountered the first truly strong enemy. Chapter 168. At this moment, Chi-Ji glanced at the information panel. Adventurer Sleeping in the Wind has generated 2 points of mental power. Adventurer Sky Cloud Ranger has generated 3 points of mental power. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has generated 1 soul crystal. Adventurer Daitu Goose has died. Soul crystal +1, mental power +2. Adventurer Green Skin Bully has died. Soul crystal +1, mental power +2. Various information. Like a waterfall. It is updated every second. Such a data stream is enough to make any lord happy. Today's harvesting efficiency has increased greatly. Less than half of the city opening time. Nearly half of the adventurers have exhausted their energy, and the Secret Realm Crystal will soon no longer have to queue. Why is it so efficient? It is mainly caused by 2 reasons. First, the Titan chapter process is short, so the fee is higher. Not only is there a guaranteed consumption, but also a time consumption, which is too much for a first-level adventurer. Secondly, the difficulty of the battle in the Titan chapter is slightly lower than that in the Ashina chapter, but the difficulty of survival is actually not low. After all, the adventurer is in a battlefield full of bullets and shells, and there are a lot of exploration contents that require logging out of the Titan to act independently. Once a single soldier acts without the protection of the Titan, Sometimes a stray bullet can take the life of the adventurer. Therefore, nearly 1,000 adventurers have challenged the Titan chapter, and the cumulative number of challenges is close to 3,000 times. But currently there are less than 300 adventurers who have passed the first act. The Titan chapter has a total of 8 episodes. Most levels will have boss. The first act is the Mantle of the Pilot, which is about the rifleman Cooper participating in training, then taking a landing capsule to Typhon, and finally inheriting the Titan BT because of the death of his teacher. The boss of this level is the Beast Titan that Mingwei Xiaoxue and other adventurers have defeated. The second act is Blood and Rust. This plot is about the adventurers continuing to carry out the teacher's mission and passing through a toxic mud treatment plant on the way to meet Major Anderson. The current progress is here. Nearly 200 adventurers are challenging here. This place has become a battlefield between the rebels and the armed forces of IMC. IMC has deployed a large number of self-destructing spider robots, hundreds of soldiers, and a dozen Iron Pilot Titans for defense, and the adventurers must join the rebels to attack the factory. Many Beast Titans and powerful Titans have been defeated successively. Let the adventurers further experience the pleasure of mecha battles. The internal environment of this treatment plant is very complex, with corrosive rust pools and toxic mud waterfalls everywhere. There are many places where mechas cannot enter, and adventurers need to log out of the mecha and open gates for BT. When there is no mecha to protect a single soldier, although they can slide and jump on walls, run over rooftops, and parkour flexibly, they are very vulnerable in this situation and will die after being shot twice. But it is precisely because of this. It feels very exciting. Because they are exposed to dangerous environments for a long time. They feel a sense of intimacy and joy when they meet BT. Every time they log in again, they can feel the return of a sense of security, power, and dominance. In short, exquisite level design. Single soldier combat and mecha combat alternate. Let adventurers switch between two different combat experiences. This can effectively avoid aesthetic fatigue of the experience, making the exploration of secret realms more rhythmic and interesting. Of course, when the adventurer logs out of the action, BT will not disappear, but through the Iron Pilot helmet, it will continue to provide directions to the adventurer, scan enemies, warn of dangers, and even provide chat services. This feeling is very wonderful. Although it is not beside the adventurer. It seems that they have always been fighting side by side. BT can only pass through some terrains with the help of the adventurer, and the adventurer can only fight in and out of the environment full of self-destructing robots and IMC soldiers with the help of BT, and be invincible. As the battle progresses, the adventurer feels more and more. The cooperation between the two sides is very tacit. BT is a comrade in arms who is truly worthy of reliance. The adventurer never thought that he would have friendship and feelings for a cold machine before. In general, the difficulty of the treatment plant is not low. Most adventurers are still suffering. Only less than 30 adventurers have reached the end of the level and encountered the first really difficult boss, which is the top hunter Kane, who was ordered to destroy the rebels. Secret Hall. Feng Zhongmian completed the challenge again. He expressed his sincere emotion. Mech battles are so exciting. Cooperation with BT is so interesting. Feng Zhongmian has completed 3 challenges in total. He has caught up with the first echelon of adventurers. His luck was not very good the first time. When he was looking for batteries for Titan BT, he was shot in the head by a sniper. His luck was good the second time. Not only did he successfully restart BT, he also defeated the first enemy Titan in one go and successfully entered the second act of the plot called Blood and Rust. Together with the rebels who arrived here, he attacked the poisonous swamp treatment plant. The third time was also quite smooth. He defeated 5 ordinary IMC pilots one after another, and even penetrated the treatment plant alone, but was defeated by the top hunter Kane. Who is this Kin? He is so powerful. Feng Zhongmian frowned slightly, completely different from other pilots. At this moment, there is no need to queue up in the secret hall, but Feng Zhongmian is not in a hurry to challenge again. He decided to collect intelligence first to understand this enemy. At this moment, many people are discussing Kin. Feng Zhongmian is not the first adventurer to be defeated by him. Time Traveler said, according to the current plot and information of the Titan chapter. Although the adventurer plays the role of the rebels against the IMC company, the real difficult and threatening enemy is a group of interstellar mercenaries called the Predator Corps. The Predator Corps has many pilots and Titans. The strongest and most core ones are called top hunters. They are not ordinary pilots. They are all experienced Titan killers. The Kin you met is one of the top hunters. The adventurer suddenly realized it after hearing this. Mingwei Xiaoxue said, no wonder Kin is so difficult to deal with. Mao Mingming, yes, so far, no less than 30 adventurers have fought Qin, but all of them were defeated by this powerful Titan hunter. His attack method is the same as that of a mad dog. His reaction is much faster than that of ordinary Titans. Thermite and fire attacks are ridiculously strong. Even the Titan mecha shield can't withstand it. Isn't he just an interstellar mercenary? How can he stop us adventurers? There must be a way to win. Let's study it. Just as everyone was full of fighting spirit and brainstorming. Everyone, come and learn. The old Dean is going to challenge Qin. Is a top boss finally going to make a move? Great. There are not many adventurers in Miracle City. Bianhua is busy making trouble in the Sui army camp near the Black Mountain town of Great Sui. There is no time and energy to participate in the mecha war on the Typhon Star stage at this moment. And Baihajusher has the most experience and is good at summarizing and teaching, which is more anticipated by the majority of adventurers. Thanks to BT. I can only get here. This BT is really the most reliable partner. Go a little further, and you will meet the top hunter Qin. Although I haven't challenged him yet, I have seen your challenge process. I think this Qin is not as strong as everyone imagines. The key to dealing with him is to use the terrain and cover. Don't go head to head with him. You can win by staying steady. Now let me and my BT try it. After that, he walked into the boss battlefield. There were already 4 or 5 titans of the rebels lying on the ground. The flame titan driven by Cain had just destroyed the last rebel titan, and was roughly pulling out the pilot's body from the cockpit, when this guy opened his cockpit and laughed madly and mockingly. You were not invited to the party, so you have to die, haha. The one-eyed crazy pilot suddenly became more excited and fanatical. Hey, another runaway hero, with an SRS Vanguard. Wow, this is more reasonable. Let's have a real fight. Old Dean, be careful. Don't look at him as crazy. The Flame Titan driven by this guy is very powerful. Qin's Flame Titan is equipped with a T-203 thermite launcher and a flame core. Once thermite is frequently used to cause a large-scale attack, it will pose a great threat to the shield and mecha of the Titan mecha. He screamed and was attacked by a wave of thermite. The flames that can melt steel are like a fire dragon. Baihajusher immediately deployed a particle shield to resist thermite, and while the shield lasted, he kept moving and adjusted his perspective to predict Qin's position, using the cover to avoid splash damage, and successively avoided several waves of thermite attacks. This process ignored the provocation. He calmly and efficiently cleared several miscellaneous soldiers. In this way, it became a duel between 2 titans. Ha! Unlike them, you have some tricks, but this is more interesting. Qin released a large number of missiles to suppress firepower, and Baihajusher immediately used pillars and field shelters to avoid danger, and then began to use these obstacles and pillars to move around. Keep dodging. Take advantage of every opportunity. Use machine guns and missiles to grind slowly. At the beginning, Qin was very arrogant. When the battle lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, he became increasingly manic in the face of the situation where he could not attack for a long time. At this moment, the thermite flames formed one wall of fire after another. The 2 steel giants shuttled through the iron and fire, firing at each other, releasing missiles to bombard each other, and explosions occurred everywhere they passed. The battle scene was fierce and gorgeous, with a kind of violent aesthetics and romance unique to mecha battles. Good. There's hope. This Qin's thermite spray frequency is getting lower. It seems that this guy is about to be squeezed dry by the old Dean. Qin has a crazy personality, and doesn't use ammunition sparingly. Use the terrain and positioning to slow down the attack first, so that the next battle will be much easier. I use this strategy next time. BT. The core of the missile group is ready. Baihajusher immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. He suddenly released a large wave of dense missiles. Boom 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 boom. Missiles exploded on Qin one after another. The shield and part of the armor were destroyed on the spot. This burst of output made the adventurers outside cheer, continue to attack. The machine guns are close to the face, and output crazy. The Flame Titan finally couldn't withstand such an attack. The radio heard Qin's unwilling and terrified roar. Finally, in a violent explosion, this powerful Titan hunter finally fell down, and completely lost its combat effectiveness. Well done. You are worthy of being the old Dean. Yes, it's effortless. Every time I see the old Dean challenge a strong enemy, I feel like I can do it too. After Baihajusher defeated Qin, remove a set of flame components from the opponent. At this time, BT proposed to obtain the opponent's radio communicator. Baihajusher adopted the suggestion and removed the radio receiver. BT detected the signal intelligence device Found the IMC radio encryption channel and is decrypting the protocol. Connection is successful. The next moment, a radio voice appeared in the headset. Sloan, this is Blisk. The IMC is about to completely close the Holy Arkansas. It's time to prepare for Draco. Received, I capture 3 rebels. How do I deal with them? Kill them all. Received. According to the Time Traveler's investigation, Blisk is the leader and founder of the Predator Corps, which means that this channel is the communication channel for the Corps senior executives of this interstellar mercenary. Once again, I heard about the Holy Ark. What is Tianlongxing? The adventurers felt that IMC was trying to use the energy core of this ancient civilization to make a big thing, and the adventurers' investigation and mission at this moment might be related to this matter. Baihajisher's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that I could really eavesdrop on the conversations of the enemy's high-level officials. BT said seriously, the ability to decrypt enemy communications plays an important role in the history of war. This will be beneficial to our next actions. If we want to survive, we must hurry up and move forward. Baihajisher once again sighed at the magic of the technology in this secret world. At the same time, he had a higher evaluation of BT. This artificial intelligence is very smart. It can always give just the right reminder at the critical moment. It is always absolutely rational, without any emotional fluctuations, and makes people feel inexplicably reliable and at ease. Having such a partner, it adds a lot of color to this journey and adventure. The second act of the Titan chapter ends here. However, unlike the Black Light chapter, there is no need to log out, and you will appear directly in the next scene. Baihajisher drove the Titan mech to a towering mountain. 2 options appeared in front of the adventurer. The first one was to go around, which would more than double the distance. The second one was that there was an IMC-built factory in the mountain, so it was also possible to go through the factory, so that the mission target could be reached more quickly. Baihajisher then asked, what suggestions do you have? BT, analyzing the data. This is a shortcut route. We must go through this facility, and meet up with Major Andre as soon as possible. Baiha agreed. Just as he entered the factory, the radio of the top hunter sounded again. Ash, this is Blisk, do you read it? Over. This is Ash, go ahead. Blisk, I have contacted Kane many times, but I have not received any response. It seems that there is a rebel pilot who wants to be a hero. He has gone to your side now. Don't let him make trouble. Kill him as soon as possible. Ash, understood, over. Was he discovered? Baiha did not back down. He drove the mecha into the factory. As a result, he saw a scene that shocked everyone. There is a large hangar outside this large factory. The whole hangar is filled with dark red light. All the walls on all sides are densely packed with unactivated Titan mechas. Fuck. So many Titans? How many pilots are needed to equip this? Is this IMC trying to build a Titan army? The scene that shocked them even more is still to come. After Baiha passed through the hangar, another unimaginable scene appeared in front of him. The entire mountain was hollowed out to create a 1,000-meter deep area and built into a huge fully automated factory. There was not a single worker in the entire super factory. All production was carried out in a fully automatic state. There were only some soldiers guarding and robot guards. All this was very shocking to the adventurer, a wonder that broke through imagination. Incredible. The imagination of Qi Laoze is too crazy without limit. Is there really a factory in this world that does not require labor? All work can be done automatically by these machines. So wouldn't it be possible to produce endlessly 24 hours a day? Such a large super factory is in non-stop production. How many products can it produce? This world is too crazy. It's terrible. The White Crane Master launched a fierce attack, killing several IMC pilots in a row, plus dozens of robots and soldiers, and finally killed a teleportation dock. BT suddenly said, Pilot, this cargo dock is a shortcut. It can help you get to the other side quickly, and the console is above you. Another shortcut? Young people can't just think about taking shortcuts. Believe me. Okay. The White Crane Master then logged out of the Titan, and found the console according to BT's instructions. When he successfully started the cargo program, he suddenly heard a burst of alarms from all directions. Warning! Unauthorized Titans found at Pier 13, moving to the asset reset. At this time, BT's voice came from the helmet. Pilot, I need help. The adventurers were stunned to find that BT was grabbed by a huge metal arm, and was not sent to the other side as expected, but was transferred to another direction. The final result is likely to be dismantled and destroyed. The adventurers were stunned for a moment. Then they all burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. BT also has embarrassing moments. I told you to take a shortcut and not listen to the old man. Now you are at a disadvantage. It turns out that it can also make mistakes, which makes people feel weird and cute. BT was sent away like a doll caught by a claw machine. This funny scene and the embarrassed look made the adventurers laugh and find it interesting. Baihajusher had to rescue BT. He followed the instructions and went down all the way to enter the factory through various pipes, so he got a closer look at this huge and unimaginable super assembly line spectacle. Various complex assembly lines and manufacturing systems are dazzling and overwhelming. Platforms that are hundreds of meters long and 20 to 30 meters wide are produced, transported by 3-story high robotic arms. Humans shuttle between these scenes, and everything around them seems so small, as if they have strayed into a giant country full of imagination. The more Baihajusher goes down, the more he finds. There are robots everywhere, like poking a hornet's nest, and a lot of battles are required. The design of this level is extremely exquisite. After the adventurer reaches the designated platform, all scenes are unfolded on the moving platform. There is no need for large-scale autonomous exploration. Various scenes and various enemies are delivered to the front like an assembly line. Baihajusher keeps watching his platform area being assembled and transformed in various ways. Lawns, trees, and various elements quickly become richer, becoming a large puzzle, which is obviously part of a larger scene. Incredible! This factory is crazy! Awesome! Such a creative design! Such a shocking spectacle! Where else can you see it besides Miracle City? So that's it. This level is not about our adventurers exploring the scene, but about making the whole scene move by itself. It's so crazy and imaginative. Too powerful. Old Chi is awesome. I would call it the most imaginative level. One of the greatest charms of this level is that it allows adventurers to experience the productivity and industrial capacity of humans in the interstellar colonization era. And such industrial wonders. Not to mention adventurers who have never seen industrialized society. Even players in previous lives would be amazed when they play here. Compared with players, the biggest difference between adventurers is that the latter do not play games on the computer, but feel it all in person, so they can feel more clearly every operation and every vibration of this super factory. Immersive feeling. The shock is more than 10 times. When the area where Baihajusher is located is equipped, it began to be transported to a height of hundreds of meters along the assembly line. At this time, other puzzles were also assembled, and one piece after another was sent up. Only a piece of grass, a tree, and a house facility were quickly combined to form a huge real scene. Holographic projections appeared in all directions. Let the blue sky, white clouds, distant mountains, forests, and other scenes in the distance form one after another. At this moment, the adventurer has a feeling of descending into the secret world of the frenzy, that is, a small town in the 21st century. The surrounding facilities and houses are complete, and the scenery is also very beautiful, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. At this moment, look with the naked eye. There is no trace of carving. Who could have imagined all of this? They were all produced quickly on an assembly line. And they were created out of thin air in a few minutes. A female voice sounded, "Do you like it? This is the stage I built specifically for you. Now let me see what you can do." This voice is the top hunter Ash. At this point, the adventurers officially came to the boss battle part of the third act of the Titan chapter. Chapter 169. Shanghai's Secret Realm. There are many challengers. Several people have defeated the second act boss Ken. Although many people are catching up, Baihajusher is undoubtedly the fastest. According to his trend, he will soon pass the third level. That's why I saw more than 500 onlookers beside the crystal. Everyone has not recovered from the shock of the content. Who has seen such an exotic world with such a unique style? Who has seen a mountain hollowed out and a super factory with a depth of hundreds of meters built from it? Who has seen a super large real scene built out of thin air in a moment, using lawns, trees, and houses to create a town that is almost indistinguishable from the real thing without any sense of disobedience? The adventurer only felt that he had appreciated a breakthrough and incomprehensible creation drama. A feast of visual effects, imagination, and novelty. Satisfying. Too powerful. It really opened my eyes. I can't even describe it with the word whimsical. The grand scene, rich details, ingenious design, and precise structure are unprecedented. Nancy Leah, Iris, Jinba, and other local people of Miracle City have grown up in the Evernight Forest. Now they are shocked by the strange wonders of the Star Sea world. Feng Zhongmian commented, "The scene and concept design of this level are excellent." Ming Yushashua, "But how did the Lord do it? It's so imaginative." Lord Gaoyu said in a deep voice, "No, It's not that simple. This is not something that can be done by imagination. Rim Wanxiong. Not only does it require a brilliant imagination, but it also requires a godlike talent. Li Jianhan, you can't refuse to accept it. The three lords felt that what the adventurers saw was too superficial. Only senior lords like themselves could feel more deeply how unfathomable and terrifying Qi was. This super-automated heavy factory. It cannot be created by imagination alone. There are countless robotic arms, assembly lines, a large number of conveyor belts, freight docks, various large machines that are tens or hundreds of meters high, automated facilities, and precision electrical instruments. The lords can't figure it out. How did Lord Qi come up with so many things? And let this extremely sophisticated and complex dynamic mechanism system run? The difficulty is like selecting some usable parts from tens of thousands of building blocks of different sizes and shapes, and combining them with each other, and finally gradually stacking them into a super large castle. None of them can be wrong. Otherwise, the entire system will collapse. Lord Qi not only created everything, but also made everything interact with the adventurers, thus bringing adventurers a unique and novel exploration experience. Amazing, incredible. As senior lords, the three lords were once proud of their secret works, but after seeing more and more Miracle City secret designs, they felt ashamed and frustrated. The battle continued. Top Hunter Ash did not show up. She just put more than a dozen rebel soldiers, including Baihajusher, into the venue and let them challenge IMC's new Titan Reaper in this venue for her entertainment. This Titan is not big but very maneuverable. It can fly dozens of meters in one leap, and can knock away soldiers within a radius of 10 meters with one punch. Baihajusher has not found BT yet. He can only rely on his single soldier combat ability, plus the cooperation of several rebels. It is conceivable how difficult it is to defeat a Titan mecha. The battle situation quickly fell into a stalemate. BT's voice suddenly sounded, "Iron Pilot, I detected your heartbeat is accelerating. Are you worried about something?" This sudden concern at an inappropriate time. The adventurer was amused. Baihajusher dodged grenades while firing. "I'm busy now." BT continued, "The Titan image connection has been re-established. There are a lot of munitions in these rooms. I have marked them for you. It will be helpful for your current situation." Baihajusher immediately led the rebels to find equipment and several heavy weapons. With these equipment, they finally succeeded in suppressing the Grim Reaper. Ash's voice came from the radio. "I have to admit that you have some skills, but that's all. Get ready for the next Reaper." "Another one? It seems like there's no end to it. We must find a way to break the deadlock." Just then, White Crane Master overheard. Ash made a secret deployment to his subordinates through the radio. "Kappa 1, go to Dome 314 immediately. The goal is to kill the rebel pilot. Do you get it?" "Over." "Got it. Heading to Dome 314. White Crane Master immediately realized that the IMC wanted to launch a sneak attack. This Dome 314 should be one of the many projection screens nearby. White Crane Master immediately asked BT to mark the location. When the IMC Special Forces team came out, White Crane Master took the initiative to kill them all with a strafe. Good opportunity. Baihajusher successfully escaped from the venue through the gap, and went to meet up with BT. Ash couldn't help but get a little angry and broadcast directly, "All IMC personnel, I have bad news for you. Due to a security loophole, I plan to activate the self-destruction program to blow up the entire factory. I suggest you evacuate immediately." When hearing this, the adventurers were stunned. Is this woman crazy? She wants to blow up the entire factory just because one person escaped. How rich is IMC? How can they blow up such a huge factory without blinking an eye? They are really rich. After Baihajusher successfully escaped from the live stage, he quickly met up with BT, who had escaped. When he re-entered the long-lost Titan, a sense of security immediately enveloped his whole body. Time is running out. The factory is about to explode. We must leave here as soon as possible. Baihajusher returned to the real-life stage, which was close to the upper exit. However, before he could make further moves to break through, several powerful IMC Titans and Beast-type Titans descended on the site. Trouble. Baihajusher's face darkened. Even if he wanted to deal with several Titans at the same time, it would be very difficult. At this time, another figure walked out of the gap in the holographic projection. It was a Ronin Titan that looked slightly smaller and carried a huge sword. The cockpit opened and a thin woman wearing a metal mask stood out. "Brisk is now offering a high reward for your head. It seems that you are still valuable." The boss appeared. Let the adventurer cheer up. That voice is right. She is the top hunter Ash? Why does this Titan look familiar? She is one of the top hunters who besieged Captain Lastimosa. She was the one who appeared behind the captain and attacked the battery. It turned out to be this guy. Come on, old Dean. Let's settle old and new grudges together. Then Baihajusher started a tense and exciting boss battle. This boss battle was very difficult, at least more difficult than dealing with Kin, because there was not only Ash, a strong enemy who was good at close combat and extremely flexible. There were also several powerful and beast-type ordinary titans. Although Baihajusher was very skilled and had rich practical experience, it was very difficult to face such a lineup, especially when he was not familiar with Ash's abilities. However, in the first few rounds, although Baihajusher was at a disadvantage, he was able to maintain his maneuvering with his powerful operation. But just when everyone thought that the old Dean could play steadily and gradually achieve a comeback, something that all adventurers did not expect happened. Dozens or hundreds of meters away, the Ronin Titan controlled by Ash disappeared from the spot, and suddenly appeared behind him the next moment, destroying the power battery of Baihajusher with lightning speed. Not good. This trick again. It's not invisibility. It's teleportation. The adventurer had always thought that when the Ronin Titan Ash attacked Captain Lastimosa, he used some kind of invisibility method. Until now, he could see clearly that this was not invisibility at all, but a more terrifying teleportation. Lose power. No more power to resist. A sword pierced through the cockpit of the Pioneer Titan. This boss battle made the 500 or 600 spectators extremely nervous. So when this unfortunate accident happened, everyone was like a fanatical fan who saw the goal being broken, and they all sighed with regret and regret. Baihajusher defeated the top hunter Kin. All the way to the super factory was a textbook performance. Everyone thought that with the ability of this adventurer master, he would definitely be able to pass the level. Unexpectedly, in the end, he still failed. Sometimes victory or defeat is only a matter of a moment. What a pity! This thrilling and unique adventure has not only attracted the attention of adventurers, but even Chi has always been paying attention behind the scenes. Your uncle is always your uncle. Baihajusher almost broke through the third act with one life. This is enough to prove the gold content of the first adventurer in Blackstone Town. As for why he was defeated by Ash in the end, this does not mean that Ash is harder to deal with than Cain. It is mainly because Baihajusher lacked experience in his first challenge and failed to clear the monsters as soon as possible. This led to too many distractions on the battlefield. Ash's phase rush was a new killing skill. If you don't understand its mechanism in advance, even the top adventurers will find it difficult not to fall into this trap. So, it's not a crime of war. The main reason for the loss was the lack of intelligence. Although Baihajusher failed to clear the level in one go, he found the way and made it much easier for the later ones to fight. Not long after Baihajusher was defeated by Ash, several adventurers caught up with him, but they all fell to Ash one after another without exception, which shows that this top hunter is really good. At this time, the adventurers found another big guy challenged Ash. This is an adventurer codenamed Sky Cloud Ranger. When the adventurers learned about this codename, they all looked confused, because this codename was very unfamiliar and seemed to have never appeared before. But no matter what, he is undoubtedly a big guy. He challenged Kin earlier than Baihajusher. Although he lost to Kin in the first battle, he quickly defeated Kin after learning from experience. Before challenging the top hunter Ash this time, he learned from the failures of several senior adventurers. When he successfully met with Titan BT and returned to the stage, he didn't care about anything and went all out to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Among the 4 Titans that descended, 2 were quickly killed by Sky Cloud Ranger. Although there were still 2 left, there were still some rebel soldiers on the big stage. They could provide firepower support for the adventurers and contain these ordinary Titans to a certain extent. When the top hunter Ash appears, the scene is relatively clean now. The interference in this battle will be much less than that of several predecessors. Sky Cloud Ranger and Ronin Titan's Iron Pilot Ash engage in a fierce battle. Although Ronin Titan is fast and very agile, its shortcomings are also obvious, such as low armor value and less heavy firepower. Each time phase rush is launched, there is a clear pre-swing. If the adventurer seizes the opportunity to attack, it can cause a considerable threat to it. At least it can consume a lot of shield energy. After a few rounds of fighting, Sky Cloud Ranger adapts to the rhythm, parry all of Ash's attacks. In the process, he also killed the remaining 2 Titans. The boss battle became one-on-one. Ash's moves had been seen through by the adventurer, and the operation of this Tianyun Ranger was not much inferior to those of the big guys such as Higanbana, Baihajusher, and Sanju. He quickly suppressed Ash. No! Impossible. I will kill you. Ash became furious and lost his mind. He chopped and slashed with a Ronin sword without any rules. The adventurer was immediately amused when he saw this situation. With the wind, waves, against the wind, trouble, what a 100% idiot. Yes, she had countless opportunities to kill Cooper in advance, but she insisted on playing. Now she must be regretting it very much. It's too late to regret. Ranger, try harder, today it depends on you. This Tianyan Ranger is no one else. The adventurers would never have dreamed of it. This person is Ran Tianyan, the Lord of Tianyan City, who is disguised as an adventurer. This Ran Tianyan is a 5th level person. Although he doesn't need to take action in most cases, there are always emergencies, or when he is assassinated. After decades of career as a lord, he has been through many battles, and has rich experience. He has seen all kinds of scenes. Even if Ran Tianyan is not as good as Bai Jusher and Bianhua, he is probably not much worse. If he challenges Ash directly, he will definitely not be able to beat him, but with the intelligence provided by many pioneers, he has completely suppressed this boss, and finally seized the opponent's flaw and fought back fiercely to completely blow it up. Ash screamed in fear and anger. Finally, he fell down unwillingly. Win! Finally won. We passed another level. Great. Ranger boss is awesome. I didn't expect that we have another boss in Tianyan City. Defeated the top hunter Ash. Avenged Captain Lastimosa. Ran Tianyan could feel the excitement in the heart of Cooper, who he played. He also had a long-lost sense of joy, accomplishment, and pure happiness and ecstasy. This adventure. It's so exciting. Whether it's the combat experience, the spectacular scenery, or the immersion, the sense of substitution is enough to make him forget that he is on an adventure most of the time. Some moments even have a sense of Zhuang Zhou's dream of a butterfly. The top hunter Ash is definitely not weak. There are many adventurers in Miracle City at present, and there are probably not many who are capable of winning, and he has become the first person in Miracle City to defeat Ash. Although I can't see the situation outside at this moment. But I can hear the noisy shouting near the crystal. At least 300 or 200 spectators gathered near Ran Tianyan's crystal, and all these adventurers cheered and applauded. In fact, as a lord, he had experienced being high above everyone and being the center of attention, no different from a king. It should have been numb to this. But in fact, he was not. When he heard everyone's recognition and praise, Ran Tianyan felt full of passion and satisfaction. He realized that he had been completely poisoned by Miracle City. When Ran Tianyan drove BT out of the factory smoothly, BT thought silently for a long time, and suddenly said something that made people laugh. Iron Driver, let's not take shortcuts in the future. As soon as this was said, all the adventurers laughed. The reason why he encountered so many things in this narrow escape was, in a sense, because BT asked to take shortcuts, but it was also because of this that this wonderful adventure took place. And BT's self-reflection and correction make everyone think he is more interesting. Ran Tianyan said, "Brother, don't blame yourself, let's keep going, I think we are about to complete the task." Fighting side by side all the way. Ran Tianyan has regarded BT as a good fighter and brother. Although this reliable partner occasionally makes mistakes, it is precisely because of this that both sides need each other more. When Shiji saw behind the scenes that the person who passed the 3rd level of the Titan chapter first was not any adventurer, but Ran Tianyan, he was a little speechless. Who could have thought of this? This guy is not a good Tianyan lord. He actually came here to pretend to be an adventurer. However, when Ran Tianyan entered the 4th act of the Titan chapter cause and effect, Shiji still felt refreshed, because the next adventurer was going to experience the most amazing, most out-of-the-box, and most advanced level design in Titanfall 2, which is also known as one of the greatest levels in the history of games. This is definitely the climax of the experience of Titanfall 2. It amazed countless players back then. 10 years later, there are still few who surpass it. These adventurers have already said that their imaginations are wild and unconstrained in the 3rd act, and it is unknown how they will react to the next content. The Titan chapter has a total of 8 acts. This means that the adventurer's progress is almost halfway. Chapter 170. Lobby. Ran Tianyan's secret crystal. There are 400 or 500 people watching here. This is the fastest and only adventurer who has entered the 4th act of the Titans. What challenges will Cooper and BT encounter? What is the secret mission of the teacher and Major Anderson? What kind of conspiracy is the IMC brewing? Will the resistance succeed in the end? Follow-up development. It's so exciting. The 3 lords are also watching. Although it feels strange to watch Ran Tianyan's adventure, I have to admit that the style of the Titans is unique and the story is compact and very attractive. It is inevitable to be curious about the next adventure story. At this moment, Ran Tianyun is driving a mecha. Has arrived at the target area. The sky is overcast and covered with rain, and a ruin appears in front of us. There are many huge buildings among them, and it is not difficult to see the former majesty and technological sense. The facilities are now in a dilapidated state, with collapsed walls covered with moss, vegetation spreading from cracks, and dust floating in the air, giving people a feeling of the end of the world. It looks like a disaster has happened in this place. It looks like all the survivors have evacuated, and it has been abandoned for some time. Ran Tianyun was a little suspicious. He asked, "Are you sure it's here?" BT said, "This is the investigation site of Special Operation 217. It seems that we need to split up and investigate the facilities here." Okay. Ran Tianyun then logged out of the mecha. He descended from the abandoned elevator shaft to the interior of the building. BT's voice sounded in the helmet. "Iron Pilot, Major Anderson is nearby. Please investigate this facility. We will meet on the other side." Ran Tianyun said, "I understand. You should be careful too. Don't get caught again." "BT, I won't take shortcuts again." All the adventurers were happy. "Ha ha. Funny. Suddenly I think BT is very cute." Sure enough, he's still upset about what happened last time. Has it left a psychological shadow? This robot is sometimes like a simple human. I really want to have a powerful and interesting mecha like BT. It's not hard to see. When the adventure goes on to this point, the adventurer and BT have established a deep friendship. Even the audience, who just watched the live broadcast, like him very much. Ran Tianyun successfully entered the facility. This place has long been rusty. Many green vines have grown on both sides of the corridor. The ground is also overgrown with weeds and even shrubs. This place is completely deserted. What else is there to investigate? Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable pressure change, and the surrounding air, temperature, and light changed dramatically. Whoosh! The scene suddenly changed. The previous moment, the environment was still cold, with dark clouds, broken windows with only frames left, vines crawling on the walls, weeds growing all over the ground, and the whole place was messy and rusty. At this moment, the environment became warm, with the setting sun shining obliquely. The glass on both sides was clean and intact, the ground and desktop facilities were spotless, and several administrative robots were walking or working. What happened? Was it an illusion? Impossible. There should be no such thing as magic in this world. Then how do you explain this change? I don't know, let's wait and see. While the adventurers were discussing, Ran Tianyun walked a short distance. Whoosh! Sudden correction. Back to the cold and dilapidated environment at the beginning. It's back again? Is it really some kind of illusion? Not really. Look carefully. The shape of the room and the window, the arrangement of the table and equipment, the two places are exactly the same. I don't think it's just an illusion. Ran Tianyun was confused. Continued to walk forward and walk around a corner. This is an office area. The table is burnt black and the equipment is all broken. Whoosh! Flash again. Once again, it has become a clean and tidy place full of technology. Various facilities are complete, and the ground is clean. Several robots are moving things. Several researchers in white coats are discussing something facing the data on a display screen on the wall. At this time, a researcher found Ran Tianyun and was about to greet him. Whoosh! Back to the dilapidated environment. Several researchers disappeared. The display screen is still on the wall, but it is covered with cracks and most of it is damaged. It's not an illusion. All the details correspond one by one. I seem to see the past. After Ran Tianyun made this judgment, it was obviously unbelievable. He then asked, BT, what do you think? BT replied, the distortion of time and space filled this facility, causing a large number of time cracks. I suggest that we should be careful until we have more information. Elise, time cracks? So what Tianyun Ranger just saw was not an illusion, but he really went back to the past. Nancy Leah was shocked, traveling through time. This is thousands of times more difficult than traveling through space. It is a divine power that mortals cannot master. The Lord actually made such a design at this level. The power of time is a more profound power than the power of space. Even if there are strong people who can use the power of time, it is almost impossible to travel to the past or the future. Ran Tianyun left the office area and walked through the corridor. He walked into a large conference hall. This place has been destroyed, with moss all over the ground, vines all over the walls. 2/3 of the roof has been blown off. A large number of twisted steel structures are exposed and rusty. Cement blocks have flattened the seating area. and heavy rain keeps pouring in. Whoosh, flashback again. A brand new conference hall appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the conference hall was brightly lit and filled with people in uniforms. Holographic projections and screens were showing various pictures. A middle-aged man in black with a general rank and a majestic face was giving a speech on the stage. He said righteously, "Don't forget our original intention. In the future, humans will continue to reproduce in this galaxy. And decisively eliminating the rebels is the only way to safeguard the common interests of the IMC and mankind." The audience cast astonished glances, seemingly unable to understand why such a fully armed soldier would barge in during a meeting. The black-clad general also noticed Ran Tianyin. He frowned and asked, "What do you want, pilot?" The general obviously didn't realize that the other party was a rebel soldier. After all, at this critical moment, the rebels could not appear on Typhon, let alone break into this top-secret base so brazenly. Whoosh, without waiting for a reaction. Another timeline correction. Ran Tianyin returned to the abandoned hall. His position did not change, but the black-clad general was gone. Ran Tianyin checked and found that the computer on the podium could still be started, which saved a large number of recording logs. When he opened the last one, he immediately heard a familiar voice from it. Could it be that? Ran Tianyin's face changed. He pulled the recording to the end. Decisive elimination of the resistance is the only way to safeguard the common interests of the IMC group and mankind. This Iron Pilot, is there anything wrong? What happened? Why did he disappear? Who is it? Check it for me. Instantly. My scalp tingled, everyone's scalp tingled. It is not difficult to judge from this remaining recording log. The adventurer's flashback is not just seeing the projection of time, or entering a parallel time and space, but actually traveling to a certain point in the past, interacting with the characters in the past scenes, and affecting the present, changing reality. Amazing. Too amazing. In this secret realm, we adventurers can travel through time and tamper with reality. Everyone was amazed. Ran Tianyin left the Great Hall and passed through a long corridor. The corridor was dead silent, the glass on the top was all broken, rain was constantly flowing in, and the ground was full of debris and plants. Whoosh, flash back to the past. This is a clean and tidy corridor, with warm sunlight shining through the glass dome, and the Typhon satellite still intact and unexploded hanging in the blue sky. Whoosh, back to the present. A giant lizard broke into the corridor and roared provocatively. But it was grabbed by a wyvern-like monster that fell from the sky. Whoosh, this corridor is clean, and there are no beasts. There are only dense pedestrians, including soldiers in military uniforms and elites dressed as researchers. You can hear their conversations, and several of them cast confused and puzzled eyes at the adventurer. Whoosh, walk to the end of the corridor. Looking out from here, the deserted city is in full view. It is still raining in the sky. More than a dozen wyverns are circling in the sky. The buildings are all ruined. The square is in a mess. There is a strange facility in the center. This facility is a bit like an underground city teleportation station, but it is unusually large and consists of multiple movable rings. At this moment, the facility has collapsed and broken, leaving only a ruin. Whoosh, flash back again, it is still the same perspective. It is still the same place. A completely different style. At this moment, the city is intact and very neat. All the buildings are full of design sense. There are no wyverns in the air, only high-tech aircraft, and pedestrians and vehicles are everywhere in the ground square. As for the multi-ring facility in the center, it is also intact at this moment, and looks like it will be started soon. Whoosh, the rain has become heavier. Lightning bolts are falling in the distance. It makes this ruined and destroyed city feel more doomsday. This repeated flashback, repeated revision, the same space and location, different timelines, presenting completely different and contrasting scenes, made all the onlookers present feel horror and shock from the soul. Incredible. Too crazy. It's simply a godlike production. How did the Lord do it? He can actually put two different timelines in the same secret realm and make them appear alternately. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I have never seen such a design and production. All the adventurers exclaimed in amazement. Ren Wanqiong, Li Jianhan, and Gao Yu were so shocked that they were completely speechless and at a loss for words. If the design of the previous level, although the three lords were far behind, at least they were barely within their cognitive range. The design of this level completely subverted their cognition of the world, the Lord, and the secret realm. I've never seen a Lord who can do this to the secret realm. Can Miracle City even integrate the law of time into the secret realm? This is too magical. Lord Qi may completely change the world. As the person involved, Ran Tianyun was so shocked that he lost his ability to think. He simply followed Cooper's instinct and slid down from the corridor to the square below, and then came to BT. What on earth is this place? IMC has many scientific research bases in various places on the border, but this special facility is not known to the resistance. Ran Tianyun saw many soldiers' remains in the square. These remains do not match the genetic profile of Major Anderson. He may still be alive. BT put down the remains and continued, I suggest you check the reception hall. Although I want to act with you, unfortunately my body is too large to enter it. Leave it to me. Ran Tianyun searched. There was a body of a pilot on the ceiling of the second floor of the hall. The body was dead in a very strange way, embedded alive in the floor, with only the head and a small part of the body hanging outside. When the helmet was removed for comparison, it was found to be Major Anderson. Unexpectedly, in the end, only Major Anderson's body was found. Did the mission fail? Ran Tianyun couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After all, in order to get here, he and BT had survived a lot of hardships. Such a result was obviously unacceptable, making him feel frustrated and depressed. Ran Tianyun said in a deep voice, I found the Major. He was stuck in the ceiling for unknown reasons. Unfortunately, he is dead. Unlike the pilot, BT did not have any emotional fluctuations. He replied directly, the goal has been accomplished. We have reunited with Major Anderson. Huh? Ran Tianyun was originally very sad. Now he was happy to hear what BT said. He said, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. BT replied seriously, I didn't mean to express humor. Ran Tianyun was speechless. The adventurers outside heard the conversation and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. What a hell of a sense of humor. You just said whether you reunited or not. At least you reunited with a part of Major Anderson. My BT is really an optimistic kid. Ran Tianyun brought Major Anderson's helmet to BT. The pilot helmet is the most important and iconic equipment on the pilot. As long as you get it, you can analyze and read key data. After Major Anderson's death, according to the operational discipline, Special Operation 217 will be transferred to you. BT said, Cooper pilot, congratulations on your promotion. Ran Tianyun learned from the data in the helmet. This special investigation mission was personally issued to Anderson by the commander of the rebels. This is also why the rebels attacked Typhon, because a mysterious energy appeared on Typhon a few weeks ago, causing a terrible explosion, which directly destroyed Typhon's satellite. And according to preliminary investigations, the energy source of this explosion is likely to come from here. This place also has serious time confusion due to this energy. Major Anderson's mission is to investigate this secret facility and find out the source of this energy. The rebel commander Sarah gave Major Anderson a wrist-worn device recovered in Operation Grizzly, which would become a key tool for investigating the area. The other half of Major Anderson's body was found. Ran Tianyun successfully obtained the wrist-worn device and immediately understood its value. I see. With this wrist-worn device, I can freely travel between two timelines without passive crossing. Ran Tianyun was extremely excited. He then used the wrist-worn device. He began to trace Anderson's traces and conduct an investigation. In the process, he had to go deeper into the core and most dangerous places in this area. This would undoubtedly be a very difficult task, but after having the wrist-worn device, Ran Tianyun felt that he had transformed into a space assassin and a time walker. He controlled the law of causality. So he became omnipotent. All spatial obstacles no longer pose a problem or trouble. The hall collapsed completely and was inaccessible. Whoosh! It was almost in the past. The hall was intact and spotless. Ran Tianyun passed through the hall effortlessly and quickly, but encountered a laser trap at the entrance of the institute. The entire entrance was covered with high-energy lasers and could not be passed. Swoosh! Flash back to the present. The gate was covered with vines and rust. The laser trap had long been ineffective. Ran Tianyun passed through this gate without any obstacles. Not far away, he encountered another corridor engulfed in flames and could not be passed. The leaked energy gas continued to burn like purgatory. Swoosh! He quickly passed through again. This corridor was intact and could be passed easily. Swoosh, 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 various obstacles, traps, and troubles no longer pose obstacles. Ran Tianyun keeps shuttling between the two timelines, and feels that he is showing off like never before, the same scene. But there are two different styles of painting. The internal structure is also very different, but complementary to each other. The previous moment, he appeared in a place with complete functions and a full sense of technology, And the next moment, he was walking in a dilapidated and decadent place, like the ruins of the end of the world. Repeated fast travel. Repeated flashback. This super god experience. It is unimaginable for adventurers. Just looking at it is like enjoying a visual feast. Ran Tianyun is getting more and more excited at this moment, and as he continues to go deeper, the frequency of fast travel and flashback is getting higher and higher. For example, when passing through a slide-like pipe, there are at least 5 or 6 deadly traps, including the high-speed spiral blades from the past, and the flames and steel spikes from the collapse of the present. Adventurers need to use time jumps to dodge them accurately during the fast sliding process. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Every time, just before the danger comes. Precisely avoid the crisis by dodging in time. As the adventurers go deeper and deeper, there are more and more dangers and obstacles. Not only do they need to avoid various obstacles through time jumps, but they also need to deal with threats from the IMC security team and robot guards. When the battle reaches its climax, almost 1 or 2 flashes are performed every second. Ran Tianyun constantly alternates time jumps to deal with enemies in different timelines, attacks enemies in the past by going around in the present, or uses the past to create traps for enemies in the present, and personally creates various causes and effects. The pace is getting faster and faster, the frequency of crossing is getting higher and higher, and the operation is becoming more and more amazing. More and more mysterious. This adventure process is not long, but it makes everyone stunned and dazzled. It is like watching a dance of time, a performance art that can be called a breakthrough in cognition. The viewing and experience have reached the extreme. It's incredible. Is this really an experience that mortals can get? Even gods can't travel back and forth in time and change cause and effect like this. God among gods. Old Thief Chi is invincible. If it weren't for coming. Miracle City, who would have thought that the secret realm could be made like this? This kind of battle and adventure based on the time level. Even in my wildest dreams, I can't imagine it. Ranger Boss is awesome. The experience of using time difference to create cause and effect is too wonderful. It's so cool. I must beat this level. This is the most cool and awesome secret realm I have ever seen. Although Cooper is just a mortal body with only the physical performance of the first level and 1 star, the sense of pleasure brought by this operation must be no less than that of the 4th level Aigu. Tianyun Ranger fights and explores very smoothly. Everyone saw that as the plot progressed, Ran Tianyun quickly found out the truth of the whole thing along the investigation log left by Anderson, and a huge conspiracy finally surfaced completely. It turns out that the IMC is weaponizing the ancient energy core, the Holy Ark. This powerful energy left by the ancient civilization has the ability to distort time. The energy contained in it is so powerful that you can imagine it. The IMC wants to weaponize it, and the ultimate goal is to deal with Harmony. Harmony? Yes, this Harmony is none other than the home planet of Cooper, Lastimosa, and almost all the rebels. The IMC has done experiments. Using the powerful energy of the Holy Ark, they destroyed the satellite of Typhon in one fell swoop, and this experiment only released a small part of the energy of the Holy Ark. When the adventurers learned this in public, everyone stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. What does this mean? As long as the IMC plan succeeds, they can wipe out the rebels' home planet from the universe in an instant. In this way, tens of millions of people will all disappear in an instant. When the rebels lose their most important base and the most core source of troops, what will they use to fight the IMC in the future? The final result can be imagined. Everyone was stunned by this power, and this plan. Ran Tianyun thought of Captain Lastimosa's deep love for his hometown, and also felt the strong and unyielding will of resistance in Cooper's heart. When infected by this emotion, he silently swore that no matter how difficult it was, he would stop all this from happening.